Chapter 1. A bright future. As Shan Daosheng opened the door to the hotel room, he was taken aback by the sound of Wang Guanglei vociferously cursing within. Alarmed, he hurried inside, discovering Wang donned in headphones, vehemently berating his phone. "What on earth is happening, Guanglei?" Shan inquired with concern. Wang turned, astonished, and replied, "Uncle Shan, what's wrong?" "I'm perfectly fine. But you were just cursing," Shan pointed out. "Cursing?" Wang's expression morphed into one of puzzlement. Realizing Wang's confusion, Shan's voice trailed off into uncertainty. "I distinctly heard you exclaiming." Wang paused momentarily, then, regaining his composure, regarded his legendary sports agent with an expression that conveyed a myriad of unspoken words. "Uncle Shan, I am merely learning Italian." "Learning Italian?" Shan was initially flabbergasted, before a sudden realization struck him. "Ah, I remember now. The Italian word for hello sounds remarkably similar to a rather vulgar term in Chinese." Understanding his misunderstanding, he quickly masked his embarrassment with laughter and shifted the topic. "You're quite eager, Guanglei. In due time, we will arrange for an Italian tutor to assist you. But you have only just arrived, and it's not even been 24 hours. Wang explained, "I wanted to get a head start to minimize my adjustment period." Shan reflected. It seems Luo Kai has truly imparted a valuable lesson to everyone. Wang chuckled. "Indeed, that was the intention. I do not wish to spend half a year as an invisible presence in the team. There's no need to rush, Guanglei. You are still young. You have ample time." "No, Uncle Shan. I am already 24. Besides Juan, I am the oldest player here. I am not a child anymore." Shan laughed. "Your perspective seems a bit extravagant. At 24, you are playing abroad. Do you realize how many would envy your position?" Wang countered. "But Uncle Shan, consider this. I am 24 now, and in 4 years, I will be 28. If I cannot make a mark in Serie A by then, it may signify that I have failed. If I require an additional year to learn the language and acclimate, by the time I integrate into the team, the opportunity may have passed." "Wait, why is 28 your benchmark?" Shan inquired, puzzled. "Because 28 will be my second opportunity to compete in the World Cup. I do not wish to struggle against my opponents at that age. I truly ignited my passion when facing Romanov. Yet, I cannot expect to ignite my passion in every match, can I?" "You're already contemplating the next World Cup, and the last one has just concluded?" Shan chuckled. "Professional players plan in 4-year cycles, Uncle Shan." Shan was moved by this sentiment, wholeheartedly agreeing. Not only professional players, but those of us who earn a living through football do the same, as do the fans. Their lives, too, revolve around 4-year cycles. It is commendable that you can envision so far ahead. By the way, the correct pronunciation of the Italian hello is ciao, rather than the vulgar term you mistakenly associated it with. Avoid blending the sounds, as it could lead to misunderstandings. Shan Daosheng possesses a rudimentary proficiency in Italian, which is precisely why Song Jiejia entrusted him with the role of Wang Guanglei's agent in Italy, overseeing the latter's life in Genoa while managing all affairs, excluding transfer and contract negotiations that necessitate the company's involvement, tasks he is not authorized to undertake. In addition to Shan Daosheng, there are 3 other individuals under his management, forming a cohesive team of 4 dedicated solely to Wang Guanglei. This team is responsible for orchestrating Wang Guanglei's living arrangements in Italy, media interactions, and business communications. Should any other players from the Champion Legend Sports Agency arrive in Italy to pursue their football careers, this team will similarly oversee their affairs. This can be regarded as a simplified branch office. In fact, Song Jiejia is indeed preparing to inaugurate a European branch of the Champion Legend Sports Agency. Moreover, Wang Guanglei is not the sole beneficiary of such services. Zhang Qinghuan in Spain, Xia Xiaoyu in Portugal, and Chun Xingyi in the Netherlands all have similar teams attending to their work and life abroad. Notably, Chun Xingyi's father, Chun Hantang, has also joined the Champion Legend Sports Agency, thus making Chun Xingyi a signed player of the agency. Although Chun Hantang, upon becoming an agent, will cede a portion of his original benefits to the agency, aligning with the company offers his son greater earning potential, as well as access to more professional assistance and support. After all, playing football in Europe differs significantly from competing domestically. It is no longer feasible to manage affairs in a small-scale, family-run manner. For Chun Xingyi's move to the Netherlands, the Champion Legend Sports Agency has specifically dispatched a 3-person team to assist Chun Hantang in caring for his son. This strategy is informed by lessons learned from Luo Kai, prompting Song Jiejia to realize that facilitating a Chinese player's transition abroad is far more intricate than merely transferring from a domestic team to a European one. Numerous complex factors ultimately influence a player's performance in Europe. As a nurturing sports agency, Song Jujia does not view their role as merely exporting players abroad, akin to human trafficking, but rather as a commitment to providing comprehensive support, allowing players to focus entirely on the sport itself without concerns. However, this philosophy has only been articulated by Song Jujia in the past 2 years. In the earlier days of the agency, when Hu Lai and Li Qingqing were among its initial signed players, they did not have the benefit of such comprehensive support. It is understandable given the challenging conditions during the company's inception. Now, with Hu Lai and Li Qingqing's significant successes in Europe, especially Hu Lai's, the Champion Legend Sports Agency has transformed from an obscure small enterprise into a recognized entity. Shan Daosheng was recruited through private connections with Yong Jun from the domestic scene. After listening to Shan Daosheng's explanation, Wang Guanglei attempted to articulate the pronunciation again. And this time, it indeed sounded less awkward. In Italy, if you wish to communicate more swiftly with the locals, even without proficiency in the language, it suffices to master the gestures employed by Italians. Shan Daosheng demonstrated this by bringing his right hand together with fingers tightly closed and giving a slight shake toward Wang Guanglei. Moreover, even if you have acquired the Italian language, to ensure that Italians fully grasp your intended meaning, it is essential to accompany your words with various hand gestures. After all, if Italians were devoid of hands, they would indeed be mute. Wang Guanglei found this remark amusing, having recently arrived at the Eldria Club, but he had already begun to appreciate the rich culture of gestures among the Italians. "I will strive to learn," he declared. "Grazie, Uncle San." "Oh, that expression of thanks carries a certain nuance," replied Dai, encouraging him. Xia Xiaoyu strolled alongside a plump, middle-aged blonde lady through a corridor adorned with photographs. Accompanying them was a translator, who was interpreting the lady's earlier remarks for Xia Xiaoyu. José Tarcísio is the greatest footballer in Portugal's history and a perpetual legend of Alvara Club. The training facility is named in his honor. Before embarking on his career as a professional player, Xia Xiaoyu was a fervent football enthusiast, and it was inconceivable for him to be unaware of who José Tarcísio was. The black and white photographs on the wall highlighted the era in which he played. Active during the 1960s and 70s, the blonde staff member from Alvara Club spoke truthfully. Tarcísio is indeed regarded as the pinnacle of Portuguese football history. He holds the record as the national team's all-time leading scorer, netting 51 goals, and led the team to a European Championship victory, as well as a fourth-place finish in the World Cup. Furthermore, his entire career was spent at Alvara, where he contributed to 2 Champions League titles. It is without question that he is a legend for both the nation and the club. The blonde lady continued to guide Xia Xiaoyu, imparting the illustrious history of the club he was about to join. It is said that this is a tradition at Alvara Club. Every newly signed player is taken here for a thorough education on the team's history. This lady serves as the dedicated narrator for newcomers, and as the foremost football powerhouse in Portugal, Alvara takes immense pride in its history, possessing every right to do so. After all, the most illustrious star in Portuguese football history hails from their club. At the end of the corridor, Xia Xiaoyu spotted a familiar face, Ricardo Balha, Alvara Club's new pride, widely regarded as the most likely heir to Tarcísio's legacy. Xia Xiaoyu gazed up at the photograph of Balha donning the Alvara jersey, recognizing him from the 2 matches he had seen in the previous season when Balha faced Hull City in the Premier League. The narrator's assessment of Balha was far from exaggerated. In the current World Cup, Balha, as a core player for Portugal, had propelled the team into the round of 16, scoring 1 goal and providing 2 assists, delivering an outstanding performance. It has been demonstrated that the optimism expressed by the Portuguese media and fans regarding him is not unfounded. Some outlets have begun to draw comparisons between him and the likes of Melibane and Kendall Kabanga, suggesting that he could stand as a representative of young European talent, vying for supremacy alongside these South American stalwarts. Although Alvara Club has a less than stellar reputation in the transfer market, it excels in nurturing young players. Notable examples include Tarcísio from the past and the more recent Balaya, both of whom were developed in-house. Furthermore, they possess a remarkable ability to transform obscure talents sourced from around the globe into stars, subsequently attracting attention from across Europe and selling them at exorbitant prices. This has led to Alvara being humorously dubbed a black shop due to their notoriously steep asking prices in the transfer market. However, Their ability to sell players despite such high demands illustrates their proficiency in player development. Clearly, the club harbors similar ambitions for Xia Xiaoyu to seize the opportunity presented by this promising young Chinese talent, who has just begun to make his mark on the World Cup before other clubs take notice or while they remain in a state of contemplation. Alvara aims to sign him, hone his skills, and ultimately reap substantial rewards. This endeavor is undoubtedly a gamble, yet it aligns perfectly with Xia Xiaoyu's aspirations. He is unconcerned about being treated as a mere commodity by Alvara. His primary desire is to carve out a genuine path to Europe. Within a club that has fostered talents like Tarsis Ao and Balaya, he wishes to traverse the same successful journey. With this thought in mind, Xia Xiaoyu gazed up at a photo of Balaya, his eyes seemingly ignited with determination. Accompanying him on the tour, Alvara's sporting director, Thiago Martins, observed the young man's profile and remarked with a smile, "Young man, you will have a brilliant future at Alvara." Upon learning what was said through the translator, Xia Xiaoyu promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Martins. I will strive not to disappoint you. P.S. I have resumed updating twice a day. A new volume has begun, and I kindly request monthly support." Chapter 2. Striving individually star. Push it up. Excellent. Chen Xingyi received loud praise from the assistant coach on the field after executing a spirited flank attack. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Amsterdam Athletics head coach, Juk Monster, remarked to the club's football director, Gus Hinter, "His sense of rhythm is impressive. He does not resemble the slow, lethargic Chinese players we once envisioned." Hinter chuckled. Receiving such praise from the third highest scorer in Dutch national team history should surely bring him great joy. The all-time top scorer for the Dutch national team is currently Maxi Khiri, who plays for Madrid Pirates and has yet to retire. Juk Monster, upon retiring, held the record as the all-time leading scorer for the national team, with an astonishing record of 75 appearances and 41 goals. He was once a globally renowned superstar in Dutch football, and it was at Ajax Amsterdam that he began his illustrious career. Here, he played a pivotal role in securing a Champions League title for Ajax before transferring to another club. After retiring, he returned to Ajax as the head coach. However, this was merely the beginning and did not signify much. Monster, praised by Gus Hent, maintained a calm demeanor and remarked that numerous factors would determine his success in the Netherlands, with the essence of football itself perhaps not being of utmost importance. This brings me to a poignant observation. Hent noted that from his very first day, he communicated with us in English and actively pursued learning Dutch. Even before our club could arrange it, his agency had already secured a Dutch language tutor for him. Moreover, I have heard that he is not alone. Several other Chinese players who have transferred to Europe share this ambition. This may be related to a Chinese player who previously played for Verona, who struggled to communicate with teammates upon his arrival, leaving him sidelined for quite some time. However, once he overcame the language barrier and began playing at Verona, he performed reasonably well, though time was not on his side, and ultimately, Verona faced relegation. As the coach of Ajax, Monster is naturally aware of the only Chinese player who played in the Eredivisie last season. Frankly speaking, although Verona was relegated, Luo Kai still made a name for himself in the league with goals and assists, proving he is no mere unknown. Hent acknowledged him. Nodding, it seems he has extended his loan to Verona for another season, albeit in the second division. If we assume that Star's talent is on par with his, then under more favorable circumstances, Star's future development seems more promising. Hent remarked that there are still media outlets outside believing our signing of him is merely a strategy to penetrate the Chinese market. Monster scoffed. What do those fools understand? They leech off Dutch football, sustaining themselves while offering no assistance to its development. Hent chuckled at Monster's extreme remarks, but refrained from responding. This was a private grudge between Monster and the Dutch media, and he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Although Juk Monster was a stalwart of Dutch football before his retirement, his relationship with the media had always been strained. The media regarded him as arrogant and lacking basic respect for their profession, while Monster considered them to be a pack of paparazzi, nitpicking with a magnifying glass, leading him to decline many interview requests during his playing days. Consequently, his retirement garnered little media coverage, resulting in a rather lonely farewell. This seemed to intensify Monster's disdain for the Dutch media, perpetuating their ongoing conflict. Last season, although Ajax secured the Dutch Cup, they lost the league title, leading to Monster facing severe criticism in the media. If one were to rely solely on media reports, It would seem that his position as coach is precarious, potentially leading to his dismissal from the club at any moment. However, within the club, the majority still rally behind this exceptionally talented coach who shone during his playing days. After all, he led the team to the UEFA Champions League semifinals last season, an impressive feat that had not been accomplished in 3 decades. The club envisions him continuing to guide the team towards a renaissance in the Champions League. The conversation waned when the topic of the media arose. Hunter fell silent, and Monster, too, ceased to speak. As both remained focused on the training taking place on the field, the Chinese player displayed unwavering enthusiasm throughout the session. Following a day of practice, Rocco returned to the locker room with his teammates. As he settled in, a figure approached him, Alan Hooper, the towering striker standing at 6 feet 3 inches. Despite both being forwards, they shared a good rapport, as Rocco had often provided assists to Hooper during training and matches. Rocco's skills were comprehensive, contrary to the belief that he was exceptionally solitary in his playing style. "Rocco, I have a question I've long wanted to ask, but I'm unsure if it's appropriate," Hooper ventured. "There's nothing inappropriate, Alan. Feel free to ask," Rocco replied in Dutch. "That is splendid. I'm simply curious. Why have you returned? Your initial loan contract with Verona was only for half a season, right? Why come back to play in the second division?" "I doubt this was solely the decision of trained club," Hooper inquired. Rocco elucidated. "I had finally adjusted to life in Verona. It would be a shame to leave after just half a season, wouldn't it? Is that the only reason?" Hooper's eyes widened in disbelief. "If it were merely for the sake of avoiding the need to adapt to a new environment, how low must a professional player's adaptability be to prefer remaining in the second division? I also regret not being able to contribute when the team needed me most last season. Thus, I wish to stay for another year." Hoping to aid the team in achieving promotion, Rocco added, presenting another rationale. This reason was somewhat palatable to Hooper, as the team's struggles from the previous season were well acknowledged. If Rocco could replicate his late-season form upon joining, Verona truly had a chance to avoid relegation. Rocco then presented a third reason. "Ultimately, I believe that rather than taking a risk by being loaned to a new team, securing a stable opportunity to play in Verona is what I desire most. Hence, I chose to remain here." Hooper seemed perplexed, "But we are playing in the second division. The level isn't particularly high." "My abilities are not exceedingly high either," Rocco replied. Yet, Hooper perceived Rocco's modesty, exclaiming, "Goodness, you claim your level isn't high, Rocco? You are the only player in our team who participated in the World Cup. In fact, the only one who scored a goal in the World Cup." Rocco thought to himself, what is so remarkable about that? There are players who are World Cup Golden Boot winners. "Jenner, do you have any news regarding Zhang Qinghua?" inquired Nurse Ma as Sun Wan entered the nurse's station. Sun Wan shook her head, saying, "Nothing special. He's just following the routine at the new club." "What about the matches?" Ma Jia inquired. "Yes, I am referring to the matches." "Has he already played?" "In a friendly match, not an official one," Sun Wan clarified. "But a friendly match is still a game." "How did he perform?" Sun Wan replied, "He was average." "What does average mean?" Ma Jia asked. "It means neither good nor bad." Sun Wan explained, "After all, he just arrived. It takes time to adapt to a new team." "Hey, Sun Wan, are there any TV broadcasts of the friendly matches?" her colleagues asked curiously. "Not in our country, but in Spain, local channels are airing them." "How did you manage to watch?" They were even more intrigued. "There are online streaming resources, so I found one to watch," she answered. "What? You can actually find that?" her colleagues exclaimed, wide-eyed. Ma Jia admonished her. "No wonder you sometimes seem exhausted. You need to take care of yourself. The time difference with Spain is significant. If you keep staying up late to watch matches, you might wear yourself out." A colleague chimed in. "Exactly, staying up late is bad for your skin." Sun Wan smiled slightly, accepting their good intentions, but had no intention of changing her habits. "Thank you, Ma Jia, but I'm fine. I've gotten used to it." The others shook their heads, lamenting. "Sun Wan, your devotion to Zhang Qinghua is true love." However, Sun Wan disagreed with this characterization, saying, "I am merely his fan." Ma Jia sighed, "All right. Next time you want to watch his match, let me know in advance so I can adjust your schedule and spare you from coming in during the morning." Sun Wan's eyes lit up. "You are truly kind, Ma Jia." "Oh, Ma Jia, we want that too." The other girls chimed in playfully. "Go away." Ma Jia waved them off. "Sun Wan is genuinely watching the game. You are just here for the spectacle." The women continued to jest, while Sun Wan remained detached, gazing pensively out of the window. Deep down, she understood that Zhang Qinghuan's experiences in Spain were far from the light-hearted manner in which she described them. Yet, there was little she could do but silently wish him well, hoping he would soon adapt to his new surroundings and once again showcase the graceful figure on the field. Chapter 3. The recruitment of Leeds City. Leeds City fans were delighted by the news that the beloved captain, Lorenzo Esposito, had renewed his contract with the team for 2 additional years. At the press conference following the renewal, he stated unequivocally that he would retire at Leeds City when his contract expired. The soap opera surrounding the club's decision to extend the captain's contract had finally reached its conclusion. Ultimately, we have retained our captain, a result that satisfies everyone. In the televised news, club general manager Eric Duffy stood alongside Lorenzo Esposito, both giving a thumbs up to the camera, their faces beaming with radiant smiles. If it weren't for your support, Lorenzo would have truly been sold, Sam Landy remarked, glancing at Tony Clark. How unpredictable life is. Last season, we were discussing selling him. Clark chuckled, times change, Sam. I believe that although Lorenzo is aging, he can still serve as a valuable addition to the lineup. After all, as we embark on a new season, we will inevitably face multiple competitions. Understood, understood. Sam raised his hands, indicating that we have brought in several players this summer. However, there is a concern, Tony. With so many new players joining us, the World Cup has hindered their ability to integrate well with the team. Who'll I know? 6 has only just returned, and Jay will not reunite with the squad until the 10th. Moreover, Peter's situation is even more dire. He may not be able to return to the team until October. Clark raised his hand, signaling Sam to refrain from broadcasting such disheartening news. He too felt the weight of the situation, but what could be done? England's journey in the World Cup has not been smooth. In the first group match, they failed to secure a victory against the Czech Republic, ending in a 0-0 draw. Although they triumphed over Egypt in the second match with a score of 2-0, they could only manage a 1-1 draw against Mexico in the final group match, thus advancing as the runners-up. In that match, Peter Williams came on as a substitute in the second half and delivered an outstanding performance, earning the recognition of the national team head coach, Jason Riley. Consequently, in the round of 16 against Germany, Williams was granted the opportunity to start, displacing Harry Bernard, who was struggling with fitness after undergoing meniscus surgery. In his debut as a starter on the World Cup stage, Williams exhibited immense enthusiasm and vitality. His remarkable display drew praise from England commentator Matthew Cox, who asserted that this young talent nurtured by Leeds City would become a key figure in England's midfield after the current captain. Tragically, just before the end of the first half, he collided with German defender Patrick Eswain during a tussle, resulting in a fractured fibula. This injury prematurely ended Peter Williams' World Cup campaign. 50 minutes later, England followed suit and exited the tournament. Initially, the media speculated that Williams would be sidelined for 2 months due to his injury, which would cause him to miss Leeds City's preseason training and the early matches of the season. However, following surgical treatment, his recovery time was confirmed to be 3.5 months. By the time he is fit to return and able to train with the team, it will already be mid-October. As the core of the midfield, Peter Williams' injury poses a significant setback for Leeds City. Fortunately, last season, the team acquired Jay Adams from London Bridge. Although he has transitioned from an attacking midfielder to a defensive role, he can still contribute to organizing the attack, ensuring that the midfield is not devoid of a playmaker. However, if Adams is to orchestrate the offense from the defensive position, reinforcement is necessary. Of course, even without Williams' injury, Leeds City had always intended to strengthen the defensive midfield role. Last season, Leeds City scored a staggering 86 goals in the Premier League, leading the league in scoring. However, they also conceded 42 goals. The number of goals conceded is not the highest in the Premier League, as Peterborough United, who finished at the bottom and were relegated, let in 75 goals, making them the team with the most goals conceded. However, the 42 goals conceded by Leeds United is the most among the top 4 teams in the Premier League. This performance hardly justifies their claim to the title of last season as champions. It is no wonder that some voices suggest that Leeds City's triumph was more a matter of fortune rather than a reflection of their prowess, especially considering the underwhelming performances of other title contenders last season. Queen's Park Rangers initially showed promise, yet in their match against Leeds City, they not only lost at home, but also faced the severe misfortune of their captain Bernard sustaining a serious injury. One could argue that the Rangers were simply unlucky, while Leeds City capitalized on favorable circumstances. Ultimately, with no formidable contenders remaining, Leeds City was able to lift the Premier League trophy. As the old Chinese saying goes, in times of no heroes, the mediocre rise to prominence. Clark is aware that the unexpected factors contributing to his team's championship last season, coupled with their defensive performance still being subpar, albeit an improvement over the season they barely managed to avoid relegation, necessitates further fortification in defense. Last season, Leeds City conceded 67 goals, indicating a pressing need to enhance their defensive capabilities. Jay Adams performed commendably in a defensive midfield role, but he must also juggle the responsibilities of orchestrating attacks and controlling the tempo, which limits his capacity to focus solely on defense. Moreover, given that he initially entered the football scene with aspirations of playing as an attacking midfielder, his defensive prowess is inherently lacking. He relies on tireless running and tenacity. Spanish defensive midfielder José Bila is a genuine defensive asset, yet his slow pace poses a significant drawback. His ability to intercept is decent, but once breached, he becomes vulnerable. While he may suffice as a substitute, entrusting him with a starting role to cover the entirety of the midfield defensively is unrealistic. Often, by the time he reaches his position, the opposition has already transitioned the ball away, leaving him scrambling. Thus, securing a defensive midfielder has become a priority for the club this summer. Ultimately, the club invested £25 million to acquire the main defensive midfielder, Ghanaian international Salif Sadio, from Bundesliga side Greuther Fürth. It is hoped that this stalwart will enhance Leeds City's midfield defense. Additionally, the £30 million transfer fee marks not only the highest for Leeds City this season, but also the most expensive player in the club's history. Sadio has spent 7 seasons at Greuther Fürth, consistently as a starter, and was once named in the Bundesliga's best 11 5 seasons ago, making his capabilities unquestionable. This is precisely why Leeds City was willing to invest such a significant amount. In addition to bolstering the midfield, reinforcing the forward line is equally vital, as Lorenzo has proven unable to shoulder the responsibility alone, necessitating a replacement for his vacated position. While Hulai was the top scorer in the Premier League last season, one must consider the unprecedented defensive pressure he will face in the new season. Thus, it is essential to find additional support to alleviate this burden. During the World Cup, Leeds City and the Polish club Warsaw reached an agreement to acquire the young prodigy forward, Dominik Lasky, for a transfer fee of £25 million. The 23-year-old Polish forward, standing at 1.84 m, possesses a well-proportioned physique, though he cannot be classified as particularly robust. In contrast to Lorenzo, his most remarkable attribute lies in his exceptional footwork, frequently dazzling spectators in the Polish league with his ability to maneuver effortlessly through the tightest of defenses. With a well-rounded skill set, he excels in scoring, assisting, and playmaking. Last season, he concluded the Polish top-tier league as the third highest scorer, netting 18 goals and providing 10 assists. His impressive statistics underscore his versatility in both scoring and assisting, a significant factor that caught the eye of Leeds City. There are various methods for alleviating defensive pressure for Hulai. One is to directly score, while another involves drawing the opposition's defenders away and then passing the ball to Hulai in an open space. This requires considerable scoring and playmaking ability, both of which Lasky possesses. Unlike Lorenzo, who relies on physicality to shield the ball and set up Hulai, Lasky employs his remarkable footwork to control the ball before distributing it. Indeed, Lasky is an emerging star in Polish football, already under the watchful eyes of several prominent European clubs, many of which boast greater renown than Leeds City. So, why did Lasky ultimately choose Leeds City? On one hand, Leeds City was willing to invest, with the £25 million equating to approximately €30 million for a 23-year-old player. Other elite clubs might not match Leeds City's financial decisiveness, not due to a lack of funds, but rather because they may deem Lasky not worth the €30 million. On the other hand, Leeds City assured Lasky of a starting position, a decisive factor in his choice. Departing from the Polish domestic league to make a mark on the true European football stage, Lasky, as one of Poland's top young talents, certainly harbors his own ambitions. What significance would there be in joining a prestigious club only to serve as a mere water cooler attendant? Although still young, at 23, he is not exceedingly so. Spending an additional season or two on the bench could diminish his career achievements by more than just a tier or two. In this regard, Lasky exhibits a maturity and foresight that belies his years. Thus, he declined offers from illustrious clubs, resisting the temptation of vanity to occupy a secondary role. Instead, He opted to join Leeds City, a team that recently triumphed in the Premier League by fortune. For him, irrespective of the stature of the club, it remains a Premier League title, even if not a giant. Few would consider it beneath him to transfer from being the third highest scorer in Poland to joining the Premier League champions. Seydou and Lasky are the two major signings for Leeds City this season, alongside further reinforcements in other positions. For instance, in response to the shortage of personnel on the flanks, they invested £18 million to acquire Welsh right-winger Jack Walsh from Liverpool. This Welsh international possesses versatility, capable of performing on both sides, with commendable speed and a certain degree of offensive prowess, making him a valuable asset on the wing. He will compete with Charlie Water for a starting position on the right flank. Furthermore, Leeds City has reinforced multiple positions, including fullbacks and centre-backs. Through various means, some acquisitions were through transfers, others via loans, and some players were promoted from their youth and reserve teams. Consequently, the number of registered first-team players at Leeds City has surged to 30, all in preparation for the multifaceted challenges of the new season. Unlike their previous domestic focus, this time, Leeds City will participate in the UEFA Champions League as the Premier League champions. In this prestigious tournament, which epitomizes the pinnacle of footballing excellence on the planet, they will face off against renowned clubs and formidable teams from across Europe. They may either achieve an astonishing triumph or face a humbling defeat, experiencing the harsh realities of competing at this elite level. Regardless, for a team that was grappling with relegation just 2 seasons ago, this marks a monumental leap forward. After all, having the opportunity to sit at the table alongside the giants they once could only admire from afar is truly remarkable. Chapter 4. The joy of youth Peter has been rather unfortunate. After finally earning a starting position in the World Cup, he sustained an injury before even completing the first half and will now be absent for an extended period. I believe we should pay him a visit, Hulai suggested to a few close friends in the locker room. Charlie Porter furrowed his brow, expressing skepticism. I can't shake the feeling that your intentions for visiting Peter aren't entirely sincere. Hulai, puzzled, responded, Charlie, what do you mean? If it weren't to visit Peter, what other reason could there be? To flaunt in front of him, you wretched World Cup Golden Boot holder. Hulai spread his hands. Charlie, you mustn't judge my intentions with a narrow perspective. Until you mentioned it, I hadn't even considered that my 5 goals in the World Cup could secure me the Golden Boot. Kamara, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. It's best you refrain from further comments. The more you speak, the more it seems like you're boasting. Currently, on the Leeds City team, only Hulai, Peter Williams, and Jay Adams participated in this World Cup. Ismail Kamara, who excelled in the league last season, was unfortunately not selected. The French squad is indeed brimming with talent, and his previous season's performance alone lacked sufficient evidence to assure his consistent prowess. Thus, he did not receive a call-up. After failing to advance past the group stage in the last World Cup, the French team performed admirably this time, ultimately reaching the semi-finals and defeating Belgium in a penalty shootout to secure 3rd place. Some French media outlets have suggested that, based on Kamara's performance in the Premier League last season, his selection for the national team should be a foregone conclusion. However, to participate in the World Cup in Spain and Portugal 4 years from now, he must maintain such form and consistency, at the very least avoiding significant fluctuations in performance. The situation of Charlie Porter bears a striking resemblance to that of Kamara. His performance in Leeds City has been commendable, particularly last season. However, he has yet to receive a call-up to the England national team. This is largely due to the abundance of talent in England's midfield. Even players like Peter Williams and Jay Adams, who have been selected, find themselves relegated to the bench, leaving Porter with little hope. In contrast, Hulai, one of the 3 players from the team who participated in the World Cup, did not merely attend the tournament. He scored goals, 5, to be precise. Not only did he score 5 goals, but he also earned the title of top scorer at this World Cup. This achievement is particularly remarkable considering it was Hulai's very first World Cup. Is there a precedent in the world of football for a player to win the Golden Boot in their inaugural World Cup? Indeed, there have been instances in the early editions of the tournament where first-time participants claimed the accolade, such as the Golden Boot winner of the inaugural World Cup, Brazilian player Peladinho, who netted 8 goals. The top scorer of the second World Cup was Italian striker Luca Valentini, who scored 4 goals. However, such ancient precedents hold little significance today. Since the dawn of the 21st century, no player has ever secured the Golden Boot in their first World Cup. Hulai has achieved this milestone. He even flew to New York City to receive his Golden Boot trophy after the final match, posing for photographs alongside established stars. In the same year, Hu Lai, at the tender age of 22, reached the pinnacle of his career by winning the Premier League title, the Premier League Top Scorer Award, and the World Cup Golden Boot. As the others jested about Hu Lai, Jay Adams, who had been quietly absorbed in his phone, suddenly spoke up. "I think we should pay Peter a visit." "Why?" Everyone turned to inquire. Adams held up his phone, revealing a news article on the field of disappointment. In love's embrace, Peter Williams spotted in secret meeting with a beauty. Beneath the headline was a photograph, likely taken outside Williams' residence, depicting him with a crutch in one hand while gently caressing the face of a brunette woman with the other. A stunned silence enveloped the group. After a moment, Hu Lai emphatically slapped his thigh. "We should definitely go see Peter." Charlie Porter, realizing the situation, nodded vigorously. "Yes, we ought to check on him." Adams regarded them, and they both turned to him. Hu Lai asked, "Jay, aren't you curious?" Adams tucked away his phone and nodded. "Indeed, we should visit Peter." When Peter Williams' grandmother opened the door and saw several Leeds City players standing outside, her eyes widened in surprise, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Hello, Grandma. Is Peter home?" Jay Adams inquired with a warm smile. "Oh, Grandmother finally grasped the situation. She nodded repeatedly, then stepped aside to allow a few individuals to enter the house. "He is home," she announced. Turning towards the staircase, she called out, "Peter, your teammates have come to see you." Soon, footsteps echoed from the stairwell, and Peter Williams peeked out, his expression a mix of surprise and delight upon seeing Hu Lai and the others. "What brings you here?" he exclaimed. "We've come to see you, Peter," Hu Lai replied on behalf of the group. "Everyone is quite concerned about you." Behind him, Charlie Porter, Jay Adams, Kamala, and others eagerly nodded in agreement. Williams, touched by their gesture, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you. Don't just stand downstairs. Come up to my room," he added. "I apologize for my mobility issues." "No worries, Peter. Just wait there. We'll make our way up ourselves," Hu Lai responded, glancing back at the others. They exchanged knowing looks and simultaneously stepped forward. Each person ascending the staircase playfully punched Williams on the chest in a jovial manner as they made their way to his room. Grandmother watched this scene unfold from downstairs, her face lighting up with a smile. Williams was the last to enter the room. Just as he stepped inside, Jay Adams promptly shut the door behind him. With a smile still on his face, Williams was suddenly pulled onto the bed by Charlie Porter, who pinned his hands down. The others quickly gathered around, adopting a scrutinizing demeanor. The smile faded from Williams' face as he looked at his teammates, bewildered. "What are you guys doing?" he asked. "What do you think?" Hu Lai retorted. "You know very well, Peter." "Know what?" Williams gazed at his teammates, confused by their sudden change in demeanor. "Don't play dumb. We saw everything on the news." Charlie scoffed. "News? What news? I haven't renewed my contract. I just signed one last season. Don't try to wriggle out of this," Hu Lai insisted, signaling to Adams, who then held up his phone in front of Williams' face, illuminating the screen to reveal the news article. Peter Williams, a sporting failure, yet a romantic triumph? Williams stared in disbelief at the screen for several seconds before exclaiming, "What the hell? Those damn paparazzi," with the evidence clearly in hand. "What do you have to say for yourself, Peter?" Hu Lai crossed his arms, gesturing to Charlie to release Williams. Charlie stood up alongside the others at the edge of the bed, their eyes fixed intently on Williams. Williams turned his head, scanning the room. "Seriously, guys? You came to my house just to ask me about this?" "What do you mean just to ask you about this?" Hu Lai chuckled. "Is there anything more serious than this matter?" "I'm injured." "Ah, we're truly sorry to hear that, Peter," Charlie interjected solemnly. "That is precisely why we came to see you. Hoping you'll recover swiftly and return to the field." He continued, "Now, would you mind telling us who that girl is?" Williams raised his hand and gave Charlie Porter the middle finger, then sighed resignedly, "She's my French teacher." Before he could finish his sentence, the young people in the room collectively gasped, "Home tutor AVI. My goodness. Peter, I misjudged you. I always thought you were a person of integrity. But it turns out you are more adventurous than any of us." Indeed, Williams simultaneously raised both middle fingers, insisting, "She truly is my French teacher. It's just that after I was injured, she came to comfort me, and that's how we ended up together." "Peter, listen to yourself. Previously, she was merely your French teacher. And after one comforting visit, your relationship transformed? Was there not a barrier between you that was shattered, altering your dynamic?" Hu Lai sneered. "If you had a clear conscience, I would find that hard to believe. What do you mean by a guilty conscience? Williams shot Hulai a fierce glare, then, somewhat dejectedly, admitted, "All right, I confess. During our interactions, I gradually developed feelings for Delphine." J. Adams sighed in disappointment. I had hoped for some dramatic twist in their story, worthy of tabloid headlines. Yet the truth is so simple and mundane. Hulai turned to him and asked, "What did you expect, Jay? I think this is far more intriguing than a tale of a sports star and a nightclub queen. How extraordinary that the midfield maestro of Leeds has fallen for his French teacher." Kamala suddenly inquired of Williams, "Why did you choose to study French?" Williams shrugged. "Isn't it simply to facilitate communication with you?" Hulai interjected with a laugh. "So, Ismail, you are Peter's matchmaker?" Kamala looked puzzled. "What is a matchmaker?" "Oh, it's like Cupid," Hulai clarified. Once Kamala understood, she turned back to Williams, "But we have who to translate." "That's precisely the issue, Ismail. This guy tends to take my words out of context." Williams pointed at Hulai. Hulai retorted angrily, "What nonsense. How have I taken anything out of context? I'm merely extracting the main point, regardless of how you define it. You possess the authority to interpret my words, while I wish to communicate directly with Ismail. Thus, I sought Delphine to teach me French," Williams continued. "So you failed to master French, yet managed to win over your teacher?" Charlie Porter quipped. "No. Delphine is an excellent teacher. I did learn French," Williams asserted, stating the last part in French. Kamala's eyes lit up upon hearing Williams genuinely speak in French. Although he had already learned English and could communicate effortlessly, he was taken aback that she had gone to such lengths for him by learning a new language. The others expressed their admiration for Peter Williams. J. Adams shook his head. "I could never reach your level, Peter." Charlie Porter pondered. "I've heard that French women are more open and romantic than British women. Perhaps I should learn French too?" Hulai mocked him. "You shouldn't learn French. You should go to Korea." Charlie. "To Korea? Why? Korean girls are more open?" "No. Korean cosmetic surgery is superior." "Go to hell who? You have no right to judge me." Charlie lunged forward, toppling Hulai onto the bed, and the two of them began to tussle. Just then, the voice of their grandmother rang out from outside. "It's tea time, boys." With disheveled clothes and hair tousled into a bird's nest, Hulai sat up on the bed and proposed, "Guys, we should have Peter treat us to a meal and introduce us to his girlfriend. In our culture." This Adams raised his hand to halt his words. "You wouldn't want that, who? Why not?" Hulai asked, puzzled. "Is there no meal I could possibly enjoy? Aren't you always saying that bachelors are like dogs? When Peter and his girlfriend are all lovey-dovey at the dinner table, you'll merely be a bystander. That's not a meal, it's dog food. Would you still want to eat?" Adams explained. Hulai paused, realizing Adams was right. The scene would indeed be too cruel, unsuitable for children. With a resigned wave of his hand, he said, "Forget it. Let us just go have afternoon tea." The group tumbled down the stairs, where they found Williams's grandmother had already prepared tea and cookies. She raised a plate and said to the first one to arrive, "Give this a try, who? I baked these bone-shaped biscuits just for you." The others stared at the pile of little biscuits shaped like bones, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter, except for Hulai. The grandmother cast a curious glance at the laughing group, then looked at Hulai with hopeful eyes, encouraging him to taste. Williams, filled with mirth, patted Hulai's shoulder enthusiastically. "Don't be shy, who? My grandmother's biscuits are the best." Reluctantly, Hulai picked up a biscuit and took a bite. "How is it?" the grandmother asked, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Hulai nodded, forcing an exaggerated smile. "It's absolutely delicious." "Thank you, Grandma. You're too kind, who? I'm delighted that you all can visit Peter. Come, eat and play as you like," the grandmother invited warmly. The group obediently sat down to sip tea and nibble on biscuits, behaving like well-mannered 5- or 6-year-olds under their grandmother's affectionate gaze. However, it wasn't long before they turned on the game console, shouting and competing with fervor. The grandmother busied herself in the kitchen, occasionally glancing at the young ones, a genuine smile spreading across her face. She felt a touch younger in their presence. How wonderful it was. Chapter 5. Preseason. Peter Williams's absence due to injury posed a significant challenge for the coaching staff of Leeds City. The silver lining was that, despite playing in the World Cup, Hulai maintained both his physical fitness and form remarkably well, showing no signs of the exhaustion typically associated with such an event. It was noteworthy that even J. Adams, who had only played as a substitute in the World Cup, felt drained upon returning to the team after his holiday. This fatigue was not merely physical but also mental, as if the World Cup had completely sapped his energy. The coaches at Leeds City fully understood this predicament. After all, it was the World Cup. England's journey in the tournament was often imbued with considerable significance by enthusiastic British media and fans alike. The participation in the World Cup places immense pressure on every English player. It is noteworthy that even a mere glimpse of their faces through the hotel room windows can lead to significant media coverage by English journalists, turning such moments into major news, which inevitably attracts the scrutiny of countless onlookers. This naturally contributes to the considerable stress experienced by the players. Conversely, China's vast population, making its World Cup debut while bearing the hopes and expectations of its nation, undoubtedly faces its own substantial pressures. It is quite normal for players to feel physically and mentally exhausted after such a grueling tournament. However, Guanglei not only remains unwearied but is instead invigorated, as if he has not yet emerged from the exhilarating atmosphere of the World Cup. In the preseason friendlies, he scored 2 goals in 3 matches, maintaining his consistent efficiency. This preseason, Leeds City, having secured the Premier League title, is no longer relegated to facing lower-tier teams. As reigning champions, they received an invitation to participate in the International Champions Cup held in the Singapore region. This event is a well-established preseason tournament that annually invites renowned European teams to compete in various regions. Typically, the teams featured in this tournament are either illustrious giants or long-standing powerhouses, all possessing considerable influence in the top 5 European leagues. Leeds City, previously an obscure entity in English football and virtually unknown across Europe, would have never had the opportunity to partake in the International Champions Cup. However, their recent status as Premier League champions has changed that narrative. Thus, shortly after the conclusion of the last season, they received an invitation from the tournament organizers. In the Singapore region, 4 teams competed in a round-robin format, with each team playing 3 matches. A win earned 3 points, while a loss yielded none. Unlike league play, the International Champions Cup does not permit draws. If a match ends in a tie, it proceeds directly to a penalty shootout to determine the victor, with the winning team earning 2 points. The team with the highest points at the end of the tournament is crowned champion. In Singapore, Leeds City faced formidable opponents: the German powerhouse Ruhr, the La Liga's Sevilla Navigators, and League One's Lyon Lions. Guanglei excelled, scoring 2 goals across the 3 matches. However, Leeds City's overall performance was less than stellar. In their opening match, they suffered a crushing 13-1 defeat to Ruhr, with Guanglei scoring a solitary goal to restore some pride. The second match saw them lose 0-1 to Sevilla Navigators. In their third encounter, Leeds City appeared to finally grasp the competitive spirit against continental teams, performing markedly better than in the previous 2 matches, resulting in a 2-2 draw with Lyon Lions, with Guanglei and centre-back Teddy Braithwaite each netting a goal. Unfortunately, in the ensuing penalty shootout, fortune did not favor them, and they succumbed to defeat. Consequently, after completing the 3 friendlies, Leeds City finished with 0 points, occupying the bottom of the standings. They left without securing any championship prize, only receiving the fixed participation fee. From the 3 matches, it is evident that Leeds City has yet to fully coalesce as a team. After all, the International Champions Cup takes place from late July to early August, a period during which Leeds City was still actively engaged in recruitment, resulting in an incomplete lineup. For instance, the transfer of defensive midfielder Syed had not been finalized at that time. Naturally, when faced with the traditional powerhouses of Europe, Leeds City still appears rather inexperienced. However, for head coach Tony Clark, the final score is of little concern. The primary objective of participating in this International Champions Cup was to allow the team to face off against European clubs, thereby assessing the gaps between themselves and the elite teams of Europe and to acclimatize to the upcoming Champions League season. Throughout the matches, he observed both the shortcomings and the highlights of his team. While numerous issues were apparent, the bright spot lay in their attacking prowess. The absence of Peter Williams significantly hampered the organization of their offense. Nevertheless, Leeds managed to score 3 goals across the 3 matches, notably netting 2 goals in the third match, which culminated in a draw against the League One powerhouse Lyon within the 90 minutes. Guanglei, in particular, shone by scoring 2 goals over the course of these matches, especially during the opening match against the Bundesliga giant Ruhr. In this contest, Leeds was largely dominated by Ruhr, with few offensive opportunities. Yet, even in the face of such adversity, Hu Lai seized one of the scant chances available and shone brightly, resulting in a goal. This exemplifies one of the qualities that Clark values most in Hu Lai as a forward. At times, he does not overly rely on his teammates for support to find the back of the net. Take, for instance, his goal against Rhein, which stemmed from an error made by a defender during a lateral pass that lacked sufficient power, allowing Hu Lai to intercept the ball. In a one-on-one situation with the goalkeeper Simon Koenig, he effortlessly slotted the ball home. The entire sequence was straightforward, seemingly devoid of technical complexity. Yet, the question arises, why was Hu Lai in that position? That is where the technical acumen lies. He consistently pressures the opponent's defensive line, not only to create space for his teammates and generate passing opportunities, but also to apply constant pressure on the opposing defenders, awaiting their mistakes. In this instance, when Rhein's defender faltered, Hu Lai, who had been patiently biding his time, seized the opportunity without hesitation. Hence, while some may argue that Hu Lai is a forward heavily reliant on his teammates, Clark is disinclined to engage in such debates. In fact, he would prefer that Leeds City's opponents hold this belief, as it would significantly diminish their vigilance towards Hu Lai, thereby lessening the attention he receives in critical situations. Ultimately, as long as Leeds City benefits, Clark remains indifferent to the opinions of others. While Hu Lai's performance has been commendable, the Polish prodigy Dominik Klaski, acquired during the World Cup period, has struggled to find his footing. He is yet to truly integrate into the team. Although he occasionally showcases his talent during the 3 warm-up matches, he has not consistently performed at the desired level and remains out of sync with the team's overall rhythm. This is a process that requires time, and one cannot rush it. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary ability of Hu Lai, who, upon his inaugural appearance for the team, managed to score a goal and subsequently netted 5 goals across 3 consecutive matches. A remarkable start indeed, rare and serendipitous. Clark can only hope that Lasky swiftly acclimatizes to the rhythm of playing against Premier League teams, while consistently offering him confidence and encouragement during interviews. Believing wholeheartedly in his potential for success within the Premier League. Often, the support and encouragement from a coach prove to be immensely significant for players. After concluding the International Champions Cup in Singapore, the entire Leeds City squad returned to England. Following this, they faced their last crucial match before the onset of the Premier League, a final warm-up known as the Community Shield. As a pivotal event that heralds the commencement of each season, the Community Shield bears resemblance to the Super Cup in other countries, featuring a clash between the previous season's league champion and the cup champion. However, the English football landscape is slightly unique, possessing 2 domestic cup competitions, the venerable FA Cup and the considerably less prestigious League Cup. Thus, the teams competing in the Community Shield are those of the league champion and the FA Cup champion, without any relation to the League Cup champion. Initially, this match held no connection to the Super Cup. It originated as a contest between professional and amateur teams, evolving into its current form over time. The 2026 Community Shield saw the previous season's Premier League champions, Leeds City, face off against the FA Cup champions, Manchester Athletic. After a grueling 90 minutes, Leeds City succumbed to Manchester Athletic with a score of 1-3, failing to secure the Community Shield title. During this match, Hu Lai faced intense marking from Manchester Athletic, managing only 3 shots on goal without scoring. However, he did lead both teams in foul counts, having been infringed upon 7 times. The successful neutralization of Hu Lai's impact by Manchester Athletic consequently stifled Leeds City's offensive efforts, allowing them to ultimately lift the Community Shield for the season. Hu Lai was unable to complete the match, being substituted in the 63rd minute, at which point Leeds City was merely trailing 1-2, leaving room for a potential comeback. Yet, the special attention given to Hu Lai by Manchester Athletic compelled Clark to remove him from the field, having already lost Peter Williams in the World Cup. Losing Hu Lai would spell disaster for Leeds City in the new season. With Hu Lai's protection in mind, Clark opted for an early substitution, which essentially indicated Leeds City's lack of intent to contest the Super Cup title against Manchester Athletic. Clark did not hold the Community Shield in high regard, valuing Hu Lai's health far more significantly. Sitting on the bench after his substitution, Hu Lai appeared somewhat dejected. Observing this, Matthew Cox offered words of consolation from a distance. "Do not be disheartened, young man. This summer has been nothing short of extraordinary for you. Premier League champion, Premier League Golden Boot, and World Cup Golden Boot, along with a hat trick against Brazil. No one can guarantee that their form will always be impeccable. nor can anyone assure victory in every endeavor. Now, allow your talents to cool and take a well-deserved rest. As the new season of the Premier League commences, we warmly welcome your return. Chapter 6. The inevitable path to stardom. Leeds City did not secure the Community Shield, and in the eyes of certain media and fans, their loss transcended mere championship defeat. While Tony Clark may be indifferent to this title, others certainly care. Coupled with their winless streak in the International Champions Cup, Leeds City faced a disheartening start, having lost all 4 of their crucial league matches. This provided ample fodder for critics. Consequently, following their defeat in the Community Shield, critical voices emerged in the media targeting Clark, as well as those forecasting doom for Leeds City. The defenders of Manchester Athletic demonstrated through their actions that he was not invincible. Despite his formidable performance in the World Cup, upon returning to Leeds City, he too faced restrictions. Do not assert that Leeds City fielded a weakened team in this match. Manchester Athletic also employed a rotating lineup. From this encounter, it became evident that the player Leeds City could least afford to lose was not who, but rather Peter Williams. His absence due to injury significantly hampered Leeds City's offensive organization. After Williams was sidelined, Clark attempted to adjust his attacking strategy by urging Jay Adams to push forward more frequently. This approach mirrored his previous adjustments aimed at enhancing Leeds City's defensive capabilities by encouraging the team to regroup. In his debut for Leeds City, Sadou's performance was less than stellar. He has yet to acclimatize to the pace of English football, and 2 of the goals conceded were linked to his involvement. One hopes Sadou can adapt swiftly, for he did not join Leeds City merely to be a substitute. Should Leeds City commence the new Premier League season in such a state, I would assert that their ultimate ranking this season could be quite dismal. I urge the optimistic Leeds City fans to take heed. This season, Leeds City will also contend in the Champions League, and the pressures of dual competitions are likely unknown to them at this juncture, but they will soon discover the realities of such demands. Criticism of this nature is abundant and cannot simply be dismissed as baseless. It is well-founded and valid. Leeds City's performance indeed raises doubts about their future. This is, after all, an intrinsic characteristic of football. People evaluate and predict based on past achievements, for results are tangible and unyielding. The accolades one receives correlate directly to their performance. Excel, and you are lauded. Falter, and you are criticized mercilessly. Last season, following Leeds City's triumph in the Premier League, the media was rife with praise for Clark and the entire team. Based solely on these reports, one might conclude that Tony Clark is the most formidable coach in England. In reality, he nearly deserves such acclaim. With the league title under his belt, he was awarded the prestigious title of season's best coach by the Premier League. Leading a team that was once battling relegation to a championship victory speaks volumes about Clark's capabilities. To claim otherwise would be a gross misjudgment. Thus, it is undeniable that Clark possesses remarkable qualities. However, following the accolades bestowed upon him after securing the championship, it seemed as though Clark had ascended to the status of a flawless coach. His passionate style of football garnered widespread admiration. Yet the glaring weaknesses of his porous defense were conveniently overlooked. At that moment, neither those who extolled Clark nor those who savored the praises could have anticipated the vehement criticism he would face just 2 months later. This scrutiny was not limited to the coach alone. Players and the team as a whole were also subject to similar fates. In the realm of football, rational objectivity and fair assessments are mere illusions. Evaluations oscillate ceaselessly between extremes. One season, one match, or even the halves of a single game are all susceptible to this fickle nature. Exceptional performances invite adulation, while lackluster displays draw scorn. Thus, entering the professional football arena necessitates an adaptation to this volatile environment. One should refrain from attempting to reason with detractors, as naive as it may seem to invoke past praises. When faced with criticism, it is prudent to endure in silence and strive for improvement, thereby compelling those who once condemned to later extol. Conversely, when basking in praise, one must remain vigilant, recognizing that a solitary poor performance could swiftly transform a favored player into a discarded one, thus serving as motivation for personal growth. Professional football is akin to rowing against the current. Stagnation equates to regression. Therefore, Tony Clark disregards the critical voices emanating from the media and online platforms. He has no time for trivial exchanges with the press. Every moment is better spent honing his team's tactical training. A week later, the 2026 to 2027 Premier League season will commence in full swing. On Saturday, August 15, 2026, as the whistle blew for the match between newly promoted Hull City and Portsmouth, the new season of the Premier League officially began. The following day, Leeds City welcomed last season's 7th-place finisher, Wolverhampton, to their home ground. Wolverhampton, also a newly promoted team last season, finished in 7th place, having secured their status well ahead of time and even coming close to European competition. The remarkable feat of elevating a newly promoted team to such heights earned Wolverhampton's Spanish coach, Javier Tebella, a nomination for the official Best Coach award last season. Although he did not triumph over Clark as the ultimate victor, it nonetheless attests to Tebella's caliber. During the pre-match press conference, Tebella remained humble and courteous. I have observed Leeds City's performance during the preseason. However, I believe the outcomes of friendly matches do not reflect true capabilities. Mr. Tony Clark is a coach I deeply respect. Transforming a relegation-threatened team into league champions is truly inspiring. For me, he serves as a role model and a goal to strive towards. A reporter then inquired, Mr. Tebella, do you aspire to lead Wolverhampton to the championship? Why not? Anyone can pursue their dreams, Tebella replied with a confident smile. Despite his evident respect for Leeds City and Clark during the pre-match press conference, Tebella's ambition shone through. However, in the heat of the competition, he was anything but courteous. The away team, Wolverhampton, exhibited an assertive and aggressive approach, particularly in their challenges against Hulai. It was evident that they drew inspiration from Manchester Athletic's triumph over Leeds City in the Community Shield match. In just the first half, Hulai was fouled 4 times by Wolverhampton players. There was a period when he couldn't even turn his body in front of the penalty area, let alone attempt a shot on goal. The players from Wolverhampton engaged in additional physicality during their confrontations with him. For instance, after competing for a header, they would not ease off but instead crash into Hulai, sending him sprawling to the ground. The Premier League's leniency in officiating physical confrontations provided them with an opportunity to intensify their defensive tactics against Hulai. Naturally, they were cautious not to overstep in the penalty area, moderating their actions accordingly. CCTV's commentator, Hifong, lamented, "This is the price Hulai pays for being the World Cup Golden Boot winner." Throughout the match, Hulai became the focal point of the opposition's efforts. While the honor of being the World Cup's top scorer is widely recognized, it also serves as a significant temptation for his rivals, compelling them to continuously challenge Hulai in a bid to prove their superiority over the Golden Boot winner. Indeed, professional players possess an innate competitive spirit. They need not even attain the World Cup Golden Boot. Merely having been the Premier League's top scorer last season is sufficient to incite defenders to take ruthless measures against him. Yin Kong interjected, "This is a path that any player aspiring to be among the elite in world football must traverse. There are no effortless ascents to the pinnacle, nor is there a casual route to stardom." Even as Hifong comforted the anxious fans watching from their screens, he simultaneously encouraged Hulai. As Hulai's fame grows, these fans will undoubtedly witness similar scenes in future matches. Therefore, there is no need to criticize the players of Wolverhampton. They are merely fulfilling the duties expected of defenders. The key lies in adjusting one's mindset, recognizing that such a level of defense, in a certain sense, serves as an acknowledgement and admiration of Hulai's prowess. After all, when the two teams clashed last season, Hulai did not endure such treatment from his opponents. Craig is notoriously known for his lenient officiating, and Tabila, that rascal, has thoroughly prepared. Even considering the referee's leniency, Sam Lander complained. He understood that his players would not face significant repercussions for their actions. "I'm not surprised," Clark stated expressionlessly from the sidelines. Paul Craig, a referee in the Premier League, is renowned for his gentle approach, often allowing the game to flow with minimal interruptions. Though this can lead to controversy, if one side fails to control their footwork, it can easily ignite tensions between both teams, making the match appear more intense and thrilling. From the northern stand of Flanders Stadium, a cacophony of boos erupted. David Miller and his companions raised their middle fingers, simultaneously shouting, "Sparks, you dog. That was intentional. You absolutely did that on purpose." Just moments ago, Hulai, retreating to collect the ball in midfield, was unceremoniously knocked to the ground by Noah Sparks, a midfielder from Wolverhampton. Although the referee, Craig, blew his whistle to signal a foul against Sparks, he refrained from issuing a card, opting instead for a mere verbal warning. Despite the stern expression on his face and Sparks' seemingly compliant demeanor, the Leeds City fans in the stands expressed their discontent, believing that at the very least, A yellow card should have been shown. However, Craig had only brandished one yellow card since the match began, and though it was indeed directed at a Wolverhampton player, it hardly sufficed to appease the Leeds supporters. As Kamara seized the ball along the flank, a Wolverhampton fullback attempted to intercept, but with a swift motion, Kamara deftly nudged the ball inward, leaping to evade the defense and penetrating the Wolverhampton penalty area. The Wolverhampton players reacted instinctively, converging upon Kamara. Drawing the attention of two defenders, Kamara suddenly sent a pass to Hulai, who was poised in the center of the penalty area. As the ball approached, Hulai prepared to unleash a shot. Meanwhile, Sparks, returning to the penalty area to assist in defense, noticed Hulai's intent to shoot and rushed forward, determined to thwart the attempt. Fortunately, Sparks was mindful of his surroundings, tempering his force just enough to disrupt Hulai's shot without causing him to fall. His objective was to compel Hulai to abandon his shooting opportunity. Should Hulai be forced to halt the ball, the chance to score would be lost, allowing other Wolverhampton players to encircle and reclaim possession, thus stifling Leeds City's offensive thrust. Yet, as Sparks collided with him, Hulai leaned forward and elegantly fell to the ground. Sparks momentarily froze, only to hear the sharp whistle piercing through the jeers, transforming the discontent of the Leeds City supporters into raucous cheers. A penalty. The referee decisively awarded a penalty. Hulai had indeed been brought down by Sparks within the penalty area, and the call was indisputable. Sparks gazed in astonishment at Hulai, who lay sprawled on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. End of chapter 7. The season's first goal. Kamara surged forward with the ball. Success. He had penetrated the defense. However, the Wolverhampton players swiftly reacted, closing in on him, and he passed the ball to Hulai. Hulai, wait. A penalty. The referee unequivocally signaled for a penalty. Hulai had been fouled by Sparks in the penalty area. There was no doubt about it. As Hulai fell, a deafening chorus of boos erupted from the stands of Flanders Stadium, the Leeds City fans voicing their discontent in this manner. Yet, soon after, they witnessed the referee point decisively to the penalty spot. The boos seamlessly transformed into jubilant cheers. Sparks, regaining his composure, hurried towards the referee, hands outstretched in feigned innocence. Sir, how could that possibly be a foul? I did not commit a foul. There was contact, yes, but the force was certainly insufficient to bring him down. Right beside him, J. Adams scoffed. How many fouls have you committed against who during this match? What makes you think this instance is not a foul? The only difference is that your previous fouls occurred outside the penalty area, while this one is within it. He then turned to the referee, asserting, Sir, that was indeed a foul. I was close enough to see it clearly. Sparks, flustered, desperately defended himself, exclaiming, I truly didn't. The referee paid no heed to his protests. Deep down, he was aware of whether a foul had occurred. Sparks's appeals were futile, just as Adams's attempts to reinforce his call would be. Though his officiating style was generally lenient, it did not imply that he was easily swayed. He remained resolute in his decisions. Moreover, the VAR team had promptly informed him via earpiece that he had made a correct and accurate ruling. It was indeed a penalty. He waved to disperse the players from both teams, standing at the penalty spot to signify his final decision. Nevertheless, he refrained from issuing a yellow card to Sparks. Upon seeing referee Craig point to the penalty spot, Sam Landell jubilantly leaped into the air, spinning around. He then laughed at Clark, saying, Let that bunch from Wolverhampton continue their foul tactics. They will eventually face the repercussions. And here it comes. Who fell beautifully? He then whispered. I always suspected that lad did it intentionally. Clark wore a restrained smile, replying, I am not surprised. In the north stand, David Miller and his companions, mirroring the referee's gesture, shouted, No doubt about the penalty. Sparks, you scoundrel, stop trying to wriggle out of it. Trash. I had a rather intimate encounter with your mother last night. The Wolverhampton goal lay just below the north stand, and the raucous jeers from these devoted Leeds fans would undoubtedly reach the players on the field. Their unabashed vulgarity was a deliberate attempt to provoke the players. The proximity of the playing area to the stands in English football has often led to delightful interactions between players and fans. If they could incite Sparks to lose his composure and willingly seek a red card to exit the pitch, it would be nothing short of perfect. Seeing that the referee had not overturned the penalty decision, he felt a surge of joy. The referee stood firm in his ruling. Leeds had been awarded a penalty, and now Hulai had the opportunity to score his first Premier League goal of the season. After losing the Community Shield, Feng had been anxious that Hu Lai, without a goal, would face criticism and doubt. His concern did not stem from a fear that Hu Lai would buckle under pressure. He had come to understand the remarkable strength and resilience of this young man's spirit. Rather, he was simply infuriated by the flippant judgments of the English media and fans regarding a hero of Chinese football. One match without a goal, and they declare him inadequate? Does last season's Premier League Golden Boot and World Cup Golden Boot not speak volumes? At such moments, Feng would abandon his professionalism as a football commentator and simply express his discontent as an ordinary fan. However, despite his frustrations, he found himself powerless to effect any change. Ultimately, the only person capable of altering the situation was Hu Lai. Fortunately, in this first round of the Premier League, he was poised to score. Although the penalty had yet to be taken, Feng felt that such a penalty posed no challenge for Hu Lai. After all, he was the one bold enough to execute a Panenka penalty in the World Cup. During the preseason training, media reports had already indicated that Hu Lai had succeeded the captain, Lorenzo, as Leeds' primary penalty taker. This penalty was undoubtedly his to take. As Feng spoke, he observed Hu Lai confidently standing at the penalty spot with the ball. Once the referee waved away the disgruntled Wolverhampton players, Hu Lai leaned down to place the ball on the spot. He then stood up, took a step back, and turned to the referee, awaiting the signal to proceed. The previously boisterous Flanders stadium fell silent, with everyone anxiously watching the figure before the Wolverhampton goal. Unlike the scenes witnessed in the World Cup, there were no such fervent supporters in the stands this time, as they were all Leeds fans. The television broadcast zoomed in on Hu Lai. In the close-up, his expression was calm, and his gaze lacked intensity. There was no dramatic deep breath or piercing stare directed at the goal. While the others were tinged with tension, he appeared almost too relaxed. Wolverhampton's goalkeeper, Rodrigo Martins, leaped on the goal line, attempting to distract Hu Lai. Yet, Hu Lai showed no interest in his antics. Upon hearing the referee's whistle, he decisively sprinted forward to take the shot. This time, it was not a Panenka. The ball accurately sailed into the net from the lower right corner. Although Rodrigo Martins guessed the right direction, Hu Lai's strike was so exquisite that it eluded him, rendering his efforts futile. What a spectacular goal. Hu Lai, so crisp and clean. The first goal of the new Premier League season. Feng let out a sigh of relief and joyfully remarked. He was thrilled, yet his excitement was not as fervent as before. In the past, a goal from Hu Lai would have driven him to the brink of hysteria, leaving him hoarse from shouting. Yet now, he felt merely pleased, without the overwhelming exhilaration. This was certainly not due to any disdain for penalty goals. In truth, he held no prejudice against them. Any goal that found the net was equally significant to him. However, perhaps after experiencing that tumultuous summer of the World Cup, Feng's threshold for excitement had shifted. For him, this penalty might well be the most mundane of all Hu Lai's goals, unworthy of intense elation, particularly in comparison to the penalty he scored against Brazil in the World Cup. Hu Lai, however, did not share Feng's sentiments. Following his goal, he ran toward the north stand and executed his signature celebratory gesture, accompanied by a thunderous "H-E-U." His feet landed firmly on the grass. The stadium erupted in the chant. Who had the what a goal? Who? What a goal! Exclaimed commentator Matthew Cox. Although it has only been a little over 2 months, for some reason, I feel as though it has been an eternity since I last heard that chant at Flanders Field. I am certain that the Leeds City fans at Flanders share this sentiment, having long awaited the return of their beloved Hu. The cheers during the World Cup belonged to Chinese fans, but now it is Hu's turn to bring joy to the Leeds supporters. The players of Leeds City surged towards Hu, embracing him before collectively waving their arms towards the fans in the north stand, who responded by rushing to the front rows, pumping their fists and roaring with enthusiasm. Such scenes evoke a sense of nostalgia for the Leeds fans. During the World Cup, they watched with bated breath. Their support not only for the England team, but also for the Chinese squad, with whose remarkable performances bringing them immense joy and pride. As he is a player who emerged from their very own Leeds City, in a certain sense, with Jay Adams and Peter Williams struggling to secure a starting position on the England team, who was perhaps Leeds City's sole representative on the World Cup stage. However, amidst their joy and pride, there was an underlying tinge of bittersweetness when they witnessed Hu leading China to a remarkable draw against Brazil. It felt as if a piece of their cherished connection was being shared elsewhere. They understood that Hu, as a Chinese player, was dutifully representing his country. Yet they could not shake the feeling of loss, coupled with envy. Now, all is well, as who has returned to Leeds City, donning the yellow and blue jersey, ready to conquer once more. Therefore, even though he did not score during the Community Shield match, which resulted in Leeds losing to Manchester Athletic and relinquishing the championship, very few fans held who accountable. In fact, even Clark faced criticism, while who received scant blame. The affection and tolerance from Leeds fans towards who have been reciprocated. In the inaugural match of the new season, in the 42nd minute, who opened the scoring for Leeds City. Regardless of the circumstances, one can always place their trust in who. The first half swiftly concluded following who's goal, with Leeds City entering halftime with a 1-goal lead. After a 15-minute intermission, both teams resumed play. Leeds City made no substitutions, whereas Wolverhampton's coach, Javier Tavola, opted to introduce a forward during halftime in an attempt to bolster their attack. Clearly, he was pleased with his team's overall performance in the first half and did not perceive the conceded goal as a reflection of a disparity in team strength. He preferred to believe that the penalty was acquired by Leeds City through deceitful means. When Hulai fell to the ground, referee Craig blew his whistle, and Tobera erupted in fury on the sidelines, nearly receiving a red card and being sent to the stands. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that Hulai had feigned injury, rendering the penalty utterly baseless. Given that his team was dominating the game, he concluded that Leeds City's lead was undeserved, and the solution was simple: intensify the attack in a bid to equalize the score. Thus, he substituted a forward to bolster the offensive efforts, attempting to convert the tactical advantage into a tangible victory. However, he may have misjudged the disparity in strength between the two teams. Barely into the second half, seizing the opportunity while Wolverhampton was desperately striving to level the score, Leeds City launched a swift counterattack. Ultimately, it was Kamara who danced past defenders along the flank, penetrating the penalty area before curling a shot with his right foot into the far corner. The ball evaded Wolverhampton's goalkeeper, Rodrigo Martins, and nestled into the net. Oh, what a splendid goal! An exquisite strike from Ismail Kamara, Matthew Cox exclaimed jubilantly. This was a solitary display of brilliance, showcasing Kamara's exceptional individual prowess. Having honed his skills over a season in the Premier League, Kamara appeared significantly more mature than upon his arrival. Unfortunately for Sean Rowan, he found himself utterly bewildered by Kamara's sudden change of direction, appearing as comically awkward as one could imagine. Thus, Leeds City found themselves with a 2-goal lead just as the second half commenced. Elated after scoring, Kamara sprinted to the corner flag and performed a rather amusing dance to celebrate his first Premier League goal of the season. This spectacle prompted Hulai, the first to rush over, to slow his pace, evidently unwilling to join Kamara in what he deemed foolishness. Instead, he stood at a distance, shrugged his shoulders, and applauded Kamara's dance. Once Kamara finished, Hulai approached him and remarked, "What on earth are you doing, Ismail? I was hesitant to join you in the celebration. It seemed too silly." Kamara dismissed his concerns with a chuckle. "I did it on purpose." "On purpose? This is my signature celebration, just like yours. I want this dance to become emblematic of my goal celebrations. Each time I score, I shall perform this dance to spread joy." Upon hearing his explanation, Hulai could not help but grin. "Goodness, Ismail, you truly are a delightful character." Kamara furrowed his brow. "I sense sarcasm in your words, Hulai quickly shook his head. No, you are absolutely right. Football is meant to bring joy to people, and celebrations should reflect that. Just look at the Leeds City fans in the stands, how joyous they are." He gestured toward the crowd, and Kamara followed his gaze, indeed witnessing the truth of his words. Everyone was waving their arms and fists, their faces radiating with beaming smiles. With a 2-goal lead and the match unfolding in their home ground, Leeds City had assumed control of the rhythm of the game, while Wolverhampton's aggressive tactics proved ineffective. Despite Craig, the referee, maintaining a relatively lenient approach to officiating, it does not imply that he is oblivious to the game. In instances where a foul is debatable, he may opt to refrain from calling it. However, should a clear infraction occur, he cannot simply turn a blind eye. As the match progressed and the score continued to shift, the players from Wolverhampton gradually lost their composure, making it increasingly challenging for them to discern the line between foul and fair play, with their fouls mounting amidst the cacophony of boos from the stands. Referee Craig began to issue more cards, for he could not afford to ignore the escalating chaos, which nearly led to a confrontation on the field. Once the referee tightened his standards, Wolverhampton's tactics became ineffective, and the contest evolved into a mere battle of the team's inherent strengths. In this regard, the disparity between Wolverhampton and the reigning champions became evident. Additionally, with Leeds City already holding a 2-goal lead, the mental state of Leeds players and the morale of Wolverhampton's squad underwent a significant transformation. In the 77th minute, Jay Adams struck again from long range, utterly dismantling Wolverhampton's resolve. Ultimately, Leeds City triumphed with a score of 3-0 on home turf, securing 3 points and marking a successful start to the new season. This left those who had criticized Leeds City prior to the match at a loss for words. As previously mentioned, football is an endeavor evaluated by results, which implies that when Leeds City excels and secures victory, the critical voices in the public arena tend to diminish significantly. Of course, not all dissent vanishes. Some individuals will invariably seek out flaws, while the losing side often grapples with discontent. Javier Tavola vehemently criticized Hulai's fall that resulted in a penalty during the post-match press conference, declaring it an evident act of simulation. I know who is an exceptional striker, having been the Premier League's top scorer last season and the leading scorer in the World Cup. He has no need to resort to such tactics. I believe he could score without resorting to such underhanded methods. Unfortunately, he chose the easy way out, which I find quite displeasing, he remarked, shaking his head in apparent disappointment for Hu. Shortly after the press conference, Hulai's official social media account shared a news piece in response to Tavala's remarks. In the recently concluded Premier League opener, Leeds City defeated Wolverhampton 3-0, with Hulai's goal paving the way for victory. However, in this match, Hulai became a focal point for Wolverhampton's aggression, enduring a total of 8 fouls, making him the most fouled player across all matches of the first round thus far. The social media account did not offer any commentary, merely reposting the news. There was no need for him to speak. His fans eagerly filled in the gaps, fouled 8 times in one match, changed into a clean jersey at halftime, only to be dirted again. I do not believe who endured such violations, is guilty of simulation. Perhaps Sparks may argue that his strength is not substantial. However, within the penalty area, the determination of whether a foul has occurred is not based on the amount of force exerted, but rather on the nature of the action itself. It is unequivocally a foul. Not only did he collide, but there was also a distinct pushing motion. Is Tobera questioning the officiating competency of the Premier League referees? Craig is notoriously known as a lenient referee, yet he managed to make a decisive penalty call, which underscores the indisputable nature of Sparks' foul. The Football Association of England should impose stringent penalties on such reckless criticisms of referees' performance. Otherwise, anyone could freely critique the referees. And how could the game continue under such circumstances? I recognize that Tobera is an exceptional head coach, having been a candidate for last season's Premier League Manager of the Year. He certainly does not need to resort to foul tactics against Leeds United. I believe he could win without resorting to such underhanded methods. Alas, he ultimately opted for this rather dubious approach and did not secure a victory. The public discourse surrounding Hulai's tweet has taken a lively turn. The overwhelming sentiment supports Hulai, with many not perceiving him as simulating a fall. After all, the treatment he received during the match was evident to all who witnessed it, and anyone who watched the game would likely empathize with him. In this context, even if Hulai's fall seemed somewhat exaggerated, it would not be deemed as simulation. Indeed, exaggerated falls within the penalty area have become commonplace and are not worthy of reproach. Conversely, Tobera's characterization of a clear foul as Hulai's simulation is far more irksome. Nowadays, Hulai is regarded as a prominent star, boasting countless fans. In addressing Tobera, there is no need for Hulai to take personal action. Subsequently, the Premier League announced an investigation into Tobera's comments made during the post-match press conference and indicated that potential penalties would be enforced regarding any issues identified. On television, slow-motion replays of Hulai's fall were being broadcasted from various angles. So, regarding the penalty, do you believe it was a simulation by Hu or an actual foul committed by Sparks? Once all the slow-motion footage concluded, the scene shifted to the studio of In Season, where host Bobby Klein turned to his guests, Hector Ingram and Peter Nelson. Undoubtedly, it is a penalty. Sparks made a pushing motion. Ingram, a former center-back for the Stan Park Rangers, raised his hand to mimic Sparks' earlier action. Nelson added, in fact, the hand motion is not overly conspicuous. I believe what caused Hu to lose his balance was that Sparks collided without pulling back, hitting Hu's body with full force. After enduring such a collision, it is indeed challenging for him to maintain his footing in the penalty area. Of course, Hu's fall was rather abrupt, yet ultimately, it was Sparks who committed the foul first. Any forward in such a situation would naturally fall cleanly to the ground. Thus, there was a unanimous consensus among everyone present. This penalty is without controversy? Klein inquired further. Ingram shrugged and shook his head. I believe there is no controversy. Nelson analyzed that Tobera seemed somewhat out of sorts. Perhaps he was overly eager to vanquish Leeds City, which led to his exaggerated reactions. After the conclusion of last season, I observed numerous media outlets linking him with Clark, believing he could guide Wolverhampton to a remarkable 7th place, an achievement akin to that of a second Tony Clark. It is likely this comparison has left him dissatisfied, fueling his determination to triumph over Leeds City in an effort to demonstrate that he is not merely a second-rate imitation of Clark. Ingram concurred, saying, I completely agree with your analysis. Nelson, half-jokingly, replied, that is indeed no easy feat. Klein chuckled, huh? Meanwhile, the television host and guests engaged in playful banter. Outside the screen, Arka Fataki observed the scene and remarked to Kamara, look at them, Ismail. Take notes. Why is it that when Hu falls, no one perceives an issue? Yet when you tumble, everyone accuses you of diving. Kamara rolled his eyes at his agent. Do you think it's that simple, Arki? Who has stated that the line between diving and self-protection is exceedingly blurred, with no set standard. Mastering this nuance requires immense talent, though I am reluctant to admit it. He indeed possesses a greater aptitude in this regard. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, I shall strive to enhance my skills in self-protection and shed the stigma of diving. Keep it up, Ismail. You can undoubtedly achieve it. Agent Arka Fataki encouraged him. Indeed. Kamara nodded emphatically. Chapter Conclusion Chapter 9. Technical Assistance. It is essential to counter the accusations directed at him. We cannot allow Tobera to dictate the narrative. If we remain silent upon his initial remarks, he will persist, and his rhetoric will embolden others to accuse you of diving. A chorus of voices can tarnish one's reputation. Once they establish an image of you as a diver, it will yield numerous adverse consequences. For instance, in future matches, referees may scrutinize your actions more closely, interpreting your legitimate falls as instances of diving. Over time, unless you are genuinely injured, it is unlikely anyone will believe you have been fouled. Thus, we must vehemently and swiftly rebut any claims suggesting you favor diving. Yongjun was on the phone, explaining to Hu Lai why the company decided to use his official account to retweet a particular news article. Hu Lai had just called to inquire about the tweet. To Yongjun's surprise, after listening to the explanation, Hu Lai burst into laughter. Uncle Yong, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to blame the company. Not so. Yongjun was taken aback, genuinely believing Hu Lai was there to issue a reprimand. Indeed, I merely wish to suggest that next time, could I handle such a situation myself? Hearing Hu Lai's light-hearted tone, Yongjun's expression shifted. What nonsense are you spouting? You want to tackle this yourself? Are you afraid you have too little trouble? Forget it. After finally managing to deal with Hu Lai and hanging up the phone, Yongjun noticed Zhang Qinghuan smiling at him and sighed. That lad is truly something. Haha. You could agree to his request, Uncle Yong, she teased. Are you joking? If he were to come, do you really believe he wouldn't resort to his usual sarcasm and mockery? Yongjun possesses a profound understanding of Hu Lai and added. That rascal harbors a multitude of schemes. Zhang Qinghuan chuckled. Then Uncle Yong, why don't you hurry back and keep an eye on him? Aren't you afraid he might stir up trouble in your absence? Yongjun paused momentarily before waving his hand dismissively. That won't happen. He merely talks big. As for you, I shall accompany you. Let us work hand in hand to navigate this period together. Rest assured, Hu Lai can manage on his own, after all. He has been there for a year and a half and has no issues with the language. Your situation, however, is particularly critical and cannot be taken lightly. On July 1st, Zhang Qinghuan arrived at the Barcelona Sarria club, and now, a month and a half later, he has been training with the team and participating in several friendly matches. His performance, however, has not been commendable, falling far short of the expectations set for him. At the very least, it cannot be compared to his displays with the national team or Flash Star. This disparity can be attributed to the fact that in both the national team and Flash Star, Zhang Qinghuan was the unequivocal core player, entrusted with the responsibility of orchestrating the offense. Zhao Kongming granted him considerable freedom in Flash Star, and with familiar teammates in the national team, their synergy allowed him to excel. Yet, upon joining Sarria, he lost such tactical standing and freedom. He is not a celebrated player. Even having participated in the World Cup does not suffice to persuade head coach Arno Casas to abandon his existing tactical framework in favor of using him as the team's organizing core. Moreover, he must first win over his teammates, which requires time. Currently, Zhang Qinghuan is merely regarded as an ordinary attacking midfielder, with Coach Casas hoping to leverage his passing and technical skills to bolster the team's offense, but not to lead it. In the 3 friendly matches, Zhang Qinghuan has played in 3 distinct positions, as a second striker, central midfielder, and wide midfielder. This indicates that Coach Casas is still uncertain about where to deploy Zhang Qinghuan and is in a continuous experimentation phase. Among these positions, he performed the worst as a wide midfielder, as he lacks speed and can only rely on his technical abilities, which proved to be rather awkward. Consequently, during the match as a wide midfielder, he was substituted after just 40 minutes. Following the game, a Chinese fan mockingly criticized Coach Casas on Weibo, suggesting that, upon reflection, this was a good outcome for Zhang Qinghuan, as it at least made the coach aware of his unsuitability for the flanks, thus successfully eliminating a misguided option. You must have confidence, Qinghuan. Your skills are commendable even within La Liga, surpassing those of many players on their roster. Do not be deceived into thinking that every Spanish player is exceptionally skilled. Yong Jun encouraged Zhang Qinghuan. I tell you, Qinghuan, approach it with this mindset. I am here in La Liga to uplift the standard. Zhang Qinghuan chuckled at Yong Jun's remark. Uncle Yong, are you suggesting that La Liga needs my assistance? Indeed, you must carry that spirit. Do not overthink it. Embrace this mentality in your training and on the pitch, and showcase your confidence. Much like that lad Hulai, when he first arrived in the Premier League, he was devoid of any thoughts or concerns. He simply trained when instructed and underwent specialized training without complaint, even if he was not given the chance to play. However, he once shared something with me that made me certain he would undoubtedly succeed. Zhang Qinghuan, intrigued by his words, inquired, what did he say? At that time, he had yet to be included in the main squad, and everyone was anxious about when he would finally take the field. I, too, felt a tinge of impatience. And then he said to me, Uncle Yong, I am not in a hurry. I am treating this as an opportunity to accumulate experience and level up. Once I enhance my skills, I will face those Premier League teams and see whether they are a gathering of elite talents or just a bunch of novices. Upon hearing Yong Jun's recounting of Hulai's words, Zhang Qinghuan paused for a moment, then took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Indeed, those are precisely the words one would expect from that young man. I recognized that Hulai's rapid integration into the team was partly due to his linguistic advantage. Yet, in football, the sport itself serves as the most universal language. When one can showcase their unique attributes on the pitch, communication with teammates can transcend any temporary language barriers. Yong Jun continued, I am not boasting. As the technically most proficient player from China, it is the same in this team. You are here to enhance the skills of Syria. Zhang Qinghuan changed into his training attire and emerged from the locker room, observing his teammates preparing for practice on the verdant training ground. Suddenly, he recalled Uncle Yong's words. No, it was Hulai's words. Novices. Unable to suppress a smile, he thought to himself how only that lad could come up with such a notion. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it was indeed true. Ever since he met that young man, it had always been this way. At the bus stop outside their shared accommodation, he and Wang Guanglei would lament the hardships of professional football, while Hulai perceived their complaints as mere idle chatter. Did Hulai truly not comprehend the challenges faced by professional players? Impossible, he undoubtedly understood. Yet, he nevertheless chose to forge ahead with a childlike tenacity. Zhang Qinghuan mused that this might be the very reason for Hulai's superior success, his purity. He resolved to adopt a similar purity and confidence, showcasing his greatest strengths before his teammates and the head coach, and to dismiss all other distractions. Just as Uncle Yong said, enhancement. I am here to enhance. With this thought, Zhang Qinghuan raised his hands and slapped his cheeks with vigor. The sharp sound attracted the gaze of others on the training field, who turned curiously to observe the team's sole Chinese player. Hey, pass it here. Here, spread out. The training ground of Syria echoed with the shouts of players engaged in practice, as Zhang Qinghuan received the ball on the flank. His forward teammate vociferously urged him to pass. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan appeared oblivious, his gaze fixed on the movements of a teammate making a run down the right side. The defender noticed that Zhang Qinghuan's attention was completely diverted from the football at his feet, so he attempted to intercept. However, just as he extended his foot, Zhang Qinghuan deftly evaded him with a skillful maneuver reminiscent of a deep-fried ball. A chorus of gasps erupted from both the field and the sidelines. The deep-fried ball is not an especially flashy dribbling technique. What astonished everyone was that throughout the entire encounter, Zhang Qinghuan never shifted his gaze. This indicated that he was seemingly oblivious to the defender's approach, yet he adeptly sidestepped the tackle. Following this, he smoothly directed the ball towards the center, drawing another defender to close in on him. In a subtle yet brilliant move, he flicked the ball with the outside of his left foot in the opposite direction of his run. He passed it to a forward teammate who had been vocally urging him for the ball in the penalty area. The latter swiftly turned, received the ball, and shot. The football soared into the net from the far corner. Goal! The scoring forward pointed at Zhang Qinghuan, acknowledging the beauty of the pass. Zhang Qinghuan beamed in response. Hu Lai was indeed correct, and so was Uncle Yo. If I maintain this focus in my play, success will surely follow. Chapter 10. The image ambassador of Chinese football. As the Premier League kicked off, major European leagues followed suit, heralding the official commencement of the European football season. La Liga, Serie A, the Primera Liga, Eredivisie, and Eredivisie ignited their competitions in the same week. However, apart from Hu Lai, none of the other Chinese players competing in top leagues managed to secure a spot on the matchday roster. While Chinese fans eagerly anticipated and anxiously awaited, they must also recognize that even outstanding performances in the World Cup do not guarantee that players can captivate clubs solely based on those displays. Matches for the national team and those for clubs are inherently distinct realms. Intercontinental tournaments are rife with tales of players who, despite lackluster league performances, rise to heroic status on the international stage. Conversely, there are also players who dominate for their national teams, gain recognition, and are acquired at exorbitant prices by prestigious clubs, only to falter and be deemed ineffective. The vast majority of players require integration into a system. It is a supportive framework that enables them to shine. Those who can adapt seamlessly to any team or tactical approach are exceedingly rare. Thus, if the national team's personnel configuration and tactical designs diverge from those of the club, it is entirely normal for the same player to exhibit vastly different performances. The challenges Zhang Qinghuan faces at Solaria will also be encountered by other national team players abroad. However, they have yet to reach a point of concern. Xia Xiaoyu, Chen Xingyi, and Wang Guanglei still need to start from a more fundamental level. Except for one individual. After adapting to his role at Veronica last season, Luo Kai has already started in the opening round of the new season in the Eredivisie. Although he did not score nor assist, his performance was commendable, as he embarks on his second season in Europe, which also marks his inaugural complete season. Expectations for him are not set as high as they were for Hu Lai, who swiftly dominated the field upon his arrival. Observing his experiences last season with Veronica, the reality has become clear to everyone. It is deemed sufficient for Luo Kai to establish himself steadily at Veronica, progressing methodically and firmly. The statistics of goals and assists will naturally follow once he secures his position. There is no need for haste. After all, as a forward, if Luo Kai consistently fails to score or assist, how could he possibly solidify his standing within the team? Conversely, if he truly establishes himself, the goals and assists will undoubtedly come. Those who believe that Luo Kai, having scored in the World Cup and honed his skills in the Eredivisie for half a year, should seamlessly transition to the Eredivisie, failing to acknowledge that underperformance does not equate to genuine support for him, but rather reflect a mere curiosity akin to spectators. Fortunately, such individuals are currently in the minority, and their voices are scarcely heard. The new season has only just commenced, and it bears little difference from the last. The sole representative of Chinese football in the European arena remains Hu Lai. 3 days after the opening round, the second round of the Premier League commenced. Leeds United continued to host at home, facing the challenge from the newly promoted Helmer. Notably, Helmer was previously a Premier League team, having been relegated in the 2024-2025 season. That season, Hu Lai had just arrived and played half a season, aiding Leeds in their successful relegation battle. In contrast, Helmer ended that season with a dismal 26 points after 38 matches, suffering relegation. However, they were not the most unfortunate. The bottom-placed Huddersfield managed only 3 wins, 7 draws, and 28 losses, scoring the fewest goals in the Premier League and accumulating a mere 16 points, plummeting to the Championship. Huddersfield did not find their way back, while Helmer, after a season of struggle in the Championship, managed to return. Thus, One cannot simply regard Helmer as an ordinary newly promoted team. Upon their return to the Premier League, Helmer proclaimed their determination to remain, indicating their confidence in avoiding relegation. Yet, in the opening round of the league, they suffered a 0-3 defeat at home to Navy Port, suggesting a challenging path ahead in their quest for survival. Leeds United had a favorable start, unlike the previous match where they struggled to score against Wolverhampton's staunch defense. This time they took the lead within the first 5 minutes. The captain, Lorenzo, scored after receiving a pass from Charlie Porter, heading the ball into the net. Despite his advancing age, Lorenzo's heading ability remains intact. As the new signing, Lasky, has yet to integrate into the team. The veteran captain Lorenzo continues to partner with Hulai in the starting lineup for the first 2 rounds of the league. With this header, he not only netted his first goal of the new Premier League season, but also affirmed that the club's decision to extend his contract was indeed the right one, proving that he is far from merely a mascot waving a towel from the bench to cheer on his teammates. As the captain, he remains capable of contributing to the team on the field. Leeds City, having secured an early lead, seized control of the match, launching numerous assaults on Heimer's goal. This relentless offensive pressure is precisely where Leeds City excels, continuously forcing their opponents into errors and thereby creating opportunities. Their strategy proved effective. In the 35th minute, Heimer's Polish midfielder Hubert Tapai inadvertently deflected Kamara's cross into his own net. An own goal. Leeds City had established a 2-goal lead before the end of the first half, eliciting thunderous cheers from the stands of Flanders Stadium. After taking a 2-goal advantage, Leeds City noticeably relaxed. They adjusted their approach, their attacks becoming less fervent. Even when in possession, they were no longer in a hurry to advance, but rather passed the ball around in the midfield and defensive areas. After all, maintaining such intensity was unsustainable. Thus, it was only natural to slow the pace and make adjustments. However, it seemed they had inadvertently relaxed too much. In the 41st minute, Leeds City's defense faltered. Ben Grist, while defending, accidentally directed the ball into his own goal, returning the favor of an own goal to Heimer. Grist, who scored the own goal, buried his face in his hands, clearly distressed. Consequently, at the conclusion of the first half, the score stood at 2-1, with Leeds City leading at home. Yet, Grist's own goal left a lingering sense that a 2-0 halftime lead would have felt more secure. Conceding a goal in such a manner was a blow to the morale of the Leeds City players, while Heimer, conversely, found their spirits revived. During the halftime break, Clark did not chastise the self-reproaching Grist, but instead offered words of encouragement. He made a tactical substitution, bringing on Jack Walsh, a winger who had just transferred from Liverpool in the summer, in place of the defensive midfielder Jose Vieira. This adjustment pushed Kamara forward to form a left-leaning attacking trio alongside Huell and Lorenzo. Moreover, the newly introduced Walsh, adept with both feet, provided greater versatility compared to Charlie Porter, who could only play on the right flank. This substitution aimed to further bolster the team's offensive strategy. Clearly, in Tony Clark's view, the late goal conceded in the first half served as a wake-up call. A 2-goal lead was not secure. Thus, the objective for the second half was to intensify the attack and strive for additional goals. The introduction of Walsh was intended to enhance the flanks, providing Lorenzo in the center with more crossing opportunities, whether for a direct header or to assist others. As for defense, replacing Vieira with a midfielder, alongside Jay Adams and Salif Sadou, should not pose significant issues, with the directive from their coach to continue their offensive efforts. Leeds City players returned to the pitch for the second half. The impact of Walsh's introduction was immediate. With Kamara pushed forward, he utilized his speed and skill to pose a direct threat to Heimer's goal. Simultaneously, Walsh formed a trio on the left flank alongside Kamara and Quinn, allowing them to alternately challenge Helmer's defense on that side. Merely 5 minutes after the commencement of the second half, Walsh and Quinn executed a wall pass, sending a cross from near the baseline. Lorenzo drew the attention of Helmer's defenders in front of the goal, creating a gap for Hulai to exploit. Walsh's precise delivery found the vacant space in front of the goal, and Hulai surged in from an angle, deftly prodding the ball toward the net. Although Helmer's goalkeeper, Clement Arnett, made a valiant attempt to save, he was utterly helpless against Hulai's shot from the edge of the 6-yard box. He failed to even touch the ball, merely diving into thin air as the football sailed into his net. Matthew Cox exclaimed, celebrating the second goal of the season. This marked Hulai's contributions in consecutive matches of the new season, as well as his 9th league goal across seasons. Additionally, Walsh, who transferred to Leeds City over the summer, achieved his first assist with his new team. Following the goal, Hulai sprinted to the corner flag to perform his signature celebration before embracing Walsh, laughing as he patted him on the shoulder and back. Witnessing this, Hifeng remarked, "Walsh is fortunate. Being teammates with Hulai is a stroke of luck. I believe he will have no shortage of assists this season, huh?" Walsh shared similar sentiments. Last season, he was Hulai's adversary, but upon hearing of Leeds City's interest this summer, he readily agreed to transfer. It was a simple decision. As a winger adept at creating opportunities, collaborating with a striker possessing exceptional finishing skills would undoubtedly benefit his career. One could argue that his motivation for joining Leeds City was not primarily the allure of the Premier League title. After all, that accolade was earned before his arrival and did not belong to him. Given Leeds City's capabilities, securing another league championship in the fiercely competitive Premier League would be quite challenging. Therefore, if his aim were solely Premier League glory, he would not have chosen Leeds City. A significant reason for his choice was Hulai. Any attacking player would relish the opportunity to partner with a player like Hulai, who does not monopolize possession and possesses an extraordinary ability to convert chances into goals. This sentiment holds true for the Welsh international, Jack Walsh. With his performances at Leeds City, he may very well solidify his position within the Welsh national team. Chapter 11. Hulai's personal honors. Hulai's goal helped Leeds City extend their lead back to 2 goals. After taking a 3-1 lead, the players recalled the words of their coach, Clark, during halftime, "Attack, attack, and nothing but attack." Thus, they continued their offensive onslaught. 7 minutes later, Leeds City launched a counterattack. Kamara drove the ball forward through the center, and as Helmer's players converged on him, he skillfully threaded the ball through the crowd. It found Hulai, who had drifted into the flanks. A chance. Hifeng, upon seeing the ball directed towards Hulai, could hardly contain his excitement, calling out loudly in anticipation. Subsequently, he observed Hulai adjusting his pace and the orientation of his body while in motion. Just as he completed his adjustments, the football rolled perfectly to his feet. Rather than stopping the ball, he swung his right leg and executed a precise strike with the inside of his foot. The ball arced gracefully, evading the blocking leg of the Helmer defender, and then glided past the fingertips of Helmer's goalkeeper, Arnett, brushing against the inside of the far post before finding the back of the net. Splendid. Hulai. A shot taken without pausing for control. Magnificent. A brace. 3 goals in 2 matches. Hulai. Hifeng laughed heartily. Regardless of Zhang Qinghuan, Luo Kai, Chen Xingyi, Xia Xiaoyu, and Wang Guanglei, Hulai is the star attraction. At this juncture, Chinese fans continue to invest their hopes in Hulai. Furthermore, his presence alleviates the wait for the growth of the other players, making the passage of time seem less arduous. How could one not adore Hulai? Following his brace, Leeds City had established a 3-goal lead over Helmer. However, after making a series of substitutions, Helmer's performance improved, resulting in 2 quick goals within 5 minutes at the 72nd and 77th minutes, narrowing the score to 3-4. The resurgence of Helmer ignited their spirits, seemingly intent on toppling the reigning champions on their home turf. Nevertheless, Leeds City ultimately maintained their slender lead until the conclusion of the match, securing victory with a score of 4-3 and claiming all 3 points. Post-match commentator Matthew Cox jested, "This vividly illustrates the correctness of Coach Clark's theory. As long as we score enough goals, we are assured of winning the match. The best defense is to outscore our opponents." Logically impeccable. Echoing Cox's sentiments, Coach Clark, during the post-match press conference, initially criticized the team's defense, stating, after taking the lead, "We failed to maintain our focus, which is why we conceded 3 goals. He then shifted his tone, adding, "But fortunately, we scored 4 goals in the match, and thus emerged victorious." Cox later shared the news of the press conference on his social media, accompanied by a tearful laughter emoji. Regardless, Leeds City indeed triumphed in this contest, earning 3 points. After 2 rounds of league matches, they accumulated 6 points, placing them in 2nd position. The top spot belongs to Wigston, who also has 6 points but boasts a superior goal difference to Leeds City. Following 2 rounds, the Premier League currently has 7 teams with 6 points, with rankings determined solely by goal difference or goals scored. Of course, the league standings at the beginning of the season hold little significance. For instance, teams like Wigston and Liverpool and Sydenham, currently positioned in the top 7, do not guarantee they will remain there by the season's end. Although Leeds City claimed the Premier League title last season, as the initial excitement gradually subsides, it becomes evident that their championship was a remarkable miracle of this era. And since it was a miracle, it is naturally not something that can be easily replicated. Do not even mention mid-table teams like Wigan Athletic and Liverpool United. Even Leeds United, it is highly unlikely that they will replicate last season's brilliance this time around. For a club like Leeds, possessing a solitary Premier League trophy in their cabinet is a monumental honor. Some media outlets have commented that Leeds should display their Premier League trophy in the most prominent position within their honors room, ensuring that every visitor can behold this accolade from any corner of the space. After all, it is the only significant honor they can proudly present. There are even cartoons depicting a room titled Leeds United's Honors Room, filled with Premier League trophies, which at first glance may lead one to believe that Leeds is a club rich in championships. However, a closer inspection reveals that each trophy is inscribed with the years 2025 to 2026. This cartoon is clearly a satirical take on Leeds attempting to flaunt their solitary Premier League title. While it is true that Leeds made waves globally following their championship win last season, captivating numerous media outlets with their inspirational narrative and touching many hearts, there are calls for Hollywood to adapt their story into a film. However, it must be said that Leeds has not sought to boast about their Premier League title. Instead, many of their supporters have become rather carried away with pride. Perhaps it is this unrestrained exuberance among Leeds fans that has irked many, as a devoted fan base can often be quite fervent and unreasonable. When a team wins a title, it is only natural for fans to exuberantly express their emotions and elevate their club to lofty heights. This is a common trait among fans of any football team. Thus, using this as a basis to critique Leeds United requires caution, as one day the teams supported by those critics may also bask in similar glory and face the same scrutiny. Moreover, there are those who do not regard Leeds' Premier League victory as a positive development. Supporters of traditional powerhouses certainly seize every opportunity to undermine Leeds. Writing disparaging articles and creating mocking cartoons about Leeds has become a regular practice for them. Currently, they can only focus their ire on Leeds. As for Leeds' most crucial player, Guanglei, the situation appears to be quite desperate, as he has faced no significant criticism thus far. With the new Premier League season having only seen 2 rounds, Guanglei has already netted 3 goals, placing him atop the league's scoring chart. What more can one say about such performance? Furthermore, there is even more exciting news on the horizon. Both British and Chinese media have begun to circulate reports suggesting that Guanglei is a strong contender for the 2025 to 2026 season's European Golden Boy Award. The European Golden Boy Award, organized by France's Ballon d'Or magazine, is held every summer at the start of the new season and is exclusively bestowed upon players under the age of 23 who are active in European football clubs. This award is affectionately referred to by fans as the Youth Ballon d'Or, a name that signifies its prestige and significance. Since its inception in the year 2000, a total of 25 players have been bestowed with this honor, among whom 10 have subsequently emerged as Ballon d'Or winners. Thus, receiving the accolade of Europe's best young player greatly enhances the likelihood of attaining the distinguished Ballon d'Or, the epitome of recognition for European footballers. On September 9th of this year, Guanglei will celebrate his 23rd birthday, marking his singular and final opportunity to receive this prestigious award. During last year's selection for the 25th European Best Young Player Award, he had only recently joined Leeds United, having played merely half a season. Despite an impressive debut in the Premier League, where he netted 11 goals and played a pivotal role in the team's survival, this commendable performance did not suffice to secure a place among the 10 nominees for Europe's Best Young Player. However, in the previous season, Guanglei astounded audiences by scoring 32 goals in the Premier League, earning the title of top scorer while leading the previously unheralded Leeds United to an unexpected championship victory. Furthermore, his 5 goals in the CONCACAF World Cup, which earned him the Golden Boot, have distinctly set him apart among young talents in European football. With the recent announcement of the 10 nominees for this year's European Best Young Player Award, Guanglei's name stands prominently among them. Given his extraordinary performance last season, his competitors appear to hold little ground against him, barring any extraneous factors affecting his candidacy. It seems all but certain that Guanglei will secure this pivotal personal accolade in his career. Standing in the honor room, Xiaolon set down her phone and surveyed the glass cabinets. Trophies gleaming in gold and silver lined the display. The 2024 Chinese Footballer of the Year Award, the 2025 Chinese Footballer of the Year Award, the 2024 Super League Top Scorer Trophy. and the 2024 Super League Best Player trophy, all personal honors achieved by Hu Lai at various stages of his career. Even the national championship gold medal and accolades for best player and top scorer from his high school days were present. Additionally, there were the championship medal and golden boot trophy from last season's Premier League, along with the seasonal awards for best player and best young player bestowed by the Premier League Players Association and the Premier League itself. The most prominent trophy in the honor room was the Golden Boot trophy from the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Shaped like a golden football boot, Hu Lai's most significant personal achievement to date. While more seasoned and discerning football aficionados may argue that the Premier League Best Player award carries greater weight, considering that the World Cup Golden Boot does not always go to the most outstanding player, the World Cup's honor is, in Xiaolon's eyes, of higher esteem. After all, this is the World Cup. A best player emerges annually in the Premier League, but a Golden Boot is only awarded once every 4 years. The rarity of an object bestows upon it a greater value. Hence, the Golden Boot of the World Cup is indeed more prestigious than that of the Premier League. This is indisputable. Of course, Xiaolon is aware that the trophy for the best player in the World Cup surpasses the Golden Boot in grandeur, regrettably. Her son has not claimed it, leaving her powerless in that regard. When Song Jiajia assisted Hu Lai in delivering this esteemed trophy to his residence in Dongchuan, Xiaolon removed the Premier League Best Player trophy from the cabinet, making way for the World Cup Golden Boot. However, presently, she is contemplating relocating the Golden Boot from the central cabinet of the room to create space for the trophy that the media has dubbed as the best player under 23 in the world. What are you looking at? Hu Li Xin, passing by the doorway, inquired curiously upon seeing his wife's silhouette. Admiring the trophy, Xiaolon replied without turning her head. But Hu Li Xin could discern from her tone that a smile must be gracing her face. He shook his head, likening her demeanor to that of a dragon surveying its treasure hoard. Yet this time, he refrained from commenting, as he too was filled with anticipation. Appendix. The accolades Hu Lai has garnered throughout his football career thus far include 2019 Anton Province High School Football Championship, Anton Cup. High School Group Champion, 2020 Anton Province High School Football Championship, Anton Cup. High School Group Champion, 2020 Anton Province High School Football Championship, Anton Cup. High School Group Top Scorer, Best Player, 2021 7th National High School Football Championship, Champion, 2021 7th National High School Football Championship, Best Scorer. Best Player, 2022 Season China League 1, Best Newcomer, 2023 East Asian Cup, Champion, 2023 East Asian Cup, Top Scorer. Best Player, 2023 Season China League 1, Champion, 2023 Season China League 1, Top Scorer, Best Local Player, Most Popular Player. Best Player, 2023 Season Chinese FA Cup, Champion, 2023 Season Chinese FA Cup, Top Scorer, Best Player, 2024 U23 Asian Cup, Champion, 2024 U23 Asian Cup. Top Scorer, Best Player, 2024 Season Chinese Super League, Champion, 2024 Season Chinese Super League, Top Scorer, Best Local Player, Most Popular Player. Best Player, 2024 Season AFC Champions League, Top Scorer, 2024 Chinese Footballer of the Year, 2025 Chinese Footballer of the Year, 2025 to 2026 Season Premier League. Champion, 2025 to 2026 Season Premier League, Top Scorer, Official Best Player, Best Goal, the match winner against Tramid in Round 37, PFA Best Player. PFA Young Player of the Year, 2026 23rd Copa America World Cup. Top Scorer Note. Personal honors such as Premier League Monthly Best and Match Best are not included due to their overwhelming quantity. Additionally, since there is no official top scorer award in the Olympic football tournament, the term Olympic top scorer merely refers to the player with the most goals, as recognized by fans, and is thus excluded from official honor statistics. Chapter complete. Chapter 12. The Geniuses of Europe in the recently concluded third round of the Premier League. Leeds City triumphed with a 1-0 victory against Northumbria. The spotlight was particularly on Leeds City's forward, who had made an appearance on the candidate list for Europe's best young player, as announced by France's Ballon d'Or magazine prior to the match. Although Hu did not score in this game, he has already netted 3 goals in the first 3 rounds of the new Premier League season, averaging a goal per match. His recent stellar performances have significantly bolstered his candidacy for the prestigious accolade of Europe's best young player. As Mario Salado entered his hotel room, he was greeted by the sound of news broadcasting from the television. Unable to contain his frustration, he exclaimed, "Why on earth does the Spanish media pay so much attention to a Chinese player in the Premier League?" His roommate, Antonio Bolero, reclining on the bed while watching the news, replied, "What can we say? He is currently in the limelight. I even saw someone online today claiming that whose achievements qualify him to compete for the Ballon d'Or." Indeed, Salado threw up his hands in exasperation. So why doesn't he aim for the Ballon d'Or? Why medal in the Best Young Player award? Bolero burst into laughter, well aware of why his good friend was so agitated. After all, Salado had once had a genuine chance at winning the European Best Young Player award himself. Last season in La Liga, the 19-year-old Salado made 29 appearances for Catalonia, scoring 7 goals and providing 5 assists. In the King's Cup, he played 5 times, netting 2 goals and assisting 3 times. In the Champions League, he appeared 4 times, contributing 2 assists. Over the course of the season, he participated in 37 matches, scoring 9 goals and assisting 10, showcasing a remarkable performance. The Catalonian media quickly bestowed upon him the nickname Super Mario, and he was all but assured of receiving the award for Best Young Player in La Liga last season. It can be said that had it not been for who, Salado would have had an excellent chance at claiming the title of Europe's Best Young Player. Should he win, the young Mario Salado, who would be just shy of 20 years old in 33 days, would become the youngest player to receive this honor since Melba Beneja. For Salado, this would represent his most formidable challenge to Melba. As two of Spain's fiercest rivals, the competition between Madrid's Royals and Catalonia is multifaceted, encompassing titles won, the value of first-team players, the number of stars, and the count of Ballon d'Or winners among the first team. Hence, how could the award for Europe's Best Young Player, a bellwether for the Ballon d'Or, be overlooked? When Melba became the best young player in Europe at the age of 19 years and 198 days, the Madrid media heralded this achievement far and wide. Now, with Mario Salado standing as the most promising talent of Catalonia, embodying the hopes of countless fans, while he may not surpass Melba, narrowing the gap and being compared alongside him would certainly be an uplifting prospect for the fans of Catalonia. At the very least, it would prevent the Madrid Royals from basking in exclusive glory in this regard. As a result, a remarkable talent named Hulai has emerged. And regardless of Salado's reluctance to accept it, he must acknowledge that securing the title of Europe's Best Young Player is now a formidable challenge. This realization only deepens his frustration. Why doesn't the magazine Ballon d'Or impose an age limit of under 21 for this award? Under 21? That would not classify as a young player, but rather as a youth player. Indeed, the name should be changed accordingly. The cumbersome title of Europe's Best Young Player could be elegantly rebranded, Salado pondered, and then an idea struck him. Why not call it the Golden Boy Award? Bolero chuckled at his friend's childish musings. Oh, you. Stop overthinking it. After all, you're still under 20. You have 3 more years to seize the opportunity. So why the urgency? However, Antonio's Europe's Best Young Player award measures not talent, but performance of the season. I cannot guarantee that I will replicate last season's performance, Salado lamented. Bolero looked at him with surprise. Have you been abducted by aliens, Mario? You sound like someone else entirely. What nonsense are you spouting, Antonio? Salado retorted. The Super Mario I know would never utter such defeatist words, questioning his future performances. I suspect you might have been swapped with an imposter. Hearing Bolero's words, Salado paused momentarily, his face flushing. However, as a black player, his blush was not easily perceptible. I apologize, Antonio. I seem to have lost my composure. Regaining his senses, Salado expressed remorse to his friend. His earlier remarks were indeed uncharacteristic. As the most outstanding talent of Catalonia, Mario Salado was filled with pride and confidence. How could he possibly doubt that his future performances would not surpass last season's? As a youth destined to become Catalonia's Messi, his future performances must certainly exceed his current ones, progressively improving season after season. Otherwise, how could he challenge Messi and Banega? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have watched that news. Bolero pointed to the television, where other news was already being aired. Salado shook his head. No, it's not your fault, Antonio. Even without that news, I would have eventually come across it. It is better to confront this now than to lose my composure at the awards ceremony. The final winner of the Europe's Best Young Player award is not revealed in advance. The suspense is unveiled only during the ceremony itself to maintain intrigue and engagement. This applies not only to the Best Young Player award, but also to all seasonal awards across Europe. Though sometimes the media may have already leaked the winners before the ceremony, the authorities will never acknowledge it, since the outcome cannot be predetermined. All players on the nomination list must attend the awards ceremony. Even in years devoid of suspense, this may seem like a mere backdrop for others. Yet history has indeed witnessed dramatic turnarounds. Mario Salado will attend the awards ceremony in Paris, where he is certain to encounter Hulai. Hence, his contemplative remarks. Had it not been for the events of today, he might have truly embarrassed himself at the awards ceremony. What a disgrace that would have been. With this thought, Salado took a deep breath, hoping that in the Champions League group stage, we could be drawn together with Leeds City. I shall overwhelm him. Bolero chuckled. You are a forward, Mario. He is also a forward. How will you overpower him? Data, performance, I must surpass him. Go for it, Mario. I shall cheer for you from the bench. If I make it onto the matchday squad. If not, I shall support you from the television. You can certainly do it. Antonio. Furthermore, not only will you be included in the matchday squad, but you will also take to the field. You were our captain in the youth team. Bolero shrugged nonchalantly. I am merely 22. Which prestigious club would allow a 22-year-old central defender to play in the Champions League? Unless absolutely necessary. Don't worry about me. Mario, go and defeat him. I still hope you can play Antonio. That way, you can help me defend against him and prevent him from scoring. Salado chimed childishly. Just imagine, I score up front while you freeze him in the back. How perfect. Upon hearing this, Bolero burst into laughter. Then I shall strive for a chance to play. Chen Xingyi, with a tray in hand, had just turned around when he spotted a tall young man with slightly darker skin waving at him. Over here, Xing. Over here. He quickly smiled and walked over, placing his tray on the table opposite him. Is your checkup done? The young man, towering even while seated, inquired. How did it go? Quite well. Dr. Dawson said there are no significant issues. Just be cautious not to overexert yourself during training in the coming days. Upon hearing this, the tall man sighed in relief, then displayed an apologetic expression. It's good that everything is fine. Otherwise, I would have felt guilty for a long time. Chen Xingyi chuckled and replied in English. It's all right, Danny. You didn't mean it. Bumps and bruises during training are normal. During yesterday's training, Chen Xingyi had sustained an injury from a collision with the tall Danny. He had limped off, and out of caution, the coach had not allowed him to continue, opting instead for treatment. After training concluded, Danny had sought him out to sincerely apologize, assuring him that it was unintentional. Of course, it was unintentional, which is why Chen Xingyi accepted his apology. Nevertheless, Danny had been preoccupied with the matter. This morning, Chen Xingyi had not participated in team training, but rather underwent a thorough examination. Now, having just finished and arrived at the dining hall for lunch, Danny was once again concerned. Chen Xingyi did not perceive this as a facade of concern from Danny. After more than a month at Ajax, he had come to understand the character of this tall individual. He was not a hypocritical pretender, nor a petty individual like Wang Guanglei. Indeed, it was merely an unforeseen incident during training, certainly not a mockery directed at Coach Wang. Moreover, as the foremost prodigy of Ajax Amsterdam, Danny Drew's standing within the team renders it unnecessary for him to resort to underhanded tactics against Chen Xingyi. The two players, in terms of position and experience, are incomparable. Chen Xingyi is an offensive player, while Danny Drew operates as a central defender. Even in China, Chen Xingyi is not regarded as the pinnacle of talent, whereas Drew is currently celebrated as the leading genius in Dutch football. Given the vast disparity between them, what reason would Drew have to target Chen Xingyi? You've consumed quite a bit of food, Drew remarked, noticing the ample portions on Chen Xingyi's plate. Mr. Mulder has instructed me to gain muscle, Chen Xingyi explained. Ah, indeed, you are rather slender, Drew replied, flexing his bicep for emphasis. Look at me. Chen Xingyi, feeling somewhat exasperated, responded, if I were as muscular as you, I wouldn't be agile enough. Hey, Star, are you implying that I lack agility? Drew inquired, recalling that at a towering height of 193 meters, he did not fit the stereotype of a cumbersome player. Despite his stature, Drew's footwork is remarkably swift, and his turns are equally agile. It is precisely this ability to defy the conventional expectations associated with his physique that has established Danny Drew as one of the premier talents in the Netherlands. Since his time as captain of the U15 national team, he has led teams across various age levels, and at the tender age of 17 years and 300 days, he became the youngest player to ever represent the Dutch national team. Now, at just 22, he has already made 27 appearances for his country. The media has speculated that with a touch more composure, Drew could become the cornerstone of the Dutch defense for the next decade. In this World Cup, Drew has played as a key central defender for the Dutch national team, aiding them in reaching the round of 16. Had they not faced the formidable Argentine team featuring Melabonija in the knockout stage, they might have progressed even further. Nevertheless, Drew's performance against Melabonija was commendable, as the match concluded with a score of 0-0 in regular time and 1-1 in extra time, ultimately resulting in a penalty shootout that led to the Netherlands' elimination. With a score of 2-4 in penalties, as the Dutch side converted only 2 of their 4 attempts. Throughout the 120 minutes of play, Drew maintained a steady presence, preventing Melabonija from scoring. Despite being matched against the swift and agile Melabonija, Drew's impressive 1.93-meter stature did not hinder his agility, as he adeptly contained the opposing player. "I no longer wish to converse with you, Danny," Qianxing quipped. "A defender who is taller, stronger, and yet so agile. How are we offensive players to survive?" "Huh, why is that? Are you still upset with me?" Drew feigned innocence, widening his eyes in a pleading manner as he gazed at Qianxing, striving to make his eyes appear more doe-like. Qianxing hastily waved his hands. "Please don't do that, Danny. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat." Drew burst into laughter, dropping his playful demeanor, and suddenly turned serious, asking, "I have something I wish to inquire about." "Go ahead," Qianxing replied, a smile gracing his face. "Could you tell me what kind of person Hu Lai is?" The smile on Qianxing's face froze. This chapter concludes with Chapter 13, The National Gate, at 19. "Could you tell me what kind of person Hu Lai is?" After Danny Drew posed the question, he noticed the sudden stillness of Qianxing's smile. Curiously, he inquired, "What's wrong? Do you two have a conflict? I assumed you were teammates on the Chinese team and would understand each other well." Snapping back to reality, Qianxing hurriedly waved his hands in explanation. No. You are overthinking it. There is no conflict. It's just that I am unsure how to convey what you're asking about him. Sometimes, I myself struggle to define what kind of person he is. In short, he is quite a complex individual." "A complex individual? Of course, every person is complex." Drew nodded in understanding. However, Qianxing shook his head. "No, Danny. The complexity I refer to may not align with your understanding." Drew's eyes widened in confusion. Not out of playful mischief this time, but genuine curiosity. "How so?" "A seemingly ordinary matter articulated by someone else can convey an entirely different meaning when expressed by him, even if the essence remains unchanged." Drew's widened eyes began to fill with small question marks. "At times, you might think he means one thing, but he intends another. Other times, you may believe he is saying something else, yet he is indeed conveying that specific meaning. Occasionally, he may genuinely express what you think he means, but you can't help but question whether he is subtly implying something different." "Stop," Drew interjected, raising his hand to halt Qianxing from elaborating further. "You've made me ponder deeply." Qianxing ceased his discourse and lowered his head to savor his lunch. The meal provided by the club was rather delightful. Contrary to the common belief that professional athletes subsist on bland fare, steak, fries, broccoli, and baked beans, he adeptly wielded his knife, fork, and spoon, ignoring Drew, who appeared to be in a state of existential contemplation. After a prolonged silence, Drew seemed to emerge from his reverie, with all this talk about meanings. Who indeed comes across as a rather intricate person. Qianxing gazed down at his plate, having devoured most of his steak, and sighed. "Danny, allow me to offer you a piece of advice." "Go on," Drew encouraged. "If, hypothetically, one day you find yourself competing alongside Hu, remember to wear noise-canceling earplugs during the match." Drew paused for a moment, then broke into a wide grin. "Huh. Xing, you are quite amusing." "Why is that?" "Because Hu will engage you in conversation." "Engage me? You mean trash talking?" Drew reassured confidently. "Don't worry, Xing. I want to engage with him. But I also want to wear any earplugs, as that would prevent me from hearing my teammates' calls and the referee's whistle." Qianxing wished to point out that ignoring him might prove futile, but upon reflection, he deemed the explanation too cumbersome, choosing instead to remain silent. "Well, that's fine," he replied dismissively, then shifted the topic. "What prompted your sudden interest in getting to know him? Isn't this an opportunity to attend the awards for the best young player in Europe in Paris? I should encounter him there. Perhaps I can inquire about the kind of person he is." Qianxing suddenly realized. The 22-year-old Danny Drew has also been nominated for the 10-person shortlist for the European Best Young Player Award. Thus, he too will be heading to Paris. This event can be deemed a gathering of the most elite young talents across Europe. Yet, it feels rather irrelevant to him, and Chun Xingyi felt a pang of bitterness. He has forever lost his connection to this prestigious occasion, for he has already turned 23 and is no longer eligible for nomination. In truth, he is not alone. Luo Kai, Wang Guanglei, and Huan Gu are all in the same boat. Nevertheless, he felt a tinge of despondency. The comfort of shared misfortune is fleeting. For what truly matters is his own standing. And he has none. The individual who once battled him fiercely in the national finals has now left him increasingly behind. Chun Xingyi sighed inwardly and buried himself in his food. At the Eldry Stadium, the atmosphere was electric. The second round of the Serie A League was underway, with Eldry facing off against Ferenc. The two teams were evenly matched, resulting in a fiercely contested match. Wang Guanglei and his agent, Shan Daosheng, were seated in the stands, surrounded by exuberant Eldry fans. Dressed in the red and blue striped jerseys of Eldry, they waved their scarves in a vibrant display of support, singing in unison to rally their team. During the match, Eldry, playing at home, maintained the initiative, continuously launching attacks on Ferenc's goal. Yet, the score remained 0-0. Truly reminiscent of Mauro Albertazzi, Shan Daosheng remarked, observing the match. Despite Eldry's numerous attempts, they could not penetrate the opposing goal. On the pitch, a tall young goalkeeper was rising from the ground, his demeanor remarkably composed. One would hardly guess that he had just executed a remarkable save, deflecting a close-range header from Eldry's forward, Filippo Zagrossi, onto the crossbar. It is worth noting that Zagrossi's header was no ordinary feat. He had leaped from the edge of the small box, the distance minimal. Moreover, he had headed a rebound, with the ball initially striking the ground before soaring toward the goal. Such shots are notoriously difficult to save. Zagrossi's header was of exceptional quality, befitting an Italian former international. However, Ferenc's main goalkeeper, Mauro Albertazzi, accomplished an unbelievable save, instinctively deflecting the ball onto the crossbar. As Zagrossi struck the ball, the Eldry fans were convinced it was a certain goal, and a roar of excitement erupted from the stands. Yet, as the ball was miraculously saved by Albertazzi, the cheers turned into collective gasps of disappointment, creating a remarkable spectacle. No wonder he is nominated for the European Best Young Player award, Wang Guanglei remarked beside him. Mauro Albertazzi, the prodigious goalkeeper nurtured by Fiorentina, is currently the subject of fervent interest from Italy's elite clubs. This season is likely to mark his final tenure with Fiorentina. At the tender age of 17, Albertazzi secured a starting position with Fiorentina, and by 18, he earned a place on the Italian national team. Had it not been for the unwavering presence of the current first-choice goalkeeper, Andrea Barani, Albertazzi might have represented Italy as the primary keeper in this summer's World Cup. Most observers believe that in terms of skill, Albertazzi is already on par with the legendary Italian goalkeeper, Andrea Barani, who has announced his retirement from the national team following this World Cup. If all proceeds as anticipated, Albertazzi will assume the role of Italy's starting goalkeeper in the two national team matches scheduled for September. A 19-year-old goalkeeper for Italy. In China, our players under 23 must rely on federation policies to secure opportunities in the Chinese Super League, while in Europe, a 19-year-old can already be a national team starter. Wang Guanglei sighed at the disparity, lamenting our late start in the sport. How many generations have they cultivated? Shan Daosheng attempted to console him, remarking that this year, Hulai has certainly helped us regain some pride. The award for Best Young Player is practically his. A remarkable achievement not only for China but for Asia as a whole. When Park Chung-tae played in Europe, he was merely nominated without ultimately winning. It is indeed astonishing to consider that a Chinese player could outshine these European and American talents. Shan Daosheng reflected on this, expressing disbelief at the progress made by our players. Wang Guanglei chuckled, "I'm not too surprised, as he is Hulai." As they conversed, Albertazzi soared into the air on the pitch, deftly catching a long-range shot from an Eldria player, denying them even a chance for a rebound. Once again, Eldria's offense faltered. "I wonder if being nominated has him feeling particularly exhilarated today," mused Shan Daosheng. Wang Guanglei, recalling Hulai, scoffed, "Excitement is futile. He is destined to be a mere participant." In fact, Albertazzi was nominated for the European Best Young Player award last year, but did not win. His inclusion in this year's nominations is commendable, though winning remains a formidable challenge, as goalkeepers seldom receive such accolades compared to their attacking counterparts. Fortunately, he is still quite young, with ample opportunity ahead, especially as a 19-year-old starting goalkeeper for the national team. What is so remarkable about being a starting goalkeeper at 19? I was just 20 when I defended our nation's goal in the World Cup, yet I didn't boast about it. I was not proud, Lindsay Yuan scoffed. Chapter 14. A startling surprise on August 22nd, during the second round of the English League Cup, Leeds City hosted the League Two team, Kingston. In this match, the majority of the starting players, including Hulai, were afforded a well-deserved rest. Since the inception of the Premier League, it has consistently featured a demanding schedule of matches twice a week. Consequently, participation in the League Cup does not necessitate the involvement of key players. This season, as Leeds United engages in multiple competitions, head coach Tony Clark devised a strategic plan prior to the season's commencement regarding the tournaments in which the team would partake. The League Cup is deemed to have the lowest priority among all competitions, making it the first to be relinquished. This is largely due to the fact that the League Cup holds the least prestige among England's three major tournaments, lacking the significance of the league and the illustrious history and standing of the FA Cup, rendering it somewhat superfluous. Additionally, the schedule of the League Cup coincides significantly with the Champions League. Thus, for Leeds, who are already navigating multiple fronts, participating in the League Cup would impose an even greater burden. In contrast, the FA Cup is more accommodating, as Premier League teams only enter in the third round, which occurs in early January, after the conclusion of the Champions League group stage, allowing for a seamless transition without hindrance. Given these considerations, Clark decisively opted to forego the League Cup, or rather, he redefined it as an opportunity for reserve players to gain match experience. There were no expectations regarding performance. The objective was simply to progress as far as possible, with elimination being inconsequential. In their home match against Kingston, in accordance with Clark's strategy, Leeds United made significant alterations to their starting lineup. Nevertheless, they comfortably triumphed 4-1 against Kingston, a team from League Two, whose capabilities were starkly inferior. Kingston competes in the third tier of the English Football League system, separated from the Premier League by the Championship. Polish prodigy Dominik Laskowski, who joined the team this summer, finally netted his first official goal for Leeds United. Despite the high expectations placed upon him by Polish supporters, his performance since arriving at Leeds had yet to yield immediate satisfaction, as he remains in a period of adjustment. The attention he garnered in Poland now translates into significant pressure at Leeds. Clark recognized the weight of this pressure on Laskowski, thus designating him to start in this League Cup match against a League Two side. Although Kingston's strength is limited, scoring in this match is anticipated to alleviate some of the burden on Laskowski. In the post-match press conference, Clark notably commended Laskowski's performance. The challenges faced by Laskowski at Leeds highlight the extraordinary nature of Hulai's achievement in scoring 5 goals during his first 3 matches for the club, an indication of his exceptional talent, which is evidently superior to that of Laskowski. Following the encounter with Kingston, Leeds is set to host Portsmouth in the 4th round of the Premier League. This match also serves as the final fixture before the Champions League draw and awards ceremony for the new season. Although Hulai did not score during this match, he provided his first assist of the season, arriving earlier than in previous campaigns. He assisted the substitute midfielder Robert Conroy, who scored the equalizing goal for Leeds City. In that match, Hulai found himself heavily marked by the opposition, which compelled him to create opportunities for his teammates by drawing defenders away. Unfortunately, his teammates were somewhat lacking in their ability to seize these chances, and fortune did not smile upon them. Fortunately, the substitute Conroy did not squander Hulai's pass, striking the ball into the net with little defensive pressure. Ultimately, Leeds City secured a 1-1 draw against the opposition at home thanks to this goal. After 4 rounds of the league, Leeds City sits in second place with 3 victories and 1 draw, accumulating 10 points. Liverpool United holds the top position, maintaining an unbeaten record since the season commenced, with 12 points. In 3rd to 5th place are Holt, Wigston, and Stan Park Rangers, each with 9 points. The traditional Big Six teams, including the opposition, North London Wanderers, and London Bridge, each have 7 points, ranking 6th to 8th. It is evident that the performance of several prestigious clubs has fallen short of expectations, largely due to the impact of the World Cup. Whenever major tournaments like the World Cup or the European Championship occur, the subsequent season often sees fluctuating performances from elite teams. This is primarily because the players within these top-tier clubs are usually key members of their national teams, which are often strong contenders with a high likelihood of advancing far in global competitions. Consequently, These players participate in more matches than others, leading to greater fatigue and an increased risk of injury, even if they do not sustain injuries. Their participation in numerous international matches often results in varying degrees of absence from preseason training, hindering their ability to sync with their teams and adjust their form. The culmination of these factors manifests in subpar performances during the league, a phenomenon commonly referred to as World Cup syndrome. Additionally, during national team match days within the league, there exists another term known as the FIFA virus, indicating that clubs with a higher concentration of international players are more susceptible to the influences of their national teams. Conversely, Liverpool United, Holt, Leeds City, and Wigston possess fewer international players, thus experiencing minimal disruption from the World Cup. As a result, they find themselves ranking prominently at present. However, it is important to remember that the league is a long marathon, and the depth and heritage of elite clubs often enable them to gradually adjust and recover over time. Once they leverage their scale advantages, it becomes increasingly challenging for teams like Liverpool United and Holt, originally positioned in the lower mid-table, to compete with the elite, ultimately relinquishing their current standings and returning to their rightful ranks based on their capabilities. The miracle that Leeds City achieved last season is indeed difficult to replicate for other teams, and even for Leeds City itself. After the match against the opposition, the league temporarily halts to accommodate national team fixtures. Ordinarily, Hulai would be expected to return home to prepare for the national team's friendly matches. However, this time, he must first journey to Paris, France, to attend the European Player of the Year award ceremony. Simultaneously, Leeds City Club is set to send representatives to participate in the draw ceremony for the UEFA Champions League group stage for the upcoming season. Why Paris, you may ask? Because Paris serves as the headquarters for the esteemed Ballon d'Or magazine. Since the collaboration between UEFA and the Ballon d'Or magazine commenced, the Champions League draw ceremony has been seamlessly merged with the award presentation, allowing both events to be efficiently conducted in Paris, thus sparing attendees from unnecessary travel. Ultimately, Leeds City's head coach, Tony Clark, along with the club's general manager, Eric Duffy, and player representatives, Hulai and Peter Williams, gathered at the airport. "Peter, what brings you here?" Hulai exclaimed in surprise upon spotting Williams, who was leaning on a crutch. Williams retorted, "What's with that expression? Who? I am one of the 10 nominees." As the midfield linchpin for last season's Premier League champions and a member of the England squad for the World Cup, where he performed commendably, it was entirely reasonable for Peter Williams to find himself among the 10 candidates for last season's European Best Young Player award. "Isn't it true that you were supposed to be resting at home? Why are you out and about?" Hulai hastily clarified. "I hadn't intended to come, but Delphin encouraged me to get out and clear my mind, so here I am." Williams then introduced Delphin Isabella, who had been supporting him, to everyone present. Isabella greeted them charmingly before turning to gaze affectionately at Williams, a sight that reflected the bliss of young love. Hulai observed the striking young woman with her brown locks, noting that this was his first encounter with Williams' girlfriend. After all, he had previously refrained from inviting Williams to treat them to dinner following their raucous visit to his home. He certainly did not wish to be inundated with romantic gestures. However, little did he expect that attending the award ceremony would involve him encountering such displays of affection on the way, which was quite disconcerting. He inquired of Clark, "Boss, is it permissible to bring family members to such events?" Clark nodded. "Of course, bringing your parents or significant other is entirely acceptable. After all, this is a moment of glory for every player, and it is only fitting to share it with those closest to them." He then glanced at the couple before him. Smiling warmly, clearly, in Peter's eyes, this beautiful young lady is his closest companion. Williams did not refute this, exchanging a knowing glance and a smile with Isabella. Hulai, attempting to mask his eye roll, looked up at the terminal's ceiling. Noticing Hulai's gesture, Williams inquired, "What's wrong? Who? What are you looking at?" "Nothing. Just admiring the scenery," Hulai replied, continuing to gaze skyward. "Scenery?" Williams echoed, tilting his head back to observe the steel-framed terminal roof, frowning. "What sort of beauty is this?" "Ah, the beauty of industry, the aesthetics of geometry, the elegance of order. You simply do not comprehend it yet, Peter. You are still too young," Hulai retorted. "Young? I already have a girlfriend," Williams shot back. "Damn it, how am I supposed to respond to that?" Hulai thought. Meanwhile, Clark, who had been watching the exchange, couldn't contain his laughter and patted Hulai on the shoulder. Hulai cast a resentful glance at Clark. "What do you mean by that, boss? You refrained from tapping my shoulder," which was fortunate. However, when you did, it felt as though you were offering me consolation. Indeed. After Clark's gesture, both Williams and his girlfriend Isabella burst into laughter. Williams added with a playful jab, my grandmother's bone biscuits are truly delectable. Shall I bring some for you during our next training session? In response, Hulai raised 2 fingers in a playful gesture towards Williams in front of his girlfriend, which only heightened the merriment of the group. All right, came the gentle call from the makeup artist. Li Qingqing opened her eyes and beheld her exquisitely made-up reflection in the mirror, momentarily lost in thought. She hardly ever wore makeup, even when the occasion called for it. Yet, this time, she unexpectedly permitted the makeup artist from the CCTV crew to adorn her. Looking at her reflection, she initially felt a sense of unfamiliarity but quickly realized, this is me, Li Qingqing. Behind her, Wang Shanshan gazed at the stunning beauty in the mirror, also momentarily entranced. Having observed the entire makeup process, she was aware of the details involved. Yet the instant Li Qingqing opened her eyes, she felt as though the beautiful visage in the mirror radiated a gentle glow, illuminating the makeup room. It was reminiscent of admiring a portrait of a lady. When the artist rendered the woman's eyes, she seemed to come alive, stepping forth from the canvas, vividly present before everyone. Those eyes reflected the room's lights, sparkling like a myriad of stars, breathtakingly enchanting to the point of evoking a tinge of jealousy in Wang Shanshan. However, the CCTV reporter quickly reined in her inappropriate thoughts and approached Li Qingqing with a smile, exclaiming, "You look truly beautiful, Qingqing. With this makeup, you could rival those major stars." Li Qingqing shyly shook her head. "I am a football player. Why would I apply so much makeup? Once exposed to the sun, it all turns into sweat. No matter how beautiful the makeup, it would end up in a mess. Indeed, there is waterproof makeup, but it still feels odd for a professional athlete to devote daily time and energy to makeup." Wang Shanshan nodded in agreement, no longer insisting. She simply tilted her head to admire Li Qingqing in the mirror, smiling. "If you go to meet Hulai looking like this, you are sure to astonish him." Li Qingqing joined in the laughter. P.S. I sincerely apologize to everyone for requesting an extended break during the European Championship. My wife noticed my late nights watching matches and writing, leading to a disrupted day-night cycle. She kindly suggested taking me out for a trip to unwind and escape the confines of the computer screen and keyboard. Thus, we arranged for a self-drive tour along the small ring of Western Sichuan. Initially, we planned to depart on July 9th. But considering the crucial moments of the World Cup storyline, I felt the need to maintain my writing pace, leading to a postponement until now. We invited my wife's elder brother and sister-in-law, and the 4 of us set off in one vehicle to explore Kongding, Zindukio, and Daocheng, leaving behind our computers and writing. And without kids, fully allowing our minds to relax and rejuvenate. However, due to the limited backlog of only 12 chapters, I can only manage a single update during the 9 days from the 22nd to the 31st. I kindly ask for your understanding as I seize this opportunity to momentarily detach myself from the relentless cycle of serial writing. This respite will allow me to rejuvenate both body and mind, thereby enabling me to continue crafting the tales of Hulai and his companions with renewed vigor and enthusiasm. After all, I have dedicated over a year to this book without taking a genuine break, even on the eve of the Lunar New Year. While my family enjoyed the Spring Festival Gala, I was diligently typing away in my study, producing 4 chapters in a single day, a testament to the tedium of the gala. As a final note, starting tomorrow, the 22nd, until the end of this month on the 31st, I shall be publishing single updates, and I sincerely hope for your understanding. Chapter 15. Standing side by side, the year 2026 will forever be etched in the annals of Chinese football as a remarkable milestone. In this year, Hulai led the underdog Premier League team, Leeds City, to a historic championship victory. While he personally achieved the distinction of being the Premier League's top scorer, a first for a Chinese player in this prestigious league. During the summer of that year, the Chinese national team also made history by participating in the World Cup finals for the first time, finishing the group stage unbeaten with 3 draws and accumulating 3 points. A notable achievement as the only undefeated team in the tournament. Although they did not advance beyond the group stage, few harbored expectations that the Chinese team, in their inaugural World Cup appearance, could reach the knockout rounds. Nevertheless, their performance in the group stage, especially against Brazil, ignited hope and anticipation for the upcoming Iberian World Cup in 4 years' time. In contrast to the men's team, the women's football scene faced diminished influence and attention. However, Li Qingqing played a pivotal role in helping Paris Ager Women's Football Club clinch the Division I feminine title last season, her first league championship in her overseas career. Throughout the season, she scored 11 goals and provided 15 assists, making her the key contributor to Paris Ager's success. Since transferring to the team in 2023, Li Qingqing has finally realized her immense talent and potential over the past 3 years, marking her most outstanding season in Paris Ager. Not only did she earn the title of Best Player in the Division I Feminine, but she was also nominated among the 5 candidates for the prestigious title of European Women's Player of the Year. This distinction is for the best player, not merely the best young player, as there is no award for the best young female footballer. It is directly the best player. Thus, at just 22, Li Qingqing ranks among the top 5 performers in European women's football. Simultaneously, Hulai is all but assured of securing the European Young Player of the Year award. The simultaneous success of both the men's and women's teams is a dual celebration for Chinese football. Consequently, CCTV has orchestrated a special feature, dispatching a film crew to Paris to cover the award ceremony. Regardless of whether Hulai and Li Qingqing ultimately receive their accolades, this moment represents a luminous chapter in the history of Chinese football. In selecting the final perspective for their report and filming strategy, the production team opted not to commence their coverage from Hulai in England. Instead, they took an unconventional route, journeying directly to Paris, France, with Li Qingqing as the focal point of this grand European football celebration. One reason for this decision was the overwhelming amount of attention and coverage surrounding Hulai, which had become rather commonplace and lacked novelty. Furthermore, the production team intended to garner some popularity for women's football, thereby attracting a greater audience. While men's football is currently flourishing, women's football, as a traditional stronghold for China, deserves heightened recognition. However, in terms of visibility and commercialization, women's football inherently faces challenges. Even with the presence of a goddess-like figure such as Li Qingqing, it remains difficult to draw comparisons with men's football. This occasion presented a splendid opportunity to leverage the popularity and fervor of men's football. Thus, the filming crew approached Li Qingqing, centering their narrative around her. Li Qingqing is not the type to seek the spotlight or revel in public attention. However, she never shies away from any opportunity to promote women's football, as she aspires for the betterment of the sport in China, particularly after witnessing numerous male players emerge onto the international stage. She yearns for more female footballers to follow suit. Therefore, she feels a moral obligation to contribute, even modestly, to the advancement of women's football in China. In recent years, with the deepening reforms in campus football, the country has begun to prepare for a unified nationwide women's high school football league, drawing inspiration from the successful experiences of men's campus football leagues. It is anticipated that this initiative will come to fruition next year. Although there have been women's campus competitions in the past, their scale and influence pale in comparison to the now established men's high school football championships. Men's football, at least, benefits from a structured club system that nurtures talent, while women's football primarily relies on the grassroots of campus football. Thus, it is imperative to enhance the women's segment of campus football to ensure a steady influx of talent for the national team. Furthermore, fostering women's campus football will alleviate concerns for aspiring female players and their parents, those who worry that pursuing the sport might hinder academic pursuits, encouraging greater participation in this beautiful game. Additionally, the Football Association is contemplating the merger of the Women's Super League with the Men's League, transferring management to the Super League Alliance. Previously, the Super League Alliance was solely responsible for the Men's League, while the Women's League, despite its name, fell under the association's jurisdiction, which, in some respects, did not constitute a genuine professional league. Of course, there were valid reasons for the association's management approach during the early days of the Women's Super League, when it struggled to capture market interest, resulting in minimal viewership and a lack of corporate sponsorship, hindering commercial development. If thrust entirely into the market, it might have faltered within just a couple of seasons. However, with the deepening reforms in Chinese football and a shift in public perception, coupled with the emergence of remarkable figures like Li Qingqing, valuable insights have been gained regarding the commercialization of women's football leagues. The current Women's Super League has seen a significant enhancement in both attendance and commercial value compared to its inception. Concurrently, due to the overall improvement in the men's football performance and image, The commercial development of the Chinese Super League has surpassed previous efforts. The league's commercial revenue has been increasing year after year, providing greater financial resources to support the Women's Super League. Historically, there have always been those who deride women's football by contrasting it with men's football, positioning them as irreconcilable rivals. However, it is crucial to recognize that women's and men's football are mutually dependent. Often, the former relies on the latter for sustenance. Those advocating for the dissolution of men's football in favor of women's football may not realize that the demise of men's football would inevitably lead to the decline of women's football as well. With various conditions now ripe, the Football Association is considering transferring the management of the Women's Super League to the Chinese Super League Alliance. The Football Association's focus will shift towards nurturing talent in grassroots teams and promoting women's football in schools. Following the men's football reforms and subsequent achievements, the association also aspires for women's football to reclaim its former glory. To be candid, while the current standard of women's football may surpass that of men's football, a closer examination of their historical achievements reveals a regression. As men's football has made substantial strides, women's football should also return to its rightful historical standing, which would genuinely signify progress for Chinese football. After all, Chinese football encompasses both men's and women's competitions, not merely the men's. As long as it benefits the development and advancement of women's football, Li Qingqing is eager to contribute. She readily agreed to participate in the filming and has essentially decided to serve as the ambassador for the new Women's Super League. Moreover, should a nationwide women's football campus competition be established, she will also become its spokesperson. Qingqing, didn't you inform Hulai in advance? Wang Shanshan confirmed with Li Qingqing. No. Li Qingqing replied with a shake of her head. That's good. Wang Shanshan smiled. I am eagerly anticipating his expression when he sees you at the airport. I am looking forward to it as well. Li Qingqing responded with a smile. During the filming, the production team suggested that Li Qingqing should meet Hulai at the airport, as she is the local host in Paris and shares a close relationship with him. It would be only fitting for her to extend her hospitality. Li Qingqing agreed. To enhance the show's impact, the production team requested that this news be kept a strict secret from Hulai until they could surprise him at the airport, to which Li Qingqing also consented. Now, they were seated in a vehicle en route to the airport. Upon arrival, they planned to intercept Hulai as media reporters and conduct an interview before Li Qingqing made her appearance. In the car, Wang Shanshan and Li Qingqing began discussing the details enthusiastically, brainstorming how to execute the surprise for Hulai. Sitting in the passenger seat, the cameraman, Xiao Zhang, turned to observe the scene and suddenly conceived a somewhat absurd notion of being the target of two beautiful women's plans. Whether to feel sympathy or envy was uncertain. The flight from Leeds to Paris is brief, and soon the Leeds United entourage disembarked the plane, taking a shuttle bus to the terminal. Upon retrieving their luggage from the baggage carousel, they collectively proceeded towards the exit. There, they would be greeted by a throng of media reporters and subsequently engage in interviews. The inquiries posed were largely similar, with Hulai emerging as the focal point of all media attention. After all, there were rampant rumors suggesting he was poised to receive the prestigious title of European Young Player of the Year. While the official sources had yet to confirm this, analysts meticulously scrutinized the 10-player shortlist, comparing the performance statistics from the previous season. Who could possibly match Hulai's 32 goals in the Premier League? Coupled with a Premier League championship, the Golden Boot, the title of Premier League Player of the Year, and 5 goals in the World Cup. Alongside the Golden Boot in that tournament, even though the performances of other young players were commendable, they were merely exceptional within their peer group. In stark contrast to Hulai's extraordinary achievements, they paled in comparison. If the 22-year-old Premier League top scorer and World Cup Golden Boot winner were to fail to secure the European Young Player award, the integrity of the accolade would undoubtedly be called into question. Some media outlets even suggested that, given Hulai's remarkable performance, he ought to be contending for the European Player of the Year award, namely the Ballon d'Or, instead of the Young Player award. His accomplishments among the young players seemed almost to diminish the competition. As they exited, it was evident that around 20 to 30 journalists were awaiting their arrival. More specifically, they were waiting for Hulai. Both Coach Clark and Peter Williams were approached by only 2 or 3 reporters, while Hulai was besieged by a throng of journalists, microphones, recorders, and phones thrust towards him. Hulai, there are rumors that you have secured this year's European Young Player award. What are your thoughts on this? Award? I don't think so. I haven't received any notification regarding an award. I am here as one of the 10 nominees, so I have no comments. Hulai. Among the past 25 recipients of the Young Player Award, 10 have subsequently won the European Golden Ball. Do you believe you might attain the European Golden Ball in the future? Oh, I've said it before. I haven't even confirmed an award. So please don't count me among them. Hulai meticulously navigated the reporter's questions, leaving no room for them to misinterpret his words. Observing his caution, the journalists shifted their approach. May I inquire, Hulai, what are your thoughts on being shortlisted among the final 10 candidates? My thoughts? I'm delighted. It's a recognition of my performance over the past season, and I'm very pleased to receive such acknowledgement. As Hulai responded to the journalists while moving towards the exit, he was approached by Wang Guanglei just as he was about to leave the terminal. Hello, Hulai. We are from CCTV. Hulai was slightly taken aback. What brings you to Paris? Wang Guanglei smiled. We are here to cover your award ceremony. Even when faced with familiar faces, Hulai maintained his guarded demeanor, shaking his head and clarifying, it's not an award ceremony. Wang Guanglei did not press him further on the matter. So is it a nomination? Indeed, a nomination. Hulai nodded and continued onward. Since it was a nomination, may I inquire what you would like to say to Li Qingqing, considering both of you have been nominated this time? Upon hearing Li Qingqing's name, Hulai raised his hands to speak, only to be interrupted by Wang Guanglei. Could you address the camera, Hulai? Glancing at the camera beside the journalist, Hulai paused, turned toward the lens, and proclaimed, Congratulations, Li Qingqing. Being nominated for European Best Player is a commendable achievement, surpassing my own nomination as a young player. Remarkable. He gave a thumbs up to the camera. Keep striving for the next selection as the World Footballer of the Year. Before he could finish his sentence, someone emerged from beside the camera, smiling radiantly at him. Thank you for your kind words, Hulai. Hulai was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to recognize her. But soon his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, What are you doing here? As the host, I am here to welcome you. Li Qingqing replied with evident delight. As Li Qingqing stepped forward, Wang Guanglei took a step back. Witnessing this scene, she too broke into a joyful smile, having finally orchestrated the moment she had long envisioned. Oh, how beautiful it was! The encounter of young men and women in a foreign land was both a surprise and a warm sentiment. Her gaze flitted between their faces. First, she noticed the radiant smile on Li Qingqing's face, followed by Hulai's expression of astonishment transforming into joy. The two shared a smile. Having stood side by side on the grand stage of European football, Wang Guanglai's carefully crafted coincidence was intended to declare to all of Europe, Look, these are the golden boy and girl of Chinese football. P.S. From today until the end of the month, I will be posting updates daily. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience. Additionally, I appreciate everyone's reminders and advice. We will remain vigilant regarding weather and geological disaster situations, and will alter our itinerary immediately if necessary. Chapter 16. A face like peach blossoms, a charming smile, just as Wang Guanglei had hoped. Li Qingqing soon welcomed Hulai at the airport, and their joint appearance was disseminated widely. After all, they were not the only ones present. Numerous media outlets from China, France, the UK, and other countries were also in attendance. The annual European Ballon d'Or award ceremony and the Champions League draw are events of such prominence that they rival the FIFA World Player of the Year awards held each January. Thus, media attention was abundant. Chinese fans were quite familiar with the story of Hulai and Li Qingqing, having heard it numerous times. Almost every Chinese football fan knew that Hulai and Li Qingqing had been classmates since high school, with Li Qingqing even serving as Hulai's initial mentor, making their close relationship quite natural. European fans, however, found it refreshing, as they had not anticipated such a close bond between the two representatives of Chinese football, one strong enough for them to greet one another at the airport. They appeared so well-matched standing together that one foreign fan even questioned in the comments, Can someone tell me what their relationship is? In the hotel room, Delphine Isabella, embracing her boyfriend Peter Williams, inquired with a hint of uncertainty, Peter, are you absolutely certain that who does not have a girlfriend? Williams, his expression grave, nodded solemnly, but soon shook his head. To be honest, Delphine, I am not quite sure anymore. Do you think they resemble a couple? After a moment of contemplation, Isabella responded, I cannot say with certainty. They seem to have known each other for a long time, accustomed to one another's presence in a way that transcends mere friendship. Yet it does not appear to embody romantic affection, at least not as we share. Upon hearing Isabella's words, Williams chuckled. What about us? Isabella chose not to respond verbally, instead sealing her lips to his and gently pushing him onto the bed. Thank you for your time. It has been a pleasure. Wang Shanshan beamed at Hulai. Hulai exhaled and rose from his chair. It went well, thankfully. Though we will need to record the interview twice. Wang Shanshan explained with a smile. Given that you must return home right after the award ceremony, we have no time for a follow-up interview. Thus, we had to prepare 2 scenarios to accommodate different outcomes. We could have recorded just once, presuming your victory as the European best young player. Hulai quickly waved his hands. No, we cannot compromise on integrity. Thank you, Hulai, for taking the time to engage with us. The interview will be broadcasted after your award is announced. Wang Shanshan extended her hand. They exchanged a gentle handshake. As Hulai opened the door and stepped out of the room, he spotted Li Qingqing sitting on a chair outside, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing him, she rose and approached with a smile. Is it over? Yes, it's done. Shall we go? All right, Hulai nodded. Li Qingqing waved at Wang Shanshan, who followed them out. Goodbye, Shanshan. I want to see you off. A car will take you back to the hotel. Wang Shanshan stood at the door, showing no intention of accompanying them. All right. No worries, Shanshan. Thank you for your hard work, Li Qingqing acknowledged. What have I to toil over? It is you too, especially Hulai, who has been whisked away right after your flight. Hurry back to the hotel and rest. Wang Shanshan waved her hand. The 2 young individuals waved farewell to her before turning away. Wang Shanshan, adorned with her familiar sweet smile, stood at the door, gazing at their retreating figures. Cameraman Xiao Zhang emerged from within, noticing Wang Shanshan still watching the direction in which the 2 had departed, and curiously asked, Still watching? Wang Shanshan turned to see Xiao Zhang and sighed with a smile. It is truly wonderful. What is so wonderful? Xiao Zhang inquired. They have journeyed together from campus to now, each achieving great success, yet they can still walk side by side. That is truly remarkable, Wang Shanshan replied. Her gaze fixed on the 2 silhouettes gradually vanishing at the corridor's end. In the elevator, Hulai turned to look at Li Qingqing, who slightly inclined her head. Her eyes wide with curiosity. What are you staring at? I mean, at the airport, my first impression of you was quite peculiar. Hulai frowned. Did you wear makeup? Indeed. Li Qingqing extended her delicate, alabaster fingers, forming a V shape beside her face. How do I look? Not bad, though it's a bit unfamiliar. You rarely wear makeup. Do you? I find it troublesome. I spend 2 hours before training to apply makeup, only for it to be gone in 15 minutes, at most just sunscreen. Li Qingqing lowered her hand, pouting slightly. Sometimes, you don't seem like a girl. Li Qingqing straightened her posture, asking, Where do I seem lacking? Hulai raised his gaze. Observing her face, you don't wear makeup. So would you prefer if I did? Li Qingqing inquired. Hulai shook his head. Perhaps not. You look quite lovely without it. Hearing Hulai say this, Li Qingqing's large eyes sparkled with joy. Really? Yes, truly. With Hulai's affirmation, Li Qingqing took out her phone and said, How about we take a picture together while it's just the 2 of us in the elevator? What is the point of taking a picture? Hulai pondered. It's just an ordinary elevator, not Disneyland. Why take a photo? Li Qingqing shot him a glance. Because I'm wearing makeup today, I want a keepsake. With that, she raised her arm, holding the phone in front of them. Hulai understood his role and tilted his head toward her. Li Qingqing mirrored his movement. It was as if they were drawn to each other. Leaning closer until their faces were nearly touching, allowing both to fit into the front camera's frame. Li Qingqing laughed, and Hulai joined her in laughter. The camera app detected their smiles and automatically took the photo. Thus, another snapshot of the 2 was born, just after the picture was taken. Before Li Qingqing could lower her arm, the elevator dinged, and the doors opened to reveal several strangers waiting outside. They gazed in astonishment at the young couple inside, huddled together for a selfie. Li Qingqing gasped, quickly lowering her phone, and hurriedly exited the elevator with Hulai, both of them looking down. Amidst whistles and cheers, they fled in embarrassment. It wasn't until they burst through the doors that they paused and exchanged glances. Li Qingqing laughed first. You're still laughing. This is social death. Hulai glared at her. Consequently, Li Qingqing laughed even harder, clutching her stomach and bending over. Seeing her in such a state, Hulai couldn't help but be infected by her laughter, joining in while still chiding. All right, stop laughing. What is so funny? Eventually, Li Qingqing regained her composure. Straightening up and wiping her eyes, Hulai exclaimed, Have you laughed so hard that tears came out? Isn't that a bit excessive? Li Qingqing's face still bore a smile. The moment you mentioned social death, I suddenly imagined if the elevator doors opened to a crowd of reporters with cameras and microphones. That would be true social death. Huh. So you've been laughing about that for so long? Hu Lai asked. Li Qingqing nodded. You have quite a peculiar sense of humor. Li Qingqing shot Hu Lai a sideways glance, then pulled out her phone to admire the selfie they had just taken. In the photo, her makeup enhanced her features, making her look radiant and charming. The atmosphere felt distinctly different from usual, and upon seeing her own reflection, Li Qingqing felt a tinge of shyness. She quickly cast a glance at Hu Lai beside her, noting that he was oblivious to her, and immediately tapped the red heart icon beneath the photo to signify her appreciation. At that moment, the car sent to pick them up arrived at the entrance. The window rolled down, revealing Song Jiajia's beaming smile from the driver's seat. It seems I arrived just in time. Huh. Oh my. Qingqing, you've done your makeup? You look stunning. Thank you. Li Qingqing replied joyfully. The two opened the car doors and settled into the back seat. How was it? Did the interview go smoothly? Song Jiajia inquired once they were inside. Hu Lai responded, it went quite well. We interviewed for each outcome. However, there is a noticeable difference. The segment on my winning the Women's Ballon d'Or is clearly longer than the one for those who didn't win. Li Qingqing pointed to Hu Lai beside her, adding, and his situation is quite the opposite. This indicates that everyone assumes Hu Lai will win the award. Hu Lai, have you thought about what you'll say during the acceptance speech? Not really. Should I prepare something for you? No need. Do I really have to prepare a speech? I can just speak off the cuff. Hu Lai shook his head. All right then, just don't ramble, Li Qingqing teased. Hey, am I that kind of person? You are. Without waiting for Song Jiajia to interject, Li Qingqing made a gun gesture with her fingers, pointing at Hu Lai. Seeing Hu Lai caught off guard by Li Qingqing's playful jab, Song Jiajia burst into laughter while driving. Let us not take you back to the hotel just yet. It's rare for the three of us to gather alone. I'll treat you to dinner. Forget about training and just relax. Think of it as a fun outing. Feel free to suggest whatever you want to eat. Hu Lai, keep quiet and listen to Qingqing. Upon seeing Hu Lai close his mouth, Li Qingqing giggled. I know a restaurant I've been to with my teammates. The food is quite good. All right, then let us go there. The sleek black car merged into the flow of traffic, carrying the young companions amidst laughter and joy. Chapter 17. Mei Li is petty every year. At the end of August, prior to the commencement of the European season, UEFA holds various award ceremonies along with the draws for the Champions League and Europa League group stages. This is a grand occasion for European football. Given the prominence of European football in the global arena, it can be likened to a major event in world football, the highest honor for players competing in Europe. The Ballon d'Or stands alongside FIFA's World Player of the Year award as two pinnacle achievements in the realm of individual accolades in football. Generally, players who receive the Ballon d'Or have a significant likelihood of also being awarded the World Player of the Year. However, the opinions of the two awards do not always align, primarily due to the differing selection processes. FIFA's World Player of the Year is determined by votes from the coaches and captains of all national teams under FIFA's umbrella. In contrast, the Ballon d'Or is awarded based on votes from France's Ballon magazine in conjunction with sports media across Europe. The two awards differ vastly in terms of their professional credibility, with the Ballon d'Or scoring higher in this regard. The accolade of the World Footballer of the Year serves as a profound testament to the recipient's influence within the realm of global football. Each award possesses its own merits and drawbacks. Should an individual manage to secure both the World Footballer of the Year and the European Golden Ball in the same year, it unequivocally attests to their undeniable prowess and impeccable performance during that award cycle. Players capable of achieving such distinction are undoubtedly among the top 10 superstars in the world of football at that time. This year, being a World Cup year, the recipient of the European Golden Ball is a foregone conclusion. It will undoubtedly be the Prince, Alexander Salados, who not only garnered the title of Best Player in the World Cup, but also led the Spanish national team to victory. He may even be in contention for the World Footballer of the Year by year's end. For years prior, in 2022, the illustrious Cesar Celio Caesar, who assisted Italy in claiming the World Cup, secured both the European Golden Ball and the World Footballer of the Year honors that year. Despite the fervent calls for Hu Lai to triumph, which has drawn heightened attention from Chinese fans and media towards the European Best Young Player award, the primary focus of the media and fans has always remained on the premier accolades. The award ceremony, held the day before the UEFA Champions League group stage draw, was a grand event organized by UEFA and the Ballon d'Or magazine, complete with a red carpet segment. Hulai, dressed in formal attire for this rare occasion, accompanied Peter Williams in the same vehicle to the ceremony. As Williams, leaning on his cane, traversed the red carpet, Hulai walked beside him, occasionally waving and smiling at the fans and journalists outside the carpet. It was evident that, despite being widely speculated to be the recipient of the European Best Young Player award, Hulai was not the focal point of the event. The throng of media and fans gathered on either side of the red carpet were primarily not there for him, resulting in a lack of overwhelming cheers or flashes that could illuminate the night. While some took photographs and others cheered, the enthusiasm was rather subdued, perhaps even less than what the two experienced during their appearances in Leeds. As they approached the end of the red carpet, a commotion erupted behind them, accompanied by thunderous applause, shrieks, and the click of camera shutters. This cacophony was impossible to ignore, prompting Hulai and Williams to glance back. Coming towards them from the end of the red carpet was none other than Mela Bonilla, the star player of the Madrid Royals and a football prodigy from Argentina, who was shortlisted among the final 5 candidates for this year's European Golden Ball. Upon recognizing the figure, Williams, accustomed to such spectacles, returned his gaze forward and continued his slow advance. Mela Bonilla reveled in this attention, and Hulai remarked, "This spectacle is far more extravagant than ours." Williams chuckled. After all, it is Mela Bonilla. He felt no need to elaborate, for the prowess of Mela Bonilla was universally acknowledged. In the twilight of the 4 heavenly kings, as some retire and others fade, it is widely believed that Meili will vie with Cabanca for the title of the leading figure among the new generation of players. Nevertheless, in this World Cup, Meili's performance pales in comparison to that of Brazil's Cabanca. Under Cabanca's leadership, the Brazilian team advanced to the finals, only to narrowly lose to Spain. In contrast, Meili's Argentina was eliminated in the quarterfinals by the eventual champions, Spain. During this tournament, Meili managed only 1 goal and 1 assist, falling short of the remarkable achievements of his Brazilian counterpart, the prodigious Kendall Cabanca, who is just a year his senior. However, this does not diminish his stature in the eyes of numerous fans and media alike. Upon hearing Williams' remark, Hulai merely scoffed, dismissing Meili as a mere defeated adversary. Those already present at the venue, eager for the ceremony to commence, mingled freely rather than remaining seated, as is customary among the elite clubs of Europe who often attend such events. This was an opportune moment to exchange pleasantries, reminisce, and foster connections, potentially paving the way for transfer negotiations. While players may represent different teams, many maintain amicable relationships, making it quite normal for them to greet one another. For fans and the media, the awards ceremony is a grand event in the footballing world. For the players, particularly those unlikely to win an award, it serves as a social gathering. The younger players, however, tended to remain more reserved, seated in their designated places, awaiting the proceedings, while simultaneously watching the live broadcast of the red carpet outside on the large screen. As Hulai made his entrance, a few gazes shifted, for he was almost assuredly the frontrunner for the Best Young Player award, thus, in a sense, a victor among them all. Mario Salado straightened his posture, focusing intently on Hulai, as if attempting to pierce him with his gaze. Yet, when Meili appeared, Salado's sharp eyes fixated on the superstar talent of his domestic rival club. After all, Hulai was merely a competitor in this instance. In Salado's mind, Meili Banega represented a long-term challenge. This was not merely a product of Salado's arrogance. For reasons well known, the Catalan media fervently sought to position Salado alongside Meili, attempting to cultivate an impression that they were equals in talent. Some even went so far as to claim that Salado's gifts surpassed those of Meili. While such assertions may not be entirely unfounded, given Salado's impressive record of 87 goals in a single season within his youth team, a feat Meili has yet to match, it is only natural for Salado to regard Meili as his target. Indeed, it is not solely Salado. The other young players attending the awards ceremony also altered their expressions upon seeing Mela Bonilla on the big screen. As contemporaries, Mela Bonilla and Kendall Cabanca loom like colossal mountains over their burgeoning careers. Those with even a modicum of ambition and aspirations likely regard them as formidable rivals. The fervent cheers and ecstatic screams of fans on the red carpet resonated through the venue, reaching the ears of these young talents, reverberating against their eardrums and stirring their hearts. This is the spectacle commanded by those at the pinnacle of youth sports. At merely 23, It is evident to all that Melabanija and Kabanka are already burgeoning superstars. Hey, the number 3 ball simply cannot compare to the number 5 ball, mused Yongjun. Watching the live broadcast on television, Zhang Qinghuan paused momentarily, then comprehended why Uncle Yong made such a remark. The European Golden Ball, which is the trophy for the Best Player award, is fashioned from pure gold and resembles a football, weighing a staggering 14 kilograms, including its base. This trophy is modeled after the official match ball at a scale of 11:1. The official match ball is approximately 21 to 22 centimeters in diameter, categorized as a number 5 ball. The trophy for the European Best Young Player award is identical to that of the Golden Ball, merely scaled down, appearing diminutive at the size of a number 3 ball, measuring 18 centimeters in diameter. Thus, to avoid awkward terminology, many refer to the two awards as the number 5 Golden Ball and the number 3 Golden Ball, respectively. Zhang Qinghuan chuckled. No matter how remarkable they are, aren't they still the vanquished of Hulai? Vanquished? This time, it was Yongjun's turn to be taken aback. The Olympics, Uncle Yong, Zhang Qinghuan reminded him. Yongjun suddenly recalled. In the Olympics, the Chinese U-23 team eliminated the Argentine U-23 team, shattering Melabanija's dream of winning a gold medal. In that match, Melabanija scored twice, but Hulai outshone him with a hat trick. Thus, in terms of both individual performance and team results, Melabanija is indeed a vanquished opponent of Hulai. Upon reflecting on this, Yongjun chuckled. How merciless you are, young man. Why bring up such a topic? I wonder if Melabanija, upon seeing Hulai, recalls that fateful Olympic match, Zhang Qinghuan remarked. But before he could finish his thought, he noticed Melabanija slightly adjust his direction and indeed walk towards Hulai. Vanquished? What vanquished? Williams questioned, puzzled by Hulai's words. We have yet to confront the Madrid Kings. Who? He added. The Olympics. I defeated him at the Madrid Olympics. Hulai shrugged. Ah, right. Williams recalled, remembering that it was indeed Hulai's triumph over Melabanija. At that moment, he noticed that Hulai had abruptly halted. What? Before he could finish his sentence, he found someone had joined their midst. Looking up, he saw Melabanija. Williams was taken aback. Melabanija stood beside him, yet he was gazing at Hulai. We meet again, Hu, he said. However, Hulai appeared less than enthusiastic. What do you want? Meli, however, seemed indifferent to Hulai's demeanor, maintaining a faint smile as she continued. I am delighted to see you on this occasion, for it signifies that we shall meet again on the field of competition. Then, I shall vanquish you and avenge my loss from the Olympics. As she concluded, the smile vanished from Meli's face, replaced by a piercing intensity. This sharpness startled Williams, who observed the exchange between Hulai and Meli in Spanish, completely bewildered and unaware of their conversation, which had altered the atmosphere. He even entertained the thought of asking Delphine upon his return whether she spoke Spanish. While Meli remained serious, Hulai chuckled, jealous much. The Olympics were ages ago. And you're still hung up on it? Meli was taken aback by such a flippant response to her challenge, feeling utterly deflated. Is it really so petty of me? He thought, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. He continued to address Hulai. Do not presume you can evade this. I look forward to our encounter in the competition. With that, he disregarded Hulai's reply and turned to leave. It was only after he departed that Williams regained his senses and hurriedly asked Hulai, what did you two discuss? Hulai shrugged. Nothing much, just Meli seeking revenge. He has been brooding over that one loss all this time. What do you think, Peter? Is Meli being petty? Williams' lips moved, but no words came forth, for he too was at a loss for how to respond. Was this truly a matter of pettiness? Chapter 18. The popular one Salado remained fixated on the large screen, even though the images had long shifted to other individuals. It was as if he had yet to awaken from his previous stupor. Just moments ago, he had witnessed his lifelong rival, Meli Banega, stride directly toward his current adversary, Hulai, and engage in a conversation that remained a mystery to him. He noted Meli's initially serene expression, which shifted dramatically after only a few exchanged words. Shortly thereafter, Hulai erupted into laughter. Their brief interaction concluded swiftly, leaving no one privy to the content of their discourse or the reasons behind their altered expressions. Now, Salado found himself consumed by curiosity regarding the nature of Meli's dialogue with Hulai. Moreover, it was Meli who had approached Hulai. Salado himself had never exchanged a word with Meli during their encounters in La Liga, let alone have Meli seek him out. In Salado's mind, if Meli had indeed taken the initiative to converse with him prior to the match, he would interpret it as Meli acknowledging him as a worthy opponent. Upon this realization, Salato's eyes widened. Did this not imply that Meli regarded Hulai as a rival? How could this be? It was indeed me first. Oh wait. That is not quite right. Fortunately, Salato's reason prevailed as he suddenly realized that it was not he who had faced the formidable Hulai first. 2 years ago, during the Madrid Olympics, it appeared that Meli had indeed crossed paths with the very Hulai before him and had suffered defeat. This recollection struck Salato with vivid clarity. The 2024 Olympics were set to be held in the Spanish capital, Madrid. At that time, Mario Salato had made a scant number of appearances in La Liga. Yet he had not encountered the formidable Madrid Kings, spending most of his time training and competing with the youth team. Thus, he could not have possibly faced Meli before Hulai did. After that match, he had learned through the news that the Argentine U23 team, featuring Meli Banega, had failed to advance past the group stage and had been eliminated. He distinctly recalled his disbelief. Initially thinking he was reading a satirical piece akin to those Onion-style articles that often present falsehoods in a manner so genuine that they could easily deceive the uninformed. However, upon seeing the multitude of reports confirming Meli's exit from the Olympics and the shattering of his dream for Olympic gold, he understood that the news was, in fact, true. Reflecting upon this incident, Salato suddenly comprehended Meli's motive for seeking out Hulai. Nevertheless, he still found it somewhat astonishing. After all, it was merely a match in the Olympics. And the significance of Olympic football paled in comparison to that of the Europa League. Was it truly worth Meli's prolonged fixation merely for having lost to Hulai in the Olympics? As Hulai and Williams gradually entered the venue and settled into their seats, they were unexpectedly greeted from behind. Turning around, Hulai was met with a smiling face and a greeting in Dutch. Hello, Hu. Xing entrusted me to send his regards. Xing? Hulai paused for a moment, realizing it was Chun Xingi. Ah, indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Danny Drew from Ajax, and I'm a teammate of Xing. The individual extended his hand toward Hulai. After shaking hands with Hulai, he reached out to the man seated next to him, Williams. Peter Williams. Came the succinct introduction from Williams. Pleasure to meet you both. Drew beamed, and then inquired of Hulai. What did Meli say to you just now, Hu? Of course. If it's a secret, you need not share. He raised his hands in mock surrender. There's nothing to conceal, Hulai replied candidly. He seeks revenge for having lost to me in the Olympics. Oh, so it's a matter of Olympic grudges, Drew realized, his expression shifting to one of understanding. Hulai had assumed Drew was merely seated behind him, but as he spoke, someone approached. Drew stood to give way, revealing that he had come specifically to greet Hulai. With a smile, Drew addressed the newcomer. Hi, Albertazzi. The tall individual nodded in acknowledgement, responding simply, Hi, Drew, before taking a seat in the chair Drew had just vacated. I merely came to extend a greeting and make your acquaintance. As the conversation became difficult with someone nearby, Drew patted Hulai on the shoulder, expressing his hope that they might cross paths in the Champions League. Xing says you are quite formidable. I eagerly anticipate our encounter, he remarked before greeting Williams and turning to leave. Williams watched Drew depart, then turned to Hulai and said, I know him. He is a super talent from the Dutch national team. He prevented a single goal from Meli in the World Cup. What did he discuss with you? With a sigh, Hulai replied, he issued me a challenge. Williams looked at him, astonished. Sensing his incredulity, Hulai quickly explained, I'm not fabricating this. Good grief, Hu. How did I not notice your popularity before? Williams quipped. Is this what you call popularity, Peter? Do you have a misunderstanding of the term? As they continued to banter, someone patted Hulai's shoulder from behind. Turning around, he saw a tall figure who had just taken a seat. Allow me to introduce myself, Mauro Albertazzi. The tall man said in a thick Italian accent. Hulai smiled at Albertazzi. Hello, I'm Hulai. I know you, Albertazzi nodded. Thank goodness you didn't call me Lucky Hu. Hulai muttered to himself. Ignoring Hulai's remark, Albertazzi continued, Unfortunately, my team won't be participating in the Champions League. We'll be playing in the Europa League instead. However, I believe we will have a chance to meet on the field someday. When that time comes, you shall not score against me. He then extended his large palm towards Hulai. What is this about? Hulai asked. A handshake, Albertazzi replied, his expression impassive. With a resigned sigh, Hulai extended his hand, which was almost entirely enveloped by Albertazzi's. The latter nodded in satisfaction. If we meet in a match, please give it your all. Hulai rolled his eyes, surprised by the youthful exuberance of this Italian goalkeeper. All right, he responded nonchalantly. Albertazzi seemed concerned about his attitude. Don't be so dismissive. If you don't give it your all, you shall lose. Do you enjoy defeat, Hulai? Slightly sobered by the question, Hulai replied, No, I do not. Albertazzi nodded. Neither do I, for losing means conceding goals. I detest conceding goals. Hulai was taken aback. You've never conceded a goal in your career? Albertazzi, caught off guard by Hulai's unusual reasoning, felt his serious demeanor falter. He stared at Hulai incredulously. How is that possible? To have not conceded a goal for so many years must be quite the feat, Hulai mused. Albertazzi found himself momentarily speechless, his thoughts caught in his throat. Unsure of how to respond, he gazed at Hulai, who appeared genuinely puzzled, took a deep breath, and endeavored to regain his composure. Resuming his previously calm and steady demeanor, he declared, Regardless, should we meet, I will not allow you to score. Hulai remarked, I can pass the football to my teammates, allowing them to score. Just so you know, I am quite adept at assisting my teammates. To which Albertazzi retorted, I don't care, just don't expect to score here. Hulai, perplexed, questioned Albertazzi's fixation, wondering why he would prefer his teammates to score instead of himself. Albertazzi smiled faintly and replied, Strikers and goalkeepers are inherently adversaries. Besides, you did pilfer my number 3 ball. Honestly, without me, you wouldn't have it, would you? Hulai shrugged nonchalantly. Albertazzi's smile faltered slightly, and he scoffed. Just be ready to face the reality of not scoring against me, Hulai. With that, he reclined in his chair, gazing towards the stage, ignoring Hulai entirely. Hulai turned away as well. Williams inquired, Don't tell me Albertazzi has issued a challenge to you? Hulai glanced at him and shook his head. Not this time. Oh, Williams exhaled in relief, then asked, What did you two discuss? Hulai responded, He expressed admiration for me, stating I'm his idol, which is why he came to shake my hand. Williams widened his eyes, Really? I would never lie to you, Hulai declared earnestly. Williams frowned. Perhaps it's better if you just say Albertazzi challenged you. Why don't you believe me, Peter? Truly, Albertazzi said he grew up watching me play. Williams disregarded him, muttering, I should ask Delphin if he still speaks Italian. The awards ceremony was conducted with great efficiency and liveliness, having been held for many years. The process was well known to all. Unlike the FIFA World Player of the Year awards, which feature numerous artistic performances, the Ballon d'Or emphasizes professionalism and authority, steering clear of flamboyant distractions to captivate the audience. This approach has indeed borne fruit. When the European Ballon d'Or is mentioned, it is invariably associated with professionalism and authority. The only element of entertainment might stem from the occasional banter between the male and female hosts. Awards were distributed among various recipients. Unsurprisingly, Li Qingqing did not receive the award for Best Female Player, as the honor went to the legendary American footballer Annabelle Evans, who plays for London Bridge Women's Football Club. This superstar, a 2-time Women's World Cup champion, led London Bridge to victory in both the Women's Champions League and the Women's Premier League last season, making the accolade well-deserved. This was also why the Chinese media did not foresee Li Qingqing winning the Best Player award. Her competition was simply too formidable. However, there was a pleasant surprise. Although Li Qingqing did not secure the Women's Ballon d'Or, she distinguished herself among the 5 candidates, achieving 3rd place and earning the bronze ball. This marked the highest personal honor of her career. The award for Best Male Player was the grand finale of the event. To set the stage, the Best Young Player award was presented, and as anticipated by the media, Hulai, representing Leeds United, was honored with the title of the European Best Young Player of the previous season. Amidst polite and enthusiastic applause, Hulai, impeccably dressed, rose from his seat and ascended the stage to receive the Golden Ball trophy, akin to a size 3 football. Countless gazes fell upon him, each imbued with distinct meanings. The sharp eyes of Mario Saraldo, Mauro Albertazzi, and Danny Drew glimmered with aspiration and determination. The figures standing on the stage resembled a mountain, awaiting their ascent. These prodigies from their respective nations and clubs felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. They, the gifted athletes from footballing powerhouses, found themselves overshadowed by an individual hailing from a distant eastern land. This was a person whom no one had heard of prior to turning 20. Akin to a stranger who swiftly overtook them in a race for the coveted award, effortlessly walking away with the trophy they had valiantly pursued, leaving them bewildered and bruised. In that moment, all previous grievances were cast aside, uniting them in a common cause, to reclaim the trophy from the hands of that young man. As those young players secretly vowed to outdo Hulai, Li Qingqing, seated on the opposite side, wore a smile, reflecting on her first encounter with him. In the golden hues of sunset, a clumsy boy chasing after a football now stood on this grand stage. Though it was merely a size 3 ball, Li Qingqing felt immense joy for him. Congratulations, Hulai. One day, the size 3 will transform into a size 5. Keep pushing forward. Chapter 19. A new coach for the national team at the European Season Awards ceremony held last night local time in Paris. Our nation's players celebrated a double victory. Li Qingqing secured 3rd place in the European Season Best Player category, earning the bronze ball trophy, while Hulai lifted the small golden ball, representing Europe's finest young talent. This golden couple of Chinese football continues to write their remarkable stories on the European stage. As the announcer's voice filled the air, the television screen showcased Li Qingqing holding the bronze ball, standing on stage as she delivered her acceptance speech in English. This is a tremendous encouragement and recognition for me personally. I am grateful to the judging panel for their acknowledgement, and I will continue to strive for excellence. I extend my thanks to my club, my teammates, and to my father, who was my first coach in football. My journey to this point is entirely due to his guidance. Xiaolong glanced at the subtitles displayed beneath the news and cast a sideways glance at Hu Lisin, who at that moment rose to head towards the kitchen. Why aren't you watching? Xiaolong inquired. Is there no end to it? Didn't we just watch it live yesterday? By then, Hu Lisin had already stood at the kitchen stove, turning on the exhaust fan, its noise drowning out the sounds from the television. A classic scene can be watched repeatedly, Xiaolong muttered as she continued to watch in the living room. This is a classic replay. The next segment featured Hulai's speech. There are countless individuals to whom I owe my gratitude, and I shall refrain from naming each one here. In essence, I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone, to all who have supported me. As a Sagittarius, without you, I would be nothing. However, I wish to express my special appreciation for one person. Upon hearing her son utter these words, Xiaolong could not help but sit up straight. In the scene, Hu Lai raised the trophy in his hand, his spoken English seamlessly transitioning into Mandarin. Dad, this trophy is for you. How about that? I hope I haven't brought you shame. Huh? The laughter of Hu Lai on the television mirrored the joy on Xiaolong's face, who then turned her gaze towards the kitchen. Hu Lisin was smoking, and in the unlit kitchen, the red glow of the cigarette tip flickered, illuminating his profile before merging back into the darkness. His expression remained obscured. She recalled her surprise during the live broadcast when Hu Lai unexpectedly spoke those words, glancing at Hu Lisin, who had a stern expression, unusually grave. Yet, deep down, he was genuinely moved and delighted, though he did not allow his face to betray his emotions. Xiaolong chuckled and teased, "You stubborn fool." Then she lowered her head, retrieving her phone to send a voice message to her son. "Darling, since you're back in the country for the competition, why not bring the trophy home with you?" Shortly thereafter, she received Hu Lai's reply. "Mom, the national team matches aren't being held in Jincheng, so even if I brought it back, you wouldn't receive it. Don't worry, I've already arranged for Song Jia to carry it back. He'll contact you once he arrives in Dongchuan." "Alright." "Oh dear. I feel so bad for troubling Song Fatty every time. Should I aim to win fewer awards next time? Hey, what kind of talk is that? Let him come over to our house more often. I'll prepare delicious food for him." The fervor surrounding the awards received by Hu Lai and Li Qingqing had yet to subside, and Hu Lai was already back in China, preparing for the upcoming 2 warm-up matches with the national team. In reality, this period was supposed to be for the qualifiers for next year's Asian Cup. However, due to the AFC's reforms to the Asian Cup qualifiers, the 12 teams that qualified for the World Cup Asian Zone qualifiers automatically secured their places in this edition of the Asian Cup. Should the host nation fail to make it into the top 12, 13 teams would qualify for the Asian Cup finals, comprising the 12 qualifying teams and the host nation. Within the remaining 28 teams that did not qualify for the top 12 in the second round of qualifiers, the 4 second-place teams from each group, the 8 third-place teams, and the 4 best fourth-place teams, totaling 16 teams, would directly enter the group stage of the Asian Cup qualifiers. The remaining 12 teams from the 40-team qualifiers would compete in 2 rounds of playoffs to determine the final 8 spots for the group stage of the qualifiers. Together with the previously qualified 16 teams, a total of 24 teams would be divided into 6 groups, each consisting of 4 teams, engaging in a home and away round-robin format, with the top 2 teams from each group advancing to the Asian Cup finals. If the host of the Asian Cup fails to qualify for the final 12 of the qualifying rounds and participates instead in the group stage of this phase, the host nation will displace the team with the poorest record among the group runners-up, rendering them ineligible for the main tournament. The 12 teams determined through the qualifiers will join the 12 teams from the previous World Cup qualifiers, culminating in a total of 24 teams competing in the main event of the Asian Cup. This edition of the Asian Cup will be held in January next year in Qatar, which has recently hosted the World Cup, thus possessing an advantage in infrastructure. Shortly after announcing its candidacy, other competitors withdrew, resulting in Qatar's unchallenged victory in securing the hosting rights for the 2027 Asian Cup. Since the Chinese team has already advanced to the final 12 of the Asian qualifiers for the 2026 World Cup in North America, they are exempt from participating in the Asian Cup qualifiers and can directly partake in the main tournament next January. Consequently, during the international match days, while the Asian Cup qualifiers are fiercely contested, the Chinese team will only engage in friendly matches. However, due to their participation in the World Cup and their commendable performance, as the only undefeated team in that tournament, finding opponents for friendly matches is no longer a challenge. Unlike in the past, when securing a worthy competitor often entailed significant financial expenditure, many football associations have since approached China, eager to negotiate friendly matches. Ultimately, the Chinese team has confirmed 2 friendly matches against Slovakia from Eastern Europe and Mexico from Central North America. The prowess of Mexico, having participated in the World Cup, is well known as a formidable force in American football. Although Slovakia did not qualify for the World Cup, they are nonetheless a noteworthy team, with several players competing in the top 5 European leagues, making them a high-quality opponent for a friendly match. Both matches will take place within China, albeit not in the same city. Following the World Cup, the Chinese team's popularity has surged domestically, prompting fans from various cities to express their desire for the national team to play in their locales. Consequently, the Football Association has scheduled the warm-up matches in 2 different regions, considering factors such as time and travel distances. One match will be held in the provincial capital of Jiu'an in Heshi Province, while the other will take place in the provincial capital of Jing'an in Haining Province. Although these matches are merely warm-ups, all overseas players will return to the national squad. This marks China's first official appearance post-World Cup, underscoring its significance. Therefore, despite being friendlies, the Football Association has issued convocations to all overseas players. Additionally, the head coach of the national team has been changed. Following the expiration of Shi Wuyi's contract and the decision not to renew, the association has begun the process of selecting a new coach, albeit with some challenges along the way. Currently, there exists a plethora of esteemed and capable coaches on the international stage, all of whom are engaged in their respective roles, leaving no one idle. Consequently, the Football Association has endeavored to seek a world-class coach within China. Rumors have circulated, though neither party has confirmed their validity. It is said that the association initially reached out to the German coach Friedrich Lechmann, who was then at the helm of the Lingnan South China Tigers. This distinguished coach, having previously led Bayern Munich to a UEFA Champions League victory, is indeed a figure of considerable caliber. To entice him to coach, the South China Tigers reportedly offered an exorbitant salary, the highest for a coach in the country. However, Lechmann expressed little interest in taking the reins of the Chinese national team. After the dismissal of Marcel Wilson, he was approached by the association but declined. This pattern of refusal has seemingly dispelled rumors suggesting his reluctance stemmed from a perceived inferiority of the Chinese team. After all, a team that remains undefeated in the World Cup should not be regarded as lacking in quality. Of course, these remain mere rumors, uncorroborated by any parties involved. Even within the circle of football journalists, there has been scant mention of this matter, with all information derived solely from various online speculations. Subsequently, it is rumored that after Lechmann's refusal, the Chinese Football Association sought out the renowned coach Jorge Dillon, who was coaching the Dazhun Golden Arrows. Dillon did not decline this time. However, negotiations ultimately faltered, and with national team matches on the horizon, an agreement could not be reached. At this juncture, voices advocating for opportunities for local coaches began to emerge online. After all, the remarkable achievement of China's first World Cup qualification occurred under the guidance of local coach Shi Wuyi, whose leadership during the tournament was commendable. Given the precedent set by Shi Wuyi's success, why should one not place trust in domestic coaches? This call to action resonated widely, garnering substantial attention and support, thus amplifying the momentum. As a result, the Football Association shifted its focus toward local coaching talents. However, contrary to the fervent sentiments of the fans, the pursuit of domestic coaches has not proceeded smoothly. Competent local coaches are currently engaged in the Chinese Super League, bound by contracts. To assume the national team's role, they would need to terminate their existing club contracts. According to contractual stipulations, if a head coach seeks an early termination, they are liable to pay a penalty. Conversely, should the club initiate the termination, they too must compensate for the breach. No party is keen to bear this financial burden. Naturally, amicable negotiations could lead to a mutual agreement to terminate the contract without penalties, yet such occurrences have not materialized. The local coaches in the Super League appear rather indifferent towards the national team position. They do not exhibit the eager enthusiasm that fans might envision, vying to lead what is deemed the strongest national team in history. The favorable reputation and esteem of the national team post-World Cup seem to hold little sway among professional coaches. A week ago, the Football Association officially confirmed its choice. Dong Jianhai, the former head coach of the Capital Dragon, who has been idle at home, has now taken the helm of the Chinese national team. At 66 years of age, Dong Jianhai is a well-known figure in domestic coaching circles, having previously managed both the Olympic and national squads, thus possessing valuable experience with national teams. Although his tenure with both the Olympic team and the national squad did not yield the desired results, failing to breach the confines of Asia, it is evident that the deeper reasons for the national team's inability to qualify during that dark era of Chinese football do not rest solely on his shoulders. Under such circumstances, it was indeed challenging for Dong Jianhai to guide Chinese football beyond Asia and onto the global stage. Transitioning to club management, Dong demonstrated that his coaching capabilities were not in question. He twice took on the role of interim coach for the Nanhe Xanadu Shenwei team, successfully steering them to safety at the end of the season. His pinnacle as a head coach came in the 2015 season when he led the Capital Dragon to victory in the Chinese Super League, marking the club's only league championship. Prior to this triumph, he had faced criticism for his failure to advance the national team during the 2014 World Cup qualifiers. Despite the public scorn, he assumed the role of head coach for the Capital Dragon and, after 3 seasons, led the team to the championship, thus redeeming himself. Dong Jianhai has been away from the managerial position at the Capital Dragon for 2 years, now residing at home. His proven coaching ability in the league and experience with the national team made him the most suitable candidate for the Football Association's search for a national team coach. However, the association opted for a short-term contract, effective until February of the following year, rather than a long-term agreement. The Asian Cup will commence in Qatar in January and conclude in February. The explicit expiration date of the contract indicates a plan to evaluate Dong Jianhai's coaching capabilities during the Asian Cup. Should the team perform admirably, an extension may be considered. Conversely, if results are lacking, the association might seek another candidate. This decision does not reflect a lack of trust in Dong Jianhai, but rather a standard operational procedure, especially since he has been away from frontline coaching for 2 years. The short-term contract also mitigates the potential awkwardness of being unable to part ways later. Yet, the brevity of this contract carries an unspoken nuance. Whether the Chinese team can continue the commendable performance of the Shi Wuyin era under Dong Jianhai's guidance may be illuminated by the outcomes of the upcoming 2 friendly matches. Chapter 20. Is it good or bad? The Xuanwu Sports Center in Heshi can accommodate 60,000 spectators. But due to the absence of a top-tier league team in Heshi province, with the Heshi Daqin struggling for survival in the China League 1, it is rare for the stadium to be filled to capacity, unless for a star-studded concert. Today, however, the venue is packed, buzzing with excitement, finally living up to its reputation as a sports center. The event taking place is a friendly match between the Chinese national team and the Slovak national team. Despite the long journey, Slovakia did not field a second-string lineup. Their key players from the top 5 European leagues were all present. This underscores the significance they attributed to this match. Their high regard for the encounter is naturally attributed to the formidable standing of the Chinese team. With an unbeaten record of 3 draws in the World Cup, particularly the remarkable 3-3 tie against Brazil, the Chinese team has earned global recognition. The respect shown by opponents is a testament to their prowess. In the realm of football, respect is earned through skill. Those lacking it often find themselves overlooked. When Japanese football first graced the World Cup stage, They were similarly dismissed as mere underdogs. Yet now, they have instilled caution in all who face them, regardless of their opponent's strength. Although Slovakia fielded their strongest lineup amidst the cheers of their hometown supporters, the Chinese team delivered an even more impressive performance. In an atmosphere that bordered on electric, the Chinese side relentlessly attacked Slovakia's goal. Under the guidance of new head coach Dong Jianhai, the team largely retained the formation employed by Shi Wuyin during the World Cup, adopting a 4-3-3 setup. Forward Hulai played centrally, flanked by Chun Xingyi and Luo Kai. In midfield, Zhang Wanqing provided defensive cover, while Xia Xiaoyu operated alongside him, facilitating transitions between attack and defense. Zhang Qinghuan advanced closest to Hulai, functioning both as a playmaker and a shadow striker. The central defense comprised the duo of Yao Huaxing and Wang Guanglei, with Bai Di on the right and Chu Lu on the left. Lin Ziyuan guarded the goal, with the formation, player combinations, and tactical designs mirroring those of the Shi Wuyin era. The national players demonstrated seamless synergy on the pitch, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. Competing on home ground, buoyed by fervent support, the Chinese team led by 2 goals at halftime, courtesy of strikes from Hulai and Luo Kai. It is noteworthy that their opponent, Slovakia, despite not participating in this World Cup, had reached the knockout stages of the European Championship 2 years prior, proving they were no mere pushovers. The fact that the Chinese team could secure a 2-goal lead in the first half was astonishing. Fans at the Hushi Jiuan Xuanwu Sports Center were nearly overwhelmed with joy. Bare-chested, they energetically beat drums, and amidst the resonant drum beats, a synchronized and thunderous chant of China Team Go! Erupted throughout the sports center. Although the Chinese team performed admirably in the World Cup, it was regrettable that all 3 matches took place in distant America, making it difficult for most Chinese fans to attend. Now, the first national team match following the World Cup was scheduled in Jiuan City, the capital of Hushi Province, capturing the hearts of countless spectators. Fans from Jiuan City, as well as from surrounding provinces, flocked to the city, eager to witness the prowess of their national team in person. The tickets for the match were completely sold out a fortnight in advance. Nevertheless, in the week leading up to the event, fans from across the country lingered outside the Xuanwu Sports Center, hoping for a miracle. Perhaps the home team would release additional tickets, or someone unable to attend would sell theirs, allowing them to seize the opportunity. Fortunately, with the current ticketing system requiring real name registration, entry to the venue necessitates matching identification with the ticket information. Otherwise, even a mere friendly match ticket could be speculated at an exorbitant price nearing 10,000. The Slovak players were evidently unaccustomed to such an intense away atmosphere, approaching the game in a mindset befitting a friendly match. Yet, this hardly resembled a friendly encounter. If not informed otherwise, they might have believed they were competing in a European Championship match, hosted in China, no less. To their astonishment, the fervor of Chinese fans was palpable, leading them to question whether the football culture in China was indeed so vibrant. Despite Slovakia managing to score a goal in the second half, it was in the 66th minute that Chun Xingyi secured another for the Chinese team, finalizing the score at 3-1. Anyone who witnessed the match would likely share the sentiment that the Chinese team triumphed comfortably on home soil, with their advantage extending far beyond the mere scoreline. This notion is rather absurd, considering that the Chinese team had seldom exhibited such dominance against European sides in the past, both in performance and in score. Following this match, the media and online platforms were abuzz with praise for the Chinese team. It was evident to all that the team, having participated in a World Cup, had matured significantly. Furthermore, the benefits of international experience were unmistakable. When facing European players, they displayed greater audacity and a willingness to showcase their skills. This surge in confidence translated into improved performances on the pitch, making their significant victory over their opponents seem less perplexing. 4 days later, the Chinese team faced a stronger opponent, Mexico, in their second friendly match in Haining. Coach Dong Jianhai made considerable changes to the starting lineup compared to the previous game. The formation shifted from 4-3-3 to 4-4-2, with Hulai and Zhou Zijing starting in the forward positions, while Zhang Wanqing and Zhang Qinghuan anchored the midfield, with Chun Xingyi and Luo Kai flanking the sides. However, this tactical adjustment did not yield the desired results, as the Chinese team struggled in the first half, failing to score and conceding 2 goals. After halftime, Dong Jianhai made adjustments, reverting to the familiar 4-3-3 formation, substituting Zhou Zijing for Xia Xiaoyu. This return to their established formation led to an improvement in the team's performance. Before being substituted, Guanglei managed to score the lone goal for China in this match. Ultimately, the national team succumbed to Mexico with a score of 1-2, concluding their 2 friendly matches with 1 victory and 1 defeat. Although they did not achieve an unbeaten record, the overall performance of the national team in these encounters received high praise. And new head coach Dong Jianhai earned commendations for his return to the national team. The media believes that Dong Jianhai's greatest accomplishment is his decision not to recklessly dismantle the invaluable legacy left by his predecessor, Shi Wuyin. He has retained the tactical strategies and personnel configurations of Shi, a commendable choice indeed. The performance at the World Cup has already substantiated the efficacy of Shi's tactical philosophy and personnel arrangements. Given that practice has demonstrated the effectiveness of this approach, why make a change? Some coaches, upon taking the helm of a team, feel compelled to showcase their uniqueness, eager to introduce their own innovations. This phenomenon, often referred to as the new official lighting 3 fires, leads to the hasty overthrow of all that came before in favor of their own methods. Ultimately, this may prove counterproductive, yielding unsatisfactory results. After all, people have a natural inertia, particularly this Chinese team, which achieved success at the World Cup using Shi's strategies. Yet, many coaches arrogantly believe that their understanding surpasses others, insisting that their approach is superior. This mindset perpetuates a cycle of successors overturning the predecessors' legacies. Dong Jianhai, however, stands out for his understanding of the importance of continuity. When the Football Association announced his appointment as head coach of the Chinese team, media skepticism and distrust abounded. However, after witnessing his 2 matches, the majority of domestic media outlets have come to acknowledge that while Dong Jianhai may not possess the finest coaching abilities among domestic coaches, he clearly possesses self-awareness and maintains a proper perspective on his role. Rather than dismissing Shi Wuyin out of pride, he has chosen to follow in Shi's footsteps, making him the ideal candidate to lead the Chinese team through this transitional phase. Furthermore, some media have likened Dong Jianhai's adherence to Shi Wuyin's tactics to the concept of Wu Wei, praising his approach of doing nothing as, in fact, the best course of action. The second match against Mexico illustrated this point well, although Dong attempted to introduce new elements by changing the starting formation from 4-3-3 to 4-4-2. The results were evidently unsatisfactory. Once he reverted to Shi Wuyin's original formation, the national team's performance normalized, culminating in Guanglai's goal as the ultimate testament. It is clear that Dong Jianhai has recognized that 4-3-3 suits this national team best, and unnecessary upheaval should be avoided. I cannot concur with the media's assertions regarding this matter. Upon hearing Yu Jintao's translation of the media's evaluation of Dong Jianhai, Jorge Dillon shook his head and remarked, "Dong's desire to effect change is commendable, but regrettably, he is too timid. He shrinks back at the slightest setback." Thus, after 2 friendly matches, everything remains unchanged, and there has been no alteration whatsoever. Utilizing friendly matches to explore new ideas is an excellent opportunity. Regrettably, he expressed his disappointment with a shake of his head. Yu Jintao was well aware that Dillon would express such sentiments, as he understood Dillon's attitude toward the Chinese team. When the Chinese Football Association initially approached Dillon regarding coaching, he was present throughout as Dillon's translator. There are numerous speculations about why Dillon and the association could not reach an agreement. Yu Jintao had read many of them, some of which held a semblance of truth, while others were purely unfounded. He is most familiar with the internal dynamics, but has never disclosed them. Adhering to the professional ethics of a translator, it is now evident that both the Football Association and Dong place great importance on achieving results in next year's Asian Cup. However, I must express that even if we were to clinch the championship in January, what would it truly signify? Is the Asian Cup more significant than the World Cup? Dillon appears quite animated, continuing his discourse. Can exceptional performance in the Asian Cup guarantee excellence in the final round of qualifiers? Do they not comprehend that the pinnacle of Asian football is not the Asian Cup, but rather the qualifiers? Jorge, you must consider the fervent desire of Chinese fans for national team honor and recognize the current emphasis fans place on the team's accomplishments, which is a sentiment that Jintao has decided to articulate for Chinese football. I understand, yet I believe this obsession is rather foolish, Dillon states emphatically. I maintain my original perspective. The upcoming Asian Cup, occurring so soon, should be regarded as an opportunity for team development rather than a desperate bid for commendable results. When the Football Association approached me, I made my stance clear. If I were to coach the national team, there could be no expectations for performance in the Asian Cup. And I must insist on not calling up overseas players, yet they did not acquiesce. Dylan shrugs in resignation. Indeed, it is challenging for them to agree, Jorge. Even Japan and South Korea would recall their overseas players for the Asian Cup. While the Asian Cup does not represent the highest competitive level in Asian football, it holds significant importance. No one would brazenly abandon the Asian Cup, publicly declaring it a mere warm-up match, Jintao remarks. In a sense, this transcends a mere football issue, but your circumstances differ from those of Japan and South Korea. By January, it is quite possible that Zhang, Xing, Xia, and Wang may not have fully integrated into their respective teams and would need to be called back for the Asian Cup. If I were the head coach of their clubs, knowing they would miss 2 months of training and matches, why would I grant these Chinese players the opportunity? After painstakingly developing their skills, would I then allow them to betray my trust come January? Dylan shakes his head in disapproval. Jintao finds himself at a loss for words. They have privately discussed this matter, and Jintao indeed cannot counter Dylan's reasoning. The coaches of European clubs do not possess the selfless dedication to Chinese football, prioritizing broader interests. They only consider the welfare of their own teams. Frankly, allowing key players to leave suddenly in December for national team duties and remain absent until February is not something most club coaches would willingly permit. In fact, it is not merely about the Asian Cup. I believe that the national team should not arrange matches domestically to satisfy fans' desires for hero worship. They ought to train directly in Europe, avoiding the fatigue of travel for overseas players, which could hinder their integration into their clubs. Moreover, what has been observed regarding the performance of this group of players on the field? Have we not seen enough in the World Cup to ascertain their capabilities? Gathering them from all corners merely to play 2 warm-up matches seems an utter waste of valuable opportunities. What is the true purpose of a warm-up match? Before the formal competition, the purpose was to assess new players, inject fresh blood into the national team, experiment with new tactics, and prepare ample backup plans. However, none of these objectives were accomplished in the 2 matches. At this point, Dylan suddenly chuckled. I understand why Chao and Yin are so indifferent towards the coaching position of the Chinese team. Yu Jintao remained silent. After failing to reach an agreement with Dylan, the Football Association attempted to approach Chao Wei, the head coach of Shanghai Mariners, and Yin Li, the head coach of Hedong Lightning. Both are distinguished local coaches in the country, yet they both declined the Football Association's offer, citing their existing contracts with their clubs. Why is this the case? Leading the Chinese team is a dream coveted by countless local coaches. For instance, Wang Xinke once expressed a strong desire to coach the national team, viewing it as the ultimate goal of his coaching career. Additionally, there is a significant call from within the country to provide opportunities and trust to local coaches. Many believe that using our own coaches for our national team should be a given. However, it seems that this overwhelming public sentiment has made these coaches hesitant. After all, their predecessor, Shi Wuyin, was remarkably successful, leading the Chinese team to a historic qualification for the World Cup and achieving an unbeaten record despite widespread skepticism. With such a legacy, who would not feel daunted in stepping into this role? It is easy to envision them, upon becoming the head coach of the Chinese team, treading cautiously and with trepidation. If they succeed, it would be attributed to Shi Wuyin's adept guidance. If they fail, it would reflect poorly on their own competence, leaving behind a well-played hand that they could ruin. I suspect that you, or perhaps Dong, grasped this dilemma during the first half against Mexico, prompting him to decisively revert to his predecessor's tactics. Dylan chuckled, but his expression soon turned serious. I must emphasize, regardless of whether you appreciate it or not, the development of football is rapid, and stagnation poses significant risks in the global football arena. Previous successful experiences may transform into stumbling blocks in the future. If the Chinese team does not enact changes and continues to rely on outdated tactics, it is perilous. It is entirely possible that they could fail to qualify from Asia in the next World Cup. Yu Jintao appeared astonished. Surely not, Jorge? How about we place a bet? Yu Jintao vigorously shook his head. No bets. Dylan laughed. So, deep down, you believe I am correct? Yu Jintao was left speechless, unable to articulate a response. Sure is a wise man, you. Thus, he chose to depart after the World Cup, claiming he lacked the capacity to continue leading the team. Do you think he was being modest? No, he recognized the crisis facing the Chinese team, yet he felt powerless to address it. After all, Denying oneself is exceedingly challenging. Observing Yu Jintao's expression, Dylan shook his head with a sigh. End of chapter 21. Returning together, how are you, little Sure? After watching these two matches, what are your thoughts? Li Zhifei inquired over the phone. I have no opinions, old Li. How can you have no opinions? Share your thoughts. I have nothing to comment on. I hold no opinions. Hey, I'm not a reporter probing you for information. Sure, Wu Yin chuckled. I know, Laoli. But I genuinely have no opinion. The national team under Coach Dong plays the same style of football we did back in the day, with a similar lineup. What more could I possibly say? Haven't we already witnessed enough of such matches? Wouldn't it be better to continue with our approach? Huh. Don't try to extract anything from me, Laoli. I've said it before, once I stepped down from the national team. I prefer not to discuss matters related to it, especially not to critique the current coach. That would be inappropriate. During my tenure as head coach, I also disliked hearing my peers gossiping about me. Seeing Sure Wu Yin's firm stance, Li Zhifei decided to change the subject. All right, I understand. How are you spending your days now? Every day, I wake up naturally, and it's simply delightful. Sure Wu Yin laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Li Zhifei joined in the laughter but soon inquired, what are your plans for the future? The future? I certainly intend to return to work. However, I plan to take a break first, to recharge. Oh, hearing that you still wish to work puts my mind at ease. I just want to say, whenever you decide to return, remember to give me a call. I'd love to partner with you. Sure Wu Yin found this amusing. Oh, Laoli, you're over 60. Instead of staying home to dote on your grandchildren, you want to venture out? What's wrong with that? A seasoned horse still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. All right. That has settled then. When the time comes for my return, I will certainly reach out to assemble a team. Sure Wu Yin readily agreed. Great. I'll be waiting for your call. After hanging up, Sure Wu Yin's wife asked, what's up? Is Laoli feeling restless again? I suspect his wife might be nagging him again, Sure Wu Yin murmured. Washing dishes by hand is never as clean as using a machine. His wife laughed at this and then queried, you really can hold back, can't you? So many media reporters are seeking your thoughts on these two matches. And not only do you choose not to speak, but you're also guarding against them? It's not about guarding against Laoli. I must constantly remind myself to maintain a balanced mindset. Sure Wu Yin shook his head. Not being in that position means I shouldn't meddle in those affairs. Since I am no longer the head coach, I should refrain from involving myself with the national team. Otherwise, if any winds of change arise, I would be implicated. How could I then enjoy my peaceful time at home? As he spoke, Sure Wu Yin embraced his wife. Yet, she gazed up at his graying hair with a pained expression. It's a pity that after these 2 months of rest, your hair hasn't returned to its original color. It won't return. If you don't want to see gray hair, you can always dye it. However, I rather like it this way, Sure Wu Yin said, stroking his hair. Every time I look in the mirror, I'm reminded of leading the team in the World Cup. That was indeed the pinnacle of my experiences. After the match against Mexico, the national team disbanded on the spot. Those players heading to Europe arranged to fly from Beijing to Frankfurt, Germany, and then transfer to their respective destinations. This way, they could enjoy each other's company during the lengthy journey, alleviating the potential boredom. In the past, Hulai would traverse Europe alone, navigating through various airports and cities. Now, however, he is accompanied by teammates, engaging in lively conversations and merriment, making the journey far more bearable. When they arrived together at the terminal of Frankfurt Airport, they even encountered several Chinese fans in this foreign land. Upon recognizing the national players, the fans boldly approached, requesting photographs and autographs. As they fulfilled the fans' wishes and prepared to depart, the supporters continued to wave enthusiastically, shouting encouraging words, "Keep it up." Suddenly, a wave of pressure washed over Chen Xingyi as he bid farewell to the enthusiastic fans. What is this pressure I'm feeling? He pondered aloud. Stay calm. What pressure could you possibly have? If the sky were to fall, there are tall folks to hold it up, Zhang Qinghuan replied. Casting a sidelong glance at Hulai, unfazed by the subtle exchange, Hulai turned to Zhang Qinghuan and remarked, "When I visit Barcelona, you must treat me to dinner." "Why should I treat you?" Zhang Qinghuan replied, warily. "Because I'll be helping you defeat your city rivals, Catalonia." Hulai spread his hands in jest. As they returned to China for a national team match, the draw for the new season of the Champions League was announced. Despite Leeds City being a first-time participant in the Champions League as the reigning champions of the Premier League, they were placed in the seeded teams category. Consequently, they found themselves grouped with the formidable Catalonia, alongside Italy's traditional powerhouse, Vesuvius, and Turkey's league champions, Gulf Lighthouse. This group, featuring the Premier League champions, La Liga runners-up, Serie A third-place finishers, and Super League champions, was undoubtedly a group of death. At the draw event, the expression on the face of Leeds City's general manager, Eric Duffy, soured upon seeing the results, his serious demeanor captured live on camera. Any Leeds City fan witnessing such a draw would likely share his grim countenance. The club's inaugural Champions League appearance had placed them in a daunting group, with slim prospects for advancing. Apart from Leeds City, the other three teams boasted a history of success in European competitions. Catalonia had secured 5 Champions League titles and 2 UEFA Cup victories. Vesuvius had claimed the UEFA Cup 3 times, and Gulf Lighthouse had won the UEFA Cup twice. In stark contrast, Leeds City's record in European championships was notably lacking. Thus, despite being classified as a top-tier team, they might well be the weakest in this group, were it not for the reformation of the Champions League, wherein seeded teams comprised the reigning champions, UEFA Cup winners, and leagues ranked highly by UEFA. Leeds City, as the Premier League champions, would undoubtedly have been relegated to the 4th tier based on historical European performance. Perhaps it was due to the awareness of how arduous the situation was for Leeds City in this group that Zhang Qinghuan refrained from engaging in banter with Hulai this time, instead conceding effortlessly, "All right, considering your unfortunate draw, I shall treat you to a meal as a consolation for your defeat against Catalonia." Chen Xingyi, standing nearby, jested, "Hulai, if I were you, I would certainly refuse this meager offering." Hulai chuckled softly, "But you are not me." He then turned to Zhang Qinghuan and remarked, "It's no matter. Regardless of the outcome, there will always be someone to treat, so I am indifferent." Wang Guanglei, still concerned about Hulai, inquired, "Hulai, how far do you think you can go in the Champions League this season?" "Who knows? We will go as far as we can," Hulai replied nonchalantly, seemingly untroubled by the grouping circumstances. "Has your coach disclosed any objectives for the Champions League?" "No. When I left, the draw had not yet been revealed. How could we set an objective? Surely, our goals must be formulated based on the draw." Hulai shook his head. "In any case, I presume it will be a matter of fighting one match at a time and seeing what we can achieve." "Things are not that simple," Wang Guanglei countered, shaking his head. "How do you balance the Champions League with the league? If you focus on the Champions League, what about the concurrent league matches? Should you forfeit one?" The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Wang Guanglei's point. For a team like Leeds City, which does not boast the status of a giant, managing multiple competitions poses a significant dilemma. Making the right choices is crucial. After all, there have been numerous precedents where participation in European competitions led to a dramatic decline in league performance. Indeed, I visited Serie A and interacted with a few fans who recounted the events of yesteryears. Many expressed regret, stating that had they known it would turn out this way, they would have preferred not to have qualified for the Europa League at all. Zhang Qinghuan recounted an old story about Serie A, where he had played 5 years prior. The previous season, Serie A had just returned to European competition after a 16-year hiatus, securing a place in the upcoming season's Europa League. This was initially a cause for celebration, with jubilant fans cheering at the season's end as if it were a recent memory. However, in the new season, Serie A struggled to replicate their remarkable performance while competing on 2 fronts. They failed to progress beyond the group stage of the Europa League and suffered in the league as well. By the winter break, they had managed only 1 victory, leading to 2 changes in head coach. Although Serie A faced no further European commitments in the second half of the season, the inertia of their earlier struggles proved insurmountable, ultimately relegating a team that had finished 6th in La Liga the previous season to the 2nd division. Following that, Serie A languished in the lower league for 2 years before returning to La Liga. While the allure of European competition is undeniably immense for all clubs, with fans yearning for the honors it represents and clubs chasing the lucrative rewards it brings, for smaller teams with limited resources, unexpectedly qualifying for European competition may not necessarily be a blessing. Even if they secure the participation bonuses from the group stage, it cannot compensate for the financial losses incurred from relegation from the top tier. Let us not even mention the fact that smaller teams have no chance of contending for the European Championship. In the end, no matter how well they perform, they merely serve as supporting roles for the giants, akin to a prince's tutor. However, Hulai posed a counter-question to those fans who express such sentiments. Have you ever asked them if Serie A were to receive another opportunity to participate in the Europa League? Would they wish for the team to decline? Zhang Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. Guanglei continued with a smile. Therefore, regardless of what they claim or how rationally they analyze, when a genuine opportunity to compete in European tournaments arises, which team would willingly forego it? Although it is understood that such participation might impact the team's performance in the league, does that justify relinquishing the chance to contend for the Champions League? Such reasoning is rather absurd, don't you think? We might indeed face relegation due to our involvement in the Champions League, but that is a concern for the future, and the outcome remains uncertain. The Champions League is a present opportunity. To abandon it for the sake of potential future consequences is sheer folly. I cannot predict what goals our head coach will set for the Champions League, but I assure you, I will give my all in every match. This is my first time participating in the Champions League. Upon hearing his words, several exchanged glances, and Wang Guanglei slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Exactly. Guanglei at least has the chance to compete in the Champions League, while what are we worrying about? We're a group that can't even qualify for the Europa League." Shan Daosheng pointed at himself, declaring, I have a chance. Our team is also in the Champions League. Zhang Qinghua retorted, "You have no chance whatsoever. Your club hasn't even registered you for the Champions League. But what if our team advances to the knockout stage? We can register again in January." Everyone chimed in with laughter. Zhang Qinghua waved his hand, saying, "All right, disperse. The road is wide. Let's each go our own way. Farewell, everyone." He headed to Barcelona. Xia Xiaoyu to Lisbon. Chen Xingyi and Luo Kai paired up to fly north to Amsterdam, while Wang Guanglei journeyed south to Genoa. Guanglei flew westward, returning to Leeds. The six bid farewell at the Frankfurt Airport terminal, each embarking on their separate journeys. Chapter 22. The League before the Champions League. Upon Guanglai's return to Leeds, the league welcomed a formidable opponent, the Stan Park Rangers. Last season, Leeds City triumphed over the Rangers at Stan Park Stadium, sparking an exhilarating resurgence. Many media outlets hailed that season's title race as one of the most thrilling championship contests in the Premier League since the turn of the 21st century. Leeds City emerged victorious, gaining worldwide acclaim, while the Stan Park Rangers became mere backdrops, repeatedly subjected to ridicule. However, they were not alone in this plight. For Tranmere stood alongside them, sharing the burden of their significant roles. The entire Premier League title race could be distilled into two matches, one where Stan Park Rangers suffered a 3-4 defeat at home to Leeds City, and another where Tranmere lost 2-3 to Leeds City on their home turf. The results of these two matches ultimately determined the champion of the previous Premier League season. Once bitter rivals in English football, they had now become the best supporting characters in Leeds City's triumph, reducing themselves to kindred spirits in misfortune, a situation that was both amusing and poignant. After Leeds City seized the championship from Stan Park Rangers, the latter has been fervently anticipating a chance for retribution. Now, that opportunity has finally arrived. Following the conclusion of the national team matches, the English media swiftly diverted their attention from the national squad to these two teams. Local media in Liverpool eagerly proclaimed the call for vengeance. This sentiment is certainly not merely a figment of the media's imagination. Despite the imminent challenge against the French champions, Paris Sager, and having just concluded national team matches, Stan Park Rangers head coach, Scott Brooks, chose to field the majority of his key players for the home game against Leeds City. This arrangement clearly indicates the significance the Rangers place on this match. In fact, Brooks' decision carries considerable risk, as the forthcoming UEFA Champions League group stage will see Stan Park Rangers face the strongest seeded team in their group, the reigning League One champions. Paris Sager. For a club accustomed to competing in the Champions League, the aspiration is not merely to advance from the group stage, but to contend for the top spot. Given this objective, the match against Paris Sager holds substantial importance. Logically, Brooks should have strategically conceded this league match to concentrate on performing well in the Champions League. This would be the most advantageous course of action. However, Brooks chose otherwise. His intent is unmistakable: to exact revenge on Leeds City. Some Leeds City fans mockingly suggested online that Stan Park Rangers' actions are merely a futile attempt to mend a broken fence. Even if the Rangers were to defeat us in this match, what would change? The Premier League title for the 2025-2026 season still belongs to Leeds City and will forever remain with them. In response to such remarks, Brooks refrained from public commentary. Instead, in the home team's locker room at Stan Park prior to the match, he articulated to his players the rationale behind his decision. "I am aware that some claim we have lost the league title, and that defeating Leeds City on our home ground would be meaningless. The lost title will not return to us, but I must express my disagreement with this perspective. There is not just one league title. We lost one last season, but we can reclaim it in the future. The crucial question is, how do we reclaim it? I understand that since losing the league title, many players have harbored frustration and anger. There are undoubtedly those who feel discontent with last season's outcome. So, what should we do? We must win it back. To reclaim the championship, we must defeat the opponent that snatched it from us. Otherwise, we cannot commence anew. This pent-up frustration will lead to complications. This time, defeating them, even if it is a rotated Leeds City squad, is of utmost importance to us. In stark contrast to Stan Park Rangers' clear desire for revenge, Leeds City does not appear to prioritize this match. In the extensive roster presented by Tony Clark, several key players did not even make the journey from Leeds to Liverpool. They remained in Leeds, enjoying ample rest to prepare for the away challenge against the Turkish champions. Gulf Lighthouse. This personnel arrangement clearly reflects Leeds City's attitude towards the match. Regardless of media speculation, Clark adheres to his own rhythm in preparation. In pursuit of UEFA Champions League aspirations, he has chosen to forego league commitments. Even in a pivotal clash against Stan Park Rangers, he has prioritized this decision. Yet, Clark still brought Hulai to Stan Park. This decision raises questions, especially since Kamara and Jay Adams did not accompany the team. What purpose does Hulai serve as a mere forward? As the team's primary striker, shouldn't he be resting in Leeds, adjusting to the time difference, and preparing for the confrontation with Gulf Lighthouse? What is his purpose in Liverpool? Is it merely to taunt the Stan Park Rangers fans, reminding them that he is the first opposing player in 9 years to score a hat-trick at Stan Park? I genuinely believe Clark's intention in bringing who was to mock us, to remind us of last season's defeat, assistant coach Stephen Brown remarked to head coach Scott Brooks, who sat nearby. Otherwise, why would he bring him only to leave him on the bench, denying him playing time? What sense does that make, regardless of its significance? Let it be, Stephen. We will play our game, maintain our rhythm, and not be swayed or disturbed by our opponents, Brooks replied with a smirk. At that moment, the match had entered the second half, with Stan Park Rangers leading Leeds City 2-0, and approximately 20 minutes remaining on the clock. It appeared increasingly likely that Stan Park Rangers would secure victory and achieve their long-awaited revenge. Just 5 minutes prior, Brooks began substituting players, allowing the starters to rest in preparation for the home match against Paris Ager next week. Suddenly, both men heard a chorus of boos from the stands. At this moment, Stan Park Rangers players were in possession, and given their lead, the home supporters should not be booing their own team. Thus, it was evident that the discontent was not aimed at the Rangers players, but rather directed towards the Leeds City bench. They both turned their heads simultaneously to glance at the Leeds City coaching staff. Indeed, they spotted Hulai rising from the bench, shedding his substitute vest. He was about to enter the fray. They exchanged bewildered glances, each equally perplexed. Why would Clark send Hulai onto the pitch now? Was he unwilling to accept defeat in an away match? If that were the case, why bring a half squad? The two were utterly confounded by the thoughts swirling in Clark's mind. First, he brought Hulai for the away match, yet did not allow him to start. As the situation appears to be settled, Clark is instructing Hulai amidst the jeers resonating through the air at Stan Park. The Stan Park Rangers are now leading by 2 goals, and Brooks has begun substituting key players, evidently contemplating the upcoming Champions League match. I believe it is time for you to take the field. Who? You know what to do, right? Of course, boss, Hulai nods. To do what I do best. Clark smiles broadly. Lasky can assist you. Make sure to communicate with him on the pitch. Language won't be a barrier for you. He possesses excellent footwork and can draw defenders in, so pay close attention to the spaces he creates. After providing these straightforward instructions, Clark pushes Hulai towards the 4th official and returns to the bench, taking a seat. Assistant coach Sam Rander leans in and remarks, I thought you were bringing Hulai on merely to flaunt our past achievement of ending their 90-game home unbeaten streak in front of the Stan Park Rangers supporters. Clark chuckles softly. I'm not as cruel as you imagine. I have indeed prepared several strategies, which is why I brought Hu along for this away match. Had we been trailing by 3 goals, I wouldn't have introduced him. Do you really think we could steal a point? Rander's eyes widen. If possible, it wouldn't hurt us. The loss in this match was anticipated, Clark shrugs. Since Hulai's arrival on the sidelines, the jeers from the Stan Park crowd have intensified. Clearly, the Rangers supporters remember the 3 goals he scored against them. Ah, here he comes. Clark substitutes Hu in a 2-goal deficit. Is he aiming to win the match? No. I suspect he is subtly reminding the Stan Park Rangers fans. Don't forget we defeated you 4-3 here last season. Matthew Cox quips. Upon his entry, Hulai replaces the captain, Lorenzo, who started the match, partnering with Polish prodigy Dominik Lasky. It wasn't long before he found an opportunity in the Rangers' penalty area. His shot nearly caused Ramos to fumble. Fortunately, Ramos reacted swiftly, securing the ball before Lasky could capitalize on the rebound. Lasky appeared disappointed to have missed his chance for a first Premier League goal. Had he anticipated Ramos's fumble a moment earlier, the ball might have nestled in the net of the Stan Park Rangers. After Hu's introduction, Leeds City's offense evidently improved. Although his physicality is not as robust as Lorenzo's and his technical skills do not match Lasky's, together, they cannot match the threat Hu brings. His darting runs in and around the Stan Park Rangers penalty area posed significant challenges for the defenders striving to maintain their formation. After a few minutes of play, Matthew Cox summarized his observations of the unfolding match. On the sidelines, before the home team's coaching bench, Brooks furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, before Clark substituted Hu. He had already brought Porter onto the field. Consequently, Walsh occupied the left flank while Porter took the right. Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. No, Stephen. Clark is attempting to catch us off guard. Just as he finished speaking, a tremendous uproar erupted at Stan Park, mingled with jeers. Leeds City launched an offensive. Charlie Porter delivered a cross from the wing, while Lasky, darting from the far post toward the center, drew the attention of Stan Park Rangers central defender, Zach Gordon, who laid an ambush behind him, initially matching Lasky's pace, creating the illusion that they were both striving for the same spot. However, midway through, while Lasky surged towards the goal, Hu suddenly accelerated past him, veering towards the near post. He leapt to meet the ball from Charlie Porter's delivery, connecting with a header that sent it soaring towards the far corner. Brazilian goalkeeper Victor Lemos, witnessing Hu's sudden advance, lunged for the near post, attempting to block the shot angle. Yet, the ball was deftly redirected by Hu to the far corner. He narrowly missed colliding with the ball, managing only to reflexively raise his arm, an impressively swift reaction that, nevertheless, failed to intercept the ball. Amidst the cacophony of jeers, the ball sailed into the net of Stan Park Rangers. After failing to score in the last 2 league matches, Hu had finally breached the defenses of Stan Park Rangers. This marked his 4th goal at this venue and his 4th goal of the season in the Premier League. Chapter 23. The Chinese team in the Premier League as Hu sprinted towards the corner flag to enact his signature celebration. He was met not by the thunderous cheers of the crowd, but by a chorus of disapproving boos. After all, this was not the Flanders Stadium of Leeds City, but Stan Park. The cacophony produced by the traveling Leeds City fans was simply insufficient to compete with the fervor of the Stan Park Rangers supporters. Nevertheless, Hu remained indifferent to the mix of cheers and jeers. He had scored. His spirits remained high. After performing his trademark celebration, he erupted into laughter, unfazed by the hostility of the crowd. Let them boo. The spectators' disdain would not diminish his joy or negate the goal that had already been counted. What was there to concern himself with? He embraced his teammates who rushed to him, all patting him on the shoulders and head in celebration. On the sidelines, Sam Landell praised Hu's performance. He scored in just 8 minutes. What astonishing efficiency! Clark shared in the laughter, marveling at Hu's ability to seize opportunities and his keen instincts, truly world-class. That's why I had to bring him to Liverpool. Even if he plays as a substitute, he can still surprise us. The advantage of having Hu in our squad is that we can achieve our tactical objectives at a minimal cost. Observing Clark's joyful demeanor from the adjacent coaching bench, Brooks clenched his teeth and muttered, "Damn it. They can't truly be conceding early. We must adjust our tactics and remain vigilant." Upon hearing this, Stephen Brown inquired, "So, we are not substituting Harry?" Prior to the conceding of the goal, Brooks had discussed with him the possibility of replacing the team's captain, Harry Bernard, to afford him some much-needed rest in preparation for the upcoming Champions League group match against Paris Sager. After all, Bernard had not properly recuperated since undergoing meniscus surgery. He had made a hasty return towards the end of last season to compete for the league title against Leeds City, followed by participation in the World Cup held in the United States and Canada, where he advanced to the knockout stage. Even upon returning to the club, he still bore the weight of responsibility, remaining an indispensable core of the team. The new season had already seen 4 league matches completed, alongside a League Cup match and 2 international fixtures, in which he had played every minute, exhibiting remarkable professionalism. akin to a tireless workhorse. Thus, Brooks had initially intended to allow this stalwart some respite. However, he decided against the substitution, believing it essential to maintain pressure on Leeds City. Succumbing to midfield would allow their opponents a direct path, potentially leading to conceding another goal in the dying moments of the match. While it may seem somewhat unjust to be dragged down in the league by Leeds City just before the Champions League group stage commences, Brooks held firm to his conviction. This match must be won, no matter the circumstances. Only through victory could he earn the right to urge his team to adopt a long-term vision and continue to forge ahead. If the revenge-seeking Queen's Park Rangers were to be held to a draw at home, even a seemingly secure victory could evaporate, undermining his ability to inspire the players and instill belief that they could reclaim what they had lost during the season. In truth, Bernard himself was reluctant to be substituted. As the match resumed, he rallied his teammates to continue their battle against Leeds City, intensifying their efforts to stifle Leeds' counterattacks and protect their goal. Ultimately, they succeeded in maintaining their lead on home soil. The Queen's Park Rangers triumphed, overcoming Leeds City, symbolically achieving their revenge. However, the expressions on the faces of the Leeds City players post-match indicated a lack of remorse for their defeat. This stirred a sense of unease among the jubilant Queen's Park Rangers supporters, who felt that the revenge was not wholly satisfying. Moreover, the remarks made by Guanglei during the post-match interview only added to the discontent. The revenge of Queen's Park Rangers? Yes, they succeeded in avenging themselves. Congratulations. They played exceptionally well. The victory was deserved. His nonchalant tone, accompanied by a smile, seemed to trivialize the rivalry between Queen's Park Rangers and other teams. While Guanglei's content was beyond reproach, demonstrating sufficient gentlemanly grace as the losing party by congratulating the victors without displaying frustration. His magnanimity only served to further irritate many Queen's Park Rangers fans. Some fans took to the comments section of this news article to vent their frustrations, exclaiming, "You are our rivals. Can you not take this seriously?" This provoked a hearty laugh from Leeds City supporters. Noticing this, fans from Stan Park Rangers mockingly retorted, "You lost the game, and yet you're so cheerful." Just reading the comments, I would have thought Leeds City had won. Immediately, a Leeds City fan shot back, "Indeed. We won. We clinched the league championship. Haha." Thus, a spirited exchange ensued among the fans beneath the news piece. Following their match against Stan Park Rangers, Leeds City commenced preparations for the Champions League. They rested for merely half a day after the game, with all players gathering for training on Monday afternoon. After Tuesday's practice session, every player except those on the injury list boarded a plane bound for Istanbul, Turkey, to participate in their inaugural Champions League match against the Gulf Lighthouse. Although the entire squad traveled, only 18 players were eligible to be included in the final matchday squad, permitted to sit on the substitutes bench, while the remaining players were confined to a designated area in the stands, relegated to mere spectators. This approach contrasts with the Premier League, where only players on the matchday roster are allowed to accompany the team for away games. In the Champions League, however, Clark insisted on bringing the entire squad along, aiming to foster a sense of unity among them. After all, this marked Leeds City's historic debut in the Champions League, and no one wished to miss such a monumental occasion. Therefore, Clark thoughtfully included all available players, allowing them to partake in this historical moment and strengthening their team cohesion. Moreover, bringing along all players served a practical purpose beyond mere symbolism. It facilitated the team's ability to conduct comprehensive training during their away matches, including group drills and set-piece tactics. If only 18 players were present, it would be challenging to adequately prepare due to a lack of personnel. Traveling for a Champions League match differs significantly from league fixtures. Typically, teams embark on their journey to away games just a day prior, allowing for a brief acclimatization to the venue before the match. The demands for training content are not particularly high. However, the Champions League presents a different scenario. The travel distances are considerable, and the variations in climate and cuisine necessitate ample time for adjustment. Thus, teams cannot afford to depart just a day before the match, as they might struggle with jet lag, unless they are competing in neighboring countries, such as a French team traveling to Italy. This is still the group stage. During the knockout rounds, teams might even leave 3 or 4 days in advance to prepare for crucial matches following a league game. Naturally, this requires the inclusion of all players. Of course, sending the entire squad on away trips imposes financial considerations on the team, as the expenses for additional flights, transportation, and accommodation can accumulate significantly. Consequently, This practice of taking the whole squad on away games is typically reserved for elite clubs. This may also contribute to the superior performance of top teams in European competitions, as logistical capabilities are an essential component of competitiveness. The economic pressures that once plagued Leeds City have now become a mere shadow of the past. Ever since Hulai joined the team, a stream of Chinese enterprises has been eagerly presenting their checkbooks. The situation intensified after Leeds City claimed the Premier League title and Hulai secured the Premier League Golden Boot. This summer, the club's executives have been tirelessly negotiating partnerships and contracts with Chinese businesses, while they lack control over the perimeter advertising boards at all Premier League venues, which are managed by the William Daly Advertising Agency. They do have authority over the advertisements at their training ground. Consequently, the training facility is now surrounded by a plethora of advertisements adorned with Chinese corporate logos. In addition to the billboards, various buildings within the training complex prominently display the names of Chinese enterprises. The club's jerseys feature advertisements in various positions, and even the naming rights for the luxury boxes at their home ground, Flandre, have been sold to Chinese companies. Thus, when distinguished guests arrive at Flandre Stadium to watch the matches, they enter boxes named after entities such as Bank of China and Ningbo. These boxes are not merely branded with the names of Chinese businesses. They showcase corporate logos on the doors and promotional posters on the walls. For those who invest generously, even the decor and color schemes of the boxes can be customized to meet corporate specifications. Moreover, Flandre Stadium is the first in the Premier League to incorporate Chinese characters on all informational signage, facilitating the visit of Chinese fans who come specifically to watch Hulai play while also exploring the stadium. In response to this complete capitulation to Chinese capital, some British media have scoffed, remarking that during their visit to Leeds City's training base and a tour of Flandre Stadium, they felt as though they had transcended thousands of miles to find themselves in China at a Chinese football club. The only reminder of their location was the staff still communicating in English. They suggested that Leeds City should enhance employee training to ensure fluency in Mandarin. Perhaps they could learn from Hulai, who has quickly mastered multiple languages. Despite such derision, Leeds City takes pride in their approach, charging ahead on the path of sinicization without looking back. They even plan to establish licensed merchandise stores in China to cater to fans who wish to acquire Leeds City jerseys and merchandise, but are unable to travel to the UK. They remain unperturbed by media inquiries regarding their allegiance to either capitalist or socialist ideals. After all, the financial support from Chinese investors has proven overwhelmingly substantial. The debate over their ideological orientation seems futile. After all, silent accumulation of wealth is far more pragmatic. With their burgeoning coffers, Leeds City now possesses the means to send all first-team players to compete in the UEFA Champions League, even to distant but unromantic Turkey. P.S. I'm back. The plateau truly takes its toll. The first few nights were restless. After enduring the challenges of acclimatizing to the altitude and finally managing to sleep soundly, I found myself afflicted with a bout of diarrhea. Nevertheless, the journey was not in vain, as I was fortunate to witness many breathtaking landscapes along the way. Upon returning home, still grappling with the aftereffects, I resumed my writing and will be back to posting 2 updates daily starting August 1st. I sincerely appreciate everyone's understanding and support. Thank you all. Additionally, I would like to recommend a book titled Unscientific Beast Taming, authored by Qingchuan Liuxiang, whose previous work The Pokemon Master achieved remarkable success. This new piece is a quintessential work in the realm of pet fantasy literature, filled with engaging plots and captivating bonds between the protagonist and their pets. It will be available from August 1st, and I encourage friends who enjoy this genre to lend their support. Chapter 24. A distant yet unromantic Turkey. There exists a historical incident involving Leeds football and Turkey. Back in 2000, Leeds United participated in the first leg of the UEFA Cup semi-finals, facing the Turkish team Galatasaray. Prior to the match, Leeds fans caused a disturbance in Istanbul, leading to a violent confrontation that resulted in the tragic deaths of 2 Leeds supporters at the hands of Galatasaray fans. This incident garnered significant media attention, prompting the Turkish embassy in the UK to receive multiple threats, while Turkish expatriates in Britain faced personal attacks. Consequently, the second leg of the match had to be relocated to a neutral venue. It was even rumored that Dutch football hooligans called upon British counterparts to unite in retaliation against Turkish fans during that year's European Championship. This bloody episode occurred before Hulai's birth, and he only learned of it through subsequent reflections. Initially, he believed that innocent British fans had suffered brutal assaults from Turkish football hooligans, only to later realize that it was a brawl between rival hooligans, a case of dogs fighting dogs. One must concede that the fighting prowess of British football hooligans is rather feeble, much like their national team, which, despite its grandiose image perpetuated by the powerful media, often lacks substance. Of course, this incident transpired in a timeline preceding Hulai's arrival in this world. In this reality, Leeds United does not exist, nor does Galatasaray. Prior to this year, Leeds had not participated in any European competitions. Naturally, there were no notorious clashes between British and Turkish hooligans staining the streets of Istanbul. No Turkish team was considered a bitter enemy of Leeds, and despite winning the Premier League, Leeds held little influence in Turkey. This can be illustrated by the fact that upon the arrival of the Leeds team in Istanbul, they surprisingly enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. They had been forewarned about the fervor and unruliness of Turkish fans, with numerous European teams having previously experienced harassment during their matches here. Therefore, the players of Leeds were well prepared. For instance, Charlie Porter had brought numerous earplugs to block out any noise while sleeping. Upon awakening, they found the hotel exterior unusually quiet, which begs the question of what this tranquility signifies. This sentiment reflects a sense of disdain directed towards us. While enjoying breakfast at the hotel restaurant, Sam Raniere expressed this to his coaching colleagues. It is not uncommon to be looked down upon, especially since we have yet to secure a victory against European teams during the preseason. Furthermore, we are on the home turf of the Gulf Lighthouse, where they undoubtedly hold a significant advantage over us. It should be a walk in the park for them, Matt remarked with a chuckle. Clark interjected, I wish they would underestimate us even more. One should not always anticipate favorable outcomes. Raniere retorted coldly. In the dining area designated for players, discussions circulated regarding the astonishing events of the previous night. Aren't Turkish fans notoriously fearsome? Someone pondered. From the media descriptions, one might think they are all devilish creatures with horns and fangs. Now, it seems, could it all be a deliberate smear by unscrupulous British media? Not necessarily a smear. Just a bit exaggerated, came the response. Isn't that rather delightful? Charlie Porter chimed in. I've heard that Turkish teams' home grounds are hellish arenas. If they are indeed courteous, it could be a boon for us. Perhaps it won't be as intimidating after all. Everyone nodded in agreement with Charlie's observation. The players of Leeds City gazed at the flickering lights of the stands, momentarily uncertain whether the vibrant flares belonged to the fervent Turkish supporters or if they had truly set the stands ablaze, engulfing half the stadium in flames and smoke, rendering even the distant goal of the Gulf Lighthouse indistinct. Look at this, you British mutts. A group of muscular men, their chests bare and painted in red, were gesturing obscenely towards the Leeds players on the field. This was perhaps the most courteous greeting they could muster. As the Leeds players lingered in the tunnel, awaiting their entrance, the announcer's voice boomed. Let us welcome our guests, the Premier League champions, Leeds City. The enthusiasm of the announcer was dwarfed by the deafening chorus of boos and roars from the stands, presenting a distinctly Turkish welcome that even overshadowed the Champions League theme music. As the Leeds players began their procession from the tunnel onto the pitch, the Gulf Lighthouse fans stationed on the elevated platforms unleashed a torrent of roars and insults aimed at the distant British visitors. The obscenities were so vile that if one were to transcribe them verbatim, the chapter would likely face censorship. This left the Leeds players, who had previously perceived the Gulf Lighthouse fans as polite, utterly speechless. As Leeds City star player, Hulai was naturally a prime target for the Turkish fans' vitriol. At that moment, Hulai realized the downside of being multilingual. He understood every insult hurled his way by the Turkish supporters. The taunts regarding his family were standard fare. Some home fans directed particularly bizarre insults at Hulai, shouting, "Your manhood is like a toothpick." This left one perplexed. What relevance does the size of a professional athlete's anatomy have to the game at hand? Even if Hulai is as slender as a toothpick, does that mean he cannot penetrate your defenses? It would be better to mock him with the sentiment of how much sorrow can one endure, akin to a group of eunuchs visiting a brothel, as it may at least yield some amusement, cursing Hulai for not scoring in 90 minutes. What purpose does that serve? Do the Turks not comprehend Chinese? Then it matters not. As Hulai listened to the profanities hurled at him by the Turkish fans, he took a deep breath. Indeed, participating in the Champions League is rewarding, as it offers the chance to experience diverse cultures while traveling with the team. Amidst the resounding boos and jeers, Leeds City welcomed their inaugural European match in history. At the outset, The home team, Gulf Lighthouse, launched a vigorous assault on Leeds City's goal, buoyed by the fervent cheers of their supporters. According to pre-match analyses, Leeds City was recognized as an offensively proficient yet defensively feeble team. Thus, Gulf Lighthouse, enjoying the advantage of home ground, sought to overwhelm their adversaries with relentless attacks to secure victory. However, after a mere 10 minutes of relentless assault, they discovered that Leeds City's defense was not easily breached. The much-touted offensive maestro, the eccentric Tony Clark, astonishingly refrained from engaging in a shootout with Gulf Lighthouse during the match. Clark observed the beleaguered Leeds City players and remarked to his companion, Sam Randier, with a chuckle, "This is why I never refute the media's misconceptions about me. I desire to cultivate this ingrained impression. Who says an offensively adept coach cannot instill defensive discipline in his team? I may be mad, but I am not foolish. Why would I attack, knowing it would lead to certain demise?" Randier shook his head. "At times, I am uncertain whether you deliberately craft this deceptive persona or if your nature is inherently perplexing." Clark shot him a sidelong glance. "What difference does it make? It's all about deception, after all." Randier tilted his head in contemplation before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Indeed, there is hardly any distinction." Throughout the first half of the match, Leeds City primarily focused on defense. In truth, since the commencement of the preseason training for this season, Clark had invested considerable effort in refining the team's defensive capabilities. Although this would not transform Leeds City into an impenetrable fortress, it would nonetheless elevate their defensive standards, especially when they resolved to adopt a more conservative approach. In this particular match, confronted with Gulf Lighthouse's aggressive onslaught, Leeds City contracted their defense to evade their adversary's onslaught, simultaneously leveraging Kamara and Lasky's individual prowess for counterattacks to alleviate pressure on the backline. Indeed, Leeds City's counterattacks were not aimed at scoring, but rather at fortifying their defense, preventing Gulf Lighthouse from displaying too much audacity on their home turf. Surprisingly, Hulai, the primary striker, did not shine as brightly on the field as his forward partner Lasky. This was, of course, attributable to the opponent's stringent defense and the fans' malevolent treatment. Whenever he received the ball, the cacophony of boos reached a crescendo, marking the highest decibel level among all Leeds City players. Those unfamiliar with the conduct of Turkish fans may find themselves perplexed. This is Hulai's first encounter with a Turkish team, and there have been no prior grievances associated with him and the Turkish squad. Why then do the Turkish supporters seem to harbor disdain for Hulai? The truth is, it is not that the Turkish fans dislike Hulai personally, nor is there any animosity towards him. Their treatment of him stems solely from one reason. Hulai is the most formidable and renowned player from Leeds City. Who else would the Turkish fans choose to jeer? Would they target some obscure player? Surely, they would not waste their emotional energy in such a manner. This reaction underscores the threat Hulai poses to the Gulf Lighthouse supporters. Otherwise, they would not direct such fervent hostility towards him. This marks Hulai's inaugural appearance in the Champions League, and he should be acutely aware that similar scenarios will undoubtedly arise in the future. As his fame and performance escalate, he will encounter treatment markedly different from that of his teammates during away matches. Nevertheless, it remains true that this is the path to becoming a superstar. Every elite player must possess an extraordinarily resilient heart. I believe Hulai embodies that spirit. Hefeng praised Hulai while simultaneously comforting Chinese fans. This is Hulai's debut in the Champions League, as well as the first for a Chinese player in this prestigious tournament. Thus, despite the match commencing at a little past 2 in the morning, many fans remained glued to their screens to witness this historic moment. However, once the match began, Hulai did not deliver a particularly impressive performance. Coupled with the cacophony of boos that erupted each time he touched the ball, it was indeed disheartening for the Chinese fans watching from afar. Hefeng felt frustrated as well, but as a commentator, there are words one can say and words one cannot. Thus, his dissatisfaction had to remain unvoiced, and he maintained a fair and objective commentary throughout. His support was insufficient, given that the team's strategy emphasized a compact defense. Additionally, the Gulf Lighthouse played with a certain ferocity, making his subdued performance quite understandable. Huli Xian provided supplementary remarks to his wife. Xialan nodded in acknowledgement, merely responding with a sound of agreement. This took Huli Xian by surprise. He discreetly glanced at his wife and noticed her intently focused on the match, seemingly unperturbed for their son. Although he did not comprehend the reasons behind her calmness, Xin considered it a positive development. Otherwise, the anxiety of watching a game would be too much for his heart to bear. P.S. Tomorrow, I will resume 2 updates. Thank you all for your understanding and support. Additionally, I was unable to write while out, and I didn't even bring my computer, having not written for several days. Returning to find my rhythm feels challenging. It seems my fingers stumble over the keys, often producing typos. End of chapter. Chapter 25. Foreign football culture. Despite Leeds City's earnest efforts in defense, even at the expense of temporarily sacrificing their offensive strategy, they still conceded a goal just before the end of the first half. In the 41st minute of the match, the Gulf Lighthouse's relentless attacks finally breached Leeds City's defenses. In a striking display, Turkish international midfielder Ibrahim Tatlıses executed a low shot within the penalty area, piercing through the defenses of goalkeeper Van der Ven. The Gulf Lighthouse Stadium erupted with the most fervent cheers heard so far in the match. The stands were illuminated by flickering red flames, enveloping the entire arena in a thick haze, creating an atmosphere that felt less like a sporting event and more akin to a battlefield. Such fervor, driven by passionate supporters, is a rarity in the contemporary English Premier League, leaving the Leeds City players feeling somewhat out of their depth. Turkish fans cultivate an atmosphere distinct from that of their English counterparts. Their exuberance is not expressed through song, but rather through a more primal and untamed fervor. The players of Gulf Lighthouse seem to thrive in this kind of environment. Amidst the thunderous applause, they rush to the sidelines to celebrate with the most ardent supporters. Tatlıses, the goal scorer, dove headlong into the front row of fans, quickly becoming engulfed by the throng surging from the back of the stands. In this moment, there was an unreserved acceptance between them, a heart-stirring scene that conveyed a sense of fearless camaraderie, undeterred by the potential for injury during the celebration. This might lead some to perceive Turkish fans as irrational chaos incarnate. However, for the players of Gulf Lighthouse, these fervent supporters are their strongest allies, their most dependable partners, and comrades fighting alongside them in the same trench. With that in mind, what is there to fear? Embracing these passionate fans wholeheartedly is the only way to truly harness the strength they provide. Leeds City, however, conceded a goal, despite Clark's uncharacteristic shift to a counter-attacking strategy. He could not prevent his team from allowing a score before halftime. This outcome was hardly surprising, considering they were playing at the Gulf Lighthouse's home ground, where even Europe's elite clubs might struggle for victory, as Matthew Cox lamented. His words rang true, not serving as an excuse for Leeds City. Several Turkish teams are renowned for their formidable resilience. When they unleash their fury, they are a force to be reckoned with. Even giants like Real Madrid, Catalonia United, Bayern Munich, and Torino FC have found it challenging to secure favorable outcomes on Turkish soil. A Chinese proverb states that even the strongest dragon cannot overpower the local snake. Though Cox was unfamiliar with this saying, he understood its essence. Despite Leeds City boasting the title of Premier League champions, they might be among the weakest champions in recent history, facing significant challenges in Turkish matches. Clark's conservative tactics did not yield better results. Following the goal conceded, the television broadcast captured a close-up of Clark, the Leeds City coach, whose expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated the setback. He covered his mouth, leaning towards his assistant coach, Sam Randier, engaging in quiet conversation. Continuing in this manner may prove futile. We must enact some changes, Clark whispered to Randier. Randall covered his mouth and said, "But you must consider one thing, Tony. If we push forward, we may lose even more. If it comes down to goal difference later, we won't have the advantage. Honestly, Sam, I don't want to think about qualifying for the group stage right now. Do you believe we can maintain this 1-0 scoreline? Can you guarantee that our defense will not concede in the second half?" Clark countered. Randall fell silent. He could not make such a guarantee, as he was uncertain about how the second half would unfold. Reflecting on this, it became clear that Clark's intention to make a change was a reluctant decision, hoping that perhaps taking a risk might yield an opportunity. "Let us go with your plan, Tony," he finally said, realizing what Clark intended. The second half would not see them simply defending the penalty area. In the away team's locker room, head coach Tony Clark was outlining the tactical approach for the second half to his players. Shortly after Tatlıses scored, the first half came to an end, with the score standing at 1-0 in favor of the home team, the Gulf Lighthouse. They would undoubtedly continue their offensive play in the second half, and they could seize the moment to counterattack, engaging them in a manner they excelled at. Clark summarized his strategy in one sentence: "We must attack." Offense was the soul of this team. It was the style of play they were most skilled and accustomed to. Thus, there was no room for debate. Attack it was. After adjusting the tactics, Clark allowed a brief moment for the players to arrange themselves freely. Guanglei seized the opportunity to enter the system space. Following the World Cup, he had completed the associated tasks and received the corresponding rewards. However, he was not there to utilize those rewards, as none of them were suitable for his needs. In addition to the basic reward of 300,000 points, the World Cup tasks had granted him an array of training scrolls, several stamina potions, and a new item named ill-fitting cleats. When worn, these would temporarily enhance the wearer's running speed for 5 seconds, after which they would be damaged. They could only be equipped once per match. A small note explained, these shoes were worn by a legendary player renowned for his speed during trial training. Due to their poor fit, they hampered his performance. Upon reading this description, Guanglei was almost compelled to scoff. If ill-fitting shoes could boost the wearer's speed in 5 seconds. Just imagine the effect of this legendary player's custom shoes. How extraordinary would that be? Nonetheless, Guanglei had discerned the peculiarities of this system. It was always either damaged shin guards or previously worn jerseys, and now an ill-fitting pair of shoes. Clearly, it would never provide him with a genuine item. Fearing that he might exploit its power to an imbalanced extent and face dire consequences, Guanglei's speed was certainly not remarkable. He often found himself hindered by his own pace during rapid counterattacks, unable to reach the goal in time. Consequently, he had to initiate his runs earlier, which significantly increased unnecessary energy expenditure, especially when he found that his teammates had failed to advance the ball effectively. Yet, he could not afford to refrain from running, leading to a depletion of his stamina in a series of sprints and back-and-forth movements. Fortunately, he still possessed a stamina potion, and Clark, being an exceptionally fitness-oriented head coach, placed great emphasis on physical conditioning during daily training. Consequently, Guanglei's endurance had significantly improved compared to the past, allowing him to avoid the predicament of fatigue in the final 10 minutes of the game. Now, with these shoes, he could enhance his running speed at critical moments, ensuring he would not miss out on golden opportunities, nor would he need to worry about falling behind the pace and exhausting his energy prematurely. One might consider these shoes a valuable tool, even if only usable once in a match. However, that was not his immediate need. At present, Guanglei sought something entirely different. Thus, he bypassed the task rewards in the system space and headed straight to the system shop. There, he discovered an item labeled Potent Charm Essence Lotion, opting to exchange 50,000 points for a bottle. Potent Charm Essence Lotion. Upon application, it significantly enhances the user's charisma, capable of persuading even sworn enemies. The effect lasts for 2 hours. This was precisely what he required for the match. Turkish fans often boast about their home ground being a fortress, and rivalries among the supporters of the 3 major teams in the Turkish Super League have even led to conflicts over which stadium instills the most fear. They fervently cultivate a terrifying atmosphere in their arenas, which over time has become a hallmark of Turkish football culture. This culture extends beyond the pitch, as previously mentioned, to their harassment of visiting teams outside their hotels, ensuring that opponents do not rest well, which is also part of their notorious home advantage. Leeds City, however, did not receive similar treatment outside their hotel. Evidently, the fans of the Gulf Lighthouse initially regarded Leeds City with disdain. Such tactics are typically reserved for genuine European powerhouses. Yet, the absence of off-field intimidation did not imply that they would refrain from menacing, threatening, and insulting opposing players on the field. This was a source of pride within their football culture, as if the raucous crowds in the stands could transport them back to the glory days of the Ottoman Empire. Their noise was so overwhelming that even the unflappable Guanglei found it somewhat bothersome. He had previously endured similar treatment at the home ground of the Qatar team. But compared to Turkish fans, the Qataris were relatively genteel. Determined to quiet them down, Guanglei recalled the item in the system shop. 50,000 points was not a trifling sum, but considering its effect, capable of captivating even sworn adversaries, he resolved to make the purchase. Even if it could not elicit applause from the Turkish fans, it would at least diminish their fervor, rendering them less boisterous. After redeeming the item, Guanglei reached into his sports bag, retrieving it from the system space, ready to apply it. Why not use the restroom? Because it was currently occupied. With the halftime interval drawing to a close, Guanglei opted to use it in the locker room instead, as the product appeared unremarkable in appearance. As a player, it is quite normal to apply certain substances without drawing undue attention. He merely tilted his body slightly to shield most of his teammates' view, unscrewed the cap, and extracted the essence, applying it directly to his face. This substance was not genuinely a serum. Its efficacy did not hinge on skin absorption. Any application to the face sufficed. Thus, Hu Lai's application was rather nonchalant. He believed his actions to be quite natural and unlikely to attract notice. Yet he forgot that he was, in fact, a staunchly masculine individual who rarely applied anything to his face. When had his teammates ever witnessed him applying products in the locker room? This oversight piqued one person's curiosity. Charlie Porter stealthily approached Hu Lai from behind, seizing the opportunity to snatch the bottle that lay beside him. "Since when do you indulge in this stuff?" he exclaimed. "Hey, let me give it a try." With that, he plunged his hand into the bottle, attempting to take advantage. "What? Is this all there is?" Porter looked astonished at the thin layer of white lotion on his fingertip. Nonetheless, he applied it to his face. Initially, Hu Lai intended to stop him when the item was taken, but he soon found himself intrigued. The system had not specified whether it could be shared. He wondered what would happen if someone else used it. Thus, he calmly observed Porter taking advantage of him. After applying the substance, Porter felt nothing. He had applied it, yet it felt as if he had not. Furrowing his brow, he could only conclude that the amount was insufficient. What use is such a small bottle? He complained to Hu Lai. Hu Lai raised a middle finger at him. "I didn't invite you to use it, Charlie. You pilfered my stuff? And now you grumble about its quantity? Ha ha. When did you suddenly become interested in such things?" Porter awkwardly changed the subject. Hu Lai promptly snatched the empty bottle from his hand, fearing it might vanish if discarded. "You can slather your face with all those chemicals daily. Why can't I?" Hu Lai shoved the bottle into his backpack, offering a flimsy excuse. True enough. To Hu Lai's surprise, Porter readily accepted this explanation. He leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. "I heard from Peter that in Paris, that girl, FCK?" Hu Lai cursed, cursing Peter's loose lips, since Charlie was already aware. It wouldn't be long before the entire team knew. We were trying to explain, but Porter abruptly covered his ears, declaring, I'm not listening. Do you want me to recommend some skincare products? They work wonders, truly." Hu Lai stood up and pushed him aside. "You should keep those for yourself, Charlie." Meanwhile, Captain Lorenzo clapped loudly. "Let us get out there, lads." P.S. The 2 updates have been restored. End of the chapter. Chapter 26, A Long Road Ahead. The second half of the match had commenced for 15 minutes, and Leeds City remained at a disadvantage on the field. The home team, Gulf Lighthouse, relentlessly launched assaults towards their penalty area, seemingly intent on capitalizing on the early moments of the second half to secure another goal. However, as of now, the score remained 1-0, and Gulf Lighthouse had not managed to extend their lead. When the live broadcast displayed the real-time score in the 60th minute, commentator Hefong provided his insights. In the second half, Leeds City adjusted their tactics, abandoning their defensive counterattacks at home and instead attempting to push forward. Nevertheless, Gulf Lighthouse's morale was soaring, making it challenging for Leeds City to completely overturn the tide. At best, they could only be more resolute when seizing opportunities for counterattacks. The sole piece of good news was that the jeers from the Gulf Lighthouse fans had lessened when Hu Lai touched the ball, compared to the first half. It was uncertain whether they had simply grown weary of booing or if their animosity towards Hu Lai had diminished due to their team's lead. Alternatively, perhaps after a lackluster performance in the first half, Hu Lai's perceived threat had significantly waned in the eyes of the Gulf Lighthouse supporters, no longer warranting such fervent disdain. Hefong found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he hoped the home fans would cease their derision towards Hu Lai, which would bring him some comfort as Hu Lai's supporter. On the other hand, he felt that if the reduction in jeers was due to Hu Lai's inability to pose a threat, it would imply that Hu Lai was performing poorly in this match. Why were they, thousands of miles away in China, staying up late to watch the game? Was it not the hope that Hu Lai would shine in the first UEFA Champions League match for a Chinese player? What constituted a stellar performance? Naturally, scoring a goal would be paramount. If he were to score the first goal for a Chinese player in the Champions League, then regardless of the final outcome, this match would be deemed a resounding success for Chinese fans. "Father, did you have such treatment during your first UEFA Cup match?" Qin Shi suddenly inquired from his seat in front of the television. Qin Ling cast him a sidelong glance. What treatment? However, Qin Shi, now a perceptive high school student, sensed the subtle change in his father's tone and ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Qin Ling chose not to press his son further and replied sternly, "No? Well, that's good. It's better late than never," Qin Shi remarked, But Qin Ling paid little mind to his words and continued, after all, not everyone has the luck of Hu Lai, encountering a Turkish team in their first match. Do you think Hu Ge can score the first goal for Chinese players in the Champions League? Qin Ling shook his head. I don't know. If he doesn't score, it's not a big deal. It's not imperative to score in the first match. Qin Chi hesitated. What is there to say? Shrinking under his father's gaze, he ventured, but I read online that Hu Ge has a tradition of scoring in his first competitive match. Qin Ling chuckled. Where did that superstition come from? Do you really believe such nonsense? Did he score in his first FA Cup match? Let us not even go that far. Did he score in the Community Shield? Qin Chi was rendered speechless. To assert that he would inevitably score in his very first match is a manifestation of survivor bias. It is merely the instances of his goals that receive extensive publicity, while the matches in which he fails to score are conveniently ignored. Qin Chi nodded slightly. Oh, let us watch the game earnestly, rather than merely for the spectacle. It took considerable effort to persuade your mother to let you stay up late to watch the match. And it was not merely for you to concern yourself with whether Hu Lai can score. Qin Lin's tone softened somewhat in the end. In the Jiaxiang High School football team, his son, who originally had the versatility to play multiple positions, was fixed as a center back, revealing an astonishing talent. Qin Lin hoped that Xiao Qi could achieve greater accomplishments than himself in the future. Thus, he must nurture him with care, taking him to watch matches, expanding his horizons, and allowing him to glean experience from the games, much like he once guided Xia Xiaoyu. Qin Lin now regarded Qin Chi not only as his son, but also as the heir to his football legacy, a cherished disciple. Hu Lai felt a significant reduction in the pressure on his ears. The sensation of playing amidst a cacophony akin to frenzied cicadas had dissipated. Although the fans of the Bay Lighthouse continued to boo and jeer, the fervor had diminished from a tempest to a steady rain. In comparison to the home fans in the stands, it was the players from Bay Lighthouse who inflicted more trouble on him on the field. Their movements were crude and extraordinarily aggressive. This is characteristic of the football style of this Turkish powerhouse. Competing in such a fervent home ground makes it challenging for players to maintain their composure. Each individual seemed to be surging with adrenaline, easily becoming overzealous. Despite Hu Lai being equipped with the battered giant bear shin guards, which considerably reduced the likelihood of injury, being struck on the leg still brought pain. However, as he became the focal point of the Bay Lighthouse's defensive strategy, the defensive pressure on the other players from Leeds City diminished significantly. Hu Lai even found an opportunity to approach his forward partner, Lasky, and spoke to him in Polish. You must pay close attention to my movements during the match. I am being closely marked, but I will still find ways to create opportunities. Do not stray too far from me. Otherwise, if a chance arises and you are out of position, it would be a pity. Lasky nodded repeatedly, humbly accepting the advice. He even recalled the previous match against the Stan Park Rangers. Shortly after Hu Lai entered the game, he had a shot that caused the Stan Park Rangers goalkeeper, Ramos, to fumble. Yet, he was a moment too slow to react and failed to position himself in time to capitalize on the ball's landing, thus missing the opportunity to score his first Premier League goal. This time, he vowed not to let the chance slip away. Dominik Lasky, though renowned as a prodigy in Poland and seen as a beacon of hope, maintained a respectful attitude in the presence of Hu Lai upon arriving at Leeds City. After all, the top genius of Poland pales in comparison to the Premier League Golden Boot, the season's best, and the World Cup Golden Boot. Not to mention the World Cup, he had yet to prove himself in the Premier League. After his conversation with Lasky, the latter indeed kept a keen eye on Hu Lai's movements during the match. Before long, Charlie Porter delivered a cross. Hu Lai darted toward the near post, seemingly intent on seizing the opportunity. The defensive players of the Gulf Lighthouse shadowed him relentlessly, and not just one, but two, with such a formidable defensive intensity. It is no wonder that Hu Lai has yet to score the much-anticipated first goal for Chinese players in the UEFA Champions League. The Gulf Lighthouse's center-back, Blakeman Teguru, remained glued to Hu Lai, determined to prevent him from finding any opportunity to break free and take a shot. His focus was entirely fixated on the number 14 of Leeds City, oblivious to the whereabouts of the ball. At that moment, he noticed Hu Lai's body sway slightly before he suddenly lunged forward. Reacting instinctively, Teguru raised his hands, signaling to the referee that he had made no contact when Hu Lai fell. Thus, he was certain he had committed no foul. However, as Hu Lai tumbled to the ground, he heard no whistle. Instead, the ball sped past Hu Lai, zipping by the astonished Teguru. Lasky, positioned behind Hu Lai, saw the ball approach but was completely unprepared, as all his attention was captivated by Hulai's sudden fall. He even considered raising his arm to signal a foul against Hulai, yet before he could act, the ball flew past him and continued on its trajectory. Porter delivered a cross, and Hulai fell. And then, oh no, Hufeng lamented as he observed Lasky's inaction, allowing the ball to slip by. Before his words could fully escape, Kamara emerged from behind Lasky, meeting the incoming ball with a side-footed half-volley. The ball struck his instep and rocketed towards the Gulf Lighthouse's goal like a cannonball. The goalkeeper of the Gulf Lighthouse, who also serves as the Turkish national team's keeper, Atakan Arslan, was evidently distracted by Hulai's fall in front of the goal, causing him to react a fraction too late. By the time he turned to leap and dive, it was too late. He failed to make contact. The ball pierced through his fingertips, finding the net behind him. What an extraordinary moment. Ismail Kamara. Matthew Cox erupted in a roar, for he had scored Leeds City's first ever goal in the Champions League. He had also leveled the score for Leeds City. Lasky, finally realizing the ball had flown past him, quickly turned to rectify his mistake. However, just as he oriented himself, he witnessed Kamara springing forth from behind him, executing a side-footed half-volley towards the ball. The thud of the strike resonated in his ears. After scoring, Kamara first glanced towards the net to ensure the ball had crossed the line before redirecting his gaze. He then stole a glance at the nearby Lasky, followed by a look at Hulai, who lay prostrate at the front post, before rushing over. Hulai, upon spotting the ball nestled in the net, understood that a goal had been scored. He rose from the ground, eager to embrace Lasky in celebration, mistakenly believing Lasky had netted the goal. Just as he stood, he was swept into Kamara's embrace. Astonished, he caught sight of Lasky, who was dashing towards them with a look of chagrin, peering over Kamala's shoulder. Only then realizing that the goal was scored not by Lasky, but by Kamala. Charlie Porter also rushed over, embracing them while lamenting, "Why, Ismail? Did you run to hug who? Was it not I who made the pass?" Kamala pointed at Hulai and remarked, "He let it slip beautifully." Upon comprehending this, Lasky's eyes widened in disbelief. Did Hulai just let that ball slip? Hulai, observing the situation, understood that Lasky had not anticipated his sudden blunder, which led to the missed opportunity. Indeed, after the celebration concluded and they returned to their half, Lasky approached Hulai, explaining in Polish, "I thought you were knocked down, and I was about to call the referee." Hulai gestured towards Charlie Porter, who was running ahead, saying, "That lad's pass was neither too high nor too low," making it rather awkward. Jumping could result in an unfortunate collision, and bending down would mean heading it. Hence, I had no choice but to lie down completely to let the ball pass. Lasky covered his face with both hands. Hulai patted his shoulder, saying, "Stop overthinking. Next time, regardless of the circumstances, focus on getting the ball into the net first. Look at Ismail. He has the experience. Even if a goal is disallowed by the referee, it's better than this." The Polish prodigy, at a loss for words, could only nod in acknowledgement. Beside Hulai, he felt a long journey still lay ahead of him. P.S. After nearly a week of not writing, regaining my momentum proves to be quite the challenge. Upon returning home, I reverted to my routine of writing until the early hours of the morning. A stark contrast to the days spent traveling when I could retire by 10 or 11 and rise at 6 or 7, maintaining a healthy schedule. Now, my wife remarks that I have reverted to the days of a solitary marriage. I feel it is essential to avoid another week of complete inactivity before this book reaches its conclusion. In the future, even during outings, I shall carry my laptop, striving to write whenever possible, even if it means only producing 2 or 3 chapters during a week away. It is imperative to remain in a writing state as much as I can. True relaxation can wait until the completion of this book. I have roughly estimated that, based on my current writing pace and the narrative's length, I could continue until at least next year. However, whether it will be in the first or second half remains uncertain. In any case, I will not impose a preordained timeline for completion upon myself, nor will I hasten my pace to meet an arbitrary deadline. I intend to adhere to my established rhythm and writing style, progressing gradually. Furthermore, I will not resort to artificially inflating the narrative to align with specific milestones, repeating match plots season after season in an attempt to elongate the story like stretched noodles. The timing of the conclusion will undoubtedly be dictated by the content itself. I will diligently write the necessary parts, leaving no detail overlooked, much like the World Cup segments, where I wish to encapsulate every minute of the 90-minute match. Yet, I will not hesitate to condense sections when appropriate, And perhaps, after a chapter, several months may have elapsed within the narrative. As the wave of Chinese players venturing abroad unfolds within the pages of this narrative, I shall not confine my perspective solely to who lie, nor shall I limit my writing to this particular cohort. Thus, if in the forthcoming chapters who lie does not assume the role of protagonist, I implore you not to be taken aback. Lastly, during the first 4 days of August, there will be a double-month ticket opportunity, so I kindly encourage everyone to cast their votes and support us, allowing our ranking on the monthly ticket leaderboard to ascend, thereby enabling more readers to discover this book and enhancing its success. After all, this book is but 1,500 subscriptions shy of the coveted 10,000 mark, and accelerating this process would certainly be a boon. Thank you all. Chapter 27. A solid step forward at the moment Kamara equalized the score. On the sidelines before the away team's bench, Clark and Randall embraced in jubilant celebration. We must continue to attack. Indeed, we must press forward. Clark emphasized to Randall after the revelry. Offense embodies the spirit of this team. Randall could not help but concede, indeed. The moment you mentioned attacking in the second half, many players' eyes sparkled in the locker room. Moreover, during the match, after altering their tactics, the team found their rhythm and played with newfound ease. When Clark first took the helm at Leeds City, he faced considerable criticism due to the team's dismal defense. The media was rife with disparaging remarks about Leeds City's defensive frailties, while fans lamented that the team's defensive capabilities were akin to those of a League Two side, barely qualifying for even the championship level, highlighting just how dire the situation was. In his inaugural season, Clark indeed struggled with the inadequacies of the defense, nearly facing relegation. At that time, no one could have anticipated that in his second season, he would lead this relegation-threatened team to clinch the Premier League title. Looking back, the previous season feels almost dreamlike, a surreal reverie. Following that season, the chorus of criticism regarding Leeds City's defensive woes diminished significantly. While some criticism remained, after all, their defense was still lacking. It was no longer as pervasive as before. Many began to regard this as a humorous quip, much like when Matthew Cox shared Clark's remarks from the post-match press conference. Was he genuinely criticizing Leeds City's defensive shortcomings? Was he mocking Clark's football philosophy? Perhaps, but more likely it was a jest. Everyone acknowledged Leeds City's defensive struggles, and indeed, they were apparent. However, their offensive prowess was undeniable. Regardless of defensive deficiencies, an extraordinary offense could compensate for it. How did Leeds City secure the league title last season? Was it due to an impenetrable defense? Certainly not. It was their incisive attack. Clark's football philosophy was executed with utmost diligence. As long as we could score more goals than our opponents, victory would be ours. Once Leeds City showcased their formidable attacking capabilities, the quality of their defense became a matter of little concern to most. Some even took it upon themselves to pen articles analyzing the myriad benefits of Leeds City's approach, extolling the aesthetic pleasure of their attacking football. In truth, the shift in public sentiment was entirely attributable to Leeds City claiming the league title in the previous season. The world of football is undeniably pragmatic. Possessing a championship title serves as irrefutable evidence of one's prowess. Every action taken is fundamentally a prerequisite for achieving that coveted accolade. The moment one secures the championship, it signifies that the methods employed were indeed effective. As the adage goes, attack wins fans, but defense secures championships. However, Leeds City demonstrates that an offensive strategy can win both admirers and titles. Even within the ranks of Leeds City, a mental shift has occurred. Initially, both players and coaches harbored concerns regarding Clark's style of play. Sam Allardyce, though not a protege of Clark, had previously served as a coach for the team. Although he was elevated to assistant coach following Clark's arrival, he had engaged in debates regarding defensive strategies. There were apprehensions within the coaching staff that such an approach would inevitably lead to relegation. Yet now, no one seems to dwell on the deficiencies in defense. They assert, our defense is not poor. It simply pales in comparison to our attack. This perspective holds some merit, as Leeds City's defensive performance has shown improvement over the past 2 seasons, with each season surpassing the last. Last season, they conceded 42 goals, ranking last among the top 4 teams. Yet in the context of the entire league of 20 teams, this figure is not particularly striking, with only 7 teams conceding fewer goals. However, compared to Leeds City's offensive prowess, the defensive statistics appear less impressive, and the lingering perceptions from the past are difficult to alter. Yet, Those in the know within Leeds City's coaching staff have long since ceased to concern themselves with such matters. The players, too, have relished the myriad benefits derived from the owner's attacking football philosophy, making it exceedingly difficult to revert to previous styles. After Leeds City equalized, it was as if a hornet's nest had been stirred. The home fans at the Gulf Stadium responded with louder jeers and roars. The Gulf Lighthouse team seemed incensed, relentlessly launching attacks towards Leeds City's goal in an attempt to regain the lead. Typically, the team that scores first tends to exhibit greater control and threat. However, in this instance, the opposite was true, with the conceding Gulf Lighthouse exhibiting increased ferocity. Their initial game plan had envisioned a home victory against Leeds City, securing 3 points as part of their strategy. As champions of the Turkish Super League, the Gulf Lighthouse regularly competes in the UEFA Champions League and harbors ambitions of progression. Even if placed in this group, it does not imply they will abandon their aspirations for qualification to the knockout stages of the Champions League. If they are to vie for advancement with Catalan FC and Vesuvius, Gulf Lighthouse must secure all 3 points against Leeds City, the weakest seed in this year's Champions League, where their hopes will be dim. The Gulf Lighthouse team is acutely aware that, despite their stature as a Turkish powerhouse, their greatest asset when facing European giants is their home advantage. Thus, obtaining 3 points at home against Leeds City is imperative. Ultimately, despite a barrage of attacks in the second half failing to extend their lead, Leeds City managed to capitalize and score a goal. The frustration among Gulf Lighthouse's fans intensified, as did the ire of the players. This is our home ground. When did it become your turn to run rampant here? Did you truly believe that the formidable atmosphere of the Gulf Lighthouse was merely a jest? The Turks pressed forward, and Samrinder cautioned Clark. With a chuckle, Clark responded, "That's splendid. It leaves them with nothing but open space behind." Sam urged the team to continue their offensive. Rander cast a glance his way. "Do you wish to win?" "Now I see the glimmer of victory," he replied. Rander approached the sidelines, whistling to garner attention, then raised his right hand, curling his ring and little fingers while extending his thumb, index, and middle fingers. He signaled to all the Leeds City players, "Keep attacking, the boss desires a win." Thus, Leeds City charged towards the Gulf Lighthouse. The two sides collided fiercely, akin to the tumultuous waters of the Black Sea and the Sea of Marmara crashing together in the Bosporus Strait of Istanbul. Overall, the Gulf Lighthouse enjoyed the advantage of home ground, asserting dominance in the match. Nevertheless, Leeds City was not without its own capabilities. Matthew Cox exclaimed. Arslan executed a remarkable save, deflecting whose header. Yet, the drama was not over. The ball fell into the 6-yard box to Lasky. The Polish forward finally made contact, but under the interference of Mantoglu, he skewed his shot, sending the ball sliding past the goalpost. Although they failed to score, Cox lauded Leeds City's performance during this stretch. "This is how you ought to play." "Exactly. You are the proud champions of the Premier League. Even in an away match, there should be no trepidation. What with the defensive retreat? This is your forte. You should showcase your best style in the Champions League." Despite having previously mocked Leeds City's lackluster defense, Matthew Cox now vehemently supported their offensive endeavors. After all, this was an international battle against foreign rivals. He yearned for Leeds City to unveil their finest qualities, as they represented the Premier League and English football. As reigning champions, it would be unacceptable for Leeds City to be underestimated. Following the goal, Kamara exhibited an electrifying vigor and unstoppable force. Within 5 minutes, he successfully breached the left flank twice. Once, he was thwarted near the byline by a gallant defender from the Gulf Lighthouse, and on another occasion, his cross went awry, sailing to the opposite side. Due to his vibrant performance, coupled with the goal, Kamara had become a focal point for the defenders of the Gulf Lighthouse. Some Chinese fans might ponder whether Kamara's ability to attract so many defenders meant a reduction in pressure for Hulai. Alas, that was not the case. The Gulf Lighthouse had adequately prepared for this match. Even so, they maintained their vigilance against Hulai. After all, their opponent was a striker who had netted 3 goals against Brazil in the World Cup, earning the Golden Boot. Whenever Leeds City advanced towards their penalty area, a defender from the Gulf Lighthouse was always shadowing Hulai. Even if both center-backs surged forward, reinforcements would swiftly arrive. Always placing Hulai as the paramount defensive target of the team, it is indeed challenging for him to evade such vigilance and seize opportunities. Alas, this is a direct confrontation with Hulai. Countless Chinese fans, both online and in front of their televisions, are undoubtedly concerned for him. Yet, Hu Lai himself remains oblivious to this anxiety, marveling internally, truly, this is the UEFA Champions League. It is often said that the Champions League represents the pinnacle of technical football on earth, surpassing even the World Cup in excellence. Previously, I had only heard such accolades. Now, through personal experience, I comprehend their validity. One would assume that being the champion of the Premier League signifies great prowess, and that the level of the Premier League far exceeds that of the Turkish Super League. Based on such a comparison, it seems self-evident that the Premier League champion should triumph over the Turkish champion. Yet, upon entering the fray, one realizes that even a match against the champion of the Turkish Super League diverges significantly from the usual pace of the Premier League. The tempo of Premier League matches is already swift, but the Champions League matches are even faster. This is merely the group stage, where the competition is relatively lower. Once in the knockout rounds, the caliber escalates, and the pace quickens, presenting greater challenges. Indeed, participating in the Champions League is essential. Despite being tightly marked and relentlessly booed by the home crowd, Hu Lai does not feel disheartened. Rather, he is invigorated. He understands why so many ambitious, talented, and capable players consider the ability of a new club to participate in the Champions League as a crucial factor during transfers. After all, how could players with aspirations not desire to compete in the Champions League? It is here that they can face formidable teams from across Europe. The World Cup certainly boasts a high level of play, yet it occurs once every 4 years. Nothing compares to the thrill of competing in the Champions League annually. Kamara once again successfully breaks through on the flank, delivering a pass into the penalty area just before the opposing defender can intercept him. This time, he opts for a ground pass, which is swifter yet more challenging. Under the close marking of Mantoglu, Hu Lai continues to pursue the ball. He can feel Mantoglu's force pressing against him, striving to push him off his path to the ball. Although Hu Lai's strength does not match that of his opponent, he grits his teeth and withstands the pressure, refusing to be dislodged. Yet, he has expended nearly all his energy in this physical contest, making it increasingly difficult to find a chance to shoot. Once he lifts his feet off the ground, he risks being pushed aside. Attempting to stabilize his body on one foot and prepare to strike with the other, as is customary, proves exceedingly difficult under the current circumstances. Moreover, since Kamara's delivery comes from the left flank, it would be ideal for Hu Lai to use his left foot for the shot. Yet he is not particularly adept with that foot. If there were no interference, it would be manageable. However, in this situation, contending with the opposing center back while attempting a left-footed shot drastically diminishes his accuracy. It is evident that the players of Gulf Lighthouse are well aware of this weakness. Hence, they specifically target Hu Lai's vulnerabilities, compelling him to handle the ball with his left foot. Just as Mantoglu is intently engaged in grappling with Hu Lai, he suddenly feels the resistance against him dissipate. He pauses momentarily, wondering if he has inadvertently pushed Hu Lai aside. Subsequently, he was concerned that the lad might fall again. As he lowered his head, he barely caught sight of Hu Lai extending his right foot, using the outer instep to nudge the football towards the goal. Mantoglu was unable to intervene, left helplessly watching the ball flash past him, disappearing from his field of vision. Hu Lai, what a splendid display! Accompanied by Hefeng's sudden shout of excitement, everyone witnessed Hu Lai, while contending with Mantoglu, unexpectedly withdraw his strength, opting not to use his left foot, but rather striking with the outer instep of his right foot. Mantoglu was taken aback, as was Arslan, the goalkeeper of the Gulf Lighthouse, who did not anticipate Hu Lai's cunning strike. His attempt to dive for the ball was a fraction delayed, and it was only as the football crossed the goal line that he made the effort to save it. The ball is in. In the 79th minute of the match, Leeds City took the lead. Matthew Cox raised his arms in triumph. Magnificent! Hu Lai, what a beauty! This is his first goal in the Champions League. The inaugural goal by a Chinese player in the Champions League. It was born in his very first match in the tournament. Even in the absence of a prime opportunity, Hu Lai seized the moment with a single, exquisite strike. Hefeng's ecstatic roar reverberated throughout countless households in the early hours past 4. They all witnessed the birth of history once again. Hu Lai made a firm step forward, leaving another profound imprint in his professional career. P.S. During the double monthly ticket period, I seek your support for monthly votes with Hu Lai's first Champions League goal. Chapter 28. The True Madman Regarding Hu Lai's Goal. Television viewers likely had a clearer perspective. When Kamara passed the ball, he was still engaged in a tussle with Mantoglu. seemingly expending all his strength in the confrontation. The two were entangled, their bodies leaning against each other, forming a near triangle. In such a scenario, the best outcome might have been for Hu Lai to stop the ball and protect it as much as possible. As long as he could maintain possession, Mentugulu, out of caution, would hesitate to challenge him, allowing Hu Lai the chance to pass the ball within the penalty area and create the next offensive play. Most people did not anticipate that Leeds City's attack would succeed. Thus, they were utterly unprepared for the goal that followed. It was only when they saw Hu Lai, with a ghostly finesse, extend his right foot to nudge the ball towards the goal that they realized it was a shot. What a remarkable strike. Hu Lai's brilliance. Xiaolon clapped her hands excitedly in front of the television, standing up to cheer, oblivious to the fact that it was already past 4 in the morning. However, Hu Lisin did not stop her. Instead, he joined in with enthusiastic applause. Li Ziqiang heard a cheer from the adjacent room and immediately knew it was Xiaolon. Watching the figure on the screen running towards the corner flag to celebrate, a faint smile appeared on his face. Here it comes, with Yin Kang's loud shout. Hu Lai sprinted to the corner flag, leaping high, twisting in midair, arms outstretched, his legs firmly planted on the grass beside the corner flag. This marked the debut of Hu Lai's signature celebration on the grand stage of the Champions League. Yin Kang joyfully proclaimed, "We hope to witness such scenes frequently on the grand stage of the Champions League." Moreover, I observed that when Hu Lai executed his celebratory gesture, the tumult in the Gulf Stadium seemed to diminish somewhat. It appears that even the most obstinate Turkish fans were momentarily awestruck by Hu Lai's performance. This was not merely He Feng's illusion. The jeers and curses within the stadium indeed subsided. The team's assistant coach, Samlander, cheerfully remarked to Clark, "Hull's goal has effectively quelled the arrogance of the Gulf Lighthouse." Clark nodded in agreement. "Inform the players that the opposition will undoubtedly retaliate. We must not yield. Our expertise lies in offense. The best defense is a robust attack." Clark's assertion proved accurate. Upon the resumption of play, the beleaguered Gulf Lighthouse unleashed a fierce assault on Leeds City's goal, their onslaught akin to a ravenous beast intent on devouring its prey. Typically, teams facing such a relentless barrage would retreat into a defensive shell, seeking to evade the storm. Yet Leeds City chose a contrary approach. As the Gulf Lighthouse pressed forward, they too launched their own offensive. Despite the ferocity of the Gulf Lighthouse's attack, Leeds City's counteroffensive was equally formidable, demonstrating an audacious willingness to commit forces to the attack, seemingly indifferent to the potential vulnerabilities left in their wake. "Madman," cursed the Gulf Lighthouse's head coach, Anyuha Shatkin, his demeanor dark and brooding. This former Turkish national team coach had meticulously analyzed his opponent for the match. He understood that Tony Clark was an aggressive tactician, yet he had not anticipated such unbridled audacity. After witnessing Clark's choice of a counter-attacking strategy in the first half, he had internally mocked the notion that this madman had not yet lost his senses. After all, continuing to attack while facing the Gulf Lighthouse away from home was a perilous gamble. Perhaps the English media's portrayal of this coach was indeed exaggerated, a common tactic employed by British outlets to distort facts. However, at that moment, Atesh Jinsar felt compelled to express his frustrations. For Tony Clark, the Leeds City coach truly embodied madness. He had secured a lead, yet with only 10 minutes remaining in the match, a conventional coach would typically instruct their team to fortify their defense, striving to preserve that slim advantage. Instead, he urged his players to continue their assault, seemingly unsatisfied with a single goal and yearning for more. What madness! Leeds City's reckless approach left the Gulf Lighthouse in a quandary. Should they continue their advance, they risked conceding another goal on the counter. Yet, to refrain from attacking meant allowing their opponents to claim 3 points on home turf, a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. Ultimately, Atesh Jinsar decided to instruct his team to persist in their offensive efforts, disregarding defensive concerns. After all, the Gulf Lighthouse was already trailing. The worst outcome would merely be conceding another goal. Yet, if they could score first, they could level the match. At this juncture, Atesh Jinsar had abandoned thoughts of triumphing over the Premier League champions and securing a full 3 points. Instead, the objective was diminished. Even securing a point by forcing a draw at home would suffice. After both coaches made their decisive choices, the final 10 minutes of the match unfolded with breathtaking intensity and exhilaration. Whether it was the fervent supporters of Leeds City, the fans of Gulf Lighthouse, or the distant spectators from China, their hearts raced with anticipation. They yearned for a goal while fearing the implications of conceding an undesirable one. Watching Leeds City play offered a delightful spectacle, showcasing both exhilarating attacks and moments of jubilation for Hulai's goal. Yet, it posed a challenge to the heart's endurance. It was advised that those with lower thresholds for tension might refrain from watching the live broadcast, suggesting that catching the score afterwards and viewing the match replay would provide a more pleasant experience. This rather unconventional advice, which starkly contradicts the typical approach to enjoying a football match, surprisingly garnered considerable agreement and admiration, highlighting how deeply ingrained the notion of Leeds City's heart-stopping matches is among fans. Fortunately, this exhilarating contest lasted only 10 minutes. Within that span, neither team managed to score again. When the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, a crescendo of boos erupted from the Gulf Stadium, as home supporters expressed their dissatisfaction that their team had lost to the weakest seed in this season's Champions League, Leeds City. Amidst the cacophony of discontent, the players of Leeds City embraced one another in celebration of their club's historic first victory in the Champions League. The match concluded. Leeds City triumphed 2-1 against Gulf Lighthouse in their inaugural Champions League encounter. Congratulations to Tony Clark, joining the ranks of English managers who have secured a win in the Champions League. Kudos to Kamara, whose goal marks the first in Leeds City's Champions League history. And congratulations to Hu, whose maiden goal in the Champions League secured all 3 points for Leeds City. Matthew Cox bellowed, proclaiming this as the hallmark of Premier League champions. Setting aside Catalonia and Vesuvius, if Leeds City were unable to defeat a team ranked fourth in their group, it would undoubtedly evoke feelings of disappointment among the proud, yet fragile English. One can only imagine the backlash from the British media had Leeds City played as they did in the first half and ultimately lost, returning to England to face scathing criticism. Even those who had previously lambasted them for their offensive play while neglecting defense would pivot, condemning them for their cowardice, accusing them of defensive timidity. Now, however, Clark and his team have emerged victorious, granting them the breathing room to face the upcoming matches against Catalonia and Vesuvius with a sense of accomplishment. The minimum expectation for Leeds City in this Champions League group stage is to secure victories against the fourth-ranked teams. Following the conclusion of the Leeds City versus Gulf Lighthouse match, the highly anticipated clash within the group commenced, with Catalonia hosting Vesuvius. This encounter was perceived as a battle for the top spot in the group. By halftime, the La Liga powerhouse had already established a commanding 3-goal lead over Vesuvius, showcasing their formidable prowess. Perhaps the 3-goal advantage led to a lapse in vigilance. Shortly after the second half commenced, Vesuvius managed to score a goal. 5 minutes later, they netted another, narrowing the score to 2-3. Tensions rose within the Catalonia team, while Vesuvius exuded an air of confidence, seemingly poised to overturn the odds on their opponent's turf. In the dying moments of the match, Catalonia found themselves retreating into their own penalty area, struggling to lift their heads. Had fortune smiled upon Vesuvius, they might have equalized the score. Alas, they were unable to erase Catalonia's slender lead until the final whistle blew, resulting in a narrow 3-2 victory for Catalonia on home ground, earning them 3 vital points. Consequently, both Catalonia and Leeds City now share the same points tally and goal difference, yet Catalonia boasts 1 more goal scored, placing them momentarily in second place in the group. With Leeds City closely trailing, Vesuvius occupies the 3rd position, while Gulf Lighthouse languishes at the bottom. In the aftermath of the match, an outburst from Mario Salado in the Catalonia locker room drew the attention of his teammates. "What's the matter, Mario? What are you losing your mind over now?" They quipped. "Frustration," Salado replied. "What's there to be frustrated about?" Came the retort, "I didn't score." Upon hearing this, his teammates dispersed, perceiving his lament as boastful. Despite not scoring, Salado had performed admirably, delivering a direct assist and inadvertently causing an own goal from Vesuvius center-back, Lorenzo Pinola, with a shot. He had single-handedly contributed to 2 goals, heralding the emergence of a burgeoning superstar. It is fair to say that without his stellar performance, Catalonia might have struggled to secure a victory against Vesuvius at home. "Hey, don't leave. I'm serious. I genuinely regret not scoring," Salado called out to his departing teammates, attempting to retain their attention, but to no avail. Only his close friend, Antonio Bolero, remained by his side, seated next to him. Salado then turned to Bolero, saying, "Antonio, you understand me, right? Everyone else scored, yet I did not." Bolero nodded. "I understand you, Salado. His understanding was sincere, as he recognized the source of his friend's agitation. Despite having made appearances in the Champions League last season, Salado concluded the campaign with 2 assists and not a single goal to his name. Admittedly, it had been his inaugural season in the Champions League, a time to gather experience. After a season of development, surely this year would yield some triumph? Yet no. Although his shot resulted in an own goal by the opponent, it could not be credited to him, as the ball had deflected off the defender's leg before entering the net. Such an occurrence cannot be classified as a player's goal. Thus, he remained goalless. Considering that this was the first match of the Champions League season, not scoring was not a grave concern. However, the issue lay in the earlier match, where the particularly notable Hulai had made a striking debut in his own Champions League match, netting a goal. Both making their debut in the Champions League, Salado spent an entire season without achieving his desires, while Hulai scored in his very first match. Given Bolero's understanding of Salado, he would undoubtedly harbor lingering feelings of regret. Thus, he let out a frustrated roar in the locker room. He patted Salado on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, Mario. The Champions League season has only just begun. You will surely score." Salado, however, did not feel comforted, his face a mask of despair. "But Antonio, I am already trailing 0-1 on the Champions League scoring chart." Bolero had to shift his perspective. "Think of it this way, Mario. As long as you can outscore who in your direct encounters with Leeds City, that will suffice. Who is the offensive linchpin of Leeds, receiving passes from the entire team. You are merely a winger. There's no need to compare total goals with him." After contemplating his friend's words, Salado found them to be quite sensible, a smile reappearing on his face. "You're right, Antonio. As long as I can surpass him in the next 2 matches against Leeds, that's what matters." He added with emphasis, "I mean individual goals, not team victories." After all, the strength of Catalonia was superior to that of Leeds, and defeating Leeds on a team level was quite easy. In Salado's mind, he felt he was merely riding on the team's coattails and had not truly triumphed over Hulai, which was not worth boasting about. "Keep it up, Mario. You can do this." His good friend cheered him on. Fuck. Charlie Porter sat in a nightclub, observing the alluring women around him who seemed oblivious to his presence, and muttered a curse. He vividly recalled the end of the match against Gulf Lighthouse, when he walked towards the locker room, waving to the fans in the stands as was customary. At that moment, he caught the eye of a captivating female supporter who shot him a flirtatious glance. His heart inexplicably raced. Could it be that Charlie Porter was finally experiencing his own spring? This was a first. A female fan had openly expressed her affection for him. That very night, after returning to England post-match, Porter bypassed his home and headed straight to the nightclub, eager to harness the momentum from his victory over Gulf Lighthouse and become the prince of the night, ready to charm those stunning queens. However, upon his enthusiastic arrival at the nightclub, he was met with a scene that felt all too familiar. Nothing had changed. It was as though the flirtatious glances he experienced in the stadium were merely an illusion, a beautiful misunderstanding. Chapter 29. The Supergiants Triumphant. Leeds City received a warm welcome from fans at their training facility the following day. After all, it was the club's first foray into the Champions League, and to secure a full 3 points was indeed a moment worthy of celebration. With this victory, they demonstrated that even if they were considered the weakest Premier League champions in recent years, and labeled by European media as the weakest seed in this season's Champions League, they were not to be trifled with. "Even Turkish teams dare to look down on us. Let us show you the might of the Premier League champions." Leeds City did not disgrace their fans on the international stage, which was the source of great joy for everyone. The Bay Stadium, home to the notorious Bay Lighthouse, is renowned as a formidable fortress where numerous prestigious teams have met their demise. However, Leeds City managed to emerge unscathed, securing 3 vital points. Such a performance undoubtedly instills pride and joy among the supporters of Leeds City. Following their Champions League match, Leeds City will next host Holt in the league. Riding high on the momentum from their inaugural Champions League victory, Leeds City delivered a decisive performance against their second-placed rivals, triumphing with a clean 3-0 victory at home. With goals from Hulai, Kamara, and Josh Lawler. Having just participated in the Champions League, many Leeds City players felt as if their opponents had weakened upon returning to the Premier League, although their next Champions League encounter would be against the formidable Catalan team. The players were already fervently discussing this upcoming match in the locker room. They were eager to face true European elites and compete against those superstars they had previously only admired from afar. Conversely, Their interest in the league had waned, and they were even less inclined to engage in the League Cup. Nonetheless, Clark had no intentions of fielding his main squad for the League Cup. On Wednesday, September 23rd, in the third round of the League Cup, Leeds City was drawn against the Highlanders, another Premier League team. At this stage of the competition, the chances of encountering a team of lower caliber were slim. The Highlanders currently rank 15th in the league, having finished 13th the previous season. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, their ranking this season is likely to remain within this range. They are fighting for survival, yet the path to safety is not insurmountable. Such teams are often more willing to invest their efforts in various cup competitions, as they find it challenging to make significant achievements in the league while remaining unconcerned about diluting their focus in other tournaments. Leeds City, on the other hand, continued to approach the League Cup with a squad of substitutes and young players, which naturally led to their 0-3 defeat against the Highlanders. After this loss, Leeds City returned home to face third-placed Wicheston. Logically, one would expect fierce competition between the second and third positions, yet Clark still opted not to deploy his full-strength team. Even Hulai only made a substitute appearance in the second half, with half of the starting lineup not being regulars. This was due to Leeds City preparing for their most formidable Champions League opponent, Catalan, in the upcoming midweek. Clark intended to conserve his full strength for the Champions League group stage, even if it meant relinquishing the battle for second and third place. Not only Clark, but the players of Leeds City also appeared to be mentally disengaged from the league, resulting in a subpar performance on the pitch. Ultimately, they suffered a 1-3 defeat at home. The team's defensive midfielder, Salif Sadou, scored his first goal since joining the club, yet this did little to alter the outcome. After 7 rounds of league play, Leeds City plummeted from 2nd to 5th place. However, at this juncture, no one seemed to care. The focus of everyone, including the media and fans, had shifted entirely to the Champions League stage. The Flanders Stadium is poised to host prestigious teams from across Europe for the very first time. The Catalan team, officially known as FC Barcelona, stands as the most revered club in the Catalonia region of Spain, embodying the pride of the Catalan people and serving as a formidable symbol in their struggle against the Spanish government. For the Catalans, this club transcends the mere realm of football. It is a profound emblem of their identity. Consequently, the entirety of the Catalan region rallies its support behind this illustrious club. In the economic landscape of Spain, Catalonia is recognized as one of the most prosperous regions, standing on equal footing with the capital, Madrid. With wealth and a robust population, FC Barcelona's prowess is undeniably formidable, allowing them to engage in a century-long rivalry with the capital's representative, Real Madrid, with encounters that are often fiercely contested. Established in 1900, this illustrious football club boasts a remarkable history of 126 years, during which it has secured 35 La Liga titles, 21 Copa del Rey trophies, 18 Spanish Super Cups, 6 UEFA Champions League titles, 2 UEFA Europa League trophies, in addition to 4 FIFA Club World Cups and 5 UEFA Super Cups. Their accolades are as numerous as the stars in the sky, firmly establishing them as a premier club in Europe with a vast global following. Even in the British city of Leeds, there exists a considerable contingent of Barcelona supporters. The fans of Leeds United, while ardently backing their local team, do not shy away from supporting other clubs from different nations, choosing favorites from various leagues. At that time, few could have anticipated that their relatively unheralded home team would one day partake in European competitions, without any vested interests. It is entirely normal to support any team from the European continent, and given FC Barcelona's immense stature, it is only natural for the fans of Leeds to hold them in high regard. Currently, FC Barcelona, adorned with a constellation of stars, matches Real Madrid in La Liga and consistently features among the top 8 in European competitions. Although Mario Saraldo, a candidate for the best young player in Europe, possesses remarkable talent, he finds himself overshadowed by numerous other exceptional players within the roster. At present, the foremost star of FC Barcelona is their homegrown luminary, the midfield maestro Gaspar Rosas. This dual engine of FC Barcelona and the Spanish national team serves as the captain and orchestrator of the midfield. While he may not be physically imposing, his technical finesse is unparalleled, whether delivering incisive passes that lead to goals or orchestrating play in the midfield. His skills are of world-class caliber. In the recently concluded North American World Cup, Spain's triumph can be closely attributed to his orchestration in midfield. Beyond Rosas, Catalonia boasts several world-class stars across its three lines. Notably, the attacking dynamo, Sweden's premier footballer, Edmund Petersen, is the all-time leading scorer for the Swedish national team. With a robust physique and exceptional technical skill, he possesses formidable striking power in front of goal. In the midfield, alongside Roses, stands his counterpart, the midfield maestro Victor Campuzano, a product of the same youth training program at Catalonia. This midfield player, 3 years Roses' junior, can be considered a contemporary of his. With exceptional dribbling skills, he possesses the ability to both pass and carry the ball, capable of altering the tempo of the game single-handedly. His presence compensates for Roses' limitations in dribbling and relatively slower pace, thereby enhancing Catalonia's explosive potential in the midfield and attack. The partnership between Campuzano and Roses is one of the pivotal reasons for Spain's triumph in this year's World Cup. On the defensive line, the main center-back for the Spanish national team, José Jiménez, stands at an impressive height of 1.88 meters, showcasing remarkable anticipatory skills. Partnering with him is Paul Fofana, a key center-back for the French national team. Although he is slightly shorter at 1.84 meters, his speed and agility complement Jiménez perfectly. Additionally, their left-back, Francisco Calderón, is also a principal left defender for the Spanish national team and a world champion, with his remarkable speed being his defining characteristic. The right-back position is occupied by Pablo Asqui, a fierce defender for the Argentine national team, whose nickname Mad Dog aptly reflects his tenacity, making him a formidable opponent for any attacking player. In goal, Carlos Cordova, though not the primary choice for the national team, serves as the second goalkeeper for Spain. He finds himself in the shadow of the illustrious Rodríguez backer from Madrid, who is currently the first choice. However, at just 25 years of age, Cordova is widely acknowledged as the heir apparent to Backer's position. Once Backer retires from international duty, Cordova is poised to become the principal goalkeeper for this world champion team. Beyond the aforementioned players, Catalonia boasts numerous top-tier European stars, many of whom would undoubtedly be starters in other teams. Yet at Catalonia, they either rotate or serve as substitutes. The depth of their squad is enough to make Leeds City fans envious. If we possessed such a first-team lineup, perhaps we wouldn't have to sacrifice the league for the Champions League. The arrival of this super club at Flanders Stadium is not only a significant Champions League match for Leeds City fans, but also a grand football feast. The opportunity to witness world-class talents perform in one's own backyard is already worth the ticket price, and should victory be within reach, why not seize it? After all, this is our home ground. Having conquered the fortress of a formidable opponent in the first round of the Champions League group stage, Leeds City fans are brimming with confidence. Catalonia is relatively stronger in attack, while Leeds City excels in the same domain. An offensive showdown awaits to determine whose spear is sharper. As Campuzano and his team arrived in Leeds, the local fans began to speculate and dream. Chapter 30. A vast disparity. David Miller and his White Rose companions stood in the north stand of Flanders Stadium, gazing blankly at the pitch. Their expressions were somewhat dazed, lacking focus. At the apex of the stands, slightly ahead of the cohort, a large screen displayed essential details of the match: the time, the names of the competing teams, and the score. In the 76th minute of the match, the score read Leeds City 0, Catalonia United 3. Just prior to the 90th minute, this same group stood at the north stand of Flanders Stadium, lost in reverie about the game. How would Leeds City fare against Catalonia United? Optimistic voices suggested that a home victory was entirely within reach, fueled by the belief that Catalonia United would underestimate their opponents, presenting Leeds City with a golden opportunity. If they could seize the initiative and score within the first 15 minutes, they could disrupt Catalonia's defensive strategy, plunging the already offensively potent yet defensively vulnerable team into disarray. With a decisive strike, a victory at home against Catalonia United was not beyond the realm of possibility. Others, though less enthusiastic, maintained a certain optimism, asserting that Leeds City could at least manage to score at home, again citing their opponent's complacency. Leeds City was known for its attacking prowess. Unlike the more pessimistic souls, these individuals believed that a burst of aggression at the start of the match would likely yield a goal. However, they acknowledged that this might provoke their rivals, compelling Catalonia United to shift from their underestimation to a full-throttle effort. Once a team of Catalonia United's caliber unleashed their offensive capabilities, it would be a formidable challenge for Leeds City to withstand their onslaught. Thus, regardless of the final outcome, Leeds City was expected to net at least one goal. The pragmatists contended that regardless of whether Leeds City could find the net, securing a draw against Catalonia United at home would constitute a remarkable achievement. Conversely, there were the pessimists, who believed that Leeds City was destined to lose, cautioning against excessive optimism lest they face greater disappointment. Such views were often met with resistance, as many felt that this mindset merely served to bolster the confidence of others while diminishing their own. Consequently, as the pre-match excitement brewed, the prevailing sentiment remained one of optimism. However, when the score of 0-3 was thrust before them, it felt akin to a cold rain striking their faces. No goals, no victories. The score and the match itself brutally underscored the chasm between the two teams, the disparity in prowess between the Premier League champions and the La Liga runners-up, between an underdog and a footballing giant. Catalonia United's star forward, Edmund Peterson, netted 2 goals, one from a header and another from long range, rendering Leeds City's defense utterly impotent. Victor Campuzano also added to the tally. The first goal for Catalonia United came in the 29th minute of the first half. Prior to that, Leeds City had exhibited commendable resilience, holding their own against the formidable Catalonia United while adhering to their own style of play. Both Hulai and Kamara had opportunities that posed a threat to the Catalonia goal, seemingly validating the belief that Leeds City could indeed triumph in a contest against a team known for its attacking strength and defensive frailty. However, following the goal from the Swedish star Peterson, the tide of the match shifted dramatically. Peterson suddenly unleashed a powerful shot from 30 meters away, the soccer ball skimming the grass at a blistering pace. This ground-hugging strike posed a significant challenge for the goalkeeper. The towering Vanderwyn was slower to dive than the ball was to reach the net, and by the time he launched himself, the ball had already found its way into the goal behind him. Catalonia took the lead against Leeds City. Just 6 minutes later, Campuzano delivered a mesmerizing performance. He received a pass from Roses, turned forward, and effortlessly sidestepped the Leeds City midfielder, Salif Sidia, who was attempting to defend against him. With a deft change of direction, he evaded the approaching center-back, Ben Grester. At this juncture, he had penetrated the penalty area, and when Vanderwyn rushed out to intercept the ball at his feet, Campuzano skillfully lofted it over him into the empty net. As the ball sailed into the goal, the previously raucous Flanders Stadium fell eerily silent for a few seconds. In the face of such a goal, Leeds City supporters found themselves at a loss for words. Spanish television erupted in cheers. "Oh, Campuzano! He single-handedly defeated Leeds City." Matthew Cox sighed deeply, remarking on the stark contrast in individual skill. In the presence of Campuzano, Sidia and Grester appeared as mere wooden posts, helplessly watching him glide past. His intention was not to mock the Leeds City defenders, but rather to state an undeniable truth. In the face of Campuzano's agility, Sidia and Grester's reactions were indeed sluggish. However, the harshness of this reality made even the mere acknowledgement of it sound like derision. This goal severely dampened the morale of the Leeds City players. Even the home fans in the stands fell silent for a considerable time, let alone the players who were directly engaged with their opponents on the field. They had reviewed video footage of Catalonia's matches under the guidance of their coaching staff, not to mention their own viewings through television broadcasts or social media. Yet, no amount of video analysis could compare to the stark reality they faced when confronting Catalonia on the pitch. This was Leeds City's home ground. Yet they felt the palpable chasm between themselves and Catalonia. The advantage of playing at home was rendered insignificant by the vast disparity in the team's strengths. After conceding the second goal, the Leeds City squad experienced a moment of disarray. Had it not been for Peterson's wayward attempts, they could have found themselves 4 goals down by halftime. Following adjustments during the intermission, Leeds City finally began to show signs of improvement. Just then, Peterson seized an opportunity to score a header, mercilessly interrupting Leeds City's momentum. Clark sighed and turned to his assistant coach, Sam Rander, saying, "Our luck is appalling." His statement was not an attempt to shirk responsibility or merely attribute their 3-goal deficit to bad fortune. It was a reflection of the truth. During the halftime interval, he devoted 10 minutes to restoring the players' shattered confidence, using the previous group match between Vesuvius and Catalonia as a poignant example to inspire them to learn from Vesuvius. In that match, Vesuvius found themselves 3 goals down at halftime, and although they ultimately did not secure victory, they managed to recover 2 goals. Given that Leeds City now trailed by only 2 goals, why couldn't they also stage a comeback? They had previously drawn 2-2 against Catalonia at home, a result that, despite not being a win, was certainly commendable. Vesuvius's performance in the last round of the UEFA Champions League group stage served as a role model, greatly uplifting the players' morale and confidence. Upon the resumption of the second half, Leeds City's performance improved significantly. Hulai even managed to take a shot that breached the opponent's defense, igniting a wave of jubilation throughout the Flanders stadium, momentarily drowning out the referee's whistle. However, the video assistant referee ruled Hulai's goal offside, rendering it invalid. Upon review, it was indeed a clear offside, as Hulai was positioned behind the last defender of Catalonia. Nevertheless, Hulai resolutely struck the ball into the net and, disregarding all else, ran to celebrate as if the goal were indisputable. This exuberance led his teammates to join in the celebration, as the fans in the stands erupted in cheers, momentarily overlooking the raised flag of the linesman and the referee's whistle. Although the goal did not ultimately count, Leeds City's spirits were undeniably lifted. It was at this moment that Peterson, who had squandered numerous opportunities since scoring in the first half, found the net. Strangely, he chose this moment, when Leeds City was finally gaining momentum, to score. It was no wonder that Clark expressed his frustration. In the first 30 minutes, Leeds City had played quite well, but conceding 2 goals within 5 minutes had severely dented their morale, especially the second goal, which was a stunning solo effort. Consequently, the confidence and spirit Leeds City had built up in the first half dissipated rapidly. After a challenging halftime adjustment, they began to show signs of improvement in the second half, only to concede another goal. Our midfield defense faltered, and Tony Landy remarked, "Sadu, Adams cannot possibly match Roses and Campazano." Clark sighed in acknowledgement, "Of course, Sam. But we don't have the right cards to play." He suggested substituting Vieira to bolster the defense alongside Sadu. "But who do we take off?" "Adams. He is our only midfielder capable of orchestrating attacks. Kamara and Walsh. Or perhaps Lasky and Hu." Landy suggested replacing Lasky, allowing Kamara and Hu to take on forward roles. Clark pondered for a moment before adding, "Let's also bring on Lorenzo in place of Lawler to enhance our offense." Landy shot Clark a glance. Substituting the right back, Josh Lawler indicated a shift to 3 at the back. "I proposed bringing in Vieira solely to fortify the defense and prevent further goals. Yet your adjustment clearly aims to push for continued offense." Despite Quinn's remarkable height, his position as a left back does not preclude him from playing as a central defender. Thus, substituting Lawler allows for Quinn to transition into the central role, partnering with Ben Gilchrist and Teddy Braithwaite in a 3-man defense. This maneuver is not merely aimed at fortifying the defense to prevent further goals conceded. Rather, it distinctly reflects the attributes of the man in question. Consequently, Randall remains silent, nodding in acknowledgement before hastily seeking to rally his teammates. Before long, Leeds City executes the substitution, bringing on their towering striker Lorenzo in place of right-back Josh Lawler, while another midfielder, Jose Vieira, joins the fray. Polish forward Lasky, with his head hung low, descends to the bench, visibly disheartened. Throughout the match, he struggled to make an impact against the formidable defensive line of Fu Jun and Jimenez, failing to provide adequate support to Hulai, who found himself ensnared in relentless pressure, hardly receiving the ball. Being substituted, he had no words to express. His decision to join Leeds City stemmed from the belief that he would secure playing time, particularly in the prestigious Champions League, which had long been Lasky's aspiration. However, after participating in 2 Champions League matches, he has come to realize that the dream of competing at such a level is far from straightforward. On this star-studded stage, Leeds City has been ruthlessly overwhelmed by Catalonia United, rendering him, a young Polish talent, nothing more than an inconspicuous supporting actor. End of chapter 31. No goals. Leeds City, having made tactical adjustments through substitutions, launched an intense offensive against Catalonia United in the remaining minutes of the match. The previously subdued Leeds supporters, now reinvigorated, began to chant and sing, rallying behind their team as their staunchest allies, embodying the spirit of the 12th man in their joint struggle. Prior to this encounter, the Leeds fans had entered the Flanders stadium with a celebratory mindset. Yet now, they have cast aside any thoughts of merely admiring the prowess of Catalonia's stars, relinquishing their earlier hubris of triumphing over them on home soil. Their singular desire has shifted to witnessing Leeds City score, regardless of how many goals they might net, as long as they find the back of the net. From the perspective of the head coach's substitutions, it is clear that he shares this sentiment. Thus, there is nothing more to be said but to lend unwavering support to the team from the stands, as this is the sole contribution a fan can make. Amidst the cheers of the Leeds supporters, Salado, seated on the bench, appeared quite anxious. He was substituted in the 67th minute. His performance in this match did not match the excellence he displayed in the previous encounter against Vesuvius. Despite his enthusiasm and effort, he neither assisted nor scored. Therefore, when Barcelona established a 3-goal lead, their coach, José Benal, made the decision to substitute Mario Salado first. As he left the pitch, the Spanish commentator remarked that while Salado had shown commendable energy, it was evident that his efforts were misdirected. Frankly speaking, the 3 goals scored by Catalonia United bore little relation to his involvement. Nevertheless, this encapsulates the nature of young athletes. It is entirely normal for them to exhibit fluctuating performances across matches, and there is no need to dwell excessively on the outcomes of any single game. He was offering solace to both the fans of Salado and to Salado himself. One could clearly observe the displeasure on Salado's face upon being substituted, as he seemed reluctant to leave the field. It is quite natural for a young player to resist being withdrawn, for none wish to be prematurely taken off. They often possess a fervent desire to compete, driven by the awareness that opportunities to participate are fewer for them compared to their more seasoned counterparts. However, given Salado's performance, it is indeed challenging to avoid substitution. Yet, many found it perplexing to see Salado wearing a furrowed brow and a grave expression even after his exit, particularly since Catalonia had already established a commanding 3-goal lead over Leeds. At the onset of the second half, there was a hint of danger, reminiscent of their previous Champions League group stage match, where they squandered a 3-goal advantage against Vesuvius. Following Peterson's brace, it was evident that Catalonia had secured their position. Even if Leeds were to score, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to equalize within such a limited time frame. Antonio Bolero, seated beside Salado, understood why his dear friend was so averse to being substituted, as well as his lingering tension post-substitution. Salado was apprehensive about Hulai scoring. In this match, Salado had neither scored nor assisted. If Hulai were to net a goal, Salado would find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he was particularly anxious for Hulai not to find the back of the net. Bolero was at a loss as to how to console Salado. It would be rather foolish to assure him that Hulai certainly would not score, as such a guarantee is impossible. What if, immediately after such a statement, Hulai did score? That would be a bitter irony. Leeds, having introduced Lorenzo in a desperate push, continued their relentless assault amidst the resounding cheers of their home supporters. Their fervor compelled Catalonia to tighten their defense, opting to retreat from the limelight. Ultimately, Leeds succeeded in breaching Catalonia's defenses in the 83rd minute. However, it was not Hulai who scored, but rather Jay Adams. Freed from his defensive duties, he found himself in the penalty area, where Lorenzo contested a header with Fu Jun, and the ball fortuitously landed at Adams' feet. Meanwhile, Catalonia's center-back Jimenez was firmly pinned down by Hulai at a distance, affording Adams minimal defensive pressure. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful shot. The ball flew into the net guarded by Catalonia's goalkeeper, Carlos Cordero. As the ball crossed the goal line, the entire Flandres stadium erupted in jubilant cheers, as though they had clinched victory. The Leeds supporters vented their emotions, momentarily forgetting their earlier extravagant dreams, even in defeat. This single goal was sufficient to appease their restless hearts. Only the Chinese fans felt a twinge of regret, as they had hoped fervently for Hulai to be the one scoring. After all, this was Catalonia. If Hulai manages to score against Catalonia United, he would become the first Chinese player to net a goal against a European powerhouse. Such an achievement eluded the likes of Qin Lin in the past. However, it is unrealistic to expect Hulai to score in every match, nor can he single-handedly carry the entire Leeds City team to victory. Otherwise, it would not bode well for Hulai, as it would imply that his team is subpar, relying solely on him for goals, akin to him toiling alone while others merely spectate. Ultimately, Leeds City succumbed to a 1-3 defeat at home against Catalonia United, failing to triumph over the formidable opponents as many had hoped. Yet, their relentless late-game efforts yielded a consolation goal, which brought solace to many, given that it was a goal scored against Catalonia United. In the opening round of the group stage, they scored 2 goals in an away match against Gulf Lighthouse. This match against the stronger Catalonia United still saw them find the net, demonstrating the potency of their offensive capabilities. Although it was well known that Leeds City excelled in attack, being the highest-scoring team in the Premier League, some doubted whether they could replicate that success in Europe. The level of competition in the Champions League is indeed superior to that of the Premier League. Scoring freely in the Premier League does not guarantee similar success in the Champions League. Now, after 2 rounds of the group stage, while Leeds City has conceded 4 goals, they have also scored 3. Prior to this season's Champions League matches, Leeds City fans clamored for the entire continent to recognize their team. It seems that, following 2 rounds of the group stage, Europe has indeed begun to take notice of Leeds City, acknowledging their dual nature as a team capable of both scoring and conceding goals, which distinctly characterizes them. Despite the loss, Leeds City remains in second place in their group after 2 matches. Catalonia United, with 2 victories, leads the group with 6 points. In another group match, Vesuvius hosted Gulf Lighthouse, and surprisingly, the previously impressive Vesuvius could not breach the Gulf Lighthouse defense at home, resulting in a 0-0 stalemate. This match illustrates just how challenging it was for Leeds City to secure an away victory against Gulf Lighthouse. As a result of the draw, Vesuvius has accumulated 1 point, placing them third, while Gulf Lighthouse, also with 1 point, sits at the bottom due to fewer goals scored despite having the same goal difference. We won the match. And who hasn't scored yet? Which is perfect for me, Mario Salado excitedly remarked to his friend Antonio Valero on the flight back to Barcelona from Leeds. His face lit up with a smile, indicating a genuine sense of joy and relaxation, as any discontent from being substituted earlier had long since dissipated. Of course, it would be even more perfect if I could score, but it's fine. We still have another opportunity to face Leeds City. That time, it will be our home ground. I shall undoubtedly prove that I am indeed a worthy rival to Melli through my goals. Amidst the roaring of the cabin, Salado's bold proclamations were heard only by his companion Bolero. Go for it, Mario, his good friend encouraged. I will be cheering for you from the stands. Why from the stands? Salado keenly noted the choice of words. Bolero, with a bittersweet smile, replied, the new season has commenced for over a month, and I have only played 21 minutes with the first team. Mr. Bennell spoke to me yesterday, allowing me to continue training with the first team, but I must return to the B team for matches. Thus, I likely won't be included in the matchday squad any longer. Salado's eyes widened. He had been so absorbed in the excitement of challenging Hulai that he had completely overlooked the disappointment of his companion beside him. But it's all right. I will cheer for you from the stands. That counts too, Mario. Observing his friend's forced smile, Salado opened his mouth, but found no words to express. Instead, he silently vowed that upon returning to our home ground, he would score against Leeds City and dedicate that goal to Antonio. Chapter 32. The Tides Rise and Fall. Rowe received the ball in the penalty area. Accompanied by the commentator's fervent shout, the clamor within Veronica's home ground, the Woldendam Stadium reached new heights. This modest football venue, with a capacity of merely 6,000, seemed insignificant in the context of the Eredivisie, and even at full capacity, it struggled to compete with the grandeur of clubs in Amsterdam. However, in the second-tier league, a packed stadium of 6,000 creates an astonishing atmosphere. In the context of the Eerste Divisie, Veronica stands as a powerhouse, and Woldendam Stadium is its fortress. As the commentator proclaimed, Rokai received the ball within the penalty area. Faced with an advancing defender, Rokai steadied himself with his right foot and swung his left leg in a feigned attempt to strike the ball to the right. The defender, deceived, lunged to intercept, but Rokai swiftly withdrew his left foot from behind the ball, flicking it back and deftly guiding it to the left with the outside of his foot. This maneuver left the defender in his wake, and without hesitation, he swung his left leg again, this time without any feigned motion. His left foot made solid contact with the ball. Boom. The ball soared toward the goal like a cannonball. The opposing goalkeeper barely had the opportunity to react, raising his arms just in time as the ball found its mark. Row, 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 row. The magnificent row. This marked his third goal of the match. He achieved a hat trick. His 3 goals propelled Veronica to a commanding 4-0 lead at home. The commentators' ecstatic cries were soon drowned out by the thunderous cheers of 6,000 fans. Rokai swiftly turned and sprinted towards the nearest stand. There, the fans of Veronica surged forward, waving their arms in joyous celebration. His fellow players rushed toward him, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace, celebrating his remarkable goal. Amidst the throng, Luo Kai's laughter was wild, even somewhat ferocious, yet this did nothing to diminish his charm. Rather, it enhanced his allure. The Warrendan Stadium resonated with a synchronized, deafening chant. Luo. 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 Observing Luo Kai embracing his teammates in celebration on his phone screen, Yong Jun sighed softly, acknowledging that Luo Kai had truly emerged. In just 14 rounds of the Dutch second division, he had already scored 7 goals. It was conceivable that he might contend for the Golden Boot this season. Clearly, last season's adaptation in the Netherlands bore fruit. Thus, Luo Kai's decision to continue his loan at Veronica was indeed judicious. When the news first broke, some fans had expressed concern that playing in the Dutch second division might hinder his development, as Zhang Qinghuan remarked. It was merely the marketing hype that stirred such sentiments. Yong Jun scoffed, placing his phone aside. Let us not concern ourselves with others for now, Qinghuan. The upcoming Barcelona derby is of paramount importance to you. Zhang Qinghuan raised her hands in surrender. I may not even start, Uncle Yong. What if? She replied. Besides, should I not prepare just because I'm not starting? One must always be ready on the bench. When the opportunity arises, one must seize it. Zhang Qinghuan nodded vigorously. You are right, Uncle Yong. I will be prepared. Furthermore, he added, after your local derby, Catalonia will face Leeds City in the Champions League. This will undoubtedly impact their league performance, presenting a golden opportunity that must be seized. As mid-November arrived, the La Liga had seen 12 rounds, with Serie A currently ranked 12th. Their performance was unremarkable, neither particularly good nor bad, characteristic of Serie A's usual display. Over the past 12 rounds, Zhang Qinghuan had appeared in 7 matches, 5 as a substitute and 2 as a starter. Yet she had been substituted in the second half each time. To this day, she had yet to complete a full 90-minute match. If one were to merely assess the statistics, it would be easy to conclude that Zhang Qinghuan's performance was lackluster, as she had only contributed 1 assist without scoring a goal. However, in Yong Jun's eyes, Zhang Qinghuan was gradually acclimating to the rhythm of La Liga. Her performance had been steadily improving, with her 2 starts occurring recently. Serie A's head coach, Arno Casas, had begun to understand Zhang Qinghuan's attributes and had essentially positioned her as an attacking midfielder, competing with several offensive midfielders on the team. This spared Zhang Qinghuan from having to compete in an unfamiliar position, which was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Although Zhang Qinghuan was not particularly fast and her physicality was average, she excelled in technique, ball control, and passing vision, making her presence in Serie A's lineup not entirely unwarranted. However, it irked Yong Jun that during this critical period of integration into the team, Zhang Qinghuan was frequently summoned by the national team for what he deemed unnecessary friendly matches. In September, 2 matches were held under the new head coach's tenure. Yet the recently integrated overseas players were summoned back to China to partake in these friendlies, traversing vast distances. By October, the Chinese Football Association finally recognized the futility of summoning players from Europe for meaningless exhibition matches, opting instead to host these encounters in Europe, thus alleviating the burden on the overseas national players while delegating the travel responsibilities to domestic athletes. Unfortunately, the Chinese team suffered defeats in both friendlies, losing 12 to Croatia and 0-3 to Switzerland. Since Dong Jianhai's appointment, the team has now faced 3 consecutive losses in friendly matches. Recently concluded were 2 more warm-up games aimed at preparing for the Asian Cup in January, with opponents chosen exclusively from Asian teams, necessitating yet another journey for the overseas players. The team first returned to China to face Thailand, where goals from Luo Kai, Chen Xingyi, and a brace from Hulai led to a 4-2 victory, finally breaking the embarrassing streak of defeats in friendlies. In the second match, the opponent was Syria. The association, mindful of the fatigue endured by overseas players, decided to hold the match in Qatar, hoping to ease their return journey. However, they failed to consider that traveling from China to Qatar would still demand considerable time and energy. Consequently, the team's performance was subpar, resulting in an 11 draw with Syria. A solitary highlight was Zhang Qinghuan scoring a goal, showcasing his recent form. Yet, this only deepened the disappointment for Yong Jun, as Zhang's current state might have warranted a starting position in the Barcelona derby against Catalonia had it not been for the national team commitments. Following the national fixtures, Zhang found himself relegated to the bench for the derby after an exhausting journey of thousands of kilometers. Moreover, on December 1st, the national team is set to reconvene for a month-long training camp in preparation for the Qatar Asian Cup commencing in January. While overseas players aren't required to join the national squad immediately, they must report by December 15th. During this time, La Liga will not yet have entered its winter break, with 2 matches still pending. Thus, regardless of their performance, which club coach would risk entrusting a new player? Freshly arrived and about to miss a month and a half of matches, with significant responsibilities? Yong Jun once entertained radical thoughts, believing that this Asian Cup should either be forfeited or that the focus should not be on results, but rather to field a team primarily composed of domestic players. This would allow all overseas players, especially those newly abroad, to settle into their respective clubs and adapt to new environments without the pressure of international competition. However, he merely contemplated this notion internally, never voicing it or expressing discontent to Zhang Qinghuan, fully aware of the extremity of his thoughts. Following their commendable performance in the World Cup, expectations for this team have soared domestically, with many hoping for a triumphant showing in the Asian Cup. Some have even boldly proclaimed their aspirations for the championship. While the players endure considerable hardships, they too eagerly anticipate the Asian Cup. As their agent, it is inappropriate for me to utter anything disheartening in front of them, lest I waver their resolve. However, this predicament has placed undue stress on Zhang Qinghuan and his peers, as their overseas careers will only truly commence after the Asian Cup. Hu Lai and Luo Kai are faring relatively well, having successfully navigated their adjustment period. In contrast, Xia Xiaoyu remains entrenched in the reserve team, training and competing, yet has yet to make his debut in the first team. Wang Guanglei and Chen Xingyi have also seen only a scant few opportunities in their respective domestic cup competitions. As we approach 2026, the once fervent wave of Chinese players venturing abroad has gradually receded into a lull. Even Hu Lai, whose performances have noticeably diminished compared to last season, has found himself in a quieter phase. With 7 goals in 12 league matches, he retains his position atop the league's scoring chart. However, this is a marked decline from his 12 goals at the same point last season. This season, Leeds City has struggled due to the demands of competing on 2 fronts, with their efforts in the Champions League adversely affecting their league performance. After 12 rounds of the Premier League, the reigning champions find themselves languishing in 9th place. The considerable sacrifices made have not yielded favorable results in the Champions League either. With 4 group matches completed, Leeds City has garnered a mere 3 points, placing them 3rd in their group. Following a 2-1 away victory against Gulf Lighthouse in the opening round, they have yet to secure another point. In the second round, they suffered a 1-3 home defeat to Catalonia, followed by a disheartening 0-4 away loss to Vesuvius in the 3rd match. Although they managed to score 2 goals in the 4th round upon returning home, they still fell 2-3 to Vesuvius. With 4 group matches concluded, Catalonia has amassed 12 points, securing their advancement to the next stage. Vesuvius, with 7 points, sits in 2nd place, and with superior goal difference and head-to-head results. They need only 1 more victory in the remaining 2 matches to clinch the final qualification spot. For Leeds City, the best outcome now appears to be a place in the UEFA Europa League knockout stage, contingent upon their ability to defeat Gulf Lighthouse. It can be said that the reigning champions of the Premier League have endured a trying couple of months. Rumors have even begun to circulate regarding the potential dismissal of Tony Clark, whose admiration and trust in Hu Lai have made the coaching position at Leeds City a matter of considerable concern. Just over 4 months ago, when a succession of Chinese players began to venture abroad and capture the attention of European clubs, there was a prevailing sentiment that these expatriate athletes, alongside Chinese football, would embark on a promising journey. Reflecting on the initial excitement and anticipation now juxtaposed against the current state of affairs evokes a sense of frustration and disillusionment. Thus, it is not to be assumed that the mere act of our players stepping onto foreign soil to compete in Europe would herald a swift transformation, propelling our football to unprecedented heights as if aboard a high-speed elevator. Chinese football still has a long journey ahead. Previously, I noticed some readers inquiring about the playlist mentioned in the book, so I took the time to create one. Initially, I intended to make it on NetEase Cloud Music, as I usually listen to music there. However, due to copyright issues, many songs were unavailable. Thus, I had to switch to QQ Music, where I assembled a playlist titled Fox in the Restricted Area. You can directly search for Fox in the Restricted Area on QQ Music and select the playlist to find it. Indeed, it is the playlist with the green cover of Fox in the Restricted Area, created by Lin Hatingtang. Be cautious not to select the wrong one, as there are others with similar names. Inside, you will find all the songs that have appeared in this book thus far. You may also save it, and whenever new songs are introduced in the book, I will add them to this playlist. Of course, if I have overlooked any songs, feel free to leave a comment, and I will include them in the playlist. Chapter 33. The Barcelona Derby. Hulai sat alone on the living room sofa, watching a La Liga match. Uncle Yon was not by his side. Instead, he was in the VIP box at the venue of the match he was watching. This La Liga match was the highlight of the current round, featuring Sarria hosting Catalonia in a city derby. Given that Sarria's fame and strength significantly lagged behind that of Catalonia, the notoriety of this derby was quite limited. It was far less renowned than the Madrid derby between the Kings of Madrid and the Pirates of Madrid. However, in terms of intensity and the importance placed upon it by both sides, it was by no means inferior to other city derbies. The late legendary president of Catalonia, Luis Hiofas, once famously stated, "I do not care about kings or pirates. I only wish for Sarria's complete demise." Of course, he made this remark 50 years ago when Sarria was at the pinnacle of their club's history. Yet, even in their prime, the gap in strength with Catalonia was still considerable. Their peak period saw them win the Copa del Rey twice within 3 years, while Catalonia secured the league championship 3 times within 5 years during that same era. Despite the vast disparity in both strength and status between the two teams, Hiofas's words reveal the profound animosity that exists between Catalonia and Sarria. It can be said that Catalonia views the entirety of Catalonia as its sphere of influence, and beneath their very noses lies Sarria. How could they allow others to slumber peacefully on their territory? While the Kings of Madrid are undoubtedly rivals of Catalonia, this competition, in a certain sense, carries a mutual respect. Catalonia believes that only the Kings of Madrid are worthy opponents, entangled with them for a century. In contrast, the geographically closer Sarria cannot even be considered a rival. They are merely a mortal enemy that Catalonia wishes to eliminate swiftly. The definitions of a mortal enemy and a rival are entirely distinct. When facing a rival, one must maintain decorum. However, in a match against a mortal enemy, any means to vanquish the opponent is permissible. Conversely, Sarria's attitude is markedly simpler. They face no formidable adversaries in their domestic league, viewing only their city rival, Catalan Union, as an enemy. Due to their inferior strength, lesser fame, and lower status compared to their opponents, they often exert themselves more fiercely in matches against Catalan Union. Both teams regard one another as arch-rivals, resulting in clashes that are akin to a meteor colliding with the earth, exhilarating and intense. Hulai, watching from behind the television screen, couldn't help but grin, thinking to himself that were it not for his repeated confirmations, he might have believed he was watching a Premier League match. The physical confrontations were as fierce, if not more so, than those he was accustomed to in the English League. Just moments ago, Catalan Union's forward, Edmund Peterson, received a yellow card for directly using his knee to topple Sarria's midfielder, Mikel Lyko, during a defensive maneuver. Lyko, struck in the lower back, fell to the ground and remained there, his expression one of considerable pain. Medical staff and a stretcher have now entered the field. The British commentator remarked, "It seems that Lyko is unable to continue in the match." Hulai's eyes brightened at the thought that Lyko's position overlapped with that of Juan Guanglei, serving a similar role. If Lyko were to be unable to persist, wouldn't that open the door for Juan Guanglei? Just as it appeared Lyko might not continue. CCTV commentator Hifeng remarked, "Zhang Qinghuan is likely to take the field," and before he could finish, the camera abruptly shifted to Sarria's bench. There stood Zhang Qinghuan, removing his substitute vest, clearly preparing to enter the match. This was splendid news. For the first time in the Barcelona derby, a Chinese player was set to make an appearance. Yin Kong expressed his delight, declaring it another historic moment. Hifeng jested, "In recent years, we seem to have had quite a few historic moments." Soon, Zhang Qinghuan completed his change and stood beside Sarria's head coach, Arno Casas, bowing his head to adjust his shorts while attentively listening to the coach's instructions. This was not his first appearance in La Liga, but none of his previous matches could compare in significance to the one unfolding before him. Thus, he maintained a serious and focused demeanor, devoid of the ease that comes with familiarity. This was a call to action in a moment of crisis. The audience mirrored his emotions, filled with both anticipation and concern regarding Zhang Qinghuan's substitution. "Zhang, once on the field, don't overthink it. Play as you do in training and matches. Catalan Union's midfield defense has its flaws, so the pressure on you isn't overwhelming. Utilize your skills to evade their defense and deliver decisive passes." Although Sarria's coach, Casas, had not initially known Zhang Qinghuan well, after nearly half a season, he had discerned that the most suitable position for him was as a playmaking midfielder. it would be ineffective to assign him to the flanks. Rather, in central positions, whether orchestrating attacks or taking shots, he excelled. Judging by his recent performances, Zhang Qinghuan's presence would undoubtedly serve as a formidable asset to Sarria's midfield. As the primary midfielder, Lyko, succumbed to injury, Zhang Qinghuan seamlessly stepped in to fill the void. In the absence of Zhang, Coach Casas would have been compelled to contemplate a tactical overhaul. With the team trailing by 2 goals, the loss of a playmaker would force them to resort to a rudimentary and forceful style against Catalonia United. However, such a straightforward approach would not yield favorable results against Catalonia United's defense. Upon hearing the coach's directives, Zhang nodded affirmatively and responded in simple Spanish, "Rest assured, coach. I understand." He was then ushered toward the 4th official. Once he departed, Casas's assistant inquired, "Can he manage, Arno?" Casas shrugged. "This is an unexpected substitution, Victor. We must not place undue expectations upon him. It would be unfair. Let us not burden him with pressure. This match cannot hinge solely on his performance." He paused momentarily before continuing. "This is a local derby, and being at home, I certainly do not wish to suffer defeat. Yet, the disparity in strength between the 2 teams is stark. Merely wishing not to lose does not guarantee a favorable outcome. Sarria's prowess across all lines pales in comparison to that of Catalonia United. How could they possibly secure victory? Achieving a mere 2-goal deficit would already be commendable. Although it is often said that the strength differential in a local derby is inconsequential, Sarria's performance since their return from the 2nd division has been disheartening, particularly against Catalonia United in the Barcelona derby, where they have suffered a complete defeat. Not only have they failed to win, but they have not even managed a draw. Despite Sarria's unwavering determination in every match, the vast gulf in capabilities cannot be bridged by sheer will alone. In their most dismal encounter, Sarria succumbed to a humiliating 0-5 defeat, utterly powerless to retaliate. Thus, while the Barcelona derby between Sarria and Catalonia United is undoubtedly fierce, it stems from mutual animosity rather than any semblance of technical prowess. Many knowledgeable observers would argue that this intensity does not enhance the spectacle of the match. Rather, it detracts from its enjoyment, as the frequent interruptions disrupt the flow of play. As the head coach of Sarria, Casas is acutely aware of his team's limitations, leading him to believe that even a 1-goal deficit would be an admirable feat. Yet, this sentiment remained unspoken, kept solely to himself. After all, this is the Barcelona derby. Against their arch-rivals, Catalonia United, how could one concede defeat before the final whistle? Rationality dictates that overcoming Catalonia United is an arduous task, yet emotionally, a relentless battle is imperative. With Lyko already withdrawn from the pitch, Zhang Qinghuan did not require a handshake for the transition. As the match entered a stoppage phase, he awaited the referee's approval to enter the fray. Sprinting onto the field, Zhang gestured to his teammates, conveying the coach's message: maintain the status quo and continue playing as they had before. The sudden substitution did not prompt any significant adjustments. It served to stabilize the team's morale, ensuring that they did not falter in the wake of the injury to their central midfielder. Once he reached his designated position, he took a deep breath, exhaling the pent-up anxiety within him. He then shook his head, diligently noting the positions of both teammates and opponents, as if preparing for an examination. Indeed, this was not his first match representing Sarria, nor his inaugural appearance in La Liga. His earlier debuts had long since passed. Yet this particular match held immense significance for him. It was the Barcelona derby, after all. There is a saying, the most effective way to earn the support of fans, the trust of teammates, and the favor of coaches is to excel in crucial matches. Is there a more significant match than a city derby? At least for a modest club like Sarria, which has only claimed 10 championships in over a century, none exists. The finals of the Copa del Rey or the UEFA Champions League are mere aspirations for Sarria. However, the 2 annual Barcelona derbies are akin to their final match. Zhang Qinghuan understood well that if he wished to firmly establish himself in this team, or indeed in La Liga, he needed to deliver a compelling performance in this unexpected match today. Just like Hulai, after joining Leeds United, Hulai had not even made the squad for a month. Yet once he stepped onto the Premier League pitch, his goals flowed like a bursting dam, unstoppable. Scoring 5 goals in 3 league matches, he was in an extraordinary form, paving the way for his future at Leeds. Reflecting on Hulai, Zhang Qinghuan recalled the words of Guan Yu as relayed by Uncle Yo. A gathering of elites? He looked at the players from Catalonia before him. Each a top-tier star in the world of football, their abilities, market value, and fame far exceeding those of Serie A's players, and certainly his own. It was indeed a congregation of the elite, a gathering of masters. But so what? Today, I shall regard you as mere novices. Chapter 34, Poverty Alleviation. Zhang. He delivered a through ball, albeit slightly overhit this time. What a pity. The voice of the British commentator echoed from the television, showing Zhang Qinghuan with his head in his hands, frustrated that his teammate could not receive his pass. The commentator attributed the failed attack to Zhang Qinghuan's overhit pass. However, Hu Lai held a different perspective. He believed the primary issue lay with Serie A's forward, who was a beat slow in responding to Huan Ji's pass. Perhaps they did not anticipate that Huan Gu would choose to pass at that moment, or they doubted his ability to deliver the ball accurately. In any case, they were not aligned in thought with Huan Gu. Upon witnessing the missed opportunity, Hu Lai regrettably slapped his thigh, thinking that had he been in that position, he would have already completed the full celebratory routine. It must be said that after watching Huan Ji's several matches with Serie A, Hu Lai feels that Huan Gu has yet to firmly establish himself within the team. Although he has made 2 starting appearances, he was substituted early on both occasions. During other matches, he primarily came on as a substitute, indicating that his position within the team is precarious and his unique attributes have not been fully realized. As a central playmaker, it is indeed challenging to perform without the support and trust of the entire squad. Furthermore, Huan Ji's language skills are likely inferior to his own, necessitating a longer adaptation period, which is an unavoidable circumstance. Had Huan Gu joined Leeds City instead of Serie A, Hu Lai is confident that, even without the Lingxi card, Huan Gu would seamlessly integrate into the team. Unfortunately, while Hu Lai lamented Huan Ji's incomplete assimilation, Chinese commentators He Feng and Yin Kong perceived a silver lining. Zhang Qinghuan is in excellent form today, they noted. Although he came on as a substitute, he remained composed under pressure and delivered commendable performances. He quickly provided 2 threatening passes, albeit his teammates failed to capitalize on them. Yin Kong jested, if we swapped Serie A's forwards with Hu Lai, they would likely be leading against Catalan Union now. He Feng chuckled at this remark. If Serie A truly had Hu Lai, would they find themselves in this position? The two laughed together in the broadcast booth. Thankfully, Hu Lai was not within earshot. Otherwise, he might have felt somewhat embarrassed, as Leeds City's ranking this season is not significantly higher than Serie A's. Serie A currently sits 12th in La Liga, while Leeds City holds the 9th position in the Premier League. Naturally, as commentators, they must emphasize the positive and refrain from discussing any negativity. In such moments, it is prudent to avoid mentioning Leeds City's league standing, as that would only invite discontent. The same applies to Zhang Qinghuan. Even if Serie A's 2 attacks did not pose a genuine threat to Catalan Union's goal, they must find a way to highlight the positive aspects of Zhang Qinghuan's performance. Moreover, their assertions are not entirely unfounded. Zhang Qinghuan's 2 passes indeed showcase his skill. His timing and choice of space were commendable. From this perspective, Zhang Qinghuan should possess the capability to establish himself even within the realm of La Liga. However, further synergy with the team is necessary. The missed opportunities created by his teammates left Zhang Qinghuan feeling somewhat vexed. Nonetheless, he acknowledged the brighter side. Head coach Casas aptly remarked that, while Catalan Union is superior in both individual positions and overall strength compared to Serie A, they are not without their own issues. They boast world-class midfielders such as Gaspar Rosas and Victor Campuzano, yet their defensive support hinges solely on one holding midfielder, Pedro Insua. The defensive capabilities of this Spanish international do not align well with the offensive prowess of his 2 midfield counterparts. If Rosas and Campuzano are world-class in attack, then Insua is merely of La Liga caliber in defense. Even within the Spanish national team, he is not the foremost choice for a defensive midfielder. In the national squad alongside Rosas, Campuzano is partnered with Juan Ramirez from the Madrid Pirates. Insua serves as Ramirez's substitute in the national team. After a few minutes on the field and engaging with Insua, Zhang Qinghuan realized that the latter's defensive prowess was not particularly remarkable. The pressure he exerted was even less formidable than that posed by the Algerian captain, the lethal Ilyes Saidali, whom he encountered during the World Cup. Whether this was due to Insua's lack of regard for him is uncertain, but in any case, Zhang felt he possessed the capability to contend with Insua. The notion of technical poverty alleviation may indeed not be a jest from Uncle Yong. Insua certainly did not regard the temporary substitute from China with much seriousness. For instance, When Zhang received the ball near the 30-meter mark in the attacking third, Inshua, as a defensive midfielder, astonishingly did not immediately close in to disrupt or intercept. Instead, he merely watched as Zhang calmly turned and adjusted before distributing the ball. This marked the third threatening pass since Inshua's substitution. Unlike the previous two, this time the pass was received by forward Carlos Tordu within the Catalan League's penalty area. The raucous Serie fans erupted in deafening cheers, rallying behind Serie's offensive endeavor. Unfortunately, Toredo's subsequent shot was thwarted due to its direct angle, allowing Catalan goalkeeper Cordello to seize it without offering Serie players a chance for a corner or a follow-up. The cheers from the stands swiftly transformed into a collective sigh. Despite failing to score, Tordu did not forget to commend Zhang Qinghuan with a thumbs up, praising the beauty of his pass. Indeed, the pass was exquisite. Before delivering it, Zhang feigned a move to the left, diverting the attention of the Catalan defenders, only to suddenly send a through ball into the center. He accurately threaded the football into the space between the central defenders of the Catalan League. After consistently delivering threatening passes since his entry onto the field, Serie's coach, Arno Casas, grew increasingly animated, perceiving a glimmer of hope to level the score from Zhang's performance. Following this offensive play, he clapped vigorously at the sidelines, urging his team to maintain their high-pressure approach against the Catalan League and not to relent. Conversely, Catalan League coach José Benel, who had previously managed Serie, also approached the sidelines, vocally expressing his discontent with Inshua's performance during that segment of the match. Although his words were inaudible amid the tumultuous crowd, his fervent body language conveyed his dissatisfaction, particularly with Inshua's efforts. He demanded that Inshua press up promptly, creating disruption during Zhang's reception and passing, insisting that Zhang must not be allowed such ease in ball control. Following the reprimand from his coach, Inshua indeed became more vigilant in his defensive duties against Zhang Qinghuan, making it increasingly difficult for him to receive the ball as effortlessly as before. However, this does not imply that Zhang Qinghuan was entirely thwarted. On one occasion, with his back to the direction of the attack, he received the ball, aware that Inshua was right behind him. Initially, he feigned a retreat with the football, seemingly cornered by Inshua's pressure. Yet, at the moment Inshua advanced to tackle him, he deftly nudged the ball backward and swiftly pivoted. Thus, he eluded Inshua's grasp. A tremendous cheer erupted from the skies over the Serie Parrot Stadium, as the fervent Serie fans chanted Zhang Qinghuan's name, rallying in support of him. Although Zhang Qinghuan's exquisite turn allowed him to shake off Inshua's defense, he was ultimately brought down by the central defender Fu Qiong before he could continue his charge into the Catalan Union's penalty area. The whistle pierced the air, accompanied by a cacophony of boos. The Serie supporters were incensed by Fu Qiong's foul, and the Serie head coach, Casas, mirrored their discontent, gesticulating wildly and vociferously demanding a card for the offense. Strangely, Zhang Qinghuan remained the calmest of all, while his teammates rushed to confront the referee. He simply rose from the ground, raised his fist in encouragement to himself. He could do this. The free kick that Zhang Qinghuan earned for Serie did not pose a direct threat to the Catalan Union's goal, yet it undeniably invigorated Serie's morale, leading to an onslaught against the Catalan Union's net in the ensuing match. This compelled the Catalan Union to tighten their defense, hoping to weather the final 10 minutes of the game. To prepare for their midweek Champions League match, Benel opted to substitute both Campusano and Peterson, the latter being replaced shortly after committing a foul against Lico. With Campusano and Peterson absent, the Catalan Union's offensive capabilities were notably diminished, and Serie's momentum had clearly surged. It was only natural for them to adopt a defensive posture to counteract it. The roars of the Serie fans from the stands were indeed enough to send shivers down one's spine. Nonetheless, for the seasoned players of the Catalan Union, this was not a matter of great concern. After all, it was merely a 10-minute stretch of play to endure. Following Zhang Qinghuan's earlier impressive display, his teammates increasingly sought to pass the ball to him, especially within the 30-meter zone, eager for him to orchestrate the attack. While this was certainly a positive development, it also rendered Zhang Qinghuan the target of focused defensive strategies from the Catalan Union. It is essential to recognize that this was a city derby, and the players of the Catalan Union would not extend him any hospitality. After being outmaneuvered by Zhang Qinghuan, Inshua appeared to be playing with a fiery intensity. On several occasions, his tackles against Zhang Qinghuan were particularly fierce, prompting exclamations of astonishment from domestic commentators He Feng and Yen Kong. Merely countering such aggressive defense required all of Zhang Qinghuan's effort, let alone the task of orchestrating an offensive play. Observing this, He Feng once again showcased his talent for finding silver linings in adverse situations, offering words of comfort. Fear not, when opponents take you seriously, even going to great lengths to suppress you. It is a testament to your current strength. Compared to the earlier moments of the match, the defense of Catalonia United against Zhang Qinghuan has undoubtedly intensified, resulting in fewer opportunities for him. This, however, underscores the fact that Catalonia United regards Zhang Qinghuan as a formidable adversary worthy of serious attention, a privilege not afforded to everyone. As a Chinese commentator, He Feng is rather indifferent to the outcome of the Barcelona derby involving Seria. After all, this is not their first defeat to their city rivals. Given their capabilities, a loss is merely a normal occurrence. In contrast to the fate of Seria, it is Zhang Qinghuan's performance in this match that truly captivates He Feng's interest. He hopes that this display will impress head coach Casas, granting Zhang Qinghuan more playing time in the upcoming league matches, ideally as a starter for the full duration of the game. As the focal match of this La Liga round approaches its final 5 minutes, in the 85th minute, Catalonia United leads Seria 2-1 at the Estadi RCD. It appears that their compact defense has proven effective, as they seem poised to maintain their slender lead and depart from the Estadi RCD unscathed. This ignites a fervor among Seria's fans, who are incensed by the single goal that threatens to obstruct their path. Their roars and jeers resonate through the stadium, spurring Seria's players to launch an offensive against Catalonia United, desperately seeking any opportunity to breach their defenses. In response, the Spanish television commentator remarks, "This is what a derby embodies. Even for a team as formidable as Catalonia United, facing the fervor of Seria is a daunting challenge." No sooner had he spoken than Seria initiated another attack, this time progressing from the flanks to the center. The forward Tordu, unexpectedly retreating to receive the ball just outside the penalty area, allowed the ball to slip between his legs. He quickly accelerated into the box, seemingly in search of a partnership with Zhang Qinghuan, who was trailing behind him. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Qinghuan opted not to pass the ball back to him. Instead, he met the incoming ball with a powerful swing of his right leg. It appeared to be a pass at first, but as he struck the ball, it transformed into a delicate lob. No, it was a chip shot. The ball traced a parabolic arc through the air, descending toward the goal of Catalonia United. Goalkeeper Cordolo hesitated momentarily, uncertain whether it was a shot. Yet, as the realization dawned upon him, he leaped backward, attempting to intercept the ball with his outstretched hand. Alas, it was too late. He failed to make contact. The ball, perfectly timed, sailed past his desperate fingers and plunged into the net behind him. In the 86th minute, Seria equalized. Chapter 35. Be Your Own Beacon. Seria launched an attack down the wing, with Juanma advancing inward and delivering a pass toward the center. Is that Tordu in the middle? A slip. Magnificent. Zhang Qinghuan, with He Feng's astonished exclamation. Everyone watched as Zhang Qinghuan met the incoming ball with a decisive swing of his right foot. However, this is the perspective of Chinese fans. On the field, the Catalan defender Jimenez, after conceding a goal, quickly shifted his attention to the Seria forward Tordu, who was making a run behind him. He noticed Hurried's positioning and that the ball was directed towards Zhang Qinghuan. Naturally, it occurred to him that Zhang Qinghuan would surely deliver a through ball to Tordu, allowing the latter to receive it behind them. After all, Tordu had just executed a shot in precisely this manner. Jimenez was oblivious to Zhang Qinghuan's shooting capabilities, as all he had seen since his entry onto the pitch were threatening passes. Therefore, he knew he absolutely could not allow Tordu to receive the ball. With this thought, Jimenez hurriedly retreated, aiming to stay close to Tordu, while simultaneously monitoring Zhang Qinghuan's movements. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zhang Qinghuan poised to strike the ball. It seemed he intended to make a direct pass, without stopping the ball. Just as Jimenez contemplated this, Zhang Qinghuan lifted the ball. The football arced gracefully, soaring over the Catalan defender Fucon directly in front of him. Yet, instead of descending towards Tordu, it continued its trajectory towards the goal. It was only at this moment that Jimenez realized the Chinese player was not passing to Tordu, but rather taking a shot on goal. He hurriedly turned around, witnessing his teammate, goalkeeper Cordero, leaping into the air, attempting to intercept the ball. However, he failed to make contact. In Jimenez's wide-eyed astonishment, the ball descended into the net. Zhang Qinghuan, splendid. Magnificent. A world-class strike. Marvelous. Feng and Yin Kong simultaneously raised their arms in exultation from the studio. The first goal in La Liga has been scored. This is a historic moment, dear viewers. This is not merely Zhang Qinghuan's inaugural goal in La Liga, but also the first goal scored by a Chinese player in this esteemed league. Moreover, Zhang Qinghuan is the first Chinese player to breach the defenses of a European powerhouse since Hulai. Following the goal, the entire RCD stadium erupted in jubilation. Countless Serie A fans leaping from their seats, raising their arms in celebration. The pronunciation of Zhang Qinghuan's name was challenging for them, so they repeatedly shouted his surname. Zaya. Among the stands were numerous international students studying in Spain, nearly all of whom were fans of the Catalan team. Yet at this moment, they too were jubilantly celebrating in the stands. When the television cameras panned over the audience, one could distinctly see fans with East Asian features fervently waving their arms in celebration of Zhang Qinghuan's goal, shouting excitedly towards the camera. Judging by his lip movements, he appeared to be exclaiming, "Damn, Zhang Qinghuan is incredible. Amazing." However, beneath his ordinary black jacket, the Catalan team's jersey was clearly visible. This scene elicited laughter from Chinese fans watching on television. It was evident that this gentleman was a fan of the Catalan team. Yet, in this moment, caught between his home team and his homeland, he unhesitatingly chose to stand by his homeland, celebrating this historic moment for the Chinese player. At this moment, the face of the Catalan fan reveals no trace of frustration or anguish over his team's last-minute equalizer. While Chinese fans often engage in heated debates over their respective teams in Europe when one of their own plays on that grand stage, the significance of their favorite clubs pales in comparison. Hulai has already demonstrated this in the English Premier League. Now, it is the turn of the Chinese fans of La Liga's elite. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Zhang Qinghuan, the scorer, turned to glance at the Catalan goal, ensuring that his strike had indeed found the net before sprinting towards the corner flag to celebrate. As he ran, he pointed his hands towards the heavens, gazing upwards. "Dad, did you see it? Your son scored his first goal in Europe." Soon, he was enveloped by his exuberant teammates, who erupted in joyous shouts beside his ear. Coach Casas and his assistant embraced in a moment of shared jubilation. We truly equalized the score," exclaimed the assistant coach beside Casas, who simply turned his gaze toward the corner flag. There, the hero of the moment, Zhang Qinghuan, was surrounded by his teammates, nearly obscured from view. Zhang Qinghuan. The British commentator on the television struggled to pronounce Zhang's name, which came out sounding somewhat like Chang Jinhan. This was his inaugural goal in La Liga. He became the second Chinese player to score in a top European league, following Hu. With just 5 or 6 minutes remaining, his goal helped Sarria level the match at 2-2. It was indeed the Barcelona derby, where the formidable Catalan side found themselves unexpectedly faltering against Sarria. As a commentator from a British television station, he watched the unfolding drama with a sense of detached amusement. Should the Catalans triumph over Sarria, it would merely mark yet another victory over them in recent seasons. However, Sarria's audacious comeback to equalize against the Catalans was far more captivating. Zhang, who once played alongside Hu in China, transferred to the mid-tier La Liga team Sarria after the World Cup. Initially, his performance was lackluster, but as he adapted, his game improved significantly, with this goal serving as undeniable proof. Prior to scoring, he had already showcased moments of brilliance. The British commentator introduced this relatively unfamiliar Chinese player to his audience, largely due to Zhang's connection to Hu. Otherwise, he might not have elaborated so extensively. After Zhang's goal, Hulai immediately exclaimed, "Brother Huan is amazing. Damn, incredible." Beyond himself, he felt a sense of pride that another Chinese player had finally found the net in a top European league. He harbored no feelings of having his spotlight stolen. Rather, he hoped to see more players like Zhang emerge and more frequent occurrences of such achievements. After all, who wouldn't wish to stand alongside equally formidable teammates? Only when they all excel can they hope for outstanding performances on the World Cup stage. This World Cup journey has starkly illuminated a pressing issue. Beyond Hu Lai and Luo Kai, the skill levels of the remaining players reveal significant shortcomings when pitted against other teams in the tournament. The Chinese team scored 6 goals in total during the World Cup, which is not an insignificant tally. However, 5 of those goals were netted by Hu Lai, indicating a heavy reliance on his scoring prowess. The remaining goal was scored by Luo Kai. Both of these players were the only ones competing in Europe at that time. Was this merely a coincidence? Certainly not. Following Seria's equalizer, his exuberant celebration lasted over a minute. It was at this moment that Zhang Qinghuan emerged from the crowd. Waving to the Seria supporters, as well as the Chinese fans who had come specifically to cheer for him, the Seria fans responded by vociferously chanting his surname, fully embracing the first Chinese player in the club's history. Any player capable of breaching the Catalan defense in a Barcelona derby would undoubtedly earn the unconditional adoration of these fans. Witnessing this scene, Yongjun, still standing from earlier applause, smiled at Zhang Qinghuan. Despite his current composure, he had leapt from his seat in sheer exhilaration when Zhang Qinghuan scored, pumping his fists and roaring in delight, oblivious to his surroundings. Now, having expended that initial burst of emotion, he simply gazed at Qinghuan with a smile. Wonderful. After Hu Lai, Qinghuan, you have finally taken that crucial step. Continue to forge ahead with great strides. Although the path may never be smooth, I wish for you to tread each step with unwavering certainty. Beautiful. Magnificent. Zhang Qinghuan. Stunning. The commentator He Feng exclaimed excitedly on the television. Meanwhile, a petite figure lay on her bed, burying her head deep within the covers, rhythmically pounding the mattress with her fists, producing muffled thuds. When she finally lifted her head, a blissful smile adorned her face, glistening with tears of joy. Brother Juan is truly incredible. That shot was magnificent. In the Netherlands, Italy, and Portugal, several young individuals expressed their admiration before the television screen. Although their positions differed from Zhang Qinghuan's, scoring was not a common occurrence for them. Nonetheless, the resounding cheers of the live audience and the sight of countless arms waving in celebration of Zhang Qinghuan's goal left them spellbound. Through this goal, Zhang Qinghuan demonstrated to them that, in the fiercely competitive European football landscape, far more ruthless than their domestic scene, others besides Hu Lai could also attain their own moments of glory. They need not aspire to be the most dazzling presence like Hu Lai, but could indeed shine in their own right, illuminating the path beneath their feet. The eldest among them, Brother Juan, has ignited his flame, and this goal in the Barcelona derby will undoubtedly ease his journey ahead. In the eyes of these young individuals, Huan Gu embodies more than merely illuminating the path beneath his own feet. He has ignited a torch within their hearts, warming their spirits. At that moment, their phones simultaneously chimed with new message notifications. Despite being separated by vast distances, they instinctively reached for their devices, only to find Hu Lai's message in the group chat. Congratulations, Huan Gu. Celebrate your first goal abroad. Don't forget to send red envelopes in the group after the match. The self-satisfaction they felt moments before dissipated in an instant. Wang Guanglei exclaimed, "Damn it." Xia Xiaoyu covered her face, while Chun Xing quipped, "Since Huan Gu isn't here, I'll speak for him." "Hu Lai, you rascal." Hu Lai chuckled heartily as he set down his phone, just as the British commentator on the television corrected an earlier statement. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize for a mistake. Zhang is not the second Chinese player to score in a top European league after Hu. The player who was loaned to Verona, Luo, scored in the Eredivisie last season, making him the second, with Zhang being the third." Hu Lai grinned, having momentarily forgotten about this player. Chapter 36. It is Hu Lai's turn to take the field. Zhang Qinghuan's inaugural goal during his overseas career ultimately aided Seria in securing a 2-2 draw against the formidable Catalan team at home. This match marked the end of Seria's embarrassing streak of defeats against them since their return to the top tier. Thus, although they merely garnered a point at home, it held profound significance for everyone at Seria. The draw with Catalan may have been influenced by the latter's focus shifting towards their upcoming Champions League group match. After all, while Catalan had secured qualification for the next stage, they had not clinched the top spot. For a prestigious club like Catalan, mere qualification is hardly satisfactory. They aspire not only to advance, but to do so as group leaders, despite currently leading the second-placed Vesuvius by a substantial 5 points. With 2 matches remaining in the group stage, their final match will be an away challenge against Vesuvius, a daunting task. To secure the top position, they must triumph over Leeds City at home in the forthcoming 5th round, a feat that is not insurmountable, yet certainly not assured. To ensure victory against Leeds City, Catalan relinquished their focus on the league, both tactically and psychologically. This led to their eventual draw against Seria away from home. Following the match, their expressions revealed a lack of discontent, suggesting that they were not particularly concerned about the outcome of this city derby. It would be more accurate to say they were not as invested in it as others might assume. Their calm demeanor contrasted starkly with the jubilant celebrations of the Serie A players, who appeared almost foolish in their exuberance. Observing the Serie A players, one might mistake their antics for having secured victory in the derby, when in fact it was merely a draw. The exuberance displayed by the players of Serie A following a mere draw is indeed somewhat amusing. The stark contrast between the composed Catalan Union players and the euphoric Serie A players vividly illustrates the disparity between the two teams. The illustrious Catalan Union, with its sights set on the broader horizon of Europe, is likely indifferent to the outcome of this local derby. After all, they merely drew away against Serie A, rather than suffering a defeat. Had they lost, the atmosphere would have been markedly different. At this stage, securing the top position in the Champions League group remains paramount. In contrast, Serie A appears to be singularly focused on Catalan Union, indicative of a rather narrow perspective. Despite the obviousness of this sentiment, during the post-match press conference, Catalan Union's coach, José Benel, denied any correlation between the team's inability to secure a win in this match and the upcoming Champions League group stage. We exhibited a degree of complacency after taking the lead. However, this complacency was not due to the Champions League. We hold our derby rivals in high regard, and we would not consider other opponents until this match concluded. I too feel regret at not securing the victory, for even in an away game, we came with the intent to win. Benel acknowledged that his team's performance was subpar, yet he refrained from linking their shortcomings to the Champions League. It is evident to any astute observer that this is an attempt at obfuscation. As the head coach, he cannot openly state that his team underestimated Serie A, preoccupied as they are with the upcoming Champions League match. Benel is far from a reckless coach. He would never express such sentiments in front of the media. Nonetheless, his silence does not negate the possibility that such thoughts linger in his mind. Indeed, his decision to substitute Campesano and Peterson with only a one-goal lead hints at his intentions. He is undoubtedly preparing for the Champions League group stage. The failure of Catalan Union to secure victory in this match is not unjust, as both the coach and the players were not fully focused on Serie A. In a post-match interview, Catalan Union's central defender Jimenez also alluded to the Champions League. It is indeed regrettable not to have triumphed over Serie A. However, the match has concluded, and we must now shift our focus to the next game. We need to ensure a home victory against Leeds City to secure the top position in our group, and we will give our utmost to excel in that match. He speaks the truth. The encounter with Serie A has concluded. There is little to be done about the draw. Should life come to a standstill just because they did not win the derby? The only way is forward, and indeed, they must look ahead. If they can overcome Leeds City in their next match and secure the top spot, any lingering shadows from the draw against Serie A will surely dissipate. Following a home victory over Leeds City, the team will approach their final group stage match against Vesuvius with a comparatively relaxed mindset, granting them greater flexibility in player selection and tactical arrangements. After all, no one wishes to engage in a fierce battle with the formidable Serie A powerhouse, Vesuvius. As Christmas approaches, securing a home victory against Leeds City is undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. The La Liga matches indeed extend quite late, often concluding just before midnight. Typically, at this hour, Hulai would be nestled in bed, succumbing to slumber. However, today, in a show of support for brother Juan, he remained glued to the television until the match's conclusion, eagerly awaiting brother Juan's interview with the Spanish television station before finally switching off the screen. Fortunately, the majority of Premier League matches are held in the afternoon, allowing Leeds City to complete their fixture against the Highlanders earlier in the day. Not only did Hulai have ample time to enjoy the game from the comfort of his home, but he also need not worry about the late hour impacting his performance the following day, as there were no matches scheduled for tomorrow. In a manner akin to their lackluster performance against the Catalans, Leeds City also opted to rest some of their key players during the match against the Highlanders. It was evident that they were conserving energy for the impending midweek challenge against Catalonia. This decision left many perplexed. After all, based on the current standings in the Champions League group stage, it cannot be said that Leeds City has entirely lost hope of advancing to the knockout stage. Yet their prospects appear quite dim. Having completed 4 rounds of group matches, Leeds City has amassed a mere 3 points, placing them third in their group, just 2 points ahead of the 4th-placed Gulf Lighthouse. Not only are they far from securing a spot in the knockout stage, but they may also fail to qualify for the Europa League. According to the regulations, while the 3rd-place team in the Champions League group stage cannot participate in the knockout phase, they are eligible for the Europa League knockout stage in the latter half of the season. Therefore, as long as Leeds City can maintain their third position in the league, they will at least have the opportunity to continue competing in European tournaments. As for the Champions League, Leeds City need not dwell on such aspirations. The group leaders, Catalonia, have accumulated 12 points, while Vesuvius, in second place, has 7. Should Vesuvius secure another victory, or Leeds City suffer a defeat, the latter would be utterly deprived of any chance of progressing to the Champions League knockout rounds. In this context, Leeds City has no compelling reason to engage in a fierce contest against Catalonia. Even if they are vying for a spot in the Europa League, they still have one final home match against the Gulf Lighthouse. A victory in that encounter would ensure they surpass their rivals in both points and head-to-head record, thereby solidifying their hold on third place in the group. Thus, what should be relinquished is not the league match against the Highlanders, but the Champions League group match against Catalonia. This presents a valuable opportunity to rectify any shortcomings in the league and avoid slipping too low in the standings. In recent months, rumors regarding the dismissal of head coach Tony Clark have surfaced intermittently, prompting speculation about their veracity. Could it truly be mere media fabrication? If there are no breakthroughs in European competition and the league performance continues to decline toward the relegation zone, it is conceivable that Clark, the once celebrated coach who led the team to league glory, may indeed face termination. One cannot dismiss the possibility. In the realm of football, what is impossible? Results are paramount. With commendable performance, one is revered, yet poor results can lead to dismissal, regardless of previous accolades. Therefore, if Clark possesses any semblance of rationality, he ought to opt for the strategy most advantageous to himself. Yet, he has not done so, leaving many bewildered, certainly incomprehensible, as they are outsiders. Drawing conclusions from the personnel arrangements in Leeds City's matches against the Highlanders, the inference is that Clark is still banking on the Champions League. However, Guanglei, as an insider, is evidently privy to far more information than those who merely speculate about Clark's thoughts based on scant evidence. As a player of Leeds City, he doesn't need to guess. He knows exactly what the owner is contemplating, for the owner has confided in them. The owner remains eager to contend in the Champions League, or rather, to make another attempt against Catalonia. Since the disheartening home defeat to Catalonia, the owner has been haunted by that loss, firmly believing that bad luck played a significant role in the team's failure. Thus, he wishes to seize another opportunity in the upcoming away match against Catalonia to ascertain what can be achieved. To this end, he opted to rest most of the key players during the match against the Highlanders, nurturing their strength for the away game. Even if Leeds City ultimately suffers a 2-4 defeat at home to the Highlanders, dropping out of the top 10 to 11th place in the league, he remains undeterred. Media and social networks have long labeled Tony Clark as a madman, a reference to his penchant for adopting bold offensive tactics during matches and his reluctance to defend. Yet, Guanglei now perceives that their owner's madness transcends mere choices between offense and defense. This coach embodies a relentless fervor, a madness that sometimes defies reason, yet at other times resonates deeply with one's own aspirations. For instance, at this moment, Guanglei fervently hopes their owner is indeed a madman willing to risk everything to challenge the Giants, rather than merely feigning insanity. After all, the latter tends to falter in the face of significant setbacks and pressure, while a true madman never flinches, for he knows not what fear is. So what of Catalonia? Are top clubs truly formidable? The Stan Park Rangers and Tranmere are also top-tier teams, yet they were vanquished by us. Is Catalonia truly superior to these two? Furthermore, Manchester Athletic and London Bridge are formidable forces on the European stage, not to be underestimated. Guanglei also harbors lingering resentment over the previous home defeat to Catalonia. That match represented failure for him. The team lost, and he himself failed to score. His seemingly carefree demeanor does not imply indifference to his subpar performance. In the first leg against Catalonia, there are no excuses. He simply did not perform well. Thus, he yearns to redeem himself in the second leg against Catalonia. Standing before the now turned-off television, Guanglei stretches lazily. The match belonging to brother Juan has concluded, and now it is his turn to take the field. End of chapter. Chapter 37, A Handshake. Good morning, Uncle Yong. As Zhang Xinghuan approached the kitchen door, he greeted his agent, Yong Jun, who was busy preparing breakfast. You're up so early. Why not sleep a little longer? You don't have training this morning, he inquired, turning to face Zhang Xinghuan. I couldn't sleep, so I chose not to, Zhang Xinghuan replied. Moving to the refrigerator, opening the door to fetch a bottle of mineral water, and taking a sip after unscrewing the cap. "Hey, drink warm water, drink warm water," Yongjun urged, realizing too late to intervene, and resorted to grumbling. The stomachs of Chinese people are different from those of foreigners. You shouldn't drink cold water right after getting up. Regardless of the difference, once I'm here, I must adapt to the local customs, Zhang Qinghuan laughed. Am I supposed to carry an electric kettle with me to away games? Would I boil water for myself? Well, that's not entirely impossible. Nowadays, there are electric kettles available that are the size of thermos flasks. You could carry one with you, boil water when you wake up at away games, and then wash up. By the time you're done, the water would be ready, and it wouldn't delay things, Yongjun remarked as he began to ramble. Zhang Qinghuan, sensing Yongjun's chatter, quickly waved his hand. I'm off to wash up. Seeing him hastily retreat, Yongjun chuckled and called out, Qinghuan. Zhang Qinghuan turned back. What is it? Congratulations. Zhang Qinghuan waved dismissively. Oh, it's just the beginning, Yongjun. It's merely one goal. This is not just any goal. It is the first one, and it bears a different significance. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. You've taken that first step, and the path ahead will be comparatively easier, Yongjun said seriously, holding a spatula and wearing an apron. Yes, you are right, Uncle Yong. Zhang Qinghuan yawned as he headed toward the bathroom. I'm off to wash up. Noticing Zhang Qinghuan's nonchalant demeanor, Yongjun shook his head with a smile, calling him a little rascal, and then focused intently on frying eggs for Zhang Qinghuan. In the bathroom, Zhang Qinghuan squeezed toothpaste onto his toothbrush. Glancing up at his reflection in the mirror, his face bore the traces of lingering sleep, and his features appeared slightly different than usual. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, he recalled Yongjun's earlier words. Congratulations, Zhang Qinghuan. You've finally taken the first step of this 1,000-mile journey. He forced a smile, and that handsome visage, which had driven countless women wild, returned. Upon finishing his morning routine and returning to the dining area, Zhang Qinghuan found that Yongjun had already set the breakfast on the table and turned on the television. Sports news was playing, courtesy of a Spanish television channel. This was Yongjun's method to enhance Zhang Qinghuan's language skills, by watching Spanish news programs to expedite his adaptation to the linguistic environment. They had adopted this practice since Zhang Qinghuan's arrival in Barcelona, and it had yielded positive results. Now, Zhang Qinghuan could generally understand the clear and standard Spanish being spoken in the news and could communicate normally with his Spanish-speaking teammates, provided they spoke at a slower pace. The program was discussing the recently concluded Barcelona City Derby, a highlight of this round of La Liga, which had garnered significant attention. After the conclusion of the match, Zhang Qinghuan became a topic of fervent discussion. His remarkable goal was being replayed, accompanied by the passionate commentary from the live broadcast. The exuberant Spanish narration rendered the moment even more spectacular. Even the day after the match, revisiting that moment stirred the heart with excitement. What an ingenious strike. What led you to attempt a chip shot? Asked Yongjun, gazing at the television screen. I just wanted to catch the opponent off guard, Zhang Qinghuan replied. That chip was indeed unexpected. Yongjun nodded in agreement and continued, in recent news. Like has sustained a rib injury and will be absent from training and matches for a month. You performed exceptionally in the derby. This is your chance. So make sure to seize it. Zhang Qinghuan nodded. You can rest assured, Uncle Yong. I will. He then added, however, I actually don't have a month. It's already the 23rd, and I have to report to the national team by the 15th of next month. How can I play for a whole month with the team? Yongjun grimaced, suppressing his true thoughts, and shifted his tone. Regardless, you must seize the opportunity at hand. Play as many matches as you can. If you perform well, even if you return after the Asian Cup, there will still be a place for you in the team. Otherwise, it could be dire. As the two conversed, the television screen shifted, suddenly revealing Hu Lai. Simultaneously, the news anchor announced, this morning at 8:30, the entire Leeds City team departed from England, destined for Barcelona, where they will commence their training for the midweek Champions League group match. Upon seeing Hu Lai and hearing this news, Zhang Qinghuan and Yongjun exchanged surprised glances. What are they doing here so early? It's Monday. At this hour. Where could they possibly be training? They looked at each other again, both having guessed the answer. No way. Zhang Qinghuan exclaimed in astonishment. Yongjun then inquired. Didn't Hu Lai mention it to you? No. That little rascal must be planning a surprise. Zhang Qinghuan furrowed his brow. Yongjun chuckled. I never imagined I would witness two Chinese players training together in Europe one day. Hu Lai stood on the lush green pitch, surrounded by his teammates, who were curiously surveying this unfamiliar training ground. This was the training facility of La Liga team Sarria. Over the next few days, they would train here in preparation for their Champions League group match against Catalonia. Such practices are typically reserved for teams entering the knockout stage of the Champions League, allowing them to adapt to the opponent's environment by training in the city where their rival is based. If the city is home to more than one professional team, they would choose the training ground of another club. If that club happens to be a fierce rival, all the better. The opposing team would be more than willing to provide the venue, allowing them to train without concern, aiming to defeat their arch-nemesis in the Champions League. In such instances, national interests are set aside. As long as they can vanquish their local rivals, they are prepared to do anything. Sarria embodies the essence of a fierce local rivalry. Not only have they graciously provided training facilities for Leeds City, but they have also generously shared footage from their previous Barcelona derby, crafted by the club's technical team, to assist Leeds City's coaching staff in analyzing the performance of Catalan Union during the match. This act cannot merely be described as a betrayal. It is, in fact, tantamount to aiding the enemy. Yet, within the halls of Sarria, such actions are deemed entirely ordinary. The animosity between them and Catalan Union transcends national boundaries. The legendary president of Catalan Union, Luis Hio Vas, once declared his desire for the complete demise of Sarria. Thus, it is only natural that Sarria harbors the same wish for Catalan Union. Should they witness Catalan Union falter in the Champions League, it would surely bring them great joy. Even if Leeds City cannot vanquish Catalan Union, the mere act of making them appear disheveled on the field would fulfill Sarria's ambitions. With this objective in mind, Sarria is particularly attentive to Leeds City's visit. They are also keenly aware of the commonality they share with their rivals. Both teams feature a player from China. Consequently, Sarria arranged a special meeting. In front of the assembled journalists, Zhang Qinghuan and Hu Lai clasped hands, beaming at the cameras, embracing and high-fiving. The Chinese reporters present were particularly exhilarated, incessantly clicking their shutters to capture the moment. For Chinese football, this is a historic scene. Teammates from the national squad reunited on the training grounds of their respective clubs, a testament to the achievements of Chinese players venturing abroad. Of course, a day may come when Chinese players, donning different jerseys, shake hands on the pitch. That would indeed be a moment worthy of commemoration. Why did you arrive so early? Zhang Qinghuan asked quietly, grinning at the camera. It's all for you, brother Huan, Hu Lai replied, his voice muffled behind his pressed lips. For me? Nonsense. Gentlemen, let us change poses. Just as they were engaged in conversation, a reporter directed them to continue posing for photographs. Thus, they complied with the requests of the journalists. After some time, the reporters finally departed, satisfied with the images captured. Now, Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan could speak freely. For the Chinese journalists who understood their banter had left. I truly came for you. Hu Lai, he grinned. Zhang Qinghuan rolled his eyes. I knew it. You're just spouting nonsense. You think the entire Leeds City team would arrive in Barcelona just for a meal I'm treating you to? Are you kidding? If I were to treat, it would only be you. What does it mean for the whole team to come? Am I inviting all of you? Huh, brother Huan. You said it yourself. I'll tell you, our team has a fine tradition. The moment someone offers to treat, we sprint faster than rabbits. That's all you're doing. Zhang Qinghuan retorted. This has nothing to do with me. It's all Charlie Porter's influence. I'm serious. You must believe me, brother Huan. However, this time, you need not treat the entire team. Just treating me will suffice. Look how generous I am. Hu Lai jestingly wrapped his arm around Zhang Qinghuan. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan disdainfully pushed his hand away, saying, treating? Let's discuss that after your match. After the match, we shall depart. Brother Huan, did you think we arrived early solely to grant you the opportunity to treat me to a meal? We shall leave right after, Hu Lai responded. Next time for sure. Hey, brother Huan, you can't be like those freeloaders on that little site. The two were engaged in their banter when the coaches of the two teams, having concluded their discussions, approached them. Seeing their animated conversation, Clark inquired of Hu Lai, what are you chatting about? You seem quite merry. Noticing Hu Lai about to respond, he waved his hand. No, don't bother telling me. Nonetheless, regardless of your merriment, it's time to return to practice with the team. Meanwhile, Sarria's head coach, Casas, smiled at Zhang Qinghuan and said, I apologize for interrupting your gathering, but we must take our leave, Zhang. Zhang Qinghuan quickly replied, No, sir, you have not disturbed us. I was indeed bidding farewell to Hu Casas nodded in satisfaction, then let us depart. Zhang Qinghuan turned to Hulai, exclaiming, "Oh, what a pity. You come and go in such haste. You must return right after the match, correct? It truly lacks decorum to treat before the game. If you were to lose, the responsibility would be immense. Such a missed opportunity. Perhaps next time, Next time. Huh." As he spoke, he chuckled heartily and swiftly waved goodbye to Hulai, walking alongside his head coach towards the Syria first team training ground. As he walked away, he recalled Hulai's disgruntled expression, filling him with immense satisfaction. Out of the corner of his eye, Casas noticed the smile that lingered on Zhang Qinghuan's face after his conversation with Hulai. Observing this, Casas asked, "You and Hu must have a very good relationship, yes?" Huh. Zhang Qinghuan was taken aback by the sudden question from his coach, but he promptly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, sir. We served together in the same team back in China. I've heard that Catalonia had shown interest in him. Had he truly gone to Catalonia, we might not have managed a draw in yesterday's match." At first glance, this assertion seemed somewhat exaggerated, yet Zhang Qinghuan wholeheartedly concurred with his coach's assessment. If Hulai had joined Catalonia, paired with the world-class midfield duo of Rosas and Campuzano, with Hulai's efficiency in front of goal, Syria's defense might have been thoroughly overwhelmed. "But sir, who would never go to Catalonia," he added. "That is what intrigues me. He did not go to Catalonia because they did not present a substantial offer. Yet why did he initially decline the Royal Madrid? How many young individuals can resist the allure of the Royal Madrid?" Casas turned to question. "Because who understands what he desires and knows where to find it. The Royal Madrid could not offer him what he sought, but Leeds City could, which is why he chose to go there," Zhang Qinghuan clarified for his coach. Upon hearing this, Casas remarked, "Truly remarkable. How many young individuals at his age possess such clarity of mind?" "He is not merely clear-headed, sir," Zhang Qinghuan corrected, stating that he is pure. Once he sets his sights on a direction, he relentlessly pursues it with almost obsessive tenacity. Upon hearing Zhang Qinghuan's words, Casas nodded thoughtfully. After hesitating for a moment, the boss decided to voice his thoughts to Hulai, who was following Clark back to the team's training ground. "Why?" Clark cast a sidelong glance at him, having already sensed that the lad appeared to be preoccupied, waiting for him to speak. "After our match, could we perhaps stay an extra night in Barcelona?" Hulai inquired. "Why?" Clark asked again. "I just feel it would be better for the whole team to rest an additional night," Hulai replied. This time, Clark did not merely glance at him, but turned to face Hulai directly, causing the latter to feel somewhat sheepish. He quickly added, "Of course. I was just saying it casually, boss. If you think," to which Clark nodded. "All right. If we can defeat Catalonia, then we shall have an extended half-day off, allowing us to return to Leeds the following day." The stipulation that they must win to stay an additional night was somewhat stringent. Or perhaps it could be viewed as a subtle rejection of Hulai's suggestion. However, upon hearing this, Hulai did not display any signs of distress. Instead, he clapped his hands excitedly, exclaiming, "Then, boss, it's settled." Clark regarded him with an additional glance. Chapter 38. Camp Nou. Hulai stood in the player tunnel of Camp Nou, alongside his teammates. He found himself at the heart of this world-renowned stadium. In just a few minutes, he would step onto the field with his teammates. Unlike his initial visit to Stamford Park, where he had curiously examined every detail of the tunnel, today he felt a different sense of composure. The player tunnel of Camp Nou was not adorned with photographs of the club's historical legends. Having spent 2 years in Europe, Stamford Park remained the only stadium he had visited that proudly showcased its club's illustrious history. Camp Nou, however, boasts a rich legacy of its own, named after the famous landmark of the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona. Since its inauguration in 1950, it has stood for 76 years, undergoing numerous renovations and expansions, now accommodating up to 100,000 spectators, making it the largest professional football stadium in Europe. When filled to capacity, the atmosphere within this stadium can be overwhelmingly intimidating. Yet today, the stands of Camp Nou were not at full capacity. Typically, it is only during the Barcelona Derby, the Spanish National Derby, or other significant matches that the stadium reaches full attendance. Filling 100,000 seats is no simple feat nevertheless, even with a partially filled Camp Nou. The pressure it exerts on any visiting team is considerable. Presently, the players of Leeds City stood in the player tunnel, clearly hearing the raucous sounds emanating from outside. For today's match, Catalonia's team was determined to secure victory, and their fans were equally resolute in their expectations. They are collectively proclaiming their sovereignty by singing the anthem of the Catalan team, asserting to the players of Leeds City exactly whom they are contesting with. Moreover, the Camp Nou stands nearly 60 meters high, with a steep gradient. From the highest tier of the stands, one can hardly discern anything more than mere black dots darting across the pitch without the aid of binoculars, rendering the specifics of their movements virtually indistinguishable. Gazing upward from the field towards the pinnacle of the stands can even induce an illusion, as though the colossal tiers are compressing inward, poised to collapse at any moment. It is said that this effect was deliberately designed by the architect to instill immense psychological pressure upon visiting players unfamiliar with the stadium. When they glance up at the stands during the match, they are confronted by the overwhelming presence of Catalan fans, seemingly descending from the skies, enveloping them from all directions, delivering a profound shock and disruption to their performance. Of course, this assertion has never been officially confirmed and remains a mere whisper shared online. However, upon reflection, one might discern a semblance of truth in it. The steepness of the Camp Nou does indeed create a visual effect that converges inward, evoking a sense of being ensnared in an overwhelming embrace. Should Leeds City face Catalan in their inaugural Champions League encounter away from home, the combination of such an electrifying atmosphere and the formidable prowess of the Catalan team could potentially lead to a devastating defeat for Leeds City. Nevertheless, for the Premier League champions who have previously contended against the Turkish giants at the Gulf Stadium, the terror of the home ambience at Camp Nou pales in comparison to the more authentic atmosphere of the Gulf Stadium. Furthermore, Leeds City has conquered the formidable Stand Park, which boasted an unbeaten streak of 90 matches across various competitions. The Camp Nou, despite its grandeur, does not possess a similar unbeaten record for the Catalan team. Today's Leeds City is no longer the naive provincial team that had yet to experience the grandeur of the world. They are not easily intimidated by empty bravado. As their manager, Tony Clark, reminded them before taking the field, "Always remember, you are not just any team fortunate enough to qualify. You are the champions of the Premier League, one of the 8 seeded teams. You have rightfully earned your place in the Champions League through your victories. Thus, you are no different from the other teams in the tournament and are by no means inferior. What Vesuvius has accomplished here, we can achieve as well. Let us penetrate their defenses and confront them in our most adept manner. We secured the league title through our offensive prowess, and we shall face them here with the same approach." Behind Hulai, Mario Salado, who is set to start in this match, is fixating his fierce gaze upon him. He is assessing his opponent for the match. Although the team standings clearly favor Catalan, Salado, the prodigious talent of Catalan, displays no hint of joy. For in his personal contest with Hulai, the current Salado finds himself at a disadvantage. After 4 rounds of the Champions League group stage, Salado has yet to score a single goal, though he has managed 2 assists. Damn, if only I had focused on assists against Hulai. In his inaugural match in the UEFA Champions League, Hulai made his mark by scoring a goal. Following this, he added another to his tally in the recent group stage match, where Leeds City succumbed to Vesuvius with a scoreline of 2-3. Thus, he now boasts a total of 2 goals in the Champions League, temporarily placing him ahead of his peers. Salado's attention is firmly fixed on Hulai, casting aside distractions as he resolves to measure himself solely against Hulai in this match. Other encounters are beyond his concern. He believes that this direct confrontation bears greater significance. Prior to the match, he conversed with his dear friend Bolero, who, as promised, would attend the game. Salado is determined to honor his commitment by dedicating a goal to Bolero during the match. He has already ascertained Bolero's location in the stands and plans to sprint towards him, irrespective of his own position on the field, should he score. He is confident that with the support and blessings of a good friend, he will achieve his first Champions League goal in this match. He is resolute in not disappointing Bolero. The beleaguered defense of Leeds City shall not impede the prowess of Super Mario. Although the St. James Park is not filled to capacity today, it is estimated that around 80,000 spectators are present, creating an immense atmosphere of pressure. In front of the television, Yong Jun reflects on the aerial views of the stadium, while Zhang Qinghuan sits silently beside him. Despite being in Barcelona, mere proximity to the stadium does not equate to having played within its hallowed grounds. The first leg of the Barcelona derby this season took place at Sarria, and he must wait until the latter half of the season for a chance to grace this world-renowned venue. His performance in the first half of the season will be crucial in convincing Coach Casas to secure him a place in the squad. Contemplating the prospect of playing in such an environment fills him with exhilaration. After participating in the Barcelona derby, Zhang Qinghuan does not find the atmosphere intimidating. Rather, he feels invigorated and eager to embrace the challenge. After all, this pursuit represents one of his significant motivations for traveling from China to Spain to play football. Competing against skilled adversaries and formidable teams is essential for his development. His experience in the recent World Cup, though limited to 3 group matches, has proven immensely beneficial. The viewership of this match extends beyond just Zhang Qinghuan and Yong Junxiaxiaoyu, Wang Guanglei, and Chun Xingyi are also engrossed in the live broadcast from their respective homes. In the past, while playing in China, the late-night Champions League matches, which kicked off around 3 in the morning due to time zone differences, were largely inaccessible to them. Sleepless nights are a grave concern for professional athletes. Outside of the off-season, they must maintain a disciplined routine to ensure they are mentally prepared for the following day's training and matches. It is only after arriving in Europe that they have been able to follow the Champions League without missing a single match. As players, they are currently unable to participate in this prestigious football tournament. Yet this does not hinder them from expanding their horizons and deepening their understanding of European football by watching the Champions League matches. After all, during their time in the domestic league, they would often watch the English Premier League matches with Qin Lin whenever the opportunity arose, learning from the experience. Thus, they are quite familiar with this routine and can cheer for Hulai as well. Similarly, Li Qingqing is also awaiting the commencement of the match. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa with her plush toy in her arms, she gazes intently at the television screen. On the screen, Hulai and his teammates emerge from the player tunnel amidst the stirring Champions League anthem. The roar of the crowd is deafening. The largest stadium in Europe opens its arms to the players of Leeds City, yet it does not extend a welcoming embrace. Rather, it looms like a colossal beast, threatening to engulf them whole. In a close-up shot, Leeds City's star striker maintains an expression of calm, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. He walks alongside his teammates, holding the hand of a young bald boy, naturally tilting his head up to gaze at the famed steep stands of the Camp Nou, his demeanor unwavering. Observing this, Li Qingqing loosens her grip on her cherished toy, a smile gracing her face. They cannot intimidate you, Hulai. Your heart is as robust as ever. Chapter 39. Leeds City takes the initiative. The uproar above the Camp Nou is immense, akin to a tempest raging within the stadium. This clamor does not arise from the pre-match anthems sung by the 80,000 Catalan fans, nor from the cheers supporting their team. Instead, it is the voice of discontent from the Catalan supporters. As the match commences, it is surprising that the first threat to the goal does not come from the home team, Catalan, but from the visiting Leeds City. He exclaimed excitedly. From the outset, Leeds City, playing away, seized the initiative, launching a series of threatening attacks that revealed the players' remarkable composure. Completely unfazed by the pressure of a life-and-death battle, Yen Kong remarked beside him. Prior to this match, upon witnessing Clark forego the home game against the Highlanders, it became evident that Leeds City was intent on focusing on the Champions League. After all, if they aspire to contend for a spot in the knockout stage, they must secure victories in the remaining 2 group matches. Even if they achieve this, their fate ultimately hinges on the whims of Vesuvius. However, if they cannot even manage to win all their matches, how can they claim the right to pursue advancement in the group? Thus, Leeds City is determined to engage in a fierce contest against the Catalans away from home. Yet, many believed that, given this backdrop, the players of Leeds City would feel considerable tension and might struggle to unleash their full potential. After all, this is an away game, and the Catalan home ground, with its capacity to host the largest crowd in Europe, is equally formidable. Facing a high-stakes match away against a powerful opponent like Catalan, the immense pressure on Leeds City's players is palpable. Under such circumstances, it is likely that their performance may not be at its best. Moreover, it is entirely possible that Tony Clark may opt for a relatively conservative strategy, instructing his team to first solidify their defense away from home before seeking opportunities to counterattack. They certainly possess the capability to execute such a plan, as both Kamara and Lasky exhibit commendable individual combat skills, making them well-suited for a defensive counter. However, once the match commenced, those who had previously speculated found themselves astonished by Clark's audacity. He insisted on an offensive approach even in such a pivotal game. At the home ground of Catalonia, they launched a fierce assault against the Catalonia team. What surprised them further was that Leeds City's offensive truly overshadowed that of Catalonia. Zhang Qinghuan, watching from the television, chuckled. It seems our communication with the coaching staff of Leeds City has proven effective. Hearing this, Yong Jun, seated beside him, laughed as well. If the fans of Catalonia were to find out about this, your team would surely face their wrath. During the exchanges between the coaching staffs, Sarria's head coach, Casas, highlighted the current vulnerability in Catalonia's midfield, specifically pointing out their defensive midfielder, Pedro Insua. This observation aligned perfectly with Clark's assessment. In fact, after their initial encounter, Clark had also recognized this weakness. He had previously understood that, compared to Rosas and Campuzano, Insua was the least formidable player in Catalonia's midfield lineup. Yet, he did not anticipate the extent of this deficiency. Previously, he had thought that, regardless of circumstances, Insua was still a key midfielder for Catalonia and a Spanish international. Not someone Leeds City could easily contend with. However, in that match, aside from conceding 3 goals, Leeds City did not find themselves entirely overwhelmed. They had moments where they could engage competitively with Catalonia. Particularly when he made adjustments and took a gamble by pushing Jay Adams forward, they managed to score. This indicated that Catalonia's midfield defense was not as formidable as commonly perceived. Moreover, during their previous encounter, Leeds City had been without their midfield stalwart, Peter Williams. Now, Williams had returned to the squad, having completed the adjustment period following his recent recovery, and was back to his usual form. With both Williams and Adams on the field, they could exert greater pressure on Catalonia's midfield defense. In today's match, this indeed proved to be the case. Williams and Adams took turns challenging Catalonia's defensive midfielder, Pedro Insua, seizing control of the midfield right from the outset and confronting them in their most proficient area. This not only astonished the viewers at home, but even surprised Leeds City's opponents, with Catalonia's head coach, José Benal, clearly unprepared for such an approach. Consequently, Catalonia found themselves pushed back by Leeds City's relentless pressure from the very beginning. This was the reason behind the uproar at the Estadio de San Jaime. Renowned for their offensive prowess, Catalonia found themselves confined to their own half, unable to move beyond a 30-meter radius, which undoubtedly incited fury among their fans. Amidst the cacophony, a plethora of hisses intermingled, leaving one to ponder whether these hisses were directed at Leeds City, at Catalonia United, or perhaps at both. Peter Williams, undeterred by the overwhelming din, advanced into position. He cast his gaze around the field, keenly observing the unfolding scenario. The ferocity of Leeds City's assault had pushed Catalonia United's midfield back to the edge of their penalty area, nearly merging with their defensive line. This predicament heralded opportunities for the attacking side. Since the commencement of the match, Catalonia United appeared unprepared for the intensity of Leeds City's offense, leading to a state of disarray. If possible, we must seize this moment to threaten their goal, for it won't be long before they regain their composure. One must never underestimate the self-correcting prowess of a footballing giant. They are undoubtedly capable of it. With these thoughts in mind, Williams sought out Hulai. Eager to ascertain his position, he discovered Hulai closely guarded by the Catalonia United center-back, Jimenez, who had already ventured into the penalty area, closely contesting with him. Upon confirming Hulai's location, Williams raised his hand to signal for the ball. Charlie Porter delivered the football to him from the right flank. Instead of passing to Hulai, he shifted the ball to the left, finding Kamara positioned there. Kamara, unwavering, redirected the ball sent by Williams towards the center, delivering a cross. At the forefront, Hulai and Jimenez grappled, both leaping in unison. Ultimately, Jimenez leveraged his physical advantage to head the ball away. Alas! Hifeng and Yin Kong exclaimed in unison, lamenting for Hulai. Throughout this match, Catalonia United's defense remained relentless against Hulai. I suspect Clark may have assigned Hulai the role of diverting defensive attention, thereby creating scoring opportunities for his teammates, such as Lasky and Kamara. Moreover, both Williams and Adams possessed the capability to strike from outside the penalty area. As they conversed, Williams had already sprinted to the ball's landing spot, elevating it with the inside of his foot and directing it left once more. However, this time it was not to the left flank, but rather to the left side of the penalty area. Kamara had surged not just outside the penalty area, but into it. He was making a diagonal run towards the baseline, and Williams aimed his pass precisely for him. Williams, what a splendid play! Matthew Cox cheered exuberantly. Ismail Kamara made a diagonal run. The pass from Williams was slightly overhit, yet the French television commentator spoke rapidly. declaring that Kamara could reach it. He did. Kamara unleashed a powerful kick, sending the ball back. Just as the football seemed poised to cross the baseline, Kamara executed a soaring kick, redirecting the ball. It traced a parabolic arc, perfectly clearing the head of the approaching Catalonia United right back, Pablo Osk, who could only turn back in despair. Watching as the ball was delivered to Leeds City forward, Lasky. In front of Lasky stood the French center-back, Fuyun, who, noticing Lasky's intent to shoot, placed his hands behind his back and stepped forward to obstruct the shot. He, being seasoned and experienced, understood that at such a moment, it sufficed to merely disrupt the opponent's shot. It was not imperative to block the ball outright. Should he open his arms, allowing the adversary to strike the football against his hands, a penalty could ensue, bringing considerable trouble. His advance to interfere indeed bore fruit. Lasky, opting for an immediate shot without pausing to control the ball, executed a hasty attempt that lacked precision. Consequently, Lasky's strike veered off course, sailing toward the far post and out of bounds. "Ah!" exclaimed Hifeng in disappointment as he witnessed the outcome. However, before his lament could fully escape his lips, a familiar figure emerged at the back post. Yen Kong beside him exclaimed in delight, "It's Hu Lai." "Who? It's who? Who?" Amidst the various commentators' distinct cries, Hu Lai positioned himself just in front of the other Catalan defender, Jimenez, nearly kneeling as he surged forward to meet the football sent by Lasky with a header. Jimenez, standing just behind, was momentarily stunned, raising his arms in protest. Believing Hu Lai to be offside, goalkeeper Carlos Cordero, initially stationed at the front post to block Lasky's shot, was taken aback to discover that another player lay in wait in the grass before the goal. Without time to ponder Hu Lai's positioning, he hastily turned to make a save. Yet, he was a fraction too late. Hu Lai, at an exceedingly low altitude, connected with the ball, nudging it toward the goal mere feet away. Cordero failed to intercept it. Thus, the ball soared into the net of the Catalan team. In the 17th minute of the match, Leeds City, visiting the majestic Camp Nou, found themselves unexpectedly leading 1-0 against Catalan. The uproar above the stadium intensified, almost reaching the fury of a super typhoon. P.S. Starting today, 3 updates. The second update will be at 1 o'clock. Please support with monthly votes. The chapter concludes. Chapter 40. A blessing and a curse. Ah, Hu Lai, splendid. The ball is in. Hifeng exclaimed as he witnessed the football cross the threshold into the goal, while simultaneously his gaze darted to the referee's gestures on the television broadcast. In truth, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. As the camera followed the ball, he noticed Hu Lai positioned between Jimenez and goalkeeper Cordero, a location that, by the rules, should be deemed offside. Moreover, Hu Lai's positioning appeared rather conspicuous. Coupled with Jimenez's raised arm in protest, Hifeng's confidence began to waver. Soon, he spotted the referee stationed at the edge of the penalty area pivot and gesture, pointing towards the center circle. The goal stood valid. No offside. His anxious heart could finally settle, and he shouted without reservation, "Hu Lai, his 3rd Champions League goal this season. At last, he has breached the Catalan defense. He has conquered the Camp Nou." His goal propelled Leeds City into the lead within the first 20 minutes of the match against Catalan. Hu Lai was not plagued by the same uncertainty as Hifeng regarding whether he was offside. His perspective allowed him to clearly ascertain that he was indeed not in an offside position. Thus, after scoring, he rose from the ground and ran towards the corner flag, gesturing to his teammates, including Lasky, to join him in celebration. The players of Leeds City excitedly rushed towards him, their cheers echoing in the air. Meanwhile, not far away, the center-back of Catalonia, Jimenez, turned and sprinted towards the referee, pointing towards the already distant Hu Lai, signaling that the goal was offside. The referee, however, paid him no heed. As the live broadcast shifted to a replay of Hu Lai's goal, through the slow-motion replay, it became evident that as Lasky prepared to shoot the ball, Hu Lai, who was initially positioned alongside Jimenez in the small penalty area, suddenly dashed forward a step. This movement allowed him to evade Jimenez, but it also appeared as though he might have been in an offside position. However, upon closer inspection at the far end, Oskwi, the right-back for Catalonia, remained stationary. He was the last defensive player for Catalonia aside from the goalkeeper, Cordelo, and was actually closer to the goal line than Hu Lai. Thus, Hu Lai was not offside. Clearly, Hu Lai had noticed Oskwi's position, which emboldened him to advance and shake off Jimenez. Jimenez, fixated solely on Hu Lai, failed to realize that his teammate Asqui was lagging behind as the last defender. Asqui's failure to return in time to chase Kamara resulted in Hulai being onside. The referee's decision was indeed valid. Upon realizing the situation, Huffing and Yenkin joyfully smacked their thighs in celebration. Asqui himself appeared somewhat bewildered. He hadn't anticipated that a mere moment of hesitation would grant Hulai a scoring opportunity. The close-up shot captured his confused expression, revealing a certain naive charm. However, the Catalonia fans were not inclined to view Asqui's bewilderment as endearing. They perceived him as utterly foolish. The team, determined to secure a victory over Leeds City and clinch the top spot in their group, found themselves momentarily dazed by their opponent's sudden strike. Consequently, after the initial shock, a cacophony of anger erupted from the stands of the Saint Family Stadium, where over 80,000 Catalonia supporters voiced their discontent. Amidst such uproar, Hulai leapt high in the air at the Saint Family Stadium, executing his signature celebration before landing and embracing his rushing teammates. The players of Leeds City reveled in their lead, basking in the collective gaze of the fervent Catalonia supporters perched on the steep stands. In a twist of fate, SUA had been subdued by Williams. What a predicament! Following the goal, Catalonia's coach, José Benel, furiously waved his fists and cursed. His assistant, Alberto Vasquez, attempted to console him, stating, "After all, Peter Williams was among last season's top 10 young players in Europe." Yet, Benel remained discontented. After all, Williams was returning from injury. This goal had indeed taken him by surprise. He had not anticipated that his team would concede first. He cast his gaze towards the neighboring side, where Leeds City's head coach, Tony Clark, was exchanging high-fives with his coaching staff, a look of exhilaration illuminating his face. "I never anticipated that Leeds City would launch such an aggressive assault." Benel shook his head. "This is my responsibility, Alberto." I underestimated the extent of Tony Clark's fervor. He informed his players, urging them not to be intimidated by Leeds City's offense, emphasizing that they must not retreat. Otherwise, they would indeed relinquish control. Leeds City excelled in offense, but let them not forget that our Catalonia Union also specializes in attacking play. In the stands, Antonio Bolero observed as the team's assistant coach, Alberto Vasquez, hurriedly approached the sidelines, gesturing to the players on the field, signaling them to push forward. He then turned his attention to his friend, Mario Salado. Less than 20 minutes had elapsed since the match commenced. A fleeting moment that scarcely allowed Salado any opportunity to shine. Yet, in that same interval, Hulai had already found the net. This indicated that, disregarding prior matches and focusing solely on this one, Hulai had taken the lead over his good friend. One could only speculate how displeased Salado must be at this moment. However, no matter how discontent he felt, he needed to rein in his emotions, Mario. He could not allow feelings to cloud his judgment. He must concentrate on the game. He could do it. He must believe in himself. He was undoubtedly the most remarkable talent in their youth team. The beacon of hope for Catalonia Union over the next decade. "Come on, Super Mario." On the field, Salado's eyes burned with intensity as he fixed his gaze on the celebrating Leeds City players from a distance. Despite being surrounded by the crowd, he could not discern his target, yet he refused to divert his stare. He had entered the match brimming with confidence, eager to compete against Hulai, simultaneously aiming to prove to Meli, who was far away in Madrid, that he alone deserved to be his rival. However, not long after the match began, Hulai had scored first, his third goal in the Champions League this season. And what about Salado? Not only in this match, but throughout his entire career in the Champions League, he had yet to find the back of the net. Although this was partly due to Salado not being the primary attacker for Catalonia Union, primarily operating from the flanks, making it difficult for him to find scoring opportunities, he refused to use this as an excuse. Since he regarded Hulai as his opponent, it meant he did not entertain any surprises regarding his own performance compared to Hulai's. He merely wished to score and settle the score with Hulai. Could he be unaware of Hulai's prowess in scoring? Of course not. Yet, a player determined to challenge the finest of the younger generation, Meli, could he lack such courage? Therefore, he chose to measure himself against Hulai in terms of goals. Unfortunately, in this instance, Hulai had taken the lead. He maintained his fierce gaze on the celebrating Leeds City players for a while until their celebrations finally subsided, allowing him to once again catch a glimpse of Hulai. He and his teammates sprinted back to the halfway line, raising their arms in a gesture of acknowledgement to the few Leeds United fans in the stands. Salado's gaze followed Hulai as he moved until he returned to his position, at which point the young prodigy from Catalonia withdrew his sight. The match had barely commenced when they conceded a goal, an unfortunate turn of events. However, conceding early granted Salado over 70 minutes to pursue Hulai, a silver lining amidst the setback. The assistant coach gestured animatedly from the sidelines, urging the team to press forward and abandon their defensive posture. A sentiment that resonated with Salado. Hulai stood in his designated spot, awaiting the resumption of play. He tilted his head back, casting his gaze upon the renowned steep stands of the Camp Nou. Today, the stadium was not filled to capacity, with many seats at the top left vacant. Yet, the gathering of over 80,000 spectators was undeniably awe-inspiring. After all, finding a venue in the Premier League that accommodates more than 80,000 is no small feat. The throng of infuriated Catalonia fans waved their fists from the stands, creating an illusion, as rumored, that they were rushing down the slopes towards the field. The Champions League truly is fascinating. The opportunity to visit various stadiums and experience diverse football cultures is exhilarating. Facing the imposing stands of Camp Nou, Hulai grinned, raising an eyebrow. On the other side of the screen, Luo Kai was fixated on a close-up of Hulai. He could still hear the cacophony of noise emanating from the pitch. Though somewhat diminished by the satellite broadcast signal, the sounds remained deafening to Luo Kai's ears. One could only imagine the strength of heart required to compete in such an environment. Nevertheless, Luo Kai felt an undeniable envy towards the figure before him. After all, this was a Champions League match. This was on Catalonia's home turf. For countless professional players, the prestigious clubs of Catalonia and Real Madrid represent the pinnacle of their careers. Competing in such an atmosphere should not be a torment, but rather an honor. At this moment, that honor wholly belonged to Hulai. As for how long it would take for him to stand on that stage, he could only wonder. Yet, I will catch up to you, Hulai. No matter how far you leave me behind, I will pursue you. Our competition is not confined to this match, nor this moment. You cannot completely shake me off. As for the next chapter, when the captain of Real Madrid, Alexandre Salados, knocked on the door of Meli Banega, he was astonished to find the television in Meli's room broadcasting the Champions League match between Catalonia and Leeds United. You are watching the Catalonia match? Meli chuckled. Not the Catalonia match, Captain. I am watching the Leeds United match. Salados was momentarily taken aback before comprehending the situation. Who? Ever since the award ceremony for the best in European football, where Meli publicly sought out Hulai, their rivalry has become an open secret. Not only within the confines of the Madrid Royals, but also among the broader public, many are aware that Meli regards Hulai as a formidable opponent. Had this revelation emerged a year ago, it would have undoubtedly astonished many, leaving them in disbelief. However, following the World Cup, no one would find it absurd that Meli considers Hulai a rival. After all, if a Premier League Golden Boot winner, the league's best player, and the World Cup's top scorer do not qualify as rivals for Meli, then who is being insulted? Hulai or Meli himself? In his club career, Meli has nearly completed the Grand Slam, achieving both League and Champions League titles, yet on the international stage, his accolades remain non-existent. Although widely acknowledged as the strongest among the younger generation of players, he has not yet reached a point of utter dominance. Even Cabin K can match him in performance. Therefore, as the second player after Cabin K to simultaneously win the season's Best Player and Best Young Player awards from the Premier League Players Association, why should Hulai not be seen as a threat by Meli? Salados himself is quite impressed with Hulai. During this World Cup, he scored 4 goals and provided 2 assists, earning the title of the tournament's best player, while the Golden Boot was claimed by Hulai. Had Hulai scored 1 less goal, Salados could have secured both the Golden Boot and the best player title based on his greater number of assists. Do you think Leeds City can advance to the knockout stage? Salados inquired. Meli shook his head. I don't know. The prospects appear bleak. However, as long as he can participate in the Champions League, we shall inevitably cross paths in competition. It's challenging. Who is indeed a talented player, but Leeds City? Salados shook his head. It was not that he looked down upon Leeds City. Rather, he was acutely aware that their triumph in securing the league title last season was nothing short of miraculous. Just look at their current standing in the league. They are unlikely to even qualify for the next season's Champions League, let alone claim the league title. Upon hearing the captain's words, Meli also furrowed his brow. This is indeed a grave concern. If Hulai is constrained by the limitations of Leeds City's strength and cannot partake in the Champions League, how will he ever face Hulai again? Relying on the national team seems even more improbable. As Melly gazed at the television screen, which had resumed broadcasting the match, he suddenly mused, if he performs exceptionally in this game and catches the eye of Catalonia United, perhaps they might sign him? Once Hulai joins Catalonia United, Melly would have ample opportunities to compete against him, without having to wait for the Champions League. Salados was taken aback by Melly's unexpected line of thought and quickly waved his hands. Have you lost your mind, Melly? If he truly joins Catalonia United, Mr. Sanchez will go mad. Melly recalled the tale of club football director Javier Sanchez and Hulai, quickly sticking out his tongue before breaking into laughter. I had completely forgotten about that. It is well known that Real Madrid initially made a genuine offer for Hulai, yet ultimately, Hulai turned down the opportunity to join the illustrious club, opting instead for Leeds United. At the time, those privy to the details marveled at Hulai's audacity, while some expressed regret, considering he had narrowly missed a potentially singular opportunity to join the prestigious Real Madrid. However, such sentiments have since dissipated. Those aware of the incident now regard Mr. Sanchez with a peculiar gaze. Rumors abound, so they say, that following Hulai's accolades as Premier League Player of the Year, Golden Boot winner, and Premier League champion, Mr. Sanchez's demeanor was notably soured during those days. Melly could not ascertain the truth of this, as he had not seen Mr. Sanchez during that period. The rumors purportedly originated from those close to Sanchez. Yet, from that moment forth, it became apparent that Mr. Sanchez was not as unfazed by the failure to secure Hulai as he had claimed. When Hulai first emerged in the Premier League, media outlets had inquired whether Sanchez felt any regret or remorse over not signing him. Sanchez's response was rather bold. Real Madrid diligently seeks out prodigious talent from across the globe each year. Anyone deemed worthy of our attention possesses extraordinary abilities. Therefore, I am not at all surprised by Hulai's accomplishments at Leeds United, as he undoubtedly possesses such talent. Regret? Apologies, but Real Madrid does not dwell on missed signings. After all, we are the kings. His words were undeniably commanding, and Sanchez had every right to utter them. Countless professional players yearned to join Real Madrid, some even resorting to protests or extended absences from their current clubs in order to facilitate their transfer to the club of their dreams, fulfilling aspirations held since childhood. Yet, there are those who have turned down Real Madrid. For instance, players from Catalonia rarely transfer to the club. Nevertheless, few young players possess the fortitude to reject Real Madrid. It has always been the case that only those deemed unworthy by Real Madrid are let go, while very few actively turn down the opportunity to join. Initially, the consensus was that Real Madrid had forsaken Hulai, rather than him rejecting the club. However, after Hulai's triumph in the Premier League, this perspective shifted. More details surrounding the transfer surfaced, revealing that it was, in fact, the player who declined Real Madrid, choosing instead to join a newly promoted team in the Premier League. And with Leeds United's championship victory, could anyone truly argue that Hulai's decision was erroneous? In light of such achievements, one would surmise that Real Madrid must feel regret for not having decisively signed Hulai. This time, Sanchez refrained from addressing inquiries about Hulai in the media. However, this silence speaks volumes. Salados waved his hand, deciding to conclude the topic. Get some rest, Melly. We have our match tomorrow. Don't worry, Captain. I'll sleep after watching the game, Melly replied. Salados said nothing further, nodded, and closed the door behind him. After taking a few steps, he paused and glanced back at the door to Melly's room. Suddenly, he recalled the rumor about Melly being petty. When he first heard this rumor, Salados dismissed it with a scoff, as Melly's performance with Real Madrid was far from suggestive of pettiness. Yet, in retrospect, while he was not petty in the traditional sense, Melly's obsession with Hulai was evidently more profound than that of a typical rival. After all, they had only faced each other once. Yet Melly had held on to that encounter until now. Professional players engage in numerous matches throughout their careers, and no one can guarantee an unbroken record of victories. Contrary to popular belief, the essence of being a professional athlete may not lie solely in the pursuit of victory, but rather in the ability to confront defeat with grace. Losing can indeed be agonizing, disappointing, and frustrating. Yet, the more one feels this way, the more essential it becomes to learn to let go. A player who remains mired in the emotions of defeat will struggle to achieve greatness. Salados believed that Melly was not the type to dwell on a loss. So why was he so preoccupied with that Chinese player? Salados found himself puzzled. Could it truly be pettiness? No. It seemed unlikely that one could be petty towards just one individual. Melly returned to the television, reclining on his bed to continue watching the live match. On the screen, Catalonia was launching an attack against Leeds City. If Melly recalled correctly, when the captain had knocked on his door, Catalonia was already on the offensive, and they were still pressing forward. Was this an unfinished assault, or were they continuously dominating Leeds City? He lay half reclined, propped against the headboard, intently watching the UEFA Champions League group match between Leeds City and Catalonia. The trailing Catalonia was thoroughly incensed. This was their home turf. Not even a mere Leeds City could expect to lead here without provoking the wrath of Catalonia. They relentlessly attacked Leeds City, propelled by the orchestrations of Roses and Campazano, with waves of pressure following one after another. The players of Leeds City experienced a peculiar sensation, as if they were competing against themselves. For they too had sustained such relentless attacks. No, that wasn't quite right. They were contending with an enhanced version of themselves. Roses effortlessly evaded Vieira. He passed the ball to the flank where Campazano awaited, who then sent it to Salado. Upon receiving the ball, Salado advanced it forward, his body weaving past the approaching Leeds City right back, Josh Lawler. Amid the roaring cheers at the stadium, he accelerated, leaving Lawler behind, and carried the ball into the penalty area. Although he was ultimately thwarted by Jay Adams, who chased back to disrupt his penetration into the penalty area. His incisive breakthrough still earned him thunderous applause and cheers from the stands. In a moment when Catalonia was trailing, such a spirited display was desperately needed. Salado's audacious maneuver, where he effortlessly glided past the Leeds United defense without breaking stride, was nothing short of electrifying. Following a corner kick earned by his team, Salado ignited the atmosphere by raising his arms, encouraging the Catalonia fans in the stands to amplify their cheers and rally behind the team. On the other side, Valero stood up alongside fellow supporters, fervently waving his arms toward the Leeds goal, internally exclaiming, "Well done, Mario. Just like that. Keep playing like that." The atmosphere intensified further. Amidst the deafening roars, Roses delivered the corner. After Jimenez and Fuchuan drew the attention of the Leeds defenders, the Swedish forward Edvard Peterson surged from the periphery, leaping high to deliver a powerful header. Though Leeds goalkeeper Van der Ven attempted to save the close-range effort, his instinctive reaction was futile. The ball had already soared into the net before he could reach it. Gul. Peterson. Gul. Catalonia equalized, just 7 minutes after conceding. They leveled the score. Magnificent. With this goal, they sent a clear message to Leeds United about who truly owned the home ground. The cheers in the St. Family Stadium crescendoed at that moment. After scoring, Peterson excitedly dashed toward Roses, who had assisted him, and amidst the cacophony, they embraced tightly. Other Catalonia players soon joined them in celebration. Salado, too, was among them. However, instead of rushing to embrace, he faced the stands, raising his arms to further stir the crowd, urging them to elevate their cheers even more. The Catalonia fans collectively responded to his call, striving to amplify their cheers to a deafening level, creating a storm of sound throughout the St. Family Stadium. Every supporter was frantically expressing their jubilation from their seats. This was the performance we had longed to witness. In their home ground, Catalonia had finally brought the match back to level terms. P.S. The third update is complete. More updates will follow tomorrow. Please support with monthly votes. Chapter 42. Super Mario. As the Catalonia fans celebrated wildly, Zhang Qinghuan and Yong Jun, watching from their television, simultaneously sighed and leaned back against the sofa. They both lamented that Leeds United had only maintained their lead for a mere 7 minutes. In their perspective, Leeds City's unexpected decision to take the initiative after the kickoff was audacious and commendable, resulting in a goal that served as a reward for their efforts. However, just 7 minutes later, this accolade was brutally snatched away. The equalizing score of 1-1 appeared to reset the match for both sides. Yet neither Zhang Qinghuan nor Yong Jun would share this sentiment. For Leeds City, having their lead equalized was not a mere return to parity. It felt like being unceremoniously knocked off a lofty pedestal. After the initial disappointment, Yong Jun murmured to himself, "It's all right. At least Hulai scored a goal, which is not a loss." Zhang Qinghuan nodded in agreement with Uncle Yong's words. Could Leeds City triumph over Catalonia in an away match? Many would likely dismiss this question, for the outcome seemed almost certain. If even the formidable Madrid Kings could not secure victory here, what chance did Leeds City have against Catalonia? Thus, conceding an equalizer felt quite natural. The crucial point was that Hulai had found the net at the Estadio de la Familia, Even if Leeds City were to lose, it would still be inconsequential. Observing Leeds City's performance in the Champions League this season, numerous supporters of Hulai shared this mindset, irrespective of Leeds City's achievements. As long as Hulai scored, it was a cause for celebration. After all, with Leeds City's overall strength, making significant strides in the Champions League was exceedingly challenging. The performances of players and teams can be viewed separately. Chinese fans primarily identify as Hulai supporters, with their allegiance to Leeds City secondary. As long as Hulai continued to score, even if Leeds City faced relegation, the Chinese fans remained indifferent. Given Hulai's prowess, he could easily transfer to a more formidable team. Over the past 2 months, as Leeds City struggled in both the Champions League and the league, voices among Chinese fans began to emerge, urging Hulai to depart from this underperforming team. A proud Premier League champion had devolved into a subpar team within mere months. This is the nature of professional football. Perform well, and countless admirers will laud you, crafting an image of sporting marvel. Falter, and all the prior praise cannot salvage your reputation or fate. Just 7 minutes into the match, Catalonia's spirits soared with the equalizer. Amidst the fervent cheers of their fans, they relentlessly pressed forward, launching attacks against Leeds City's goal. Faced with such a vigorous offensive from Catalonia, Leeds City, typically not known for their defensive prowess, found themselves unable to counter effectively. Although their coach, Clark, had not instructed them to adopt a defensive posture, they retreated into their own 30-meter zone, adopting a passive defense. On the sidelines, Leeds City's coach Tony Clark and assistant coach Sam Landy observed the field anxiously, holding their breath as if their very inhalations could influence the performance of the players. The same held true for the Leeds City fans watching from their televisions. Across the pubs of Leeds, crowds gathered, their eyes fixed upon this gripping match. In truth, prior to the match, there were few expectations regarding its outcome. The hope was merely for Leeds City to showcase their style away from home, ideally netting at least 1 goal, thereby preserving their esteemed reputation for offensive prowess. However, following a commendable performance at the outset, many spectators began to feel a surge of optimism. This sense of anticipation reached its zenith when Hulai opened the scoring for Leeds City, propelling the team into the lead. Amidst the celebrations, numerous fans couldn't help but fantasize about the prospect of triumphing over Catalonia United on their own turf. Regrettably, this daydream was abruptly shattered just 7 minutes later by Swedish striker Edmund Peterson's header, which leveled the score. From that point onward, Catalonia United's relentless offensive barrage served as a stark reminder to the overly hopeful Leeds City supporters of the stark disparity in skill. The realization dawned on them that securing a draw would be a remarkable feat, let alone dreaming of an away victory against Catalonia United. What did they think of Catalonia United? When Mario Salado received the ball, he was facing away from the attacking direction, with Leeds City right back Josh Lawler closely marking him, preventing an easy turn. In response to such tight defense, Salado deftly lifted the incoming ball, flicking it backward while simultaneously pivoting. This maneuver caught Lawler completely off guard. As Salado turned and sprinted behind him, Lawler remained in his previous stance, as if his entire reaction time had been delayed. "Oh, magnificent! Super Mario!" The Spanish commentator elongated his voice in cheers for Mario Salado. The roars from the stands swelled, resembling a thunderous explosion. Having evaded Lawler, Salado swiftly caught up to the ball and lifted it again with his left foot, executing a sharp deceleration and lateral cut to evade the approaching Leeds City midfielder, Bila. He danced past 2 defenders. Salado's form was nothing short of exceptional. "Be careful," exclaimed English commentator Matthew Cox in astonishment. Had this occurred at Leeds City's home ground, the cacophony of boos might have induced a heart attack. After 2 successive nutmegs, however, Salado began to feel the strain. His third attempt to control the ball was disrupted by the pursuing Charlie Porter, preventing him from securing possession, and the ball slightly overshot, allowing Leeds City defender Teddy Braithwaite to clear it with a powerful kick. Although his endeavor ultimately fell short, Salado's performance earned him resounding cheers and applause from the Catalonia United supporters. Among them, Bolero was the most vocal, clapping with such fervor that his palms turned crimson. He recognized that following Hulai's goal, his dear friend was entirely invigorated. Unlike before, when Mario merely vocalized his intent to defeat Hulai, this time he was genuinely putting those words into action. Bolero felt an authentic joy for his friend. "Mario." Salado heard the Captain Rose's call out, and upon turning to see the captain giving him a thumbs up, The earlier hints of disappointment faded, replaced by a radiant smile. Throughout the remainder of the match, Salado noticeably received more passes from the captain. It is evident that the captain's decision to temporarily alter the team's attacking strategy stems from Salado's consecutive outstanding performances. This reflects the captain's trust in him, yet it simultaneously imposes a significant burden of responsibility and pressure. However, Salado remains undaunted by such pressure. He embodies the spirit of a roaring race car on the track, eager to accelerate to the fullest. He feels as though he has become the protagonist of this match, free to express himself on the field, executing his desires as he pleases. If he wishes to dribble past an opponent, he can do so effortlessly. Initially, Leeds City had only a right back, Josh Lawler, to contend with him. Soon after, winger Charlie Porter joined Lawler in defending against Salado. Nevertheless, even when confronted by two adversaries, Salado stood resolute, courageously advancing toward them. The duo from Leeds City found themselves struggling despite their numerical advantage. Observing that Lawler was holding his ground against Salado, Porter attempted to move in from the side to intercept the ball. However, Salado deftly pulled the ball back with his right foot, stepping onto the sideline, and with a swift flick of his left foot, sent the ball gliding past Lawler's legs. In a remarkable display of agility, Salado leaped to evade Lawler's sweeping leg, and upon landing, he unleashed a stunning burst of speed, maneuvering around both Lawler and Porter as he pursued the ball. The ball rolled closely along the sideline, and just before it could cross the boundary, Salado managed to reclaim it with his left foot. Seamlessly, he cut inward, shielding the pursuing Porter behind him, thereby compelling him to refrain from any rash actions. Salado charged toward the penalty area, maintaining his momentum against Porter. However, when he faced the defense of Teddy Braithwaite this time, he did not attempt to go it alone as he had before. Instead, he executed a reverse triangle pass, delivering the ball to the captain, Roses, who was positioned at the outer edge of the penalty area. Rather than lingering to admire his pass, Salado continued his lateral run, moving into the box while Braithwaite hurriedly retreated to aid Ben Grist in defense. Roses, having already assessed the situation within the penalty area before receiving the ball, remained unfazed by Peter Williams' advance toward him. With a deft flick, he sent the ball back into the penalty area, not targeting the team's center forward, Peterson, but rather the flank where Salado was positioned. As Salado, who had been running laterally, suddenly altered his trajectory and surged forward just as Roses struck the ball. The pass was executed beautifully. Salado. The cheers from the St. James Park reached a crescendo as everyone witnessed Mario Salado appearing behind the Leeds City defense. Though slightly off position, he found himself completely unmarked by any Leeds City player. Salado. Amidst the elongated exclamations of the Spanish commentator, Mario Salado glanced back at the ball, adjusting his stride as it descended. He slightly twisted his body to align himself with the goal, clearing the pathway for the ball. And with a powerful swing of his right leg, he struck the incoming ball directly toward the goal. The sound of the impact was drowned in the overwhelming cacophony of cheers. The football transformed into a streak of white light, soaring towards the far corner of the Leeds United goal. The approaching goalkeeper, Van der Ven, instinctively raised his left hand, but failed to make contact with the ball, which zipped past his fingertips and crashed into the far side netting. Goal. Super Mario. He has given Catalonia the lead. This marks his inaugural goal in the Champions League. This first goal has aided Catalonia in completing a remarkable comeback. Truly a moment to be cherished. In the 36th minute, Catalonia leads Leeds United 2-1. After confirming the ball was in Leeds United's net, Salado turned and sprinted towards the stands. Along the way, his teammates both on and off the field attempted to embrace him in celebration, but he deftly evaded them with his agile movements. It was only when he reached the stands where Valero was seated that he paused, raised his arms to point towards Valero's section, and shouted, "This goal is for you, Antonio." He was then enveloped by a swarm of jubilant teammates. From the stands, Valero, upon seeing Salado pointing at him, became exhilarated, his entire face flushed with excitement. "Well done, Mario. Outstanding. I am proud of you." The Catalonia fans surrounding him cheered and waved their arms, echoing the enthusiasm of the players below. The stands transformed into a sea of joy. Chapter 43. First half FUCK. Clark couldn't help but curse after witnessing the goal conceded. In truth, he had already felt a sense of unease when his team was being pressed into submission by Catalonia, fearing a goal against them. And indeed, what he feared came to pass. The dread of conceding resulted in a conceded goal. Leeds United was not a team renowned for its defensive prowess. Under extreme pressure, they were bound to concede, an issue beyond his control. He was acutely aware of the shortcomings of his own team. However, seeing the goal conceded left him quite displeased. They had enjoyed a perfect start, yet failed to maintain that momentum. Catalonia was simply too formidable, Tony. There was no way around it. Assistant coach Sam Landell heard the curse and sought to console him. During the pre-game tactical discussions, while everyone agreed with Clark's strategy of seizing the initiative and attacking from the outset to secure an early lead, they also harbored doubts that such an approach alone could vanquish Catalonia. The reason for adopting this strategy was simply that Leeds United excelled at such a style of play. To retreat into a defensive posture at Catalonia's home ground would likely lead not only to defeat, but to an exasperatingly frustrating experience. Since a loss seemed inevitable, why not choose a manner of defeat that would be more palatable? Engaging in an offensive battle against the attacking prowess of Catalonia. Using the style of play Leeds United was most adept at would ensure that even in defeat, they could earn respect and gauge their offensive capabilities against Europe's elite. I understand, Sam. I merely feel a sense of regret. After conceding the equalizer, I had hoped we could maintain the score until halftime, Clark lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Well, since we are already behind, there is no need to consider anything other than offense. We must press forward and repel their advances through our own attacking efforts, for mere defense will not suffice. Assistant coach Randall nodded, then gestured to the Leeds City players from the sidelines. Amidst the deafening atmosphere of St. James Park, shouting from the sidelines proved futile in such moments. A simple gesture could effectively convey their intended actions. Not all of the Leeds City players, engulfed in the anguish of conceding, noticed Coach Randall's signals. Yet, some would inevitably catch sight of them and relay the coach's latest instructions to their teammates. For instance, the current captain, Peter Williams, immediately recognized Randall at the sidelines after conceding and saw his gestures. He turned to his teammates, clapped his hands vigorously to draw their attention, and shouted, "Attack! The boss wants us to keep pressing forward." He further added, "Stay focused. We possess attacking prowess equal to theirs. Remember, we were the first to score in this match. Their momentum cannot last forever. There will come a time when they slow down, and that will be our opportunity." It must be said, Williams displayed remarkable maturity. The way he addressed his teammates while donning the captain's armband belied his tender age of merely 21. After Lorenzo gradually faded from the starting lineup, the captain's armband was placed upon Peter Williams' arm. While he is still nominally the vice-captain, he has effectively assumed the role of captain, much like Lorenzo. While the notion of continuing the offensive sounds simple, its execution is fraught with challenges. The recently invigorated Catalan team, buoyed by their lead, had not yet exhausted their stamina, and naturally sought to capitalize on their rising morale to launch further assaults on Leeds City's goal, much like before they scored. At that time, Leeds City had scarcely managed any meaningful offensive opportunities. Thus, how could they now expect to temper Catalan's onslaught through their own attacks? For most teams, this would indeed pose a significant dilemma. However, Leeds City had their own strategy. They possessed a highly efficient striker. He required few chances to seize the scant opportunities available and create threats. This was particularly suitable for a team like Leeds City, whose overall strength paled in comparison to their opponents. While Catalan's offensive pressure was intense, it was not to say that Leeds City had no opportunities to advance into the attacking third, especially after the score reversal. The mindset of the entire Catalan squad underwent some alteration, thereby allowing Leeds City to penetrate the opposition's 30-meter zone. As they advanced, Leeds City did not necessitate intricate midfield passing combinations. Often, they resorted to direct long balls aimed at Kamara and Lasky, who would then facilitate the ball into the 30-meter area. Next, the objective was to pass the football to Hulai. For instance, at that moment, when Lasky, leveraging his speed, managed to momentarily surpass the Catalan left-back, Francisco Calderon, by a mere half-step, he opted not to continue dribbling but instead directed the football toward the center. His task was complete. The spotlight now shifted to Hulai. Having scored a goal, Hulai was closely marked by the Catalan defense throughout the match. Nevertheless, he adeptly showcased his exceptional judgment of the ball's trajectory and his elusive positioning during this offensive play. He accelerated towards the goal, feigning a direct approach to receive the ball from the center. Yet, after just one stride, he abruptly halted, bending forward to sprint towards the near post. Evading the retreating Paul Fortune, The French center-back, who had just transferred from Paris Ager this summer to replace the departed Louis Payson, was caught off guard by Hulai's feint, allowing him to slip away effortlessly. Despite his speed, catching up again proved to be a daunting task. Fortunately, another Catalan center-back, Jimenez, was nearby and, upon witnessing Hulai's sudden stop, swiftly advanced. As Hulai leaped for a header, Jimenez closed in, applying pressure by leaning into him to disrupt the shot. "Hulai!" he foam exclaimed with excitement, followed by a sigh of disappointment. Alas! Under Jimenez's timely interference, Hulai's header veered off target. Although it did not result in a goal, it elicited a tremendous gasp from the stands of the Estadio de San Jose, a sound akin to an ovation for Hulai. Phew! Leeds City's attack, though fruitless, had initially achieved its tactical objective, forcing Catalan's offensive to retreat, reminding them that a spectre lingered behind, poised to haunt their penalty area. Such an efficient forward is indeed a source of great concern for any team. Catalan coach José Benal, recognizing the situation, prudently chose to halt his team's relentless assault on Leeds City as the first half dwindled. He feared that a sudden counterattack from Leeds could erase their hard-won advantage. Who would he turn to for explanations then? Confronted with last season's Premier League Golden Boot winner and World Cup Golden Boot recipient, even Benal dared not underestimate the threat. Thus, with 5 or 6 minutes remaining in the first half, he signaled for the team to slow their pace, consolidate their defense, and avoid conceding a goal in the dying moments. Leeds City finally gained the respite they sought. However, they did not remain passive in their own half. They attempted to push forward, albeit cautiously, mindful of potential counterattacks from the Catalan side. Mario Salado was in excellent form today, possessing the speed to break through, making him an ideal candidate for counterattacks. Clark was also wary of being caught off guard. Both sides were cautious of each other's potential ambushes, and the remaining minutes of the first half passed in this unspoken understanding. The two teams failed to create any significant opportunities, and the few attacks that did occur lacked quality. After 2 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. Although the visiting Leeds United initially took the lead thanks to Hulai, they ultimately could not maintain their one-goal advantage. Hefeng's voice carried a hint of regret. Yet it was more laden with praise. Despite playing away, Leeds' performance was commendable, trailing by only 1 goal against the fierce onslaught of Catalonia. This is a positive sign, and it is hoped that after the halftime adjustments, Leeds United can deliver an even better performance in the second half. That last remark felt more like a consolation. What could a better performance entail? Perhaps merely losing by fewer goals would suffice. On the other hand, the Spanish commentator expressed satisfaction with Catalonia's performance in the first half, quickly equalizing after conceding a goal and then taking the lead. Catalonia unleashed an astonishing energy at home. If they can maintain this momentum, more goals may follow in the second half. His confidence was palpable. The first half had already demonstrated this. Were it not for the dwindling time, Leeds would certainly not be trailing by just a single goal. The broadcast captured both teams as they walked off the field, heading down the tunnel to their respective locker rooms. Their expressions were calm and composed. The leading Catalonia players bore no smiles, while the trailing Leeds players appeared undeterred. The subtle details in these shots made it difficult to deduce their mindset. Yet, there was an unspoken desire to speculate. This was merely an ordinary Champions League group match, where Catalonia would secure victory at home, thereby clinching first place in the group a round early. As for Leeds, they showcased their courage in the match, maintaining hope for participation in the Europa League. Compared to this fierce contest with Catalonia, securing a home victory against their direct rival, Gulf Lighthouse, in the next round of group matches seemed far more critical. P.S. The second update is here. The third will be at 6 in the evening. Please support with monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 44. Counterattack. You all did splendidly, lads. Upon entering the locker room, Clark closed the door and eagerly commended his players. Though we conceded 2 goals after taking the lead, that is of little consequence. Let us forget those 2 goals. In the second half, let us play with the same vigor as we did at the start of the first half. Peter, you and Jay must continue to alternate in pressuring their Insua. Williams and Adams nodded in agreement. After the first half, you should have the confidence that Catalonia is not invincible, even on their home turf. Did we not score against them? And not only did we score, but we also held the upper hand in the game prior to that goal. Some claim Leeds is the weakest seed in this year's Champions League. Others assert that we are the weakest Premier League champions in history. Do you relish such remarks? Clark asked, hands on his hips, leaning slightly toward the players seated before him. "No, we do not." Captain Lorenzo and Peter Williams voiced the team's sentiments. "Indeed. I share your sentiments regarding the effort invested in securing both the championship and the qualification for the UEFA Champions League, only to be dismissed as mere fortune." Clark raised his fists in determination. "This match serves as our ultimate opportunity to demonstrate to all of Europe at the Camp Nou that we are not the weakest seeded team, nor are we the least formidable champions of the Premier League. Our title and Champions League qualification have been earned through sheer merit. We possess the requisite strength. Just as in the first half, we can effectively suppress their midfield. Additionally, Catalonia will likely continue their offensive, creating ample spaces behind them. In the second half, we must strive to exploit these spaces with penetrating passes, and you must target the blind spots behind their central defenders." Hulai thumped his chest, assuring Coach Clark, "Rest assured, boss, I excel at this." In the Catalonia locker room, Coach Jose Benel was lauding his players' performances while encouraging them to maintain their relentless pressure on Leeds City's defense in the second half. "This is our home ground. With over 80,000 supporters in the stands, you need not concern yourselves with anything else. Your sole focus should be on how to vanquish the opponent here. Continue to apply pressure as you did in the first half. If we can net another goal, we will seize complete control of the match. At that point, we may adjust our tempo, but until we score, we must not relent or slow down. No team can maintain an incessant offensive at a breakneck pace." Benel expressed this conviction because he firmly believed that his team would breach Leeds City's defenses once more in short order. Both coaches, during halftime, emphasized the necessity of sustaining their offensive strategies, intent on overwhelming their adversaries. Thus, when the second half commenced, Leeds City and Catalonia collided with unrestrained vigor. Campsano. He dribbled elegantly at the edge of Leeds City's penalty area. After evading Vieira, he took a shot. Alas, it soared just above the crossbar. This was Catalonia's assault. And in response, Kamara swiftly created a threat down the flank, successfully penetrating Catalonia's penalty area. The ball was cleared out of bounds by Catalonia's center-back, Fujong, who also fell to the ground. This prompted an uproar from numerous Leeds City fans in front of their televisions, exclaiming, "Penalty." However, upon closer inspection, Fujong's tackle was clean, as he made contact with the ball first before his momentum carried him into Kamara. Kamara himself did not linger on the ground. Leeds City took the corner kick, and amidst the crowd in the penalty area, Hulai managed to claim the ball, delivering a powerful header. Unfortunately, it was slightly off target, and was caught by Catalonia's goalkeeper, Cordello. After securing the ball, Cordello did not waste time on the ground, but swiftly navigated around several players and forcefully threw the football forward to the wide-open Salado. Salado now has the opportunity for a counterattack. "Be cautious, do not allow him to accelerate." Amidst the exclamations of the commentators, Josh Lawler refrained from lunging to intercept the ball ahead of Salado. Instead, he opted to withdraw slightly, maintaining a position within the inner line to prevent Salado from surpassing him, all while awaiting the return of his teammates. Observing this, Salado surged forward with the ball, as if to challenge the mountain that approached him. Thus, he chose to meet the mountain head-on. The fans of Catalonia in the stands erupted in enthusiastic cheers, clearly eager to witness how Salado would elegantly maneuver past Lawler. However, this time, Salado eschewed any flamboyant display, accelerating with a sudden change of direction that left Lawler trailing behind. Faced with such undeniable speed, Josh Lawler found himself utterly powerless, left to lament in despair. "What danger! What peril!" exclaimed he foam. Fortunately, Salado's subsequent shot soared over the crossbar, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. It seemed that his prior exertions in dribbling and breaking through had taken a toll on his stamina, resulting in an unsteady support leg during the final shot, thereby compromising his balance. Lying on the ground, Salado appeared utterly regretful, covering his face with his hands. Yet, the Catalonian fans in the stands offered him fervent applause, encouraging him. Mario Salado was indeed in remarkable form today, having been selected as one of the 10 finalists for the European Best Young Player award this year. His speed and skill were his greatest assets. Just 6 minutes into the second half, both teams engaged in a lively exchange, creating numerous threatening offensive opportunities. At present, Leeds City did not appear to adopt a defensive stance despite being the away team. Rather, they continued to attack as they had at the onset of the first half. Catalonia, not to be outdone, adopted an aggressive approach as well. With such fervent play, Goals in the second half seemed inevitable. However, Hefeng remarked that he was uncertain which side would score. Yin Kong interjected, cautioning that Leeds City's current tactics were perilous if they conceded another goal. The match would lose any suspense. You are correct, Yin Kong, Hefeng replied. Yet apart from this approach, Leeds City has little choice. Yin Kong fell silent. Both commentators having ample experience narrating Leeds City's matches, fully aware of the team's character. One should not expect exceptional defensive capabilities from this squad. Merely achieving adequacy would be a blessing, as their victories and championships relied solely on their offensive prowess. Initially, the team had welcomed Salif Sidia, a defensive midfielder once lauded in the Bundesliga's best lineup, in hopes of bolstering their midfield defense. However, upon his arrival in the Premier League, he appeared ill-suited to the new environment, displaying inconsistent performances. Stability, after all, is the paramount requirement for a defensive player. Approximately a month ago, Clark had removed Sidia from the starting lineup, clearly disheartened by the performance of Leeds City's marquee signing this season. The underwhelming display of Leeds City in dual competitions this season is also closely linked to their significant decline in midfield defense. Given the difficulty in enhancing defense at this moment, it would be more prudent to intensify the offense, employing a more vigorous assault as a substitute for defense. This, albeit a desperate measure, is the only option left. As the second half commenced, both teams raised the banner of attack. However, from the few minutes of play observed, it was evident that the offensive threat posed by Catalonia United was more menacing. Leeds City, despite being the away team, opted for an offensive approach, a decision that, while courageous, may not yield favorable results. In the bar, the voice of Matthew Cox resonated through the speakers. In front of the television, numerous Leeds City supporters raised their middle fingers in disdain, uttering a collective pah. They then continued to serenade the broadcast with chants. Onward, Leeds. 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 We love you. Leeds. 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 We have shared the ups and downs together. We journey on, until the earth ceases to spin. Their synchronized movements, combined with their harmonious voices, created the illusion that they were standing in the stadium's stands. Amidst their fervent singing, Leeds City launched an offensive. Goalkeeper Van der Ven did not kick the ball forward with great force. Instead, he passed it to the left-back Quinn, who was positioned wide. Upon seeing Quinn receive the ball, Charlie Porter raised his arms near the sideline, signaling for Quinn to shift the ball over. However, the distance was too great, and Quinn refrained from doing so. Due to Catalonia United's high-pressing tactics, he could not pass to the nearer Kamara or any other teammate. So he opted to return the ball to goalkeeper Van der Ven, then transferred the ball to the opposite fullback, Lawler. Salado charged forward, seeking to reclaim possession high up the pitch. Lawler did not engage in prolonged contention. He swiftly passed the ball to Charlie Porter, who was making himself available on the flank. Just as Porter received the ball, Catalonia United's left-back Francisco Calderon closed in, leaving Porter with little time to adjust or observe. Consequently, he could only pass the ball laterally to the nearest J. Adams. Adams facilitated the transfer to the left flank. After Van der Ven initiated the play, the ball traversed the field before arriving at Kamara's vicinity. However, Kamara was closely marked by Catalonia United's right-back Osqui, who shadowed his movements, hindering his ability to receive the ball. Despite this, Kamara adeptly used his heel to flick the ball behind him while sprinting outward, where Peter Williams and Inshua awaited to receive it. After passing the ball, Kamara accelerated past Osqui, overtaking him on the outside and forging ahead. Under Inshua's tight marking, Williams delivered a precise through ball, sending the ball back to the advancing Kamara. Magnificent. Leeds City, through a series of seamless passes, finally found a breakthrough. Kamara picked up speed. From the moment Kamara flicked the ball to Williams, who synchronized his run forward, attempting to match Kamara's pace, albeit unable to keep up entirely. Behind them, Polish forward Dominik Lasky also sprinted vigorously. Leeds City surged forward in a three-pronged attack towards Catalonia United's penalty area. The fans of Catalonia on the stands attempted to disrupt the Leeds United players with their resounding boos. However, their cacophony resembled the howling of the wind in the face of Leeds' accelerating attack. This auditory disturbance had little effect on the players of Leeds, instead invigorating their advance. As Oski was bested by Kamara, the swifter of the two Catalonia center-backs, Foyong, hastily rushed to the flanks to provide cover. Left alone to guard the center was Jimenez. Instead of darting towards the near post, Hulai made a beeline towards the penalty area. adhering to Coach Clark's strategy of exploiting the opponent's blind spot and infiltrating behind them. Kamara did not linger in a tussle with Foyong on the wing. Upon reaching the 30-meter zone, he delivered a cross with precision. The ball soared high, heading towards the far post. Meanwhile, Hulai, who had been lurking in the blind spot behind Jimenez, was also making his move towards the back post. With only Jimenez in the center, he had to keep an eye on both the ball and Hulai, creating a dilemma for him. Although he was aware of Hulai's position, he refrained from following him directly, as Lasky was executing a cross and was rapidly approaching his side. If he pursued Hulai, he might leave Lasky unmarked. Thus, Jimenez opted to leap and clear the ball with a header. If he could just intercept the ball before Hulai, the crisis would be averted. Yet, he misjudged the ball's trajectory and failed to make contact. He mistimed his jump. Accompanied by the exuberant shouts of the Chinese commentator, he foamed. Hulai, positioned behind Jimenez, soared into the air to head the ball towards goal. Yinkong exclaimed, Hulai. The goalkeeper, Cordero, who was rushing towards the far post, perceived Hulai leaping behind Jimenez, his body coiling like a spring compressed to its utmost limit, ready to spring into action. His gaze was fixed on Hulai. Hulai, noticing Cordero's approach, did not attempt a header. Instead, he redirected the ball back, nudging it towards the far corner. A reverse angle. Splendid. Cordero, while retreating, executed a remarkable save, halting his momentum to launch himself back. He soared through the air, stretching his body as far as possible, swinging his left arm to propel himself just a bit further, and then his fingertips grazed the ball. Even while airborne, Cordero's focus remained steadfast on the ball, observing that his touch had slightly altered its course, sending it towards the goalpost's outer baseline. Unless an unforeseen event intervened, the ball was likely to cross the baseline. Although it would grant Leeds a corner, it was certainly preferable to conceding a goal, Cordero thought, feeling a sense of relief. Yet, at that moment, a figure clad in a yellow jersey and blue shorts suddenly entered his field of vision, chasing after the ball. Lasky, in the Leeds pub? Matthew Cox was shouting in excitement. The Leeds fans could hardly contain their enthusiasm, raising their arms in fervent celebration. Amidst the cries of the crowd, the Polish forward galloped forward, striking the ball before the retreating Oskwi could intervene. With the outside of his right foot, he redirected the football, which was destined to cross the goal line, into the net. A mere 8 minutes into the second half, Leeds City scored again, leveling the match. As Hulai directed the ball toward the far post, a wave of despair washed over many Catalan fans. They were all too aware of Hulai's precision. However, their spirits were quickly lifted as they witnessed their goalkeeper, Cordero, seemingly defy the odds, leaping into action and, against all expectations, deflecting the ball with the tips of his fingers. This slight touch altered the trajectory of the ball, sending it veering away from the goal. Yet, before their hearts could settle, they were once again gripped by anxiety. Another forward from Leeds City was racing towards the ball. Meanwhile, Oskwi, the right back for Catalan Union, had returned to the goal area. After being evaded by Kamara, he wisely opted to retreat directly into the penalty box instead of pursuing the attacker. This decision placed him in the most critical position, where he merely needed to clear the ball before Lasky could strike. Hope reignited within the Catalan fans as Oskwi prepared to kick the ball. However, Lasky managed to intercept him, blocking the ball with a swift kick. Oskwi's attempt merely struck Lasky's leg. Despite the interference, Lasky firmly sent the ball into the net of Catalan Union. After scoring, the Polish player stumbled, losing his balance and falling to the ground, still turned towards the goal. Once he confirmed that the ball had indeed crossed the line, he disregarded the previous impact, struggling to his feet and excitedly sprinting towards the corner flag to celebrate his first goal in the Champions League. Lasky, Lasky, Dominic Lasky, Matthew Cox exclaimed, repeatedly shouting the name of the scorer. He was precisely where he needed to be, delivering a decisive blow. Surprisingly, it was Leeds City who took the lead in the second half, equalizing the score. Across the numerous pubs scattered throughout Leeds, countless fans erupted in cheers, joy, and embraces. On the television screens, Leeds City players surged forward, enveloping Lasky in their midst. They vigorously patted the young Polish player's shoulders, back, and head, ruffling his hair as they screamed in jubilation, celebrating Lasky's inaugural goal in the Champions League. Although his goal tally since joining Leeds City had been sparse, with only 2 league goals to date, Lasky had consistently demonstrated diligence and commitment whenever he stepped onto the pitch, executing the tasks assigned to him by the coach. As a forward, His primary responsibility at Leeds City was not merely to score, but to utilize his positioning and technical skills to orchestrate the team's attacks. Providing support and cover for Hulai, he performed these duties admirably. Moreover, his unwavering commitment to diligently fulfilling his responsibilities, coupled with a selfless demeanor that prioritizes the team over personal accolades, has earned him a favorable reputation among his teammates. Despite the infrequency of his goals, none have deemed him a liability. Indeed, he is far from being ineffective, as his modest scoring record is not entirely attributable to his shortcomings. From the perspective of the team's tactical framework, his performance has been commendable. This stands in stark contrast to Saidu, who has been labeled by the English media as one of the 10 most disappointing signings of the Premier League season. The pressure on a forward who fails to score is undeniably substantial. Therefore, witnessing him finally net a goal in the Champions League has brought genuine joy to his teammates, who wholeheartedly celebrate Lasky's achievement. Congratulations, Dominic. Lasky is particularly elated, especially after spotting Hulai. He joyfully pointed to himself with a thumbs up, exclaiming, "I made my run early this time." In a bid to seize every scoring opportunity, Lasky, initially positioned behind Hulai, abruptly altered his run upon noticing Hulai's movement into Jimenez's blind spot, sprinting towards the near post. This strategic maneuver placed Jimenez in a quandary, ultimately leading to a miscalculated decision on his part. Kamara's pass was directed towards the far post, yet Lasky resolutely continued his advance to the near post, convinced of his rightful place there. His intuition proved correct. Hulai's header was parried by Cordolo, presenting Lasky with a golden opportunity for a follow-up shot. Had he not made his run in advance, the ball would have been intercepted by the retreating Oschino. Lasky does not always possess the agility to position himself precisely where he needs to be. During his early days at Leeds City, he experienced the embarrassment of squandering prime scoring chances. For instance, in a match against Stan Park Rangers, after Hulai came on as a substitute, and his shot led to a fumble by goalkeeper Victor Lemos. Lasky found himself in close proximity to the ball's landing spot, yet failed to capitalize, having been unprepared, thus delaying the arrival of his first Premier League goal by nearly 2 months. As a forward in Poland, Lasky did not place significant emphasis on seizing opportunities in front of goal. Instead, he relied on his dribbling skills and technical prowess to bypass defenders before shooting. His approach was straightforward. If he scored, he scored. If not, there was little he could do. However, upon joining Leeds City, he encountered greater resistance from Premier League defenders, rendering his previously successful scoring methods less effective. Against the caliber of Premier League defenses, merely maintaining possession without losing the ball proved challenging, leaving him with scant opportunities to shoot, and even when he did, defensive interference often led to errant attempts. Lasky is not oblivious to the need for adaptation. He recognizes that his established style is increasingly ineffective in the Premier League. Consequently, during training sessions and matches alongside Hulai, he began to learn from the Premier League's top scorer, consciously or unconsciously absorbing insights from his esteemed teammate. In the match, one must anticipate the trajectory of the football and its subsequent movements, engaging in proactive thought rather than waiting passively for the ball. His diligence bore fruit, culminating in his inaugural goal in the Champions League. Upon hearing Lasky's words, Hulai chuckled heartily and patted his shoulder with enthusiasm, encouraging him to persevere. It was only when the Leeds City players concluded their celebration and returned to their half that the players of Catalonia could emerge from their state of disbelief. As Lasky sprinted towards the ball, the heavens above the Sagrada Familia Stadium erupted in a cacophony of boos, yet it did not prevent Leeds City from equalizing the score. After a misjudged header, Jimenez, upon landing, beheld Lasky sending the ball towards the net, his mouth agape in astonishment, unable to fathom the reality before him. Simultaneously, a wave of self-reproach surged within him, for this goal was a direct consequence of his error. Cordolo, sprawled on the ground, struck the turf with a clenched fist in frustration. As the goalkeeper, he had performed admirably during this defensive play, despite the rapid shifts in balance. He managed to make contact with the ball and deflect it, which was no small feat yet. His commendable efforts could not salvage his goal, leaving him with an acute sense of dissatisfaction. It was one thing to falter in performance, but to execute well yet still concede a goal was utterly infuriating. At halftime, all players from Catalonia believed that an attacking game in the second half would favor them. After all, Catalonia was renowned for their offensive prowess. and teams that dared to engage them in a shootout at the Sagrada Familia Stadium seldom fared well. Little did they expect that in the second half's exchanges, it would be the seemingly weaker Leeds City who would strike first. Jose Benel, on the sidelines, expressed his dissatisfaction with Jimenez's miscalculation, repeatedly questioning his assistant coach about how such a lapse could occur. The assistant could not provide an answer, nor was it the time to dwell on it. He inquired if any adjustments were necessary. Benel took a deep breath, striving to calm his fury. No adjustments. Let us continue our assault. He believed that the conceded goal stemmed from a defensive oversight. It was not surprising that Leeds City's counterattack reached the 30-meter mark, but Jimenez's blunder was indeed critical. Had he not misplayed, Gulai would not have had the opportunity for a header, nor would Rasky have been positioned for the follow-up shot. Thus, this goal was not a reflection of tactical strategy, but rather a matter of individual performance. Given this, there was no need for tactical alterations. The team should persist in their offensive efforts. The goal conceded could be reclaimed through a potent attack. We were right to gamble. Clark clapped his hands in delight, as Rasky's equalizer instilled confidence in him. This clearly demonstrated that Leeds City's attacking strength was formidable, capable of facing Catalonia head-on in their own territory. He knew many teams had faced dire consequences when engaging Catalonia in this stadium, yet he remained unfazed. After all, Leeds City had but one path forward: to attack. For to do otherwise would be to await their demise. In the realm of football, a typical coach might have found satisfaction in a 2-2 draw against Catalonia, opting for a defensive strategy to consolidate their position after equalizing, thereby withstanding the subsequent fervent counterattack from their opponents. However, Clark is no ordinary coach. Thus, as the players of Leeds City concluded their celebrations and returned to their half of the field, they received the latest directive from their manager to continue their assault. No one was taken aback by this. In fact, if they had turned to find their manager instructing them to park the bus at the goal, they would have suspected he had been abducted. Persisting in their offensive approach was indeed the right course of action. After more than 2 seasons under Clark's tutelage, the team had grown accustomed to his philosophy and style of play. Faced with adversity, their first thought was to enhance their attacking efficiency and score more goals, rather than merely withstand the relentless onslaught of the opposition. Essentially, football is a contest to see who can score more goals. Therefore, is it wrong to pursue offense? Is it? This goal significantly uplifted the morale and confidence of the entire squad, evoking memories of their manager's words during halftime. He was correct. Our Premier League title and Champions League seeding were earned through our own merit. Having scored 2 goals against Catalonia in this match, why should we not continue our offensive? Attack, Leeds City. Continue the assault. After crossing the halfway line, the 10 Leeds City players dispersed to their respective positions, yet each of their eyes sparkled with confidence. This ragtag Leeds City team was participating in their inaugural Champions League season. Once upon a time, they could scarcely dream of stepping onto such a prestigious stage. And when they did, they faced formidable opponents like Catalonia and Vesuvius, suffering greatly. However, after enduring their opponents' blows, even when they teetered on the brink of defeat, they unexpectedly discovered that their audacious punches could rattle their seemingly invincible adversaries. Thus, they realized they possessed the capability to compete with the elite clubs of European football. Each Leeds City player harbored this thought, their hearts ablaze. P.S. It remains the 3rd hour of the day. We kindly seek your monthly votes. End of chapter 46. Because they wished to attack before the commencement of this match. It must be said that the players of Catalonia hardly regarded the game with any seriousness, although they had been substituted early during the Barcelona derby last weekend. Evidently preparing for this Champions League group stage clash, their preparation was of a rather mundane nature. Such practices are customary before any match and do not signify a heightened regard for this particular game. After all, facing Leeds City at home, a team they had previously triumphed over with a score of 3-1 on their own turf, what suspense could there possibly be? As long as Catalonia performed adequately, securing victory against Leeds City at home would pose no challenge. The 3 points seemed all but assured. Thus, if the players of Catalan Union were to claim they were overconfident, it would undoubtedly be unfounded. However, to assert that they held Leeds United in high regard would also be an exaggeration. Had their adversaries been the Royal Madrid, they would have certainly treated them with utmost seriousness. Yet, Leeds United was merely their previous conqueror, warranting little apprehension. At most, they would dedicate some attention to defending against Hulai. It was precisely this mindset that led to them being caught off guard by Leeds United from the very beginning of the match. They were entirely unprepared for their former conqueror to boldly engage in a direct confrontation at the Grand Camp Nou. Fortunately, their remarkable self-regulating capabilities allowed them to quickly regroup after conceding a goal, mounting an effective counterattack that resulted in 2 goals and a lead before halftime. At this juncture, the players of Catalan Union experienced a significant alleviation of their indifference towards Leeds United. Following adjustments made by their head coach during halftime, the players were confident that the second half would unfold according to their rhythm. As the second half commenced, the exchanges of offense indeed appeared to favor Catalan Union. Whether it was Campsano or Salado, their shots were perilously close to finding the net. It seemed the match had finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. However, just as the players of Catalan Union were indulging in this thought, Leeds United's second goal arrived unexpectedly, catching all the players off guard. In the aftermath of conceding the goal, the majority of Catalan Union's players displayed expressions of bewilderment, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. As the captain, Rosas had to step forward at this moment. He clapped his hands and moved among his teammates, vocally assuring them, "Do not panic, this is our home ground." Perhaps noticing the lack of effect, he added, "Treat them as if they were Royal Madrid." To regard Leeds United as a primary competitor akin to Royal Madrid was, indeed, a considerable compliment. Yet, no one within the Catalan Union squad perceived their captain's remarks as an overreaction. Through nearly 60 minutes of play, the players had come to recognize that Leeds United was not a foe to be underestimated. The Leeds United they had triumphed over 3-1 in their previous encounter appeared to be an entirely different entity today. Clearly, they had evolved through just a handful of Champions League matches, as remarked by Catalan Union's head coach, Benel, to his assistant coach, Alberto Vasquez. As he reflected on this, Leeds United continued to engage in fierce exchanges with Catalan Union on the pitch. Rather than opting for a defensive stance to preserve their equal score, Leeds United pressed forward aggressively, seemingly intent on defeating Catalan Union on their home turf. This notion, though absurd, was difficult to dismiss. But it has only been 2 matches, assistant coach Vasquez remarked with a frown, and they lost both. The interval since the last encounter between Catalan Union and Leeds United was merely 2 Champions League matches, both against Vesuvius. In these 2 matches, Leeds City suffered devastating defeats. The first game ended in a 0-4 loss away, and in the second match, despite scoring 2 goals at their home ground, they ultimately fell to Vesuvius with a score of 3-2. After 2 consecutive losses, what growth can be expected? Alberto, have you not heard the adage that even in failure, there lies an opportunity for growth? Vasquez, upon hearing this, gazed silently at Leeds City as they launched an attack towards the Catalan Union's goal, before remarking, "They are indeed different from when we first faced them. Their attack now seems capable of temporarily suppressing us. Perhaps we should avoid their onslaught." Benel interrupted him, "No, Alberto. If we choose to defend temporarily, we will fall into their rhythm. At such times, we must not retreat. This is our home ground. If we allow a newly promoted Champions League team to push us back into our penalty area, our morale will collapse. But they are clearly targeting the spaces behind us. Of course, but we can exploit their vulnerabilities as well. It's quite straightforward now. It all hinges on whose offense is sharper, Alberto." With that, he moved to the sidelines to issue commands to his players to press forward. "Benel wants to outscore us," Clark exclaimed excitedly. Randall, seeing his enthusiasm, remarked, "Isn't that expected? This is their home ground. Do you really think they would tighten their defense after conceding a goal to us? I've seen Catalan Union tighten their defense at home before, but not against a team like Leeds City." As a renowned powerhouse throughout Europe, Catalan Union's identity is deeply rooted in their attacking prowess. Even though their defensive capabilities are commendable, their tactical philosophy greatly favors offense. This is not merely a habit of coach José Benel, but a tradition of the club itself. Beautiful football is the mantra of Catalan Union. Whoever coaches this team must embrace attacking football, or they risk dismissal. Even during the downturn 30 years ago, the club steadfastly adhered to their footballing principles. Enduring a decade of struggle before they began to see improvement, offense has always been the supreme pursuit of this team. In this regard, they bear a resemblance to Leeds City. However, unlike the current Catalan Union, which possesses the credentials to pursue this style, Clark nearly faced dismissal when he attempted to do the same at Leeds City. Had it not been for the winter transfer acquisition of the efficient striker Hulai from Anton Shining Star, Leeds City would not be where they are today. In fact, I genuinely fear that they might be pushed back by our offense. Clark covered his mouth with his hand, worried that his delight might be too evident. On the sidelines, both coaches hoped for their teams to continue attacking, leading to an exhilarating display of football on the field. The match was a thrilling spectacle for neutral fans, igniting the fervor of Leeds City supporters who roared with abandon in the pubs, their excitement palpable. In stark contrast, the fans of Catalonia United were enveloped in tension. While the neutral spectators relished the contest, eager for an exchange of blows between the two teams, Leeds City fans were buoyed by the prospect of overwhelming Catalonia United at the famed Sagrada Familia Stadium. The outcome of the match had become secondary to their enjoyment of the attacking display. They yearned for Leeds to continue their relentless offensive, engaging Catalonia United in a fierce duel. Conversely, the Catalonia United supporters were far less carefree than their rivals. Prior to the match, they had never entertained the notion of failing to triumph over their adversaries, yet a looming sense of dread now clouded their minds. They could not shake the disquieting thought. Would they truly falter against Leeds City on their home turf? A loss would jeopardize their aspirations of securing the top position in the group, effectively handing that opportunity to their opponents. Following this encounter, another Champions League group match was set to commence, with Vesuvius facing off against Gulf Lighthouse. A victory for Vesuvius would narrow the gap to 2 points, a precarious margin that could ignite a fierce final showdown at home against Catalonia United. Amidst this anxiety, each attack from Leeds City sent waves of gasps and jeers from Catalonia United supporters in the stands. These seasoned fans had witnessed countless battles at the Sagrada Familia. Yet today, Leeds City posed a unique challenge. Other teams had launched offensives against Catalonia United with the singular aim of victory, throwing caution to the wind in their pursuit. If given a choice, they would likely avoid a direct confrontation with Catalonia United at such a daunting venue. However, as the match progressed, Catalonia United's fans were struck by a somewhat absurd realization. The Leeds City players were not attacking solely to win. Rather, they were driven by an intrinsic desire to attack. From the outset, they pursued offensive plays, and even after taking the lead, they remained committed to their aggressive strategy. When Catalonia United equalized, Leeds responded with further assaults, and even when trailing, they pressed forward. The second half commenced with fervor, and upon leveling the score, they continued their relentless pursuit as if attacking was their very essence. It seemed to be the only course of action they knew. It was precisely this frenzied display from Leeds City that rendered the Catalonia United fans visibly shaken with apprehension. They feared that if the match continued in this vein, Leeds City might very well find the net again. P.S. Here's the second update, seeking monthly tickets. This chapter concludes. Chapter 47. European player Hulai Inchua now bears an immense burden, clearly evident as Peter Williams and Jay Adams, both midfielders from Leeds City, hone in on him. Moreover, Hulai frequently retreats to this area, seeking collaboration with his teammates. At times, it feels as though three players are converging to overwhelm a single Inchua. As other players from Catalonia rushed to assist, Leeds City swiftly transitioned the ball to the flanks. They did not linger in the center. While creating a direct threat from the middle would certainly be preferable, if that proved unfeasible, they would immediately shift to the wings to unsettle Catalonia's defensive line. Unlike Catalonia, which orchestrates its attacks through intricate combinations in the midfield and forward positions, Leeds City adhered to a more straightforward, traditional English football style. Their lateral passes were primarily employed for transition rather than for the purpose of seeking opportunities through back-and-forth play. In this match, Clark specifically instructed his team to increase their use of direct passes, targeting the spaces behind Catalonia's defense. Consequently, whether it was Peter Williams or Jay Adams, whenever they received the ball in the midfield, they would seize any opportunity to send it behind Catalonia's defensive line. This approach, of course, entailed a lower success rate, carrying the risk of being intercepted by the opposition, which could lead to counterattacks. However, Leeds City was willing to take this risk due to the presence of Hulai, a forward exceptionally skilled at exploiting opportunities behind defenders. This risk was one Leeds could afford to take, as they recognized Hulai's unique capabilities. If a more conventional forward were to take his place, Leeds would likely refrain from such tactics, fearing they might concede before scoring themselves, not due to the opponent's efficiency, but rather their own lack of scoring prowess. Hulai, once regarded by experts and fans as a player lacking tactical value, primarily excelling in scoring, had been deemed ineffective in contributing to team tactics. After all, He neither ventured out to deliver crosses nor retreated to orchestrate plays in midfield. His sole proficiency lay in finishing. In today's tactical football landscape, a pure striker finds it increasingly challenging to thrive. Other teams' forwards are expected to fulfill multiple roles and possess a well-rounded skill set, scoring, passing, making runs, and even defending. While excellence in every aspect is not mandatory, a balanced skill set is essential for optimal adaptability within various tactical frameworks. A player limited to scoring alone would struggle to find playing time, let alone showcase their scoring abilities. By conventional standards, Gulai would be considered an overlooked striker. However, Leeds City's head coach, Tony Clark, perceives Gulai's tactical significance differently than others. He does not regard Gulai as lacking in tactical contribution. Rather, he views him as an indispensable element of his strategy. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Gulai occupies a pivotal position in Clark's tactical schema. Without him, the current audaciously offensive Leeds City would not exist. Gulai's exceptional efficiency in front of goal ensures that Clark's envisioned attacking strategies have a solid foundation. Otherwise, they would remain mere figments of imagination, futile theoretical constructs. As Jay Adams received the ball in midfield, he lifted his head to survey the field. Kamara was making a run down the flank, calling for the ball. But Adams chose not to pass. Instead, he delivered a precise long ball to the advancing Hu. Matthew Cox's voice rang clear and crisp, much like Leeds City's attacking maneuver. At the moment Adams made the pass, Gulai suddenly changed direction and darted behind Jimenez, using his chest to stop the ball. Unfortunately, another center-back from Catalonia, Fuchiong, swiftly retreated and appeared before Gulai, extending his leg to block the latter's shot, deflecting it out for a corner. The crowd erupted with cheers, rallying behind Gulai. Having just survived a precarious moment in defense, Catalonia was determined to seize every opportunity to attack. In this match, the informed Salado emerged as the spearhead of their offense. With even Swedish forward Peterson providing support. During the offensive, he leapt to head the ball towards Salado. Salado shifted to the center, aligning closer to Peterson. After receiving the headed pass from the latter, he deftly nudged the ball forward with the outside of his right foot and, from over 20 meters away, unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared past Leeds defender Teddy Bradford's legs, hurtling towards the right side of the goal. Leeds goalkeeper Vanderwen executed an impressive save, diving across but refraining from catching the ball directly. Given the ferocity of Salado's strike, he feared a fumble if he attempted to secure it, thus opting to punch it away instead. With a resounding thud, the ball was deflected outside the goal. Salado clasped his head in disappointment momentarily before quickly refocusing on the match, as the camera zoomed in on him sprinting towards the ball's location. Roses feigned a pass, pulling the ball back before delivering it to the nearest Campazano. Campazano advanced with the ball, performing an exquisite bicycle kick. Utilizing a series of these tricks, he left the obstructing Vieira sprawled on the ground. However, Leeds' defense was far from over. As Vieira fell, Bengrist swiftly pressed forward, taking a large stride and poking at the ball. Campazano attempted to bypass Bengrist, but his shorter legs proved no match against the latter's long reach, allowing the opponent to poke the ball away first. In position to recover, Jay Adams intercepted the ball that Bengrist had just deflected. Without halting the ball, he let it slip between his legs while simultaneously turning to adjust his direction. As he pivoted, he sent the ball forward. Just as he struck the ball, Roses lunged in with a tackle. Had Adams delayed even a moment longer, possession would have reverted to Catalonia. Although no goals had been scored during this period, the swift transitions of attack and defense between the two teams left several Chinese players watching from abroad breathless, their fists clenched in anticipation. This was not their first encounter with a UEFA Champions League match, but they experienced an intensity previously absent from their viewings. Back home, while they hadn't often watched live broadcasts of the Champions League, they would keep abreast of matches through highlights or sports news. However, during that time, watching the Champions League was merely a spectacle. Everyone acknowledged that it was the pinnacle of football in terms of tactical sophistication. Yet articulating the specifics of that excellence remained elusive. Upon their arrival in Europe, after undergoing nearly half a season of training and acquiring a point of reference, they were profoundly struck by the Champions League match. Initially, they were in awe of the caliber of European football. Even the intensity of routine training rivaled that of a Super League match, which left them somewhat disoriented. They also came to understand, through the documentary about Gulai's transfer to Leeds United, why he fell asleep during a massage from Uncle Yong after training. This was not an act, but a testament to genuine exhaustion. In terms of rhythm, European teams maintain a pace of training that surpasses that of Super League matches. Now, when they observe Champions League matches, they realize that the tempo is exponentially faster than that of their respective teams and leagues. This is precisely why the Champions League is regarded as the pinnacle of contemporary football, while they continue to struggle within their own teams. Hulai has seamlessly adapted to such matches, exhibiting remarkable ease. This stark contrast highlights the gap between him and his peers, who, despite having ventured into Europe a year or so earlier, have made astonishing progress. They distinctly feel they remain Chinese players, whereas Hulai has already transformed into a European player. The fierce offensive exchanges between Leeds United and Catalonia continue, with time racing by. As the match progresses, they realize it has reached the 75th minute. With only 15 minutes remaining and a score of 2-2, Leeds United displays commendable bravery, and notably, their courage is not mere bravado. Their exceptional offense has successfully withstood the onslaught from Catalonia, causing their opponents to hesitate and be wary of Leeds' attack, thus preventing them from fully exerting themselves. This encapsulates the adage that the best defense is indeed a good offense, as Yifeng remarked. However, Yin Kong raised a pertinent concern at this juncture in the match. Both teams would inevitably face fatigue issues, particularly Leeds United, who, under the circumstances of rapidly declining stamina, question whether they can maintain such an offensive strategy. If they falter, could they be vulnerable to a counterattack from Catalonia, leading to a potential collapse? Yifeng found himself unable to answer this, as only Leeds United could ascertain their capacity on the field. Yin Kang's apprehension was indeed justified, as it stands. Leeds United's ability to hold their own against Catalonia rests solely on their relentless offense. If this momentum cannot be sustained, does it spell disaster? Xia Lan turned to her husband, casting a glance of inquiry. Sensing her gaze, Hu Lisin nodded affirmatively to his wife, acknowledging the validity of the commentator's concerns. With her husband's confirmation, Xia Lan redirected her anxious gaze back to the television screen. Hulai, positioning himself in the forward line, noticed Jay Adams preparing to pass the ball and immediately made a forward run. However, after just a few meters, he turned back to see that Adams had not delivered the ball. He found himself ensnared in an offside position, prompting him to turn and sprint back. Frankly, such repeated back-and-forth runs are immensely taxing on one's stamina. However, as a forward, he had no choice but to perform this task repeatedly, for opportunities would elude him otherwise. Adams indeed perceived Hulai's forward surge and intended to pass the ball. Yet, at a crucial moment, Jimenez stepped sideways, obstructing the path of his intended pass. Hesitant to relinquish possession and afford the opposition a chance to counterattack, he opted for a conservative approach, feigning a shot before passing the ball laterally to the supporting Peter Williams. As for Hulai, he could only lament having made a fruitless run for a forward like him. Such frequent sprints are commonplace. By the time the ball reached Williams, Hulai had returned to his original starting position, yet he did not halt. Instead, he continued his retreat, seemingly intent on supporting Williams. Observing this, Jimenez rushed forward, eager to sever the connection between Williams and Hulai. However, just as he trailed Hulai in his forward run, Williams unexpectedly delivered a pass, a sublime through ball. At that moment, Hulai, who had been retreating, suddenly pivoted and launched into a sprint. Their interplay was seamless. Jimenez quickly raised his hand, recalling that his position was ahead of Hulai, which meant that Hulai was behind him, an indication of offside. Yet, the referee's whistle remained silent, and the assistant referee stood motionless. The officiating crew did not deem Hulai to be offside. Hulai? Ah, what an opportunity. He successfully evaded the offside trap. Amidst Yifeng's jubilant cheers, the sprinting Hulai received the ball from Williams behind the entire backline of Catalonia. At that moment, he found himself at the edge of the penalty arc. The goalkeeper, Cordero, decisively charged out as Williams delivered the pass, seemingly anticipating how Leeds City would execute this attack. The spectators in the stands erupted into a cacophony of boos, attempting to disrupt Hulai at this critical juncture. Yet, such distractions held no sway over him. Upon receiving the ball, he lifted his head to gauge Cordero's position and opted to shoot directly from the edge of the box. He swung his right leg, arms outstretched, feigning a powerful strike. Yet, as his foot descended, it transformed into a delicate chip. Cordero, having advanced to the penalty spot, found himself powerless against this deft chip. He could hardly muster the ability to leap. instead raising his head from the ground to watch helplessly as the ball sailed over him, heading towards the goal behind. In his heart, he silently prayed to God, beseeching that this ball would not find the net. But divine intervention was absent for Hulai. Though he did not score with every shot, this unmarked opportunity, with ample time to prepare, was as effortless for Hulai as executing a shot in training. Amidst the overwhelming boos, the ball soared over the astonished Cordero's head, then descended gracefully into the net behind him, like a fish leaping into the sea, creating a splash, only to be ensnared by the net. The third installment for today is complete, and tomorrow will also see 3 more. Please support with monthly votes. Chapter 48. The Lighthouse Peter Williams pass was exceedingly unexpected, as Hulai was still in the midst of retreating. Yet, as if foreseeing Williams' intentions, Hulai abruptly pivoted in reverse direction without warning. The fluidity of his movement was akin to flowing water, leaving Jimenez completely unaware of the impending play. Fortunately, he was aware that Hulai was positioned half a body length behind him, leading him to assume Hulai was offside. He raised his hand to signal the referee. Once again, he fell into the trap of experiential error, believing himself to be the last defender on the line for Catalonia. However, unbeknownst to him, in his blind spot, another central defender, Fu Qiong, was positioned slightly behind him, thus Hulai was not offside. This situation arose precisely because Jimenez had followed Hulai forward, intending to intercept Williams' pass to him, but in doing so, he inadvertently left his defensive partner Fu Qiong behind. Fu Qiong had indeed noticed the predicament and was about to advance his position to align with Jimenez when Hulai and Williams executed a remarkably synchronized passing play. During the replay of the goal, the television broadcast thoughtfully froze the moment and drew 2 lines on the field. A blue line indicated Hulai's position, while a red line marked Fu Qiong's. The red line was closer to the goal than the blue, confirming that Hulai was not offside. Hulai, what an opportunity! Successful in beating the offside trap, He-Feng shouted with excitement. In front of the television, Xiaolan also leaped to her feet in exhilaration. Under her anxious yet hopeful gaze, her son received the ball, lifted his head to survey the situation, and then took the shot. He swung his leg with force, causing the advancing goalkeeper Cordello to believe he was about to unleash a powerful strike, leaning heavily into the motion. Yet, Hulai delicately lifted the ball, allowing it to soar over the goalkeeper's head. A scoop shot. He-Feng's euphoric delight was vividly expressed in the commentary. All Chinese fans watching at home could distinctly hear the laughter hidden within that exclamation. Confronted by the elite team of Catalonia, Hulai remained remarkably composed, exuding the poise of a master, reminiscent of his scoop penalty against Brazil during the World Cup group stage. This truly inspired pride among Chinese fans. One of the top-tier teams, our Hulai remains unfazed by your presence. The ensuing events held no suspense. The ball found its way into the net. Leeds City surged ahead 3-2, leading for the second time in the match. Hulai. Hulai. He-Feng's previously restrained laughter erupted into joyous mirth within the studio. 2 goals scored. He achieved a brace at the Sagrada Familia Stadium. This is truly remarkable. Xiaolan vigorously pumped her fist. Well done. The previously serious expression on her husband, Hu Lisan, transformed into a relaxed smile. Regardless of the ultimate outcome of this match, the goal scored has significantly expanded Leeds City's tactical flexibility. The players' mindset has become relatively more relaxed, allowing them to navigate the remaining minutes of the game with greater composure, all thanks to the goal by his son. Nowadays, discussions surrounding football tactics are rife with elaborate terminology, false nines, wing play, 3 center-back formations, and various attacking strategies are all bandied about effortlessly. There are myriad demands placed upon forwards to align with the team's tactics, to stretch the play beyond the penalty area, and to exhibit versatility. Yet, one fundamental aspect is often overlooked. All tactics ultimately serve the purpose of winning the game. Are not offensive strategies designed to secure goals? If one possesses a forward with an exceptional scoring acumen, why then resort to a false 9 formation? And what justification is there for expecting him to frequently drift out of the box to facilitate space for midfielders? After observing Leeds City's matches for 2 years, Hu Lisan's greatest solace has been that head coach Tony Clark has not imposed excessive non-scoring responsibilities upon his son. He has granted Hulai ample freedom and respect, which has been pivotal to Hulai's flourishing performance at Leeds City. Many professional players underperform not due to a lack of talent, but rather because they have not encountered a coach who understands and appreciates their abilities, nor the tactics that suit them. His son has been fortunate. His first venture abroad has provided him with a coach who comprehends him in a liberating tactical environment. You can always trust who, Sam. Amidst the cacophony, Tony Clark shouted hoarsely to his assistant coach, Sam Rander, who, clapping and laughing, replied, "Of course, I know, Tony. I certainly do." Hulai's goal elated both coaches, simultaneously easing their tension. They could engage in light-hearted banter on the visiting coach's bench at the Estadio de la Familia. After their exchange, Clark instructed Rander to keep the team on the offensive, emphasizing that they should continue to attack for the remaining minutes. Rander, without hesitation or doubt, promptly headed to the sidelines. Time and again, it has been proven that Clark's current tactics are best suited for Leeds City. If he says to continue attacking, then that is precisely what they shall do, engaging in a relentless offensive against Catalonia at the Estadio de la Familia. This decision alone made Rander feel a surge of excitement. "Splendid!" Zhang Qinghuan exclaimed, leaping from the sofa and raising his arms in celebration. Beside him, Yongjun joined in with applause. Haha. After cheering, Zhang Qinghuan turned to Yongjun and boasted, "Uncle Yong, did you see? Hulai's shot was a delicate lob. He must have been inspired by me, huh?" In the previous Barcelona derby, Zhang Qinghuan had scored with a similar lob against the goal guarded by Cortelo. "I think this kid owes me a meal. I've certainly helped him out." Yongjun chuckled at Zhang Qinghuan's words, "Getting him to treat you one TB easy." Amidst the immense uproar of the Estadio de la Familia, the sounds of boos and roars reverberated, impacting every viewer in front of the television. Xia Xiaoyu's eyes widened, reflecting the shimmering screen, his face alight with excitement. Hu Ge is amazing. Hu Ge is incredible. As a member of the Alvaro reserve team, he was still a considerable distance from the Champions League, although Alvaro participated in the Champions League nearly every year. He first needed to transition from the reserves to the first team, and subsequently showcase his skills to be registered in the club's Champions League roster, thus earning an opportunity to compete in the prestigious tournament. As a player from the Chinese Super League champion team, finding himself in a lesser European league, he could only initially play reserve matches. Many had expressed concern for Xia Xiaoyu over the past few months, feeling it was unjust for him. However, Xia Xiaoyu held a different perspective. He felt as if he had returned to the time when he had just transitioned from Dongchuan High School to the youth team at Anong Shining Stars, spending a season refining his skills before joining Hu Ge and Huan Ge in the first team. Without that season in the youth team, he surely would not have achieved his future successes in the first team. Every second spent now was instrumental in shaping his future self. It was precisely due to such experiences that Xia Xiaoyu understood the merits of diligently honing his craft. Naturally, while immersing himself in hard work, he also took time to watch Hu Ji's matches to motivate himself. It was akin to a lighthouse, guiding him forward. "Damn, I really envy Chen Xingyi," he exclaimed, watching the figure soaring high on the screen, legs spread as he landed on the grass of the Sagrada Familia Stadium. That was the Sagrada Familia Stadium, the largest stadium in Europe, one of the cathedrals of football on the continent. Meanwhile, Hulai had already executed his signature celebration there twice. His father, Chen Hantang, cast a glance and remarked, "No need to envy him. Your opportunities in the team are gradually increasing. One day, you too will shine like Hulai. As long as you stay on the right path, keep your head down and forge ahead without overthinking or letting distractions creep in." Chen Xingyi nodded in agreement. After the initial adjustment period, he had begun to earn appearances not only in domestic cup matches, but also recorded 3 substitute appearances in league play. Although his playing time was limited, less than half an hour combined from those 3 substitutes, this was indeed a positive sign, indicative of his growing recognition from the head coach. After all, why else would he be granted the opportunity to come off the bench? It was worth noting that the first team of Amsterdam Athletic had registered 31 players. And not just anyone could be called upon to play, starting from the bench, as long as he could fulfill the coach's expectations during matches. He would gradually earn the trust of the coach, leading to more opportunities in the future. Initially, he had questioned whether choosing a prestigious team like Amsterdam Athletic was the right decision, pondering if he would have been playing in the Eredivisie had he opted for a mid-tier team like Luokai. However, he soon ceased to dwell on this issue, realizing that the training quality available at a top-tier Eredivisie club far surpassed that of mid-tier teams. He genuinely felt the progress he made since arriving in the Netherlands, indicating that high-quality training significantly contributed to his improvement, rivaling that of actual matches. During this period, his mentor at Dazhun Golden Arrow, Jorge Dylan, took the time to call him, offering comfort and encouragement, urging him to maintain a calm demeanor, focus on his training, and refrain from hasty actions. Simultaneously, he advised that if opportunities arose, it was crucial to communicate regularly with the head coach, sharing one's thoughts rather than passively waiting for the coach to notice him. He further counseled Chen Xingyi that Chinese players abroad should not overly emphasize their admirable tradition of humility. Instead, they ought to adopt a more aggressive stance, demonstrating a proactive attitude, and even learning to be a bit selfish. In daily training, he needed to showcase a competitive spirit that would render him impossible for the coaching staff to overlook. After heeding Dylan's guidance, Chen Xingyi became increasingly proactive in training. Indeed, he began to receive more playing time, with 3 substitute appearances occurring shortly thereafter. The situation was evidently improving, and Chen Xingyi mused that he would, in time, make his mark across Europe, just like that lad who lied. Jose Benel raised his fist in anger before the home team's bench, his expression twisted with frustration. He was dissatisfied with the conceded goal. His team was engaged in a fierce battle at home against Leeds City. He was acutely aware that such an attacking approach would leave them vulnerable to counterattacks. Yet, he possessed absolute confidence in his team's offensive capabilities. He believed that before Leeds City could score, Catalonia United would breach their defense first, rendering all of Leeds City's efforts futile. To his astonishment, Leeds City managed to score first, nullifying Catalonia United's endeavors. It was shocking that Catalonia United allowed a newly promoted Champions League team to take the lead twice in their own stadium. After Leeds City equalized, should he have opted to tighten the defense, avoiding confrontation, rather than continuing the offensive? But this was their home ground. They should not be the ones to fear. He looked skyward, his eyes reflecting a mix of bewilderment and fury. Jose Benel harbored doubts and hesitations about his previous decisions, but that did not hinder him from making a choice now. Attack. It was imperative to attack, and with greater ferocity. There was no room for hesitation. Catalonia United was already trailing at home. What purpose would there be in holding back? Should they instead retract their defense to prevent further goals? For Catalonia United, conceding one goal was no different from conceding multiple goals. If they could not equalize, they would still face defeat, and Catalonia United could not afford to lose. From both a reputational and practical standpoint, they simply could not afford it. Originally leading the group by a wide margin, Catalonia United had no intention of relinquishing their top position. Thus, as the match resumed, Catalonia United continued to launch their attacks against Leeds City. However, what astonished everyone, including Benel and assistant coach Vasquez, was the inexplicable fervor of their offensive strategy. What on earth are they doing? Why are they still attacking? Benel exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief at his assistant. Vasquez, equally perplexed, could only stare blankly at the field, unable to provide an answer. For them, having finally taken the lead, Leeds City had seemingly achieved their primary objective, and logically, they should have tightened their defense to preserve their slender advantage. Yet, as the match resumed, Leeds City, buoyed by their recent goal, inexplicably pressed forward with renewed vigor towards the goal of Catalonia. Were they not content with a mere 1-goal lead? The players of Catalonia were equally taken aback. They had prepared themselves for a relentless assault on Leeds City, as such a strategy played to their strengths. If Leeds City were to retreat defensively, ceding control of the ball beyond the 30-meter mark, they could orchestrate persistent attacks through the midfield prowess of Roses and Campuzano, alongside coordinated efforts from both flanks, ultimately grinding Leeds City down like a dull knife through flesh. However, upon the restart, they collided head-on with the offensive wave unleashed by Leeds City. Catalonia's defense was so aggressive that it left gaps behind, which Leeds City seized upon to launch a threatening counterattack. Kamala. Leeds City surged down the flank, driving directly towards the goal of Catalonia. Amidst the deafening boos and gasps from the stands of the Saint Family Stadium, Kamala cut into the penalty area, hesitating momentarily before delivering a cross in search of the onrushing Hulai. The recovering Fujian hastily intervened with a desperate tackle. The ball, instead of rolling out of bounds, took a rather peculiar arc toward the back corner of the net, sending goalkeeper Cordero into a panic as he scrambled backward, desperately trying to reach the far post. Only when he saw the ball veer out of bounds did he exhale in relief, collapsing onto the ground. The stands erupted once more with cheers for Hulai. Phew. Fujian. That was close. He nearly scored an own goal. The Spanish commentator exclaimed, still shaken. Fujian found himself half reclining on the ground, gazing in disbelief at the direction the ball had flown, mouth agape, panting heavily, clearly still in shock. His expression betrayed the immense fright he had experienced, for he had almost extinguished Catalonia's hopes of equalizing. On the sidelines, Clark jumped in frustration, his hands clasped atop his head, resembling a child whose wishes had been dashed. It was no wonder he was so animated. Had that ball found the net, the match would have lost all suspense, allowing Leeds City to depart with 3 points from the daunting St. Family Stadium. Few teams have the capability to triumph over Catalonia in this stadium. Even other European powerhouses might find it challenging to secure a victory here. If Leeds City were to accomplish such a feat, he admitted he would awaken in the night, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. This individual, once cast aside as a failure in England's second-tier league 3 years ago, now finds himself in this remarkable position. Assistant coach Sam Landell, aware of Clark's thoughts, comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "It's all right, Tony, it's all right." As he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of comforting the head coach over a missed opportunity, as if such a trivial matter were profoundly regrettable. How inflated is my ego? Meanwhile, the players of Catalonia sat in a state of anxiety. They needed to attack, even to throw caution to the wind. Yet, the performance of their opponents made them acutely aware that should they commit fully to an offensive strategy, Leeds City might very well capitalize and score again. This was no idle threat. Every player on the Catalonia team believed it wholeheartedly, based on Leeds City's previous displays. They yearned to advance, yet hesitated to unleash their full offensive potential. This contradictory mindset was evident to the fans of Catalonia in the stands. One spectator spat in frustration. "Damn it. Aren't they afraid of losing their single-goal lead? That advantage was hard-earned." He lamented Leeds City's relentless pursuit of offense, wishing they would retreat defensively and yield space and possession to Catalonia. Standing beside him, Antonio Bolero shot him a glance, thinking perhaps the players of Leeds City were indifferent to the outcome of the match. From their demeanor, it seemed they were merely relishing the thrill of the back and forth with Catalonia. Bolero never anticipated the match would unfold in such a manner. This wasn't the first encounter between Catalonia and Leeds City. The last time they faced each other away, they secured a 3-1 victory against Leeds City, which was at least against a reasonably competent opponent. Even in a desperate offensive surge at the end of that match, it was due to being 3 goals down that they chose to gamble, and that was on Leeds City's home turf. Any team in such a situation would likely opt for an offensive approach. Today, however, Leeds City appeared as a pack of irrational, thoughtless maniacs, acting purely on instinct. Their instinct was to attack. Like bloodthirsty predators, they were incited by the scent of the wounds inflicted upon Catalonia, their ferocity unleashed. "Why aren't they defending?" complained Zealand, anxiously pacing before the television. Having watched countless matches of Leeds City, how could she not recognize their footballing style? Yet, her grievances arose from a place of acute tension, fearing that while Leeds City relentlessly pursued their offensive strategy, Catalonia might seize an opportunity and turn victory into mere survival. The 3 points could evaporate into just 1. Upon reflection, even securing a single point would be a commendable outcome, for prior to the match, few believed a draw was even a possibility. However, Zealand found herself unable to entertain such thoughts at this moment. Since it is possible to secure 3 points, who would settle for merely 1? Hulissen consoled her, stating that opting for an aggressive strategy against Catalonia was indeed the correct choice. It is evident that the morale of the Catalonia team is faltering, presenting a prime opportunity to increase the offensive pressure. They must capitalize on this moment of their hesitation and low spirits. Who knows, they might even score another goal, which would undoubtedly seal their victory. Moreover, even if they fail to score again, they could effectively diminish the remaining time of the match. However, did they truly not worry about conceding a goal to Catalonia? As this conversation unfolded, the television broadcast fortuitously shifted to a close-up of Tony Clark, who was on the sidelines urging his players to maintain their high-pressure approach. Hulissen mused that perhaps Clark was indifferent to whether his team could triumph over Catalonia on their turf. Is he not pursuing victory? What else could he aspire to? Ceylon was taken aback. Hulissen murmured that he merely speculated, suggesting that Clark simply sought a worthy opponent to engage in a thrilling match. Yet he quickly shook his head, dismissing his own thoughts. Regardless of the situation, while the offensive strategy appears perilous, it is undoubtedly Leeds City's most effective response. If they were to retreat defensively, they would surely be unable to withstand the final minutes of the game. This did little to ease Xie anxiety. Instead, she became even more tense, her body visibly trembling. Observing his wife's distress, Hu Lisan ceased his commentary, smiling gently as he resumed watching the match. In the broadcast, commentator Hefeng remarked, "For Coach Clark, a one-goal lead might be the most precarious scoreline in the world. Thus, despite having the advantage, Leeds City's offensive efforts have intensified. Indeed, were it not for the chorus of boos, one might hardly believe that Leeds City was the visiting team." The cacophony was thunderous. Prior to this match, if the Catalonia fans held no particular feelings towards Leeds City, neither dislike nor affinity, perhaps even a lack of recognition, by its conclusion, irrespective of the outcome, Leeds City would surely leave a profound impression on these fans. They would be unable to forget a team that could engage in a fierce contest at the Sagrada Familia Stadium and even gain the upper hand. Catalonia had not been immune to defeats on their home ground, nor had they been spared losses to teams of lesser caliber. However, when those inferior opponents triumphed at the Sagrada Familia Stadium, it was either through luck or a defensive strategy. In the memories of many Catalonia supporters, at least since the dawn of the 21st century, they had yet to witness a team win here with a more ferocious offensive prowess than their own. Mario Salado, while facing the defense of Josh Lawler, attempted to outmaneuver his opponent with a series of swift changes in direction. Unfortunately, he was unsuccessful, as he lost his footing during the first maneuver, resulting in a tumble to the ground. The ball was consequently lost, easily reclaimed by the Leeds City right back, Lawler, who stood in the way. In the absence of any physical contact, Salado faltered, his stamina nearing its limits. The Spanish commentator lamented with great regret, noting that Salado had indeed performed admirably throughout the match, exhibiting remarkable vigor. Yet, the price of his vivacity was a swifter depletion of his energy than usual. To exemplify the commentator's assertion, following the loss of possession, Salado failed to rise quickly from the ground to re-engage in the counter-press, instead remaining seated as he watched Lawler pass the ball away. Benel raised his wrist to check the time. It was the 84th minute of the match. Mario was exhausted. He could no longer endure, and we must substitute him, whispered assistant coach Alberto Vasquez beside him. Very well, let him rest, Benel sighed. His intention had been for Salado to complete the match, as Salado's individual attacking prowess was vital for the current Catalan team. When Leeds City pressed forward aggressively, Salado often single-handedly resolved issues. However, it now appeared that Salado could scarcely continue, rendering his presence on the field futile. Fortunately, Benel still had one substitution available. Otherwise, Catalan would have been forced to compete with 10 players in these final 10 minutes. As assistant coach, Vasquez hurried to summon the warming-up player for substitution. Benel remained fixated on the unfolding match. Leeds City's attack surged once more towards the Catalan goal. Their counterattack began when Mario Salado lost possession. Hulai firmly engaged Jimenez in the penalty area, causing Catalan's defensive line to fail in applying timely pressure on the ball-carrying Peter Williams, instead retreating defensively. This alerted Benel to the looming danger. He widened his eyes, instinctively waving his arms and bellowing, "Do not retreat, press forward." Unfortunately, the Catalan players could not hear his voice amidst the cacophony of the environment. He helplessly watched as Peter Williams suddenly unleashed a shot from the edge of the penalty area. Fortunately, goalkeeper Corgelo made a spectacular save, deflecting the ball with one hand against the crossbar, preventing it from entering the net. Benel finally exhaled in relief. Though they conceded a corner to Leeds City, it was far better than being breached directly. The preceding moment had indeed been perilously close for Catalan. Jose Benel felt his heart racing in his chest. P.S. Here is the second update. I seek your monthly vote. Chapter 50. I shall score. Thus Williams' long-range shot saw Corgelo execute another magnificent save. He safeguarded the goal. Leeds City earned a corner, presenting a scoring opportunity, but it also posed a chance for Catalan to counterattack, Matthew Cox reminded. Meanwhile, at the home team's bench, assistant coach Alberto Vasquez returned to Benel's side, accompanied by the French forward Fabien Buffret, who was to be substituted. Shall we make the substitution now? Vasquez inquired. Benel shook his head. No, wait a moment, until after the corner is taken. He then addressed Vasquez, instructing him to keep Mario up front and refrain from returning to defend. Vasquez immediately grasped Mr. Benel's intentions. He sought to exploit the opportunity presented by this corner kick to launch a counterattack against Leeds United. Salado, known for his speed and dribbling prowess, was indeed the most suitable candidate for executing a counterattack. Although he had expended considerable energy prior, after a brief 2-minute respite, he still had enough stamina for this singular counterattack. On the field, Mario Salado noticed that Leeds United had won a corner and attempted to return to the penalty area to assist in defense, just as he had done before. However, en route back, he heard the assistant coach's shouted directive urging him to remain up front. Initially incredulous, he pointed to himself for clarification. Upon receiving an affirmative nod from the assistant coach, he took a deep breath, recognizing the gravity of the responsibility bestowed upon him. Though the assistant coach had not elaborated, the significance of merely instructing him to stay forward rather than retreating was profound. He understood that this arrangement was designed to position him for a counterattack. Mr. Bennell placed his trust in him, assigning him a crucial role. He could not afford to disappoint Mr. Bennell's expectations. Even the center forward, Peterson, had retreated into the penalty area, leaving him alone near the midfield. This was immense pressure, yet it also bore great honor. As Leeds United's center-backs, Bangrist and Teddebrefford, sprinted past him, Salado struggled to conceal a smile of determination. The advance of the two opposing center-backs indicated that Mario was poised to become the hero of the Estadio Sagrada Familia. He took deep breaths, attempting to draw in as much oxygen as possible. His lungs were like an engine, requiring a substantial intake of air to unleash a more powerful force. In that moment, he was conserving energy for the impending explosion of action. With the two Leeds United center-backs arriving at the goal of Catalonia, all players involved in the corner attack were now in place. Undoubtedly, the two center-backs had become the focal point of Catalonia's defensive attention. Particularly, Bangrist, towering over 1.9 meters, was the tallest presence before the Catalonia goal. Among Catalonia's ranks, the tallest player was their center-back, Jorge Jimenez, standing at 1.88 meters. A mere 2 centimeters shorter than Bangrist. His defensive partner, Paul Fogen, measured 1.84 meters, while goalkeeper Carlos Cordero stood at 1.86 meters. The towering forward, Peterson, reached 1.87 meters. These were the tallest players on the field for Catalonia. On the Leeds United side, Bangrist stood at 1.9 meters, while Teddebrefford reached 1.88 meters. Their presence indeed heightened the aerial defensive pressure on Catalonia. Jorge Jimenez and Fogen naturally matched up against Leeds United's two center-backs, with the former engaging Bangrist and the latter tracking Teddebrefford. This did not imply that Hulai went unmarked, however. As the top scorer for Leeds United, Catalonia did not overlook Hulai's presence in set-piece defense simply because of his shorter stature. They assigned a player to shadow him closely. As Insua gazed at Hulai before him, this was his target in the defensive setup for the set-piece. His task was straightforward. He need not concern himself with the ball, merely shadow the man in front of him, following wherever he went. Although it was likely that Leeds City would direct their corner kicks toward the two central defenders, Insua's focus was on preventing Hulai from seizing the second ball. This individual had already scored 2 goals in the match. Despite Coach Bennell's repeated warnings to his team to keep a vigilant eye on Hulai, both goals had exploited opportunities created by successful runs beyond the offside line, catching the Catalan defense off guard. This further underscored the cunning of the man before him and the subtlety of his off-the-ball movements. Thus, Insua dared not let his guard down. He fixed his gaze on Hulai, not daring to blink. In the midst of this intense focus, the person being watched suddenly spoke. "Is there something on my face?" Insua was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Hulai would pose such a question. "Why else would you be staring at my face? Is it because of my good looks?" Regaining his composure, Insua retorted, "Don't flatter yourself. I'm merely defending against you." Upon hearing this, Hulai chuckled softly. "Is that how you intend to defend me, with just your eyes? Allow me to teach you how to truly mark me. In a moment, I will run to the near post to receive the ball." He even pointed to the near post, seemingly concerned that Insua might not grasp the specific location. Insua followed his gaze, and Hulai smiled slightly, "But that's merely a feint. I will then abruptly change direction and sprint to the far post, where the ball will truly land. If you fail to keep up with me, you will be left behind, and I will head the ball into the net for a hat trick. Do you understand my instructions clearly?" Insua's mouth fell open in astonishment, his expression akin to that of someone who has just learned of a queen's pregnancy. Though at 24 he was not exactly a veteran. He had played numerous matches for Catalan United. Never before had he encountered an opponent so candidly divulging their intended movements during a match. After the initial shock, he fell into deep contemplation. Was this young man merely spouting nonsense, or was there truth in his words? Wait, Inshua, what are you thinking? How could this possibly be true? No attacking player would ever disclose their run to a defender. There is no one in the world so foolish. And those who believe such drivel are even more naive. Noticing Inshua's momentary confusion, Hulai, with a tone of disdain, remarked, I've warned you. If a goal is conceded, don't say I didn't forewarn you. No sooner had he spoken than the referee's whistle pierced the air, and Peter Williams lowered his raised arms, taking a run up to kick the ball. As the football soared toward the penalty area, Hulai indeed sprinted toward the near post. Observing this, Inshua hurried to follow suit. He positioned himself inside the box, his back to the goal, neglecting the ball's trajectory, his focus entirely locked on Hulai. In his line of sight, Hulai, who had initially sprinted toward the front post, suddenly halted and changed direction, indeed retreating to the back post. Insuya was profoundly astonished. He never anticipated that Hulai was not deceiving him. He hastily followed suit. Nonetheless, Insuya had already been marginally outpaced by Hulai. The thought echoed in his mind. I must not allow him to shake me off. With determination, Insuya increased his speed, surging ahead of Hulai. Just as he reveled in his triumph, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He observed that Hulai, whom he had overtaken, did not attempt to regain his position but instead allowed himself to be surpassed. This sparked an odd realization. Perhaps it was not his speed that had enabled him to surpass Hulai, but rather Hulai's intentional deceleration that had allowed him to do so. As for Hulai's motive for slowing down, it was evident. In Insuya's widened gaze, Hulai sprang upward like a spring flower, leaping from the ground. He did not head toward the front post nor linger at the back post. Instead, he leapt from the center, rising above the dense crowd, shielded by Ben Graystar and Teddy Bredford. Hulai, Jimenez, and Fu Qiong endeavored to thwart Hulai, but they were obstructed by Leeds' two center backs, rendering them powerless to intervene. The player closest to Hulai was Insuya, yet he had been left behind. Now a step away, instinctively reaching out in vain. Who? The Catalan fans in the stands of St. James Park erupted in a chorus of boos. Amidst the cacophony, Hulai soared above the throng, akin to the rising sun. He precisely connected with the ball at the designated point. The football sailed past the multitude before the goal, heading straight for the net. The goalkeeper, Cordero, was evidently blinded by the mass of bodies in front of him. And by the time he saw the ball approaching and leapt to save it, it was too late. The ball crossed the threshold before his hands could intervene, finding its way into the net. When the ball truly nestled in the net, both the Catalan fans and the Leeds supporters, as well as the countless Chinese fans vigilantly watching from afar, could scarcely believe their eyes. When they witnessed the net ripple, many initially thought it was merely the ball grazing the side netting. It was only when they saw the ball not retreating but ensnared within the net's intricate weave that they realized the momentous truth. The goal had indeed been scored. Cheers erupted from bars of all sizes, resonating throughout the skies of Leeds. The slumbering land of China was nearly awakened by the sudden roar. Hulai, Hulai. Hulai had accomplished his first hat trick in the Champions League. P.S. The third chapter concludes here. With this hat trick from Hulai, I seek your monthly votes. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, I shall resume double updates. Chapter 51. This is something I could not achieve. At the beginning of this match, the atmosphere at St. James Park was still reminiscent of a typical home ground ambience. The primary objective was to support FC Girona, with no overtly inappropriate actions directed towards Leeds City. However, as the match progressed, the atmosphere within the stadium began to shift. The cacophony, interspersed with jeers, grew increasingly intense, reflecting the Girona fans' sentiments towards the match and their perception of the threat posed by Leeds City, which left them feeling uneasy. What should have been a straightforward victory turned into a challenging contest, much to the discontent of the Girona supporters. Following Leeds City's second lead, the boos resonated throughout the stadium, scarcely ceasing even during Girona's possession. It became perplexing whether the jeers were aimed at Leeds City or Girona themselves. The entire Camp Nou felt akin to a boiling pot of water, bustling yet fraught with peril. Yet, when Hulai leapt into the air and headed the ball into the net, all jeers vanished. The stadium, with a capacity exceeding 80,000, fell unexpectedly silent, while not entirely devoid of sound. The contrast to the previous uproar created a sensation akin to wearing noise-canceling headphones set to maximum, leaving one feeling disconcerted. The Girona fans stared agape at the pitch, mouths agape yet speechless, utterly unable to believe their eyes. Even the large screen hesitated before displaying the latest score, Girona 2, Leeds City 4. Upon landing, Hulai confirmed that the ball had crossed the line before turning to find Inshua, shrugging his shoulders in a gesture that seemed to communicate, "See, I wasn't deceiving you. This goal isn't my fault." Inshua, after the ball had entered the net, turned to seek out Hulai, their eyes meeting at that precise moment. His gaze was bewildered, his expression vacant, maintaining an incredulous countenance, as if to say, "Wasn't the plan to be at the back post? How did you leap for a header halfway through?" Hulai chose to disregard the astonished Inshua and sprinted towards the corner flag, ready to perform his customary celebration routine. At this moment, the silence was finally shattered by the exuberant shouts of the Leeds City players, who chased after Hulai, jubilantly converging upon him. As Hulai descended from the air and completed his celebratory gestures, he was promptly tackled to the ground. They surged forward, releasing their emotions with wild abandon. Only then did the familiar sounds of boos and raucous cheers return to fill the stadium once more. "Oh my goodness!" exclaimed Matthew Cox in the studio, hands clasped atop his head in astonishment. "Hulai has completed a hat trick at Camp Nou. Unbelievable. This is merely his first season in the Champions League. Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe it?" He quickly added, "I apologize for my excitement, but this is indeed Hulai's inaugural season in the Champions League, and he has only played 4 matches, yet has scored 5 goals. For him, this is not an astonishing feat. It is simply a testament to his extraordinary ability. He consistently possesses such superhuman prowess, much like his debut in the World Cup, where he astoundingly netted 5 goals in just 3 matches, securing the prestigious Golden Boot. One may wonder what remains impossible for him. Ladies and gentlemen, while this may seem miraculous to us, for who? It is merely an extension of his daily routine. The bench and coaching staff of Leeds City stood empty, as every individual, be they substitutes or coaches, rushed towards the corner flag where players congregated, joining in the jubilant celebration of the goal. Leading the charge was their head coach, Tony Clark. As he dashed toward the corner flag, Clark bellowed with exuberance, arriving almost simultaneously with the on-field players. He was the first to embrace Hu, and then, with a playful tackle, brought him down to the ground, swiftly followed by a throng of Leeds City players who enveloped them in joyous camaraderie. This exuberant display resembled not a mere victory in a Champions League group match, but rather the triumph of clinching the Champions League title. In the stands, the supporters of Catalonia, confronted with such ecstatic opponents, refrained from mocking them as unsophisticated bumpkins, for they lacked the standing to deride this country bumpkin. The score of 24 on the big screen served as a brutal reminder. You have lost. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. It was hard to fathom how Catalonia's defense had been so thoroughly dismantled on their home turf by Leeds City. The Spanish television commentator shook his head in disbelief, lamenting the situation. "We all know that Catalonia excels in offense, but that does not imply a weakness in their defense. Indeed, last season in La Liga, they conceded merely 30 goals. Yet here they were, allowing Leeds City to score 4 times on their home ground. This single match bore witness to more goals conceded than they had allowed throughout the entirety of the previous season." The commentator expressed his bewilderment, admitting he could not comprehend the unfolding events. The broadcast shifted to the Catalonia coaching staff, who mirrored the commentator's stunned expression, gazing vacantly at the pitch, occasionally shifting their necks to indicate this was not a still image, yet their eyes betrayed profound confusion. They too were at a loss to understand the match and were deeply shaken. It was unfathomable that Catalonia had conceded 4 goals on their home ground, trailing by 2 goals. With so little time remaining in the match, the 2-goal deficit rendered a comeback for Catalonia nearly impossible if they wished to secure all 3 points. In truth, they had already lost this match. Mario Salado remained at the center circle, striving to position himself as close to Leeds City's half as possible without straying into an offside position, hoping that when the ball was played his way, he would need to cover less distance, thereby lightening his physical burden. Little did he anticipate the extent of this reduction in effort. He found himself expending no energy at all, for the ball never came. From the center circle, he watched in dismay as Hu eluded Inshua with 2 deft changes of direction, leaping to head the ball into the net. Salado covered his face with his hands, unable to bear the sight any longer. Regardless of the perspective from which one views it, his defeat against Hulai was utterly unquestionable. Truly, he is my son." In front of the television, Cielon laughed heartily, while beside her, Hulisin made no effort to remind her to lower her volume, lest they disturb others. For at the moment Hu Lai scored, he had already heard several roars emanating from outside, originating from various directions. It was evident that on this late night, their household was not the sole one engrossed in watching the Champions League match. This was hardly surprising, as they had often encountered young enthusiasts in the neighborhood donning jerseys of Hu Lai, whether from Andan Flash Stars or Leeds City. Thus, it was certain that there were Hu Lai fans residing within their community, given that everyone was watching the match at such an hour and expressing their excitement vocally. There was no need for him to caution his wife about the volume. After all, even if it were loud, it would likely disturb Old Lee next door, who might also be watching the game. The television displayed a shot of the stands at the Sagrada Familia Stadium, the camera sweeping across clusters of enraged, disappointed, and anguished faces. Amidst this somber imagery, a figure with black hair and yellowish skin emerged, clad in a jacket emblazoned with the Catalan team's emblem. Yet, from the unzipped jacket, one could clearly discern the yellow Leeds City jersey beneath. He was amidst a throng of distraught Catalan fans, shaking his fist and roaring. At first glance, his actions appeared indistinguishable from those of the furious supporters around him. However, upon closer inspection, his expression stood in stark contrast to the anger and despair surrounding him. He was smiling. Hifeng recognized him almost instantly. The joy stemming from Hu Lai's hat trick prompted an audible chuckle. Well, it's you again. Indeed, it was the same Chinese fan who, merely 3 days prior, had celebrated Zhang Qinghuan's goal in the Barcelona derby while wearing a Catalan jersey. Not just Hifeng, but countless fans across the nation were undoubtedly laughing at this moment, filling the air with an atmosphere of joy that seemed to envelop all of China. A hat trick. In front of the television, Luo Kai clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with barely contained emotion. The tumultuous rise and fall of his chest revealed his feelings unmistakably. Envy, jealousy, and a sense of unwillingness mingled within him, resembling a cocktail both sour and spicy that he had just swallowed. He knew that at this very moment, many were congratulating Hu Lai, celebrating his achievements. Yet, he found himself incapable of such sentiments, unable to feign joy for Hu Lai's accomplishments. All he felt was an unresolved discontent. A hat trick. Fantastic. Accompanied by this cheer, Li Qingqing tossed her stuffed toy into the air. Upon catching it, she buried her face into the toy, rubbing it fervently before lifting it high and smiling up at it. Wonderful. Wonderful. A hat trick in the Champions League. Incredible. You've accomplished something I couldn't, Hu Lai. P.S. 2 updates restored. The chapter concludes here.